Palace Full of Delicacies Chapter 1 to Chapter 57. The crescent moon was like a hook, and the cold white moonlight was as weak as a firefly. Drops of moonlight fell on the red glazed tiles, making the entire imperial city seem even more lonely. A flurry of footsteps suddenly rang out on the spacious palace path, startling several birds into flight. A furry golden figure suddenly appeared on top of the wall. Upon closer inspection, it was a palm-sized golden kitten. It paused slightly at the highest point and used its claws to touch the smooth glazed tiles, as if it was hesitating. The footsteps behind it were getting closer and closer. The kitten pursed its ears and suddenly jumped off the palace wall that was at least 3 zhang high. The high palace wall was still too high for its small body. When it landed, it stumbled and rolled. It shook its head and quickly got up. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the dense grass. "Look carefully, don't let it run away." The guard leader's voice was loud and clear, and the rest of the guards responded in unison. They turned the spears in their hands and used the end without the spearhead to stir the grass. The night was dark, and it was really not easy to find a palm-sized kitten in this hillside full of tall grass and rocks. Not long after, another group of guards came. They were holding sharp forks that were about 10 feet long, and they violently pierced them into the depths of the grass. "Don't, that's the Emperor's cat." The guard leader quickly stopped them. "What are you afraid of? It's just an animal." The people who came later shouted, but the movement of the forks did not stop. The sharp tips of the forks drew a shocking cold light under the moonlight. "Quickly stop." The guard leader turned the spearhead and firmly blocked the forks that were trying to stab into the grass again. When the other guards saw this, they also placed the spears in their hands horizontally, blocking the forks that were stirring the grass. The atmosphere between the two groups of guards immediately became tense. In the grass not far away, a pair of amber eyes slightly narrowed, clearly seeing everything that was happening in the dark night. After pausing for a moment, they quietly turned and left. In the beginning of spring, the capital was warm and cold. Suyu was driving the donkey while holding onto the wooden bucket on the donkey cart to prevent too much water from spilling out. This water was the seawater stored at home. If it was spilled, the fish in the bucket would die in an instant. When they arrived at the place where they set up their stall every day, Suyu skillfully tied up the donkey, unloaded the wooden bucket and frame from the cart, and quickly set up the chopping board and knives. He also took out a low stool from the corner of the donkey cart, rolled up his sleeves, and casually sat down next to the wooden bucket. "Brother Xiaoyu, why are you so late today?" It was a little boy of about 7 or 8 years old. He was wearing an old cotton jacket. Because winter had just passed, there were still 2 patches of redness on his dark little face. When he smiled, he looked silly. Seeing Suyu coming, he consciously gave up the spot where he was squatting just now to let him set up his stall. Then he took out a stool from the donkey cart and sat down next to him. Suyu smiled and took out a piece of flatbread wrapped in a white cloth and handed it to him. "I saw something good today and lost track of time while haggling with Boss Yu." This child's name was Xianxia, and he came here every day to sell eggs. Because Suyu had to go to the docks in the morning to stock up, he was often delayed, so Xianxia helped him reserve a stall in advance. "What is it?" Xianxia chewed on the flatbread and curiously leaned over to take a look. Suyu smiled mysteriously and took out something from the wooden bucket. He covered it with both hands and handed it to Xianxia. Suddenly, he opened his hand and pushed it forward. "Ah!" Xianxia was so scared that he jumped back and fell to the ground with a plop. He saw that Suyu was holding something strange in his hand. It was soft and had a strange pink color, which was very scary. "Ha ha ha ha." Suyu looked at Xianxia's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be afraid. This is delicious. This strange thing can be eaten?" "What is this?" Xianxia sniffled, got up from the ground, and sat back on the stool. He looked at Suyu with a face full of disbelief. "Of course it can be eaten. This is called squid." Mentioning this strange yet familiar name, Suyu was a bit disappointed for a moment. In his previous life, squid was only sold in the southern coastal areas. Here, it was even sold in the temperate coastal areas. It had already been 3 months since Suyu transmigrated to this place. Even now, he still suspected that he was dreaming. Maybe one day he would wake up and return to his original world. he would still be the head chef of Xianxia restaurant. Every day, he would happily make his spicy crabs. Before he got off work, he would give leftovers to the stray cats at the back door. At night, he would go home to watch TV and play games, instead of being a poor aristocrat in this inexplicable ancient world. That's right. Don't look at Suyu as a fish seller. In ancient times, his identity was a noble. The ancestor of the Su family had followed the Qing emperor to conquer the world and was given the title of marquis. Even though the title was passed down to Suyu's father and he was already a worthless second-class general, but a noble was still a noble. A noble without any military exploits could still live well with that salary. Unfortunately, when Suyu transmigrated, his father had just passed away. His uncle took advantage of his young age and wanted to take away his title. His aunt controlled the family's finances. Because the family was not good at business these years, they did not have much savings. More than half of it was spent on the funeral. His aunt used this as an excuse to treat him harshly. Not only did he not live the life of a rich playboy, he didn't even have enough to eat. Without any other choice, Suyu could only go back to his old business. He pulled the family's only donkey and came out to sell fish. "Give me a grass carp." Someone came to buy fish. Suyu threw the squid in his hand back into the bucket. He got up and took out the hedge. He fished out a large and strong grass carp from a large wooden basin filled with fresh water. "Customer, do you think this is okay? Do you know how to kill fish?" This was the person's first time coming here to buy fish. He saw that the fish shop owner was white and clean. He did not look like a fish seller at all. Instead, he looked like a handsome and gentle scholar. He hesitated for a moment. "Brother Xiaoyu is very good at killing fish." Sanchuan saw that the person wrinkled his nose and said unhappily. Suyu smiled and didn't answer. He took out a weighing scale and placed the fainted grass carp on the chopping board. He quickly cut open its belly, chopped off its head, and removed its scales. His movements were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. He was even more skilled than the seaside fisherman. Good skill. Holding the fish, the person could not help but praise. Suyu took the copper coins and smiled bitterly. He thought about how he had killed fish for 5 years before he became a chef. He was glad that he did not have to kill fish anymore. He never thought that he would have to start all over again. He lowered his head and looked at his slender hands. Because of the long exposure to salt water and the cold weather, there were several frostbites on his hands. They would never be as white as before. If it were not for the fact that he did not have enough capital, he would have already opened a restaurant. Why would he bother to sell fish here at a low cost and low return? However, Suyu couldn't help but smile when he turned his head to look at the squids that were squeezed together in the bucket. Now, he had a good opportunity to accumulate capital. "Little brother, I don't want to scold you, but why did you buy these?" The person who bought the fish had not left yet. He pointed at the squid in the bucket and shook his head. "No one buys these things." The people of the Den dynasty liked to eat fresh fish from the rivers, lakes, and seas. Therefore, the business of fishing and selling fish was very prosperous. However, it mainly focused on fish, shrimp, and crabs. Very few people would eat this kind of squid because it was not delicious no matter how it was cooked. The fishermen would usually throw it away or sell it cheaply to feed livestock. When Suyu heard this, he only smiled kindly and did not say anything. The capital was divided into east and west sides. The east side was where the rich and powerful lived, while the west side was where the commoners lived. This Shiping Street was a medium-sized road in the west side of the city. Because the road was narrow, horse carriages were not often used. Stalls were everywhere. The women of the poor families were not as particular as the rich and powerful women. They carried their own basket and went out to buy vegetables. Because Suyu looked fair and clean and spoke in a gentle and refined manner, these grannies and aunties liked to chat with him. In addition, with his beautiful fish-killing knife skills, his business was naturally better than other fish stalls. Just after noon, the last fish was sold out. "Che, if you want to sell a smile, you should go to Chunni restaurant. How much can it be worth on this Shiping Street?" Not far away, a tall and burly fish seller coldly said. Although he did not raise his voice, the people around him heard him clearly. Chunny Restaurant was a famous brothel in the capital, so it was obvious who he was talking about. When Sanchuan heard this, he wanted to go and argue with the man, but he was pulled back by Suyu. He did not live near Shiping Street, so he could not go head-to-head with the local ruffians. He could only pretend to helplessly smile at the last customer. Suyu was born gentle and did not look like a good person. Coupled with his bitter smile, it made the aunties feel sorry for him. "You lousy, who are you scolding?" After taking the fish that Suyu had tied with straw, Auntie Zhang, who was almost 40 years old, immediately put her hands on her waist and glared at the fish seller. This Auntie Zhang was famous for her fierce temper, and no one on the street dared to provoke her. Yu Laosi could not help but shrink his head back when he heard this. He also felt that it was embarrassing to be so scared of a woman, so he straightened his neck and said, "I'm scolding whoever took it." When he said this, he immediately regretted it so much that he wanted to bite his tongue off. "Good, you dare to scold me, Zhang Xuehua? Why don't you find out what I did when I was young?" Auntie Zhang suddenly became excited. It had been a long time since anyone dared to quarrel with her. This time, she was going to quarrel to her heart's content. Soon, the street was surrounded by many people who came to watch the show. Yu Laosi was scolded to the point that he could not say anything. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Suyu's expression did not change as he quietly cleaned up the stall, and quietly drove the donkey cart away. Turning the corner, there was a store that collected old wood. Suyu unloaded the large wooden basin and 2 large wooden barrels from the cart, leaving only the medium-sized barrel that held the squid. The grizzled bearded old carpenter looked at it for a while and said, 10 copper coins for one. This wooden barrel is 10 copper coins, but this wooden basin was dug out from a whole piece of wood. It's at least 80 copper coins. Suyu said with a frown. This is made from 2 pieces of wood, so it's at most 30 copper coins. The old carpenter frowned. Then I won't sell it. Suyu bent down and made a gesture to take the wooden basin away. This wooden basin was indeed made from good material. If it was not for the lack of money, he would not be willing to sell it. When the old carpenter saw this, he was unwilling to part with the old material, so he could only relent. After some haggling, the wooden basin was sold for 55 copper coins. Suyu counted the 75 copper coins that he just received. Adding the 213 copper coins that he got from selling the squid today, this was all he had now. Putting away the 2.5 copper coins, Suyu led the donkey back to a house in the corner of Dongqing. This was a 3-sectioned house. The green bricks and gray tiles were already quite old. Only the 2 stone lions in front of the main entrance still retained some of their former glory. "Oh, our second young master is back. Where's today's share?" Entering through the side door, he saw a woman with large shoulders and a round waist leaning on a pillar. She stretched out her hand and asked him for money. "Mother said yesterday that she no longer needs to take the medicine," Suyu said with a cold expression. He did not bother to look at the woman and went to tie up the donkey. His body was the old lord's concubine's son, but his wife did not have any children, so she raised him as her legitimate son. 3 months ago, his father died. His legitimate mother was angered by his eldest uncle's family and fell ill. In order to provide for his legitimate mother's medicine, Suyu gave his eldest aunt 2 saltwater fish every day to pay for the medicine. When his eldest aunt heard this, her pair of thin eyebrows raised. She sneered and said, "Since your mother doesn't need to take the medicine, I will sell the donkey tomorrow. So you don't go out and make a fool of yourself every day." The donkey was a necessity for Suyu to set up his stall every day. Without the donkey, he had to pull fish himself. Suyu couldn't help but stop when he heard this. Eldest aunt thought she had him in her grasp and was very pleased. She continued to nag, "The family almost doesn't have enough food to eat and you still use this extravagant donkey cart, Auntie." Suyu looked at the woman who was beside herself with joy and sneered, "You're right. Why don't we sell the donkey tomorrow and I'll push the cart to sell in front of the Department of Ancestral Decrees to save us the time of walking." Eldest aunt heard this and her face immediately became ugly. The Department of Ancestral Decrees was the place that managed the affairs of the nobility. The abolition of the heir, the succession of titles, and the separation of large clans all had to go through the Department of Ancestral Decrees. If Suyu went there to sell fish, wouldn't that be telling the Department of Ancestral Decrees that his uncle mistreated his nephew? They hadn't gathered enough money to send a gift and their titles hadn't been set yet. They couldn't make a mistake. Ignoring the choked eldest aunt, Suyu threw down the donkey cart and turned to leave. The streets of the eastern part of the city were clearly cleaner than the western part of the city. The things sold were also of a completely different level. Suyu didn't stop in front of the various shops and headed straight for a spice shop. This spice shop often sold spices from the western regions and was very popular with the noblewomen of the capital. However, a strange spice had been brought in a few days ago. The smell was very strange and no one was interested in it. "Shopkeeper, this is the price we agreed on yesterday." Suyu took out 280 copper coins and pointed to a box of spices in the corner. The shopkeeper looked at the box of yellow powder and then looked at the copper coins in Suyu's hand. He sighed, fine, I'll sell it all to you." At the beginning, he had seen the western region merchant exaggerate the spices and say how much the people of the western region loved them. He had been possessed and bought it. Who knew that he couldn't sell it at all in the Central Plains? However, he didn't want to lower the price too much. In the end, he settled on 280 copper coins per caddy with Suyu. Suyu took the oil paper wrapped spice and held it in his arms. He couldn't help but smile a little. This thing was the key to his squid business. Yesterday, when he accidentally found this, he decisively gave up selling squid and prepared to change his profession. Because this thing called Xianxia fragrance had another name, cumin. As a seafood chef, Suyu was good at cooking Sichuan cuisine. Although the Den dynasty wasn't any dynasty in history, it didn't have anything that should have existed, such as chili peppers. Without chili, how could a Sichuan-style chef endure? After searching all over the capital, he still couldn't find any trace of chili. Instead, he found cumin powder by chance. It was better than nothing. At least he could do something with it. Using the remaining money, Suyu bought several hundred bamboo sticks from Papa Chen, who was selling tonghulu. She was in a good mood because she was about to make a fortune. She prepared to pass through the small alley next to the prince's mansion and return home. The difference between the magnificent Prince Zhao's mansion and his own dilapidated house was like the difference between an old rich man and a poor farmer. This prince's mansion was the emperor's younger brother, Prince Zhao's mansion. It was built to be very magnificent. Suyu looked at the gilded plaque at the main entrance and sighed inwardly. Then, he entered the small alley. "Go away, you beast." At the side door, Yu Laosi, who had an impatient face, was scolding as he moved the fish bucket to the donkey cart. Rich people would buy fish every day. If it wasn't fresh on the second day, the master wouldn't eat it anymore. It would be counted as thrown away in the account. If the kitchen servants couldn't finish the fish, they would sell the fish. Naturally, the price was very cheap. Many fish sellers would do this kind of business, including Yu Laosi, who was enemies with Suyu on a narrow road. This kind of thing wasn't something to be proud of. Everyone was well aware of it. But if it was spread out, it would ruin his reputation. Yu Laosi was annoyed. When he saw Suyu, he became even angrier. He kicked the person who was blocking his way and scolded, "You beast, you didn't walk on the sunny road, but you bumped into Laosi's feet." Suyu didn't have time to pay attention to Yu Laosi's scolding. He saw that the person he kicked was a palm-sized golden kitten. He immediately frowned, stepped forward, and caught the small ball in his hand. Meow, the small kitten was very strong. When it was caught by Suyu, it still bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yu Laosi. Seeing that he was so spirited, he shouldn't be injured. Suyu was secretly relieved. Then, he looked at Yu Laosi coldly and said, "Bullying the weak, aren't you afraid of retribution? Hey, gigolo, you dared to talk back to me, your grandpa. Where's your cowardice this morning? There's no shrew here to support you." Yu Laosi said as he rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit him. Suyu coldly snorted. He hung the kitten that was brandishing its claws on his clothes. Then, with lightning speed, he punched Yu Laosi on the bridge of his nose. With a ow sound, Yu Laosi was beaten until tears and snot flowed down his face. He reflexively bent down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyu, who succeeded in his attack, held the cumin powder in one hand and the kitten that was hanging on his clothes with the other. Then, he turned around and ran. His attack caught Yu Laosi off guard. If he really fought with the fish seller, with this small noble young master's body, even if there were two more of him, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. After running all the way back to the Su family, Suyu threw the cumin powder on the table and panted. After working for 3 months, his body was a lot stronger, but it still wasn't very good. The kitten in his arms crawled out from the crook of his arm. It shook its messy fur and paced back and forth on the table as if it was an emperor inspecting its territory. Looking at Suyu, who was already lying on the table, its amber eyes showed a bit of disdain. After sitting for a moment, seeing that the person didn't have any intention of getting up, it turned its head in boredom and used its claws to poke at the paper bag next to it. The finely ground cumin powder was pressed by the cat's claws and immediately floated out from the gap. It went into the cat's sensitive nose and the kitten couldn't help but sneeze. Ha ha ha. The kitten turned its head and saw that Suyu had unknowingly raised his head and was looking at it with a smile. It couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. It slowly turned around and sat down again. It stared at him with a serious face. God knows how to tell if a cat's face was serious or not. Anyway, Suyu couldn't tell. He only felt that the furry kitten's posture of sitting upright with its chin slightly raised was very funny. He couldn't help but reach out and rub the cumin powder on its little head. He liked cats since he was a child. When he was a chef in a restaurant, he raised a group of wild cats in the alley behind the kitchen door. Every day, he would send them fish to eat at a fixed time. He also couldn't bear to see people mistreating these little fellows. The kitten squinted its eyes slightly when its head was rubbed. Then, it fiercely scratched him with its claws. Hiss, Suyu quickly retracted his scratched hand. Fortunately, he was experienced. The moment the cat scratched him, he retracted his hand and wasn't scratched too hard. Even so, there were still 3 red marks left on his hand. Little bastard, I risked my life to save you. You don't even let me touch your head. He reached out and poked the kitten that was looking at him with contempt. The kitten looked as if it was saying, my head is not something you mortals can touch. Seeing this, Suyu's heart itched and he couldn't help but want to rub it again. Do you have a home? If you don't have a home, then stay with me. Suyu got up and began to rummage through the things in his cupboard. As he tidied up, he talked endlessly, not caring whether the cat could understand him or not. There was a long iron box with 3 openings, a small bag of charcoal, and a seasoning brush made of wool. Suyu counted these things that he had painstakingly collected one by one. He couldn't help but grin. When he first came here and realized that he was poor, Suyu planned to do small business like teppanyaki squid. However, reality was too cruel. It took him 3 months to even find cumin powder. And he didn't know how long it would take to gather enough money to build a cart that could hold the teppanyaki squid. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was grilled squid skewers. Looking at the sky, it was already past dinner time. The ancients were particular about eating less at night, but it didn't mean that they didn't eat. Suyu didn't eat dinner, and no one at home cared about him. He didn't care about this at all. He moved the wooden bucket containing the squid to the middle of the yard, took the tools used to kill the squid, and began to process these fat big guys. He was very skilled in skinning, removing the internal organs, and pinching the head. He gently made 2 cuts on the squid's body, grabbed the triangular head, and neatly removed the skin and pinched the head. The cat sulked for a while. Seeing that Suyu was no longer talking endlessly, but was cutting something quickly with his fingers, it couldn't help but curiously go over to take a look. After removing the cartilage, the squid was processed. Suyu turned his head and saw that the cat was staring at the squid in his hand without blinking. He guessed that the cat was hungry, so he cut off a squid tentacle and handed it to the cat. The cat came over and sniffed it, then turned its head away with a look of disgust. It had no intention of eating it at all. Suyu raised his eyebrows, but didn't care. Some cats were picky and didn't eat all kinds of seafood. He threw the processed squid in his hand into a small basin and continued to process the other squid. When all the squid was cleaned up, he cut most of them into squid rings and squid tentacles, leaving about 10 whole squid. Then he took out a bamboo skewer and neatly stacked them in a bucket with a lid, and used the well water to cool them. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. After doing all this, Suyu sighed and raised his hand to rub the cat's head. Unsurprisingly, he was hit by the cat's paw again. There were very few servants in the Su family. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and there was no one in the kitchen. Su went in and looked around. The pots and pans were all empty, and there was no leftover food left for him. After searching for a long time, he only found some small fish and shrimps, a few small clams, and a handful of wilted vegetables. He scooped out a ladle of noodles, mixed it with water, kneaded it repeatedly, and put it in a basin to stir the dough. Su calmly washed the small fish, shrimps, and clams. He threw the small fish and shrimps into the pot to cook, and put the clams on the stove to roast. The firewood fire was slow, so it needed to cook for a while. During this free time, Su took out a white porcelain soup bowl and began to put a lot of seasonings in it. Soy sauce, salt, pepper powder, sesame oil, these simple seasonings were abundant. He mixed them together according to a certain ratio and added an appropriate amount of cumin powder. The seasonings for roasted squid were all ready. He left a small dish out and put the rest of the seasonings into a small clay pot. The noodles were ready. Not in a hurry to make the noodles, Su first pulled out a few clams. The small clams were already roasted with their mouths open, and steam was coming out of them. There was very little meat, but it was delicious. Su picked a clam with a thin bamboo stick and handed it to the kitten squatting by the chopping board. The kitten tilted its head and looked at it for a while. It slowly opened its mouth and bit it, and then chewed it slowly. Strangely, the kitten didn't lower its head when it was eating, and still maintained a high and mighty expression. Su found it funny. He picked a clam and dipped it in the seasonings on the plate to taste. The seasonings tasted just right, so he couldn't help but pick another one. Who knew that just as he dipped it in the seasonings, the kitten next to him snatched it away with a howl. "Hey, you can't eat it." Su couldn't stop it in time, and the clam meat dipped in sauce was swallowed by the kitten. Cats couldn't eat things that were too salty. Otherwise, it would be a burden on their kidneys. This was common knowledge that cat owners and cats themselves knew. Su thought that the kitten would spit out the clam meat. Unexpectedly, the kitten licked the corner of its mouth, poked the sauce plate with its paw, and called out to Su. It clearly meant, "Good taste, give me another one." Unable to understand the kitten's special hobby, he simply threw the remaining 2 clams to the kitten to play with and turned to make his seafood noodles. Soaking the dough, kneading the dough, scattering the powder, cutting the dough, Su didn't know much about dough, but making a bowl of handmade noodles was not a problem. The soup base was made with small fish and shrimp, and a few stir-fried squid tentacles. It was fresh and delicious. Su squatted on the ground with a bowl of noodles in his hands. Looking at the kitten who was enjoying the seafood noodles, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This cat's taste was too strange. It didn't eat fresh food, but liked to eat his food. The weather was still a little cold. In the dark and cold night, squatting by the stove with weak candlelight, a man and a cat were eating hot seafood noodles. The fresh and hot soup warmed the deepest part of their bodies. After coming here for so long, Su felt a trace of happiness for the first time. He looked down at the furball who was panting as it ate. It felt good to have a companion. "Second young master, you're here." A little girl suddenly appeared in front of the kitchen door. Seeing the young master squatting by the stove and eating noodles without caring about his image, she suddenly widened her eyes. "Xianxia, what's wrong?" Su saw the little girl and couldn't help but stand up. This was the only little girl by his official mother's Jiao clan. There must be something important for her to be sent here at this time. "Madam wants you to go over." Xianxia pulled her ponytail. "Don't panic. Madam's body is fine." In this family, Madam referred to Suyu's official mother's Jiao clan. Because his father originally had a title, the official wife naturally had a rank, and his aunt could only be called Madam, not Madam. Hearing this, Suyu quickly finished the rest of the noodles and followed Xianxia to the backyard. The golden kitten raised its eyes and looked at Suyu, who was leaving quickly. There was some dissatisfaction in its eyes. This stupid servant actually ran away without asking for permission. After glaring for a moment, it angrily buried its head back to eat. Well, even though he's a little stupid, the food he cooks is indeed delicious. I'll let him off for now. After eating the seafood noodles, he instinctively wanted to lick his paws, but when he saw that his paws were covered in dust from stepping on the ground, he lifted his paws halfway and put them back down, scratching the ground instead. Life after leaving the palace was terrible. He couldn't even lick a paw. Just as he was getting angry, a foot-long civet cat suddenly appeared on the wall and meowed at him. Suyu followed the little girl through the house in the dark. In order to save money, the house didn't light up at night. Seeing that the light in their mother's room was still on, the two of them couldn't help but quicken their pace. "Mother, why are you looking for me so late at night?" Suyu walked to the bed and saw a woman in her 40s leaning on the con table, doing needlework in her hands. The Jao clan was originally considered plump, but this illness was very dangerous. The illness came like a landslide and left like silk. After suffering for a few months, the woman looked a lot more haggard, and her cheeks were a little sunken. When she saw Suyu coming over, she smiled and waved him over. After finishing the last few stitches in her hands, she pulled off the end of the thread and said, "Come and try it." Suyu picked it up and looked at it carefully. It turned out to be a man's cotton robe. The material was fine cambric, and the cotton wasn't thick. It was just right for this season. "For me?" He couldn't help but show some surprise in his eyes. This was purely handmade. Every stitch and thread was warm from his fingertips. This kind of gift was very difficult to get in the society of 1,000 years later. It was originally made in the autumn. "I wanted to give it to you to wear for the new year, but your father suddenly passed away and delayed it for so long." The Jao clan's woman pulled Suyu's hand over and tenderly touched the calluses on his hands. "The weather is warm, so I removed a layer of cotton. Quickly try it on." Suyu had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time someone had made clothes for him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. In his previous life, his parents divorced. His mother didn't like his father and married someone else because she didn't like him. It was good enough that they met once a year. How could they have the time to care about his well-being? The clothes were just right. The stitches were fine, and the material was of high quality. With Suyu's fair and handsome face, he suddenly turned from a fisherman to a noble son. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was a murderous night. Between the green bricks and gray tiles, a few strange figures quickly passed by and stopped on the roof of a house in the West City. The golden kitten sat on the roof, quietly watching the stray cats that gathered from all directions. "Boss, where are we going?" The colorful cat asked the big black cat in front of him, who was in a hurry. "Shut up." The black cat gave the colorful cat a slap with its paw and quickly jumped on the roof. It came in front of the tall kitten and sniffed the tip of its tail to show its submission. The golden kitten wagged its tail. "Old Black, how have you been?" "Thanks to your good fortune." The big black cat bowed its head. Its followers didn't know why, but they followed their boss and bowed their heads. "The day before yesterday, you were almost bitten to death by Wang Kai from the East City." On the other side, the colorful cat, who also had a group of followers, said coldly, "It's none of your business." The big black cat was suddenly unhappy. It bared its teeth and hissed threateningly. The colorful cat didn't want to be outdone. It raised the back of its neck and wanted to fight. "Enough." The kitten wagged its tail with a headache. Hanging out with these unintelligent mountain village cats really couldn't set off its brilliance. But what could it do? As a cat, the only thing it could order around was this miscellaneous army. It let the colorful cat confirm Ulausi's yard again. Cat King, who was in a bad mood, decided to teach this mortal who dared to kick it a lesson. Suyu rushed to buy fish early because there wasn't enough seawater at home to store the sea fish. After a night, most of them would die. As an experienced fisherman, Ulausi wouldn't get up early in the morning to go to the market like Suyu. Instead, he would buy the fish he caught during the day at dusk. There were a few large water tanks at home specifically for storing these fish. The roughly made water tank was very thick. It was 3 feet high. Although it wasn't high for cats, the water inside was deep enough. A group of stray cats circled the fish tank a few times but couldn't get in. Some of the more impatient ones had already jumped onto the water tank and used their paws to hit the fish that popped out. The big black cat let out a low purr, and the cats suddenly quieted down. They all turned to look at the golden kitten that claimed to bring them to eat a feast. They saw the small kitten sitting on a bench, calmly looking at them with its amber eyes. When they were done, it stood up happily and walked to the side of a water tank. It raised its tail and shook it rhythmically. The tip of the golden tail had a tuft of white fur, and as it shook, there was a faint halo. Then, the tail swung towards the water tank like a steel whip. The water tank that was 2 fingers thick suddenly had a hole the size of a fist, and the salty seawater suddenly surged out. It was needless to say how a cat would react to the smell of fish. Yu Laoxi's expression would definitely be very interesting the next day. Suyu came out of his official mother's yard and couldn't help but sigh. The situation at home was too complicated. He was the son of a concubine, and it would be difficult for him to smoothly inherit the title of nobility. His uncle's status was not much higher than his, but his aunt's family had some relations with the imperial uncle, so they had more connections than him, who was poor. His official mother's Jo clan was not to be trifled with. Due to her poor health recently, she didn't have the strength to fight with them. Once her health improved, this family would be chaotic again. To be honest, as a modern person, he didn't care about the title of nobility. As long as he had money, he could live a comfortable life. Being a nobility without any income would still make him miserable. So you didn't want to participate in any family fights. He just wanted to sell his seafood. His current goal was to save enough money to rent a shop and open a small restaurant. Back in his yard, he looked around but couldn't find the kitten. Then he remembered that he had left the kitten in the kitchen, so he quickly went back to look for it. The plate with the seafood noodles was still on the floor, and a few clam shells were thrown aside. So you couldn't find the little furball after searching the kitchen. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. That kitten was the most intelligent cat he had ever seen. Suyu thought that he could become good friends with it and live together with it. Who knew that it would leave without even saying goodbye? Lying on the cold bed, Suyu suddenly felt a little sad. Living in this different time and space, he always felt that there was no sense of belonging. He felt that he might suddenly transmigrate back one day, so he didn't dare to communicate too much with the people around him. He was afraid that he would leave something behind. And that kitten, for the first time, made him think about living seriously, but it disappeared without a word. In a dark alley with dim street lights, Suyu had just finished feeding the wildcat when he suddenly heard a noise. It seemed that a few hooligans were fighting. Not wanting to get involved, Suyu was about to leave quickly. Suddenly, a beer bottle flew at him and his head hurt. My mother is going to be a general's wife. This donkey needs to be sold in exchange for a carriage. Give it back to me, give it back to me. He didn't know who was arguing, but he felt dizzy. With a dong sound, he knocked on the hard steps. Suyu opened his eyes and found that he was in an antique room. Other than a face and a name, everything else was different. Suyu felt that he couldn't breathe. He struggled to open his eyes. What entered his eyes was a dark bedroom. There was an old wooden bed, and his chest felt stuffy. He looked down and saw a yellow furball nestled on his chest, sleeping warmly. The yellow furball glowed with a charming golden color under the early morning light. Little rascal. Suyu reached out and poked the warm furball. This guy was sleeping on his chest. No wonder he was under pressure. The kitten seemed to be very alert. When he touched it, it immediately woke up. It stared at him with dissatisfaction, got up and stepped on his chest. It found a comfortable position and lay down again. Its 2 eyes stared straight at Suyu, as if warning him not to move. If he disturbed Master Cat's sleep, he would die a horrible death. Suyu couldn't help but smile. He put his hands behind his head and looked at it. You're back. Does this mean you agree to live with me? Then I'll give you a name. The kitten looked at him with disdain. If it wasn't because I had no choice, who would want to live with a stupid slave like you? I'll call you Sauce, Suyu said with a smile. A cat that liked to eat sauce so much must be commemorated. Humph, if you want to know my name, just say it. The kitten stood up and looked at him from the corner of its eyes. It then squatted down and used a paw to press Suyu's chin as if it was giving alms. Remember, my name isn't Hongchul. However, in Suyu's ears, this mighty and domineering declaration was nothing more than a series of meow meow meow. He patted the cat's head and said, since you like it so much, then it's decided. Sauce. March 16, West City Temple Fair. There was a Bodhi temple in the western suburbs, and the path leading to the temple had long become a good place for hawkers to set up their stalls. Even before dawn, the sound of donkey carts and the creaking of wooden wheels filled the quiet path. So you got up at 4 o'clock. Because the squid needed to be pickled 3 hours in advance, the kitten was very dissatisfied with the mattress leaving him behind. Sauce, come with me to set up a stall today. So you loaded the things on the donkey cart, and then pulled the kitten down from the bed. And Hongchul was angry when he heard the uncouth name. No matter how Suyu tried to please him, he ignored him all the way. It was already late when they arrived at the western suburbs from the eastern part of the city, and the good stalls had already been taken. Suyu found a conspicuous place next to a big tree, which would more or less block the view, but there was no other way. It was already good enough to have such a place. The kitten squatted on the table, scratched its ears with its back paws, and watched Suyu busy himself. As the sun rose, more and more people came. The business of the wonton and jujube cake sellers was very good. Suyu looked at the ugly squid rings in his hand, and then looked at the jujube cake that was shaped like a flower. The difference in appearance was huge. He shrugged, got up, and went to the stall next door to buy a bowl of wonton. Sauce, if I can't sell it today, this will be our last meal. Suyu gave the kitten 2 wontons. Hearing him call the same name again, the kitten immediately turned its head, pointed its butt at him, and continued to eat the wonton. He covered the iron box with a layer of iron mesh, brushed a thin layer of rapeseed oil, and put the squid skewers on it. Under the charcoal fire, the squid fragrance gradually spread out. Suyu controlled the fire with one hand, and used the other hand to apply the sauce with a wool brush. Many people were attracted by the fragrance and couldn't help but stop. They looked at it for a while, but they didn't know what it was, and then turned and left. When it was almost noon, Suyu still hadn't sold a single skewer. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He had overestimated the ancient people's ability to accept food. Rashly selling something that no one had eaten before was tantamount to opening up a completely blank market. The risk was very high. Meow, and Hongchul looked at the man's depressed face, curled his lips, stood up, shook his fur, and grabbed Suyu's hand that was holding the squid skewers. He looked at them with disgust, then lazily opened his mouth and tore off a piece. He wasn't hungry, he was just bored and wanted to help her eat. The squid meat itself had a fragrant and sweet smell, which would be fully emitted after being roasted. However, the squid itself had the fishy smell of the deep sea, and cumin was the first choice to get rid of it. Brushed with a thick layer of sauce, the raw cumin powder was also roasted by the charcoal fire until it exploded, each grain clearly visible. And Hongchul's eyes narrowed in satisfaction as he took a few more bites. It was extraordinarily delicious. Huh? There was a low cry from the crowd, and soon, a fat figure squeezed over. Guest, give me a skewer of grilled squid. It only costs 3 copper coins. Suyu smiled and introduced. Looking at the man's brocade clothes, he must be a rich man. Moreover, he had a chubby baby face, so he should be a foodie. The fat man looked at the squid skewers in Suyu's hand, or to be exact, he looked straight at the golden kitten that was eating the squid in Suyu's hand. Give me a skewer. Okay. Suyu immediately and happily heated the half-cooked skewer on the fire, brushed it with a layer of sauce, handed it to the man, and received his first income of the day, 3 copper coins. Oh, delicious. The little fat man looked to be 16 or 17 years old. When he ate something delicious, he immediately forgot about business. While chewing the last squid ring, he pointed to the grill. Give me 10 more skewers of this. Okay. Suyu deftly turned around and took out 10 skewers of squid rings, as well as a whole squid that had been cut with a knife. Guest, there's also this kind of whole squid. Do you want to try it? Okay, give me one. The little fat man quickly agreed, but his eyes drifted to the kitten on the side, and he winked at it. As a result, he was coldly stared at by that pair of amber eyes. He immediately swallowed his saliva and scratched his head, not knowing what to do. The surrounding people who had been observing for a long time saw that this person repeatedly said that it was delicious, and some boldly came up to buy 2 skewers. The people in the capital had never tried this kind of food before, and they didn't expect it to be unexpectedly delicious. The inconspicuous little stall was quickly surrounded by people. 3 copper coins for a skewer wasn't cheap, but it was the price of 3 sesame seed cakes, so it wasn't a problem to buy it and try it. There were even women sitting in sedan chairs who saw the crowd and asked their servants to come over and buy 10 or 20 skewers. A bucket full of squid was sold out just after noon. Suyu was tired and sweating, but his mouth was wide open. The squid rings and squid tentacles were both 3 copper coins for a skewer, and the whole squid was 10 copper coins. He had bought 100 squid yesterday, and selling them all meant that Suyu had earned nearly 500 copper coins. And he had only spent 30 copper coins to buy these squid, 500 copper coins. 1,000 copper coins was 1 tael of silver. If this continued, he would be able to earn over 100 taels of silver in a year. For a moment, Suyu's eyes were filled with shining silver, and the silver had grown small wings and was fluttering at him. Seeing Suyu laughing foolishly and almost drooling, the kitten's amber eyes were filled with disdain. It was really embarrassing to stay with such a stupid guy. Just at this time, the little fat man in luxurious clothes came back. And Hongchul raised a paw to cover its face. "I'm sorry, customer, they're all sold out." The smile on Suyu's face hadn't disappeared. "I don't buy food." The little fat man stretched out a white and tender hand and pointed at the golden kitten sitting next to the money jar. "Sell me this cat." Suyu shook his head. "This cat is not for sale. I'll trade this with you." As the little fat man spoke, he took out a small piece of silver from his sleeve. Looking at it, it was at least 3 taels. As a poor fisherman, it was the first time Suyu had seen so much money. His eyes immediately widened, but reason prevailed in the end. No matter how beautiful a cat was, it couldn't be worth 3 taels of silver. He couldn't help but frown. "Customer, what do you want this cat for?" "This cat is fat and strong, cough cough, its fur is bright and beautiful, I want to, ouch." As the little fat man spoke, he reached out to grab the kitten, but the result was a clean scratch. Fat and strong? Suyu's heart was suddenly alarmed. He knew that the ancient people also liked to eat dragon and tiger fighting. This kitten's fur was strange, maybe it was a particularly delicious breed, which attracted this person who loved to eat as much as his life to spend money like water. Seeing that the kitten was resisting the man's touch, he immediately hugged the little fur ball that was about to explode and said with a cold face, "Not for sale." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the man to respond. He put the kitten on the donkey cart and left. The kitten quietly nestled in Suyu's arms. It slowly poked its head out from the front of the donkey and looked up at his beautiful chin. His chest wasn't very wide, but at this moment, it seemed warm and reliable. A cat was usually only worth a few copper coins. Someone offered him 3 taels of silver and he didn't sell it. Yes, he was a bit stupid, but he was still a loyal subject. This was the Cat King's final conclusion. Back home, Suyu was still distressed about the 3 taels of silver. However, a gentleman who loved money should take it in the right way. This kind of ill-gotten wealth naturally couldn't be earned. However, that was 3 taels of silver. Taking advantage of the fact that the sun hadn't set yet and was still warm, Suyu got a basin of warm water next to the stove and prepared to bathe the kitten that had been exposed to smoke and fire all day. In order to prevent it from being scratched, he specially found a cloth and wrapped it around his hand. "Give me some sauce. Let's wash it clean." "Humph, it finally knows how to bathe me." The kitten shook its fur and arrogantly jumped into the wooden basin. Then, it leaned on the side of the basin and leisurely waved its tail in the water. Suyu was stunned for a full 3 seconds. This cat was definitely a freak. The weather was still cold, so he didn't dare to bathe for too long. After carelessly rubbing the kitten for a while, Suyu quickly wrapped the kitten with a dry towel and put it in his arms. He quickly ran back to his room and stuffed it under the quilt. When Suyu came back with new squid, he found that the kitten's fur was already dry and it was sleeping in the middle of his bed. Amused, he pinched its soft paws and turned around to clean up the squid and make dinner. There were a lot of fishing boats that came back at dusk, and the price was cheaper than in the morning. However, the fish they caught were not as big as in the morning. After some haggling, Suyu bought 200 squid with 50 copper coins. He also sold a few small yellow croakers. Today's profit was enough for him to have a sumptuous meal. And Hongchul was awakened by the smell of roasted fish. He got up quickly and saw the stupid slave holding a plate of roasted small yellow croakers and a big bowl of milky white fish soup next to it. He was about to jump onto the table, but he hesitated when he ran to the bedside. He just washed his paws, so he didn't want to get dust on them. Sauce, come here. Suyu saw that the kitten didn't want to get off the bed and thought that it was afraid of heights, so he reached out and put the kitten on the table. This action obviously won the cat's heart. It reached out its paws and patted his arm to show encouragement. Delicious roasted small yellow croakers with delicious crucian carp soup. This was enough for the cat's life. After eating and drinking, the kitten lay on the bed with its belly facing up. It was in a good mood and slowly wagged its tail. Even the imperial chefs in the palace couldn't make such delicious food. When he returned to the palace in the future, he must bring this slave back and make fish for him to eat every day. After Suyu took a bath, he was shivering from the cold. He jumped onto the bed, lifted the quilt, and crawled under it. Furball, who was digesting food on the quilt, was suddenly thrown into the bed. Meow. And Hongchul rolled and got up unhappily. He jumped onto Suyu's chest and looked down at him. Stupid slave, you dare to steal my bed. Is the sauce cold? Suyu, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, blinked. Stupid servant, how dare you mention the name of that idiotic person? Today, I must teach this idiot a lesson. Its soft paws stepped forward and stepped on Suyu's neck. Its amber eyes were full of anger. And Hongchul's body was still that of a small milk cat, only the size of a palm. Its round head was covered with soft fur, and it was sleeping in a mess. With such an image, how to put on a cold and dignified appearance was really an eternal problem. At least the person involved, Suyu, did not feel the slightest bit of pressure from a superior. Holding back his laughter, Suyu looked at the little thing that was about to explode. He understood cats quite well and knew that this fellow felt that he had invaded its territory and was ready to beat him up. He quickly reached out from under the blanket and pulled the little fur ball into his arms. He held down the 4 paws that were struggling and took the opportunity to kiss the top of its furry head. Okay, you can't sleep on such a big bed, so please be magnanimous and let me have a bit. His soft lips were moist from the shower, and they warmly touched the top of his head. And Hongchul was stunned for a long time. He slowly raised his head and happened to see a white neck with a little pink. This damn slave, actually, kissed him. The little golden ears were pressed back, and the side without fur was already completely red. And Hongchul turned over and rubbed his head against Suyu's inner shirt. Damn it, he actually wet his head and made him lose all of his dignity. How could he issue an edict like this? I'll let him go today, but next time, he won't be so easy to fool. Suyu looked at the fur ball that was unwillingly curled into a ball in his arms and smiled silently. The north wind was still whistling outside the window. The usually cold blanket suddenly became different because of the addition of a small body. The temple fair was not held every day, but the snack street in the west of the city was always there. It was just that business was better on every double day. It was best to set up this kind of specialty snack business in one place. Therefore, Suyu did not move to another place. Every day, he would set up his stall under the big tree on time. The chubby boy who wanted to buy a cat didn't appear again, and Suyu gradually forgot about the 3 tails of silver. However, his official mother's Jo clan's health hadn't improved, which made him a little worried. After working for about half a month, Suyu saved up some money. He went to a pharmacy and bought several 50-year-old ginseng roots. He also slaughtered an old hen to stew soup and sent it to his mother. A 50-year-old ginseng cost 100 taels of silver. Suyu couldn't afford it, but he could buy a few ginseng roots. The official mother of the Jo clan actually didn't have any major health problems. In Suyu's opinion, it was purely due to malnutrition. The food of the ancients was simple. Women ate very little. Once their bodies were weak, they were particular about not eating anything and not using anything. They lay down every day to recuperate. Even if they were not sick, they would be sick from hunger. Hey, Boss Su, you've made a lot of money recently. A tall figure blocked Suyu's way and blocked a large area of light. Suyu frowned slightly and looked up. He saw a man with a face full of pimples. He stuck out his stomach and blocked the door to the backyard. In the eyes of the ancients, this face full of red pimples was a face full of scabies. The ancients ate a light diet. Being able to get pimples during puberty was enough to show how good and greasy the food was. This greasy man was Suyu's cousin, Su Ming. It's just a small business. I'll have to rely on you in the future. So you didn't want to be entangled with him. The chicken soup didn't taste good when it was cold. Chicken soup. Su Ming had no intention of letting him go. He stretched his head to look at the bowl in Suyu's hand. He almost buried his face in it and tasted it. My mother is tired these days. It's just right for her to drink chicken soup. Cousin, you're thoughtful. Just leave it to me. As he spoke, he was about to snatch the bowl in Suyu's hand. Although Suyu's figure was slender, compared to the tall and strong Su Ming, he was at a disadvantage. Seeing that the bowl was about to be snatched away, Suyu gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his hand. Sure enough, Su Ming reached out to grab it. A bowl of boiling hot chicken soup suddenly poured out and covered young Master Su's head. Ouch, it's scalding me. Su Ming suddenly jumped up and shook his head to shake off the thing on his head. Cousin, if you want to drink it, just say it. Be careful not to burn your tongue. Suyu pretended to be surprised and slowly adjusted his lapel. And Hongchul squatted on a nearby tree and quietly watched the farce. He had never seen such a straightforward and shameless method. He felt strange and didn't know what this little slave fish would do next. How dare you splash me? There were still green onions on Su Ming's face, and the sticky chicken soup dripped down from his forehead. The front of his shirt was wet. His face was red with anger, and he waved his fist at Suyu's face. Suyu was already prepared. He turned around and ran away. What a joke, he was just a cook, not a Wuling master. And Hongchul was stunned for a long time. He thought that this guy had some tricks up his sleeve. He really overestimated him. Scratching his ears with his hind paws, the golden kitten jumped along the treetops to the top of the wall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, there was a pot of chicken soup. There was still some left after it was spilled. Suyu filled another bowl and called the maidservant in his official mother's courtyard to carry it over so that he wouldn't be intercepted again. The Jao clan had already heard about the small disturbance in the front yard. She held Suyu's hand and looked at it for a long time, afraid that he would be scalded. Seeing that he was fine, she sneered and said, "These filthy things are getting more and more arrogant. Let them be for a few more days. Mother, I can make money now. If uncle inherits the title, you can go out with me and live alone." Suyu took out a few pieces of newly exchanged silver from his sleeves and placed them on the Kong table. These days, the squid was selling very well. Basically, they were selling 3 buckets a day. Thus, he exchanged a large amount of copper coins for silver and saved it. The Jao clan looked at the small pieces of silver on the table and weighed them in her hand. It was about 5 taels. She pondered for a moment and said, "Do you still have the things you sold these days?" She knew that Suyu went out to sell cooked food every day. She didn't expect that he could make so much money. "Mother, do you want to try it? I'll go and grill a few skewers." Suyu smiled and got up to go out. This grilled squid was actually the favorite of women. Every day, the women of the rich families would send their servants to buy squid. They would buy a few handfuls at a time. It was his negligence that he didn't give it to his mother to try. The Jao clan didn't stop him, nor did they refuse the silver. They just slowly finished the bowl of chicken soup and ordered Chen Chao to open the box. When Suyu came back with a few skewers of grilled squid, he saw the Jao clan sitting on the main seat with a yellowed book in their hands. The golden kitten jumped lightly on the wall of Dongqing and soon arrived at Prince Zhao's residence. Yu Laosi was listlessly collecting fish at the small side door. He didn't know what happened last month, but there was a big hole in his fish tank and all the fish in the tank were eaten by wild cats. It was a heavy loss for him. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to recover for half a year. When he saw the cats on the wall, he couldn't help but spit. And Hongchul wagged its tail and jumped from the wall into the prince's residence. It familiarly found its way to the main courtyard. The courtyard was decorated with flowers and birds, water pavilions, and pavilions. It was luxuriously built. A young man wearing a light blue robe embroidered with a 5-clawed silver dragon was sitting in the small pavilion in the courtyard. In front of him was a table full of delicious wine and food. This person was the current emperor's younger brother, Prince Zhao. "Prince, this is a freshly caught scallop. Please try it." An enchanting woman was attentively serving food to Prince Zhao. She used a delicate silver spoon to scoop out the meat from the shell. She dipped it in sauce and brought it to the man's mouth. "Prince, eat this. It's a small yellow croaker roasted with perilla fruit. It was personally made by this concubine." Another beautiful woman was not willing to be outdone. She picked up a piece of fish and brought it over. "Oh, delicious." Not knowing which one to eat, he directly put both into his mouth. His originally slightly chubby face suddenly bulged. He inadvertently looked up and saw the golden fur ball standing on the treetop. He immediately choked. "Cough, cough, cough, Prince, Prince." The two women panicked. They quickly calmed him down and handed him water. The golden kitten coldly looked at him. Its amber eyes were filled with disdain. "Enough, enough." Prince Zhao impatiently waved his hand. "Everyone withdraw for this prince. If you get in the way, how can I eat you?" Everyone didn't dare to make a sound. They lowered their heads and filed out. The courtyard was soon empty. And Hongchul swaggered over and jumped onto the stone table. He squatted down in the middle of the table with an arrogant look. He looked at Prince Zhao, who was eating until his mouth was covered in oil. Prince Zhao had delicate features and was very handsome. However, because he had gained weight, he looked a little less dignified. At this moment, facing the palm-sized kitten, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He rubbed his hands and said, "That. Have you been well these past few days?" The moon was high in the sky. Suyu was holding a yellowed book as he walked back to his courtyard. He was still in a daze. Today, after the Jao clan tasted his grilled squid, they had solemnly handed the secret book over to him. Suyu also thought about it. The Su family was a founding family. How could they be so poor that they didn't even have anything to eat? They must have some kind of family background. When he took the ancient book, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Perhaps this was a secret book on the art of war. After reading it, one could unify the world. Perhaps it was an internal strength cultivation method. After practicing it, one could become invincible. It could also be a treasure map left behind by his ancestors. Inside, there was a detailed record of the location of the 36 hidden treasures. With an inexplicably excited heart, Suyu opened the first page of the ancient book. There were 4 large words written on it: Su Family Cookbook. Suyu's mouth twitched as he put away the family heirloom. Then his mouth twitched even more as he listened to the history of the Su family. In the end, there was a difference between dreams and reality. And the difference was quite big. Back in the room, the golden ball of fur was already sleeping in the middle of the bed. The tip of its tail, which had a tuft of white fur, shook from time to time. The color of this cat's fur was very special. Usually, a yellow cat would have some stripes on its body, but this guy was pure yellow from head to toe. Only its belly and the tip of its tail were white. "I haven't fed you anything tonight. What did you eat?" Suyu poked its bulging belly. Obviously, it was full. And Hongchul slowly turned over, stretched, yawned, and sat up. It shook its tail, looked up at Suyu's face for a long time, and then reluctantly moved a little bit into the bed. Suyu immediately accepted the cat's charity. He climbed onto the bed and occupied the territory that the cat sacrificed a lot to give up. He took the opportunity to hug the cat, who was licking its paws, and sighed, "Sauce, you definitely won't be able to guess how our Su family became the founding fathers of the country." And Hongchul glanced at him and continued to lick its paws. What was there to guess? In the 27th year of Qingping, Taizu went on a campaign to conquer Ming province. He was trapped on the road. A fish seller surnamed Su offered him 3 carts of live fish. The fish were very fresh and delicious. "This isn't loyal at all." Suyu buried his nose in the cat's thigh and hummed listlessly. And Hongchul lowered its head and looked at him quietly. Its amber eyes gradually showed a smile. It slowly lowered its head and licked Suyu's sideburns. How could this stupid thing understand that the person who could offer fresh fish to the royal family was the greatest loyal minister? The barbed tongue licked his face, and it was slightly itchy. Suyu was a little flattered and didn't dare to move. He obediently accepted the cat's whimsical caress, and unknowingly fell asleep. Today, the Jao clan had told him a lot. His eldest uncle and his father were not born of the same mother. His eldest uncle's mother was a concubine who was promoted after Suyu's grandmother passed away. He could only be considered as half a legitimate son. Therefore, his status was about the same as Suyu's. The matter of his title had not been settled yet. However, Suyu's daily physical work had already exhausted his energy. He really didn't have the energy to play any otaku fighting. After midnight, the moon was high in the sky. Half asleep, Suyu seemed to feel a pair of cold thin lips gently touching the corner of his lips. He tried hard to open his eyes, but he couldn't see anything clearly. He vaguely felt that it was a beauty. Suyu struggled to open his eyes in the morning light. The soft touch was still there. He quickly lowered his head and found Saw sleeping soundly on his neck. This guy was very domineering. His long tail circled around his neck, and one of his front paws was pressed against Suyu's chin, not allowing him to move around in his sleep. Suyu looked at the quilt on his body and was a little confused. He seemed to have fallen asleep directly on the quilt last night. How did he cover himself with the quilt? Rou-yu, freshly grilled Rou-yu. The loud shouting spread throughout the path to the Bodhi temple. Squid was known as Rou-yu in this era. Suyu's grilled squid was selling well, and many people came to try it out. It's not that good. Someone ate a skewer and felt that it tasted fishy and wasn't delicious. Of course, it's not delicious. A regular customer saw it and pointed to the small stall under the big tree. That was the authentic Suyu's grilled Rou-yu. These days, seeing that Suyu's business was good, many people began to imitate him. Squid was not valuable in the sea, and the cost was very low. However, recently, the peddlers in the capital were scrambling to buy squid, and the price of squid had doubled. Suyu looked at the several grilled squid stalls across the street. He wasn't worried that his business would be stolen, because without cumin powder, it was very difficult to make grilled squid taste good. He was worried that the unpalatable squid would ruin his reputation and hinder his grand plan of opening a chain store. Meow. The sound of sauce brought Suyu's attention back. He quickly looked up and saw a young man in luxurious clothes grimacing in pain as he touched his hand that was scratched. His slightly chubby face was full of grievance. Because there were many customers, Suyu didn't have time to collect the money, so he put a wooden box on the table. The customers would first throw the copper coins into the box and then eat the squid. This little fatty probably wanted to eat the squid first, but he was scratched by the miser cat guarding the box. It's a total of 30 copper coins. Suyu rubbed the cat's head, but the smile on his face disappeared. He knew this little fatty. He was the guy who wanted to buy the cat half a month ago. Little fatty was helpless. After searching for a long time, he only took out a silver bead from the pouch. This is too expensive. I can't give you change. Suyu quickly stopped little fatty's action of throwing the silver bead. That bead was at least 100 grams. Even with his daily income, he couldn't exchange it for zero. Little fatty scratched his head. I forgot to bring money today. You don't have to give me change. How can that be? So you couldn't take it anymore. What if this person used this as an excuse to ask for his cat? He immediately pushed the silver bead back and took back the grilled squid. He didn't plan to sell it to him anymore. Little fatty snatched the squid skewers that were sizzling with oil and took a bite without any explanation. Then, he quickly gave Suyu a small jade token and said, "Go back to my residence to get the money." After saying that, he held the squid skewers and disappeared without a trace. Ah. Suyu couldn't stop him in time. He looked at the jade token in his hand, which was only 2 inches long, and couldn't help but frown. The jade token was made of green jade. On the front, there was a delicate qilin carved on it. The qilin had tiger eyes and dragon whiskers, and its feet were stepping on auspicious clouds. This thin piece of green jade was enough to buy a bucket of squid. On the back, there was a small inscription that was difficult to read. There was only one big word, Zhao. The qilin was a prince's gift. It was obvious who the owner of this jade token was. It was the current emperor's younger brother, Prince Zhao, and Hongyo. On the way back, Suyu drove the donkey cart absent-mindedly. Prince Zhao's actions were obviously intentional. But why would a noble prince repeatedly look for a barbecue skewer seller? It was really puzzling. The kitten, which was originally sitting in Suyu's arms, climbed up his arm to his shoulder and sat steadily on it, as if it was driving the donkey cart. This cat didn't seem like a cat at all. It was more like a dog. It wasn't afraid of strangers at all, and it ran around with him every day. Suyu realized that he had picked up a treasure. It warmed his bed, took him for walks, played with him, and even collected money. Now, let alone 3 taels of silver, he wouldn't sell it even if you gave him 300 taels of silver. Suyu's ear was poked by the cat's fur, and he immediately felt itchy. He took the opportunity to rub against the cat's body. Out of the corner of his eye, he found that the field was full of rapeseed flowers. The yellow and orange color spread all the way to the horizon. The kitten on his shoulder was looking at the bright rapeseed field. Spring is coming. Suyu stopped the donkey cart and sat side by side with the kitten on the shaft of the cart. They quietly watched the afterglow of the setting sun scatter into the flower field. Meow. The kitten responded, which was rare. It looked at the beautiful scenery in front of it, as if it could compose a poem right away. A strange feeling gradually emerged in Suyu's heart. Prince Zhao definitely wouldn't be interested in him, who was selling skewers. Everything could only be because of this special cat. For a moment, an absurd idea suddenly flashed through his mind. As a person who had traveled through time, could the golden finger that God had given him be, Sauce, are you some kind of monster? Suyu turned his head strangely and looked into the cat's big amber eyes. The cat didn't answer Suyu's question. When it heard the word sauce, it gave him a slap with its paw. Stupid slave, how many times have I told you, don't call me that name? Thanks to the cat's merciless attack, Suyu temporarily forgot about Prince Zhao. He went home to fill himself and the cat's stomach, then lay on his bed and began to study his family heirloom. There were more and more grilled squid stalls in the market, which made him feel a sense of crisis. After all, grilled squid wasn't a long-term solution. If he wanted to make a lot of money, he still had to make traditional seafood. However, the seasonings in this ancient world were very different from those in the modern world. As a newcomer, Suyu didn't know much about the ingredients in this world. If he wanted to make popular food, he couldn't just rely on his craftsmanship alone. According to his official mother, the Zhao clan, the ancestors of the Su family were famous chefs in the East China Sea. They were the best at making seafood from the sea. However, people in the previous dynasty weren't as crazy about seafood as they were now. Although the Su family was well off, they had never become a rich family. This Su family's cookbook was the secret recipe of the Su family. Many dishes had been lost because this cookbook only recorded the ingredients of each dish, but didn't mention the cooking method. For example, the first dish, silk-twined white jade shell. The recipe was written like this: fresh scallop, mung bean powder, garlic, ginger, sauce. There were 9 words in total. Then he drew a picture of the finished product. It was a white outline of a shell with an open mouth and a pile of strips on top of it. It was signed silk-twined white jade shell. Suyu was confused. Adding mung beans to fresh scallop? What kind of method was this? And Hong Chul, who was playing with his claws, saw the frown on Suyu's face and suddenly felt that he was an eyesore. He lowered his head and looked at the yellowed ancient book. Silk-twined white jade shell. This wasn't a rare dish. The imperial chefs in the palace could also make it. Mung bean powder, can it get rid of the fishy smell? Suyu scratched his hair and buried his face in the quilt. He was puzzled. The kitten was attracted by Suyu's scratching of his head. It rushed over to hug his head and quickly scratched it. The already messy hair was scratched into a mess. Hey! Suyu quickly grabbed the troublemaker's front paw. Who knew that the naughty kitten would be playful and use its hind legs to quickly kick Suyu? Little rascal, you've scratched my hair into a fan, Suyu smiled and held down the moving furball. Suddenly, he was stunned. Wait, fan, modern people often ate dragon mouth crystal powder. It was slender and translucent, smooth and tender. The most delicious vermicelli was made from mung beans. The so-called mung bean powder didn't refer to the powder ground from mung beans, but the vermicelli made from mung beans. No wonder it looked so familiar. To put it bluntly, wasn't silk-twined white jade shell steamed scallop with minced garlic and vermicelli, Suyu held the book in his hand and quickly flipped through the back pages. The ingredients were detailed and the cooking method was only a few words. However, when he thought about the dishes in his previous life with the accompanying pictures, it wasn't far off. It was just that the names of the ingredients were strange. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. To him, this book was a translation manual for the ingredients of this world. Although it wasn't a secret treasure, it was what he needed the most now. Sauce, I love you to death. Suyu scooped up the kitten that was still persistently kicking him and kissed the furry kitten's face. The furball froze for a moment and stared at Suyu with its eyes wide open. The latter was still dancing with excitement. Damn it. Sauce. When it was time for bed, Suyu realized that the kitten was angry. It curled up into a fur ball on the pillow and kept pointing its butt at him. It reached out and poked at him, ignoring him. It scratched its tail and touched its hind paws, ignoring him. Suyu shamelessly stuck his face to it and buried it in its soft fur. Miraculously, the kitten didn't move away and remained motionless. Hee, with this recipe, we'll be rich, hee. Suyu closed his eyes and couldn't help but giggle again. In the future, when we open a restaurant, you can squat on the cash counter and attract more money. Hee. But when can we save enough money to open a restaurant? Why don't we get some investors? And Hongchul's muttering came from its hind legs, accompanied by warm breaths. It lay motionless on its stomach and gently stretched out its paws to hook the pillow. The originally pink and white pads had already turned red. This little slave fish was getting more and more reckless. He couldn't be spoiled like this anymore. Under the hazy moonlight, a cool and soft touch gently touched the corners of his lips and cheeks. It was itchy, as if it was teasing him, but also as if it was devoutly confirming his words. Suyu couldn't help but move away. The warm breath moved with him, and he vaguely saw a pair of beautiful eyes that were slightly raised. Suyu resisted the sleepiness and opened his eyes. He focused and found that his inner shirt was pulled open, revealing half of his collarbone. A furball was squatting by his pillow with a serious face and looking at him with its head tilted. Little rascal. Suyu smiled and held the cat in his arms. Licking me in the middle of the night, do you think I'm a fish? And Hongchul rubbed his chin on the cat's head. It was very comfortable to scratch the cat's head with the stubble that had just grown. He narrowed his eyes and quietly withdrew his paws from his inner shirt. Early in the morning, Suyu hadn't even opened her eyes from Mao Mao's gentle embrace when she was woken up by a commotion outside. And Hongchul obviously hadn't slept enough. It raised its paws to cover its ears and shrank into Suyu's arms. Second young master, it's terrible. Madam and first madam are fighting in the backyard. Grassy knocked on the door anxiously. Ah? Suyu was shocked. Are they fighting? Who? Mother and big aunt. In this ancient aristocratic family that paid particular attention to etiquette, the women would actually fight. Thinking about his eldest aunt's tall and sturdy figure and his mother's small body, which had just recovered from a serious illness, Suyu quickly got up. The kitten sleeping on his chest fell onto the bed. Meow. And Hongchul stretched and watched as Suyu hurriedly put on his clothes and ran out the door. It was bored and yawned. It licked its paws and tidied up its appearance. Then it slowly jumped out of bed and followed him to the backyard. When Suyu ran to the backyard, the scene in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. His eldest aunt, who was as strong as a cow, was from the Li clan. Her hairpin was messy, and she had been splashed with some unknown tea. His thin mother, who was from the Jao clan, was dressed in dignified clothes and had a fierce look in her eyes. If it weren't for the two maids holding her back, she would probably have rushed over and hit them again. Mother! Suyu hurriedly ran over and supported his mother, who was gasping for breath. Li Yunxiu, look at yourself. You want to be the general's wife? Bah! The Jao clan spat. She shook off the two maids and only let Suyu support her. Zhao Yuhua, I'll kill you. His eldest aunt screamed and was about to throw herself forward. The two maids tried to stop her, but they couldn't stop her. Instead, they were knocked straight into his mother. Suyu frowned. He pulled the Jao clan back a step and raised his hand to block his eldest aunt's outstretched arm. His eldest aunt didn't care and reached out to hit Suyu's face. His mother, who was from the Jo clan, suddenly grabbed his eldest aunt's hair and gave her a backhanded slap. Slap. The sound was very loud. The yard suddenly quieted down for a moment. Everyone was stunned. "What are you doing?" A middle-aged man's voice was heard. It was Suyu's eldest uncle, Su Xiaozhong. "Oh, I can't live like this anymore." Seeing her husband come, eldest aunt immediately sat on the ground and wailed. Su Xiaozhong had regular facial features and a tall figure. However, his eyes were erratic and didn't look very reliable. His wife started to make a scene, but he didn't say anything to stop her. He just looked at the Jo clan and Suyu's expressions and coughed dryly. "What's going on? Isn't it obvious that the younger sister-in-law is hitting the older sister-in-law?" Before the two of them could answer, the Li clan's eldest aunt shouted loudly. Then, he cried, "It's a sin. I spent so much effort to treat your illness and raise your son. Is this how you treat me? It's a sin." Suyu's mother, the Jo clan, stood there with a cold face. She didn't say a word and didn't say anything. She didn't blame the Li clan either. Instead, she looked like a bystander. "Mother." Suyu quietly asked the Jo clan's opinion. The Jo clan patted the back of Suyu's hand and said, "Don't say anything. Just watch." Thus, Suyu was relieved and relaxed. He watched in amazement as eldest aunt deliberately found fault with the Jo clan and scolded Suyu for being disobedient and unfilial. Then, she said that the family was having a hard time. In the end, she said that she didn't want to take care of the family anymore and wanted Suyu and his mother to live a carefree life. From then on, they would never see each other again. Her voice was so loud that even the neighbors could hear it clearly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Xiaozhong finally couldn't stand it anymore and scolded her. "Sister-in-law, you're right. The Jo clan said, send someone to invite clan uncle here. Let's have a good talk today. Is our family really so poor that we can't even drink brown sugar water?" When Su Xiaozhong heard that the clan uncle was invited, he immediately became anxious and said, "Why would you invite clan uncle here?" These days, Su Xiaozhong's legs were thin from running around. The matter of his title had not been settled yet. Yesterday, there was some progress, so he couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this critical juncture. "If we don't invite someone to uphold justice, our orphan and widow will starve to death." The Jo clan didn't spare him a single word and pulled Suyu to the main hall. "Oh, you're still feeling wronged." The Li clan's uncle jumped up and said, Go invite them now. I want to see how you treat your eldest sister-in-law." Su Xiaozhong originally thought that since he hadn't eaten yet, the clan uncles wouldn't arrive until around noon. However, when he walked to the main hall, 2 clan uncles were already sitting neatly in the room. Alarms immediately went off in his heart. These clan uncles were all elders in the family. Although they were from the collateral branch and didn't have the title of nobility, their seniority was still there. Whenever the Su family had any big or small matters, these clan uncles would be invited to preside over. Of course, there was another reason for this. That was, when Xianxia was considering the title of nobility, he would also ask the elders of the collateral branch for their approval. Meow. The room was filled with people, which made the hungry cat king even more unhappy. It stretched out its paw and scratched Suyu's trousers. Seeing that he didn't care, it climbed along his clothes and climbed onto his back. The Jo clan directly sat in the main seat. Now that the title of nobility had not been decided, as the wife of the general, she had the highest status and should sit in the main seat. Suyu stood by his mother's side to support her. Naturally, his back was straight and his gaze was like a torch. Even if there was a ball of fur continuously moving up his back, his expression would not change and he would not be moved by the 8 winds. "Today, I invited the 2 clan uncles here for one thing." As soon as the Jo clan sat down, they took out a wooden box and placed it on the square table with both hands. When they opened the lid, a bright yellow object was revealed. When Su Xiaozhong and the Li clan saw this, they immediately became nervous. They couldn't be more familiar with this box. It was the imperial yellow silk that was placed in the ancestral hall. Every generation of nobility had to be approved by the emperor. If there was a change in the title of nobility, they had to take out the imperial yellow silk and report it to Xianxia. My late husband passed away, the title of nobility is vacant, and the family business has withered. Speaking of this, the Jiao clan paused and took a deep look at the eldest uncle and sister-in-law. Yu is the son of a concubine. Even if he inherits the title of nobility, he will be demoted by 2 ranks. His life in the future will be even more difficult. Su Xiaozhang's eyes lit up. He thought that his sister-in-law was going to fight with him for the title of nobility, but it seemed that there was room for discussion. I'm just a woman, so I don't know much about the title of nobility. I thought that since we're all family, there's no difference between an uncle and a son, but... The woman from the Jiao clan took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and dabbed at the corner of her eyes. She suddenly burst into tears. I've been in charge of the household for many years. I know exactly how much wealth our family has. Even if it's not enough, we won't let you go out to sell fish. You black-hearted people, you're trying to starve us to death. With that, the Jiao clan began to wail. While crying, they scolded the Li clan for not giving Suyu enough food to eat and not giving her medicine if she didn't pay enough money every day. Poor child, who couldn't do anything, was forced to sell fish in cold weather. Her hands and feet were frozen. It was simply sad to see it and shed tears. Su Xiaozhang and his wife were dumbfounded. Suyu was also stunned. It wasn't until the fur ball on her back came out of her collar that she came back to her senses. She quietly rubbed her head against the kittens. If it wasn't for her mother's words, Suyu really didn't realize that she was living such a miserable life. The 2 clan uncles also frowned. The Su family used to be prosperous, so it was really shameful for them to become like this. Xiaozhang, your brother's body hasn't even turned cold, and you treat his widow like this. How can the clan give you the title of nobility? Su Xiaozhang glared at his wife fiercely. She was unable to accomplish anything but was good at spoiling things. It would be fine if she forced Xiaoshi to death, but if she forced her to fight back, it would be really troublesome. Zhao Yuhua, don't slander us. I didn't give you any less medicine these days. Eldest aunt glared and jumped up to scold her. The Jiao clan immediately asked Chen Chao to bring the dregs of the decoction she used every day to the 2 Jiao clan uncles. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the dregs had been decocted more than 5 times. The decoction was no different from plain water. How could it be used to treat illnesses? The money Yu gives you every day is enough to buy 3 sets of medicine, but you only give me 1 set every 2 days. If it weren't for my luck, I'm afraid I would have seen the king of hell long ago. The Jiao clan member covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed nonstop. He looked very weak, and his other hand was still tightly holding the imperial yellow silk on the table. If I'm tortured to death by you like this, how can my Yu live? I'm determined not to let you succeed in getting this title. Suyu's father was a second-class general who supported the country. Regardless of whether it was him or his eldest uncle, they would be demoted by 2 ranks, skipping the second-class general of the army and directly becoming a third-class general of the army. Although they didn't have any power and were forced to participate in the war, the third-class general of the army had a salary of 30 shirlu rice and 130 strings of coins every year, which was enough to support a family. The atmosphere became stiff for a moment. Su Xiaozhang was silent for a moment with a livid face. He sneered and said, with the identity of a concubine's son, Xianxia will directly take away the Su family's title. At that time, no one will benefit. The nobility's title had always been very strict. Under normal circumstances, it had to be the eldest son of the first wife. If there was no son of the first wife, it was likely that Xianxia would judge that there was no heir and directly take away the title. Although Su Xiaozhang was the son of a concubine, his mother later promoted him to the first wife. In the family tree, he was the son of the first wife, so it was more likely that he would inherit the title. However, Xianxia's duty was to control and reduce the nobility, so he could find a few faults. If the Jiao clan made a big deal out of this, once Xianxia judged that Su Xiaozhang's virtue was not good, he would definitely not be able to inherit the title. The white-bearded uncle looked at her and coughed dryly. Second daughter-in-law, don't be impulsive. The Su family must not lose the title. It's not good for you to make a big deal out of it. With the title, the Su family was still noble. Without the title, the relatives of the side branches would also lose face. In the future, the family would completely decline. And Hong Chul yawned on Su Yu's shoulder. The Su family was already like this. What was there to fight for the title? As long as they served the emperor well, they could even be conferred the title of duke. With the reduction of the title, there's still 500 taels of silver as an allowance. It's enough to buy a farm and support the two of us. The Jiao clan stopped crying. They wiped away their tears and calmly folded the yellow silk and put it into the box. Su Xiaozhang became nervous. According to the usual practice, some money would be given for the reduction of the title. It could be considered the imperial family's last grace. It might not necessarily be 500 taels of silver, but it should be 200 or 300 taels of silver. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. He seemed to understand what his mother meant. Sister-in-law, we're a family. There's no need to be so distant. Su Xiaozhang forced a smile. The Su family's prosperity is intertwined. With the title, there's a salary every year. How can it be short of food and drink? If these words were said before, it could be used to smooth things over. But now, it was obvious that the mother and son had no food to eat. Even ghosts wouldn't believe that they would be treated well in the future. As soon as these words came out, Su Xiaozhang felt that she couldn't continue speaking. The salary is all yours. The sun will rise from the west if you can give it to us. As she spoke, a head poked in from outside the door. She looked 50% similar to Su Xiaozhang, but her face was covered in dust and she didn't look as energetic. If it were up to me, even if you were to reduce the title, you still have to give me 30% of the 500 taels of silver. You. When Su Xiaozhang saw the person, she almost fainted. You still have the face to say that? Isn't it all because of you that our family is so poor? This person was Su Yu's third uncle, Su Xiaoxian. He was usually idle. A few years ago, he caused a big trouble. Su Yu's father sold the family's fields to settle the matter. This was the main reason why the Su family's situation was deteriorating. I didn't ask second brother to save me. Did you ask me before you sold the fields? That's ancestral property, and I also have a share. Now that you want to be a general, you have to give me my share. Third uncle squatted at the door with his hands in his hands and straightened his neck. When the Jiao clan saw that their younger brother-in-law had come, they sneered. After selling the fields 2 years ago, there's still a manor in the western suburbs and a few shops on East Street. If eldest uncle wants to inherit the title, it's not impossible for him to share the family property with us. Just let us have food to eat. When Su Xiaoxian heard this, his eyes lit up. He stood up quickly. What? There's still a manor in the western suburbs? Eldest brother, you're planning to take the family property for yourself. With third uncle's interference, the main hall became more lively. Su Xiaozhang was so angry that he was breathing heavily. And Hong Chul had been impatient for a long time. It kept scratching Su Yu's clothes with its claws. His Majesty the cat, who had not eaten breakfast, was in a bad mood. Su Yu had no choice but to quietly reach out and pull the cat's tail to make it quiet. The cat immediately jumped onto his other shoulder and continued scratching. How about this? The Jiao clan finally said, I'm just a woman. I don't know anything. I just want to be able to eat and wear warm clothes. Give the 2 shops on East Street to you. I'll live with you in the future. As for the title, eldest uncle and youngest uncle can discuss it. Su Yu was stunned. The shops on East Street? The Su family really did have shops on East Street. East Street was the main street of Dongqing. It was very prosperous. If they could open a tavern there, business would definitely be booming. This was really a case of sleepiness meeting a pillow. Su Xiaozhang was in a terrible fix because of the commotion. Suddenly, the situation took a turn for the worse. Without even thinking, he readily agreed, sure. How can that be? That's the most valuable thing in the Su family. Eldest aunt of the Li clan screamed. She had schemed to get the shops. Every month, she would receive 5 taels of silver. Without these 2 shops, where would they get the money if they had to go around and give gifts to earn the title? What do you know? Su Xiaozhang hurriedly gave her a meaningful look. After a noisy morning, finally, with the 2 clan uncles as witnesses, they brought the account book and divided the family property. Since the title had not been decided, they could not divide the family property. They could only give the shops in the account book to Suyu and count them as his private property. Su Xiaozhang wanted Suyu to sign a document renouncing his title. Suyu didn't care, and the Jiao clan didn't stop him. And Hongchul coldly watched this farce. His mood became worse. This stupid slave was too easy to bully. We can't set up the stall today. Let's eat this squid. Suyu looked up at the sky. It was almost noon, and the squid hadn't been pickled yet. There was no time to set up the stall. And Hongchul squatted on the chopping board, glanced at him, and turned around to face Suyu with his butt. Stupid slave, without the title, how can I promote you and make you rich in the future? Why are you so happy? Suyu poked the soft cat's butt with his finger. Hey, Sauce, let's go look at those two shops. If the location is good, we can open a restaurant. After lunch, Suyu excitedly took the cat to look at the shops. After noon, East Main Street was still very lively. Suyu searched for a long time, but he couldn't find the address recorded in the account book. East Main Street 101. Suyu stared at the area between number 100 and number 102 for a long time. Number 100 was a pawn shop, number 102 was a silk shop, and number 101 was an alley. There was no shop, only an alley. Number 101 seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Could it be that it was demolished? Meow. The kitten on his shoulder glanced at the silly Suyu, wagged its tail, and jumped on the door of the pawnshop. It pulled out a gray plate number from the corner of the eaves. Suyu found that there was a 3-foot-wide door at the edge of the pawnshop. It was not connected to the pawnshop. He went up and asked. It was shop number 101. Suyu, in fact, the shop was not small. There were 2 big rooms, but they were both on the second floor. There was only one small door on the first floor, and there was a ladder. It was impossible to do business here, so it had always been rented to the pawnshop as a warehouse. Suyu stared at the shop for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The small staircase was next to the alley. If he wanted to do business on the second floor, the staircase couldn't be placed like this. If he made it into a distinctive external staircase, hung a conspicuous signboard, and decorated it well, it might be particularly eye-catching. However, the cost of the renovation would be much higher than that of the shop on the first floor. He did not have the money to make that beautiful spiral staircase. Dejected, Suyu carried the cat home. He had been going back and forth between heaven and hell for the whole day. He was physically and mentally exhausted. Sauce, I'm so poor. Suyu buried his nose in the cat's fur. Looking at the golden fur, he felt that it was shiny gold. Lend me some money. I'll be your cat slave for the rest of my life. The kitten, who was sitting impatiently, slowly turned its head. Looking at Suyu's fair and handsome face, it quickly pursed its ears, stood up, and dug under the pillow with its claws. It pulled out a piece of green jade carved with a kirin. Huh? Suyu remained lying on the bed and reached out to take the green jade piece. The jade piece glowed faintly under the candlelight. The qilin carved on it was lifelike, and the word Zhao was engraved on the back. He almost forgot that Prince Zhao still owed him 30 copper coins. Hey, why don't I pawn this? It might be worth a lot of money. Suyu stared at the jade piece for a long time. The quality of the jade was really good, but he didn't know if it was good enough to build a spiral staircase. Slap. A furry paw suddenly reached out and slapped the jade piece out of Suyu's hand. And Hongchul scratched the word Zhao with the tip of its paw, and its amber eyes were full of anger. Stupid thing, this jade piece was made by an Hongnua man longing for Xingjing Yu. Sauce, what's wrong? Suyu leaned over and touched the tip of the cat's nose. He was slapped as he wished. Suyu's face was covered by a warm meat pad, and he cooperated and fell to the ground. While the two were playing, Chen Chao knocked on the door again and asked Suyu to go to the backyard. Today, Suyu had seen the fighting power of the Jiao clan. He was full of admiration for this hidden official mother of his. He immediately got up and patted the cat's head. Sauce, you play by yourself. I'll be back in a while. And Hongchul glanced at him. Useless thing. What's the use of listening to a housewife? Seeing that Suyu really turned and left, he angrily slapped the jade piece back under the pillow and scratched the side of the pillow. Have you seen the shop? The Jao clan's expression was much better than it was in the morning. He smiled and asked Suyu to sit down. Yes. Suyu answered. As soon as he sat down, he saw a light golden paw sticking out of the window behind the Jao clan. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He got up and pretended to close the window. He quickly caught the furry paw and stuffed it into his sleeve. And Hongchul squatted in his sleeve and shook his head. He was just bored and did whatever he wanted. It wasn't that he was worried that the stupid slave would sell him for some money. It wasn't like that. I didn't want to do this, but the current situation doesn't allow us to delay. The Jao clan nodded at Suyu's action of closing the window. He knew that the walls have ears. It seemed that he had learned a lot during this time. Suyu had a headache just listening to the grudges of the household. He did not understand Xiaoshi's profound words at all. He could only pretend to nod and say, "Mother can make the decision." "How's your study of the family heirloom?" The Jao clan was very happy with Suyu's obedience. She couldn't have children herself, so she had always raised Suyu as her own son. She had seen what Suyu did these days. She was blessed by the ancestors to have given her a good son. "I can make the first few dishes, but I haven't learned the last few." Suyu put his hands together and quietly smoothed the impatient kitten in his sleeve. "Really?" The Jao clan's eyes widened in surprise. "You can really make the dishes in the book?" "Yes." Suyu was stunned. The first few dishes were very simple. They were similar to the ones he made in his previous life. In fact, he could also make the last few dishes, but the ingredients were not easy to find. Moreover, the ancient terms were very different from the things he was familiar with. It would take some effort to guess the ingredients recorded in the recipe. But seeing the Jao clan's surprise, should he be more modest? Ba. Ancestors bless us." The Jao clan's mother put her palms together and was very excited. After a while, she took out a small wooden box from the box. When the box was opened, there was a cloth package inside. She unwrapped it layer by layer, and after a while, the contents were revealed. "Mother, what is this?" Suyu took the thin piece of paper. It was engraved with colorful engravings and several layers of seals. It was very neat. In the middle, it clearly wrote 100 taels of silver. "This is my private savings over the years." The Jao clan smiled and stuffed the money into Suyu's hand. "You can use it to renovate the shop and open a restaurant." "No." Suyu pushed the money back. "I will find a way to get the money. In the future, we will not receive a monthly allowance." "Mother, you have to save some money." In fact, he had already thought about it. He would use the financial leasing method. He would sell the shop first and then rent it back. This way, he would have both the capital and the shop. It was the best of both worlds. "This is a good idea. But it's hard to find a buyer." The Jao clan frowned. Suddenly, they thought of something and sneered. "The buyer must be powerful and influential. Otherwise, once your uncle gains power, he will definitely seize your restaurant." So you also considered this point. His uncles were not easy to deal with. If the restaurant was still under his name, once Su Shaozhong got the title of nobility in the future, he would definitely come to take advantage of it. But how could he, an outsider, know a powerful person? The only one he knew. Suddenly, he remembered the green jade piece that the kitten had dug out. Prince Zhao was really a powerful person. But, with a friendship of 30 copper coins, would Prince Zhao be able to help him so much? What's more, that fat man always gave people a feeling that he had bad intentions. Don't worry about it. It won't be easy for Su Shaozhong to get the title of nobility. The Jao clan saw Suyu frowning and comforted him. Don't forget, this year's election is coming. Election? Suyu blinked. What was that? And Hongche burrowed into Suyu's bosom along the sleeve and poked his head out of the lapel. He had just adjusted his folded ears when he heard the words election. His pair of furry ears immediately stood up. That's still far away. Besides, this year's election has been postponed for 2 years. It's possible that it will be postponed again this year. The Jao clan looked out of the window and seemed unwilling to talk about this topic. Don't worry about opening the restaurant. If you have any difficulties, remember to tell me. In the end, the Jao clan gave the 100 taels of silver to Suyu. They wanted him to be prepared. Suyu went back to his room in confusion. The kitten, on the other hand, was very excited. It paced back and forth on his body and finally squatted on his chest. It looked down at him and proudly wagged its tail. "Sauce, why are you so happy?" Suyu was amused by the kitten's small appearance. He took out the green jade piece and scratched the kitten's chin. He felt a little melancholy. The 100 taels of silver was his mother's secret stash of money. He didn't want to use it easily. Besides, it would be difficult for him to survive the opening of the restaurant with this money. He needed to find a partner. However, a person like Prince Zhao might not be interested in this small profit. He needed to have something that could move his heart. While he was lost in thought, a warm furry paw suddenly pressed on Suyu's furrowed brows. Suyu pulled the paw over and kissed it. "Forget it, I won't think about it. I'll think about it tomorrow." The moon was high in the sky. The clear moonlight spread through the window lattice. Suyu lay down obediently. He was thinking about something. He frowned slightly when he fell asleep. Taking a closer look, he suddenly realized that there was a slender body lying beside him. That person's hair was as black as ink. Under the moonlight, he could only see a beautiful chin and slightly pursed thin lips. At this moment, the person was supporting his forehead with one hand. He stretched out a slender white hand and gently pressed it between his eyebrows. "Stupid slave, you look so ugly when you frown." The next day, Suyu was woken up by the heat. When he opened his eyes, he saw a golden furball nestled tightly around his neck. Its long tail stretched into his inner shirt. He didn't know what kind of sweet dream it was having, but the furry tip of its tail was still gently flapping. "Good morning, Sauce." Suyu pulled out the long tail and rubbed his chin against the furry head. And Hongchul stretched out its paw to press Suyu's moving chin and yawned loudly. Today, he didn't need to set up his stall. Suyu planned to solve his financing problem. He hugged the furball and lazed around in bed for a while. "Hey, when can we sleep until the sun is high up in the sky?" The kitten sitting on Suyu's chest scratched its ears with its back paw. "If you serve me well, I'll get whatever I want." That being said, for Suyu, who worked hard, sleeping until the sun was high up in the sky meant that both he and the cat would go hungry. After being lovey-dovey for a while, he consciously went to the kitchen and cooked a small pot of seafood porridge with fresh shrimp, squid tentacles, and 2 small crabs. The soft and glutinous rice was mixed with pink and white shrimp and crab, sprinkled with a few green chives, and drizzled with sesame oil. The fresh and delicious taste immediately overflowed. The man and the cat ate a delicious meal, and then they started to do business. Prince Zhao had left this jade slip behind in a strange way, but Suyu had no other choice now. He could only bite the bullet and ask Hong to abandon his habit of squatting and playing. In his previous life, when the restaurant was about to be expanded, Suyu had followed the boss to get investors. At that time, the boss had asked people to prepare an exquisite business plan and a table of high-end seafood dishes that Suyu had personally made. In order to get investors to invest, there had to be some finished products. Suyu didn't know how to write a business plan, but he could write a menu. The Sichuan cuisine that Suyu was good at cooking would not be of any use before the chili was found. Fortunately, Suyu still had the family heirloom, Suyu's recipes. He had already thoroughly studied the first few dishes. For example, the first 3 dishes on Suyu's menu were silk-twined white jade scallop, Tai Chi Yang prawns, and Xianbei tofu soup. The name seemed very profound, but in fact, it was just steamed scallop with garlic and vermicelli, 1 prawn for 2, and steamed tofu with dried scallop and shrimp. These dishes were very simple to make for Suyu. He just needed to gather the ingredients. The first few dishes, plus a few types of fish soup, seafood porridge, and seafood noodles that he knew, and if that didn't work, he could just add in some barbecue. A recipe was more or less enough. It's just that. Suyu scratched his head and looked at the kitten that had eaten its fill and was licking its paws leisurely. He had a bitter expression on his face. "Sauce, do you know how to write with a brush?" And Hongchul stretched out his claws and glanced disdainfully at Suyu. "How can my calligraphy be used to write a menu? This stupid slave is getting bolder and bolder." The traditional Chinese characters that he barely managed to write were too horrible to look at. Suyu simply threw away his brush and went out to buy soy sauce. As a chef, he should give up on writing and focus on cooking. Den Dynasty already had soy sauce, but there was only one variety. It wasn't as varied as the ones in later generations. Soy sauce was very important to many seafood dishes, especially those simple dishes. Soy sauce was the soul of the dish. The advantage of the soy sauce in ancient times was that it was brewed with natural ingredients. The taste was pure, and there were no industrial ingredients mixed in. The disadvantage was that the taste was too pure. It only had a salty and saucy taste, and it lacked freshness. The key to freshness was sugar. He put a bowl of river prawns in water and boiled it until the broth changed color. Then, he took out the river prawns and added a few tablespoons of soy sauce and white sugar. Originally, when brewing soy sauce, brown sugar was added. However, this kind of soy sauce had a heavy color, and adding brown sugar would make it look worse. Therefore, Suyu chose white sugar. Not long after, a bottle of seafood soy sauce was freshly made. This was his secret weapon. His Highness said that he will not see any guests. The guards impatiently drove away the crowd in front of the gate. This official has something important to discuss with His Highness. Please inform him. A person wearing an official's uniform was negotiating with the guard with a worried expression. Lord Zhang, don't waste your time. His Highness won't see us. Another white-bearded official sighed. The emperor had not come to court for more than a month. The people in court were in a state of panic. There were even rumors that the emperor would not live for long. They were also desperate and had come here to try their luck. A furry head popped out from Suyu's lapel, and its amber eyes narrowed slightly. Suyu helplessly pushed the cat's head back in. Seeing so many people being stopped, he felt a little uneasy. He repeatedly confirmed the speech he had prepared in front of the door. Clenching the green jade piece in his hand, he lifted his feet and squeezed through. Who are you? The guard in front of the door stopped him. This humble one is Suyu, an old friend of His Highness. I have a token here, please inform His Highness on my behalf. Suyu held the soy sauce in one hand behind his back, raised his chin slightly, and showed the green jade slip in his hand. When the guard saw the jade slip, his expression turned solemn. He raised his hand and said, Mister, please come in. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the simply dressed Suyu. Suyu never thought that the green jade slip would be this useful. Under the pressure of everyone's gazes, he pretended to be calm as he walked in. Pavilions, pavilions, and streams. Every 5 steps there was a scenery, every 10 steps there was a pavilion. The king's palace was very luxurious. It could be seen just how much His Highness loved his little brother. This king said that he won't see any guests. Prince Zhao, who was wearing a royal blue robe, sat in the pavilion and impatiently waved his hand. His Highness, it's the person with the jade slip. The guard reported in a low voice. And Hong, who was eating a small fish cake, nudged his head. After the crowd dispersed, the golden kitten immediately jumped out of his lapel and onto the stone table. Sauce, don't be rude. Suyu was shocked. He quickly reached out to catch it, but he couldn't. What did you call him? Prince Zhao's sharp ears heard the strange name, and his eyes almost popped out. He pointed at the cat on the table. Ha 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 ha. Ouch. And Hong judged Fai to be ignorant of the situation. Na hua huan dui huan ding zhao 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 ding huang tu ding zhao ding zhao ding huang tu ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding huang tu ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding huang tu ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding huang tu ding zhao ding zhao ding huang tu ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding huang tu ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding zhao ding huang. When Suyu saw the prince being scratched, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly bowed and said, This little pet is innocent. I hope the prince will forgive me. Suyu's mouth twitched. He finally understood why the emperor trusted Prince Zhao so much. With such an unreliable appearance, he definitely wouldn't try to seize the throne. Hey, to tell you the truth, I have some feelings for this cat. I gave you the jade slip because of him. And Hong Peng whizza, whizza whizza, whizza whizza. Suyu frowned. He, Anong mistreats Shanghai Reikuan Luo evenly changes Lai Mo Rendang Tai Luo Zhao Cherry Chiao Tearing question Jun Shun Book Fading Dong Zhen which night stop 1 value mooching dislikes Xin Jiao Fong plus or minus whoring school Z Swan Spring you credit bad you shun Xing Z Li Qing Ing Meng Song Why you second harmony Su you did not explain much and only said that he wanted to borrow the kitchen. Hey, don't bite me. As soon as Su Yu left, Prince Zhao was bitten by the cat on the table. He rubbed his ears as if he had been wronged. You're living a good life with the heir of the Su family, but I haven't even had a taste of it. If you want me to pay for it, I have to give you something in return. And Hong Chul glanced at his good-for-nothing younger brother. He really didn't want to admit that they were born from the same mother. The kitchen of the prince's mansion naturally had all kinds of ingredients. Su Yu had almost forgotten that he used to be the head chef of a restaurant and not the owner of a night market stall because he was too poor to afford good ingredients. Now, facing the dazzling array of seafood, the long-lost state of work suddenly came back. After washing and prying open the palm-sized scallops, he put in the vermicelli, minced garlic, and other ingredients, as well as Su Yu's seafood soy sauce. Finally, he added sesame oil to the center of the scallops and steamed them in a pot. Then, he chopped the fresh prawns, dipped the heads of the prawns in egg white powder, and fried them in hot oil until golden brown. Then, he boiled the bodies of the prawns in plain water, added yellow wine and sliced ginger to remove the fishy smell. Then, he removed the prawn veins, separated the golden prawn head and the white prawn meat, and arranged them into a tai chi shape. 2 small plates were filled with pepper, salt, and soy sauce as the fish eyes of the tai chi yin yang fish. The first 2 dishes recorded in Su Ji's cookbook were ready. And Hong abused Ji, Muqing Mi Lei, Shi Shang Xiao Vinegar Jeju. Ao Jiao led by Heng Lan to stir up Assel Charm Old Friend. Fermented Drunken Window Umbrella, and Hong Chul, who was licking his claws, paused and glanced at his younger brother before continuing to lick his claws. And Hong Chul impatiently dug his ears with his hind paws. He wagged his tail and signaled his younger brother to shut up. He knew when to go back. Don't tell me you can't bear to part with that fish seller? And Hong trader Goat Song Fu Vulgar set out to Lauren Kue Kung Now Marsh Gather Bu Drink Tao Heng Fan Earth Say Sai Ing Lu Marsh Huan Huanchu Prince Zhao covered his nose that was scratched and looked curiously at the plate in Su Yu's hand. Tangled white jade shell was considered a common dish in the imperial family, but Su Yu's dish seemed to be a little different. The aroma of the minced garlic exploded in the hot oil and slowly overflowed. When he got closer, he could even smell the freshness of the shellfish meat. A connoisseur can judge the grade of a dish just by smelling it. And Hong tosses the emperor's cut shavings from afar. Oh! In one mouthful, and Hong Ogatha by Kongzhu Tang Shu the kitten, who was squatting on the table, was too lazy to pay attention to her stupid brother. She walked to the plate of Tai Chi Yin Yang prawns and stretched out her claws to grab the white and tender prawn meat. Tai Chi Yin Yang prawn was easy to make and the ingredients were easy to obtain. Ordinary people could eat it, but Hong Chul knew that the essence of this dish lay in the soy sauce that Su Yu made herself. Prince Zhao had learned his lesson this time. He ate the slightly warm prawn meat first. He picked up the white prawn body, removed the shell, and dipped it in the sauce. The first bite was naturally to show filial piety to his elder brother. Su Yu watched in surprise as Prince Zhao handed the shrimp meat covered in sauce to his cat. At this moment, he finally believed that the prince was indeed very familiar with this cat. As the man and the cat ate, Su Yu began to explain his plan for the restaurant. He planned to make a name for himself in the capital and train apprentices. He planned to make his own condiments, and he would be able to open a branch in 3 to 5 years. The decoration style, the waiter's clothing and so on had to be exactly the same. It was similar to the business model of my G in the future. As long as there were enough funds, they would definitely be able to open up shops all over the country. After making an impassioned speech, Su Yu turned around and saw that the man and the cat were eating without even lifting their heads. They were not listening to what he was saying at all. Su Yu, after His Royal Highness King Zhao finished the last scallop, he coughed dryly and said, "Okay, that's it." Ah? Su Yu was stunned. What did he mean by that? Anong Zhui Xian Huan Huan Luan Jian Stop Alliance Dry Swamp Slope Neon Chaos Play Drown Drunken Luo 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 Shui Jiao Gon Tang Gui 3 Armpit Dry Swamp Around Zhenao Dai Tua Shaning Chen GX and Bobo Disaster Swamp Ashi Romeo Paeng Mi Ben Yumi Si Pa Tua Shami Na Lat Habitat K Swamp Drown Su Yu naturally had no objections to this kind of division. In fact, his original intention was to have Prince Zhao pay half of the money, and at the same time, to use the Wang family's tiger skin as a backer. He simply did not expect such a good thing to happen. Sign your name, and write down the contract. And Hongping Cut Huiyu, Canary, Cormorant, Cyan, Locust Alliance, Swamp Aluminum, for looks, Tsong Ting, Ying Jin Wei. Even after returning to the Su family, Su Yu's steps were still a little light. How did he encounter such a good thing that a living Lei Feng fell from the sky? She couldn't figure it out for the time being. She silently tied a bright red scarf around Prince Zhao's neck. Su Yu rubbed her face and brought the cat to greet her legal mother. The election is just around the corner. I want to make some pretty clothes for Inger. A woman's voice came from inside the room. Su Yu paused and frowned. Its eldest master's family's concubine Wang, Chun Chao whispered to Su Yu. Concubine Wang was Su Yu's eldest uncle, Su Xiaozhang's concubine. They had a concubine daughter named Su Ying, who was 15 years old this year. Although eldest uncle's concubine was different in terms of seniority, it was still necessary to avoid arousing suspicion. Su Yu stood still in the corridor and did not walk in. Second brother. A soft voice came from behind him. Su Yu turned around and saw a girl about 11 or 12 years old standing timidly 3 steps away. Little Ji, why are you here? Su Yu could not help but smile. This was his concubine sister. They were not born from the same concubine, but they had the same father. Mother called me over, Su Ji glanced at the closed curtain and quietly pulled Su Yu's clothes. Every time concubine Wang saw her, she would mock and ridicule her. She did not want to see her unless it was a last resort. But she could not ignore her mother's summons. She was different from Su Yu. She had always been respectful and afraid of her mother. Su Yu sighed. This little sister's mother was not born in a good family. She suffered a lot of grievances in this family. Now, she became more and more timid. Su Yu reached out and held his little sister's hand. He asked Chen Chao to go in and report. Oh, second young master is back. Concubine Wang was originally smiling, but when she saw Su Yu quickly got up, the smile on her face disappeared. Su Yu ignored her and bowed to his mother. Why did foreign call Jier? When Su Ying saw Su Yu, she did not bow. She just stared at the thin and small Su Ji. Her eyes were full of disdain. There was news from the palace that this year's election would be held as scheduled. There were only 2 daughters in the family. Su Ji was not old enough. Su Xiaozhang said that their family wanted to send Su Ying to the imperial court. They had already reported it to Xianxia. Originally, as a concubine's daughter, Su Ying had no status in this family. The imperial court was the only chance for all the concubine's daughters to become a phoenix. Once she was selected, she would have the highest status in this family. How could she not be proud? A few days ago, you gave me some silver, so I asked someone to make a pair of bracelets for Ji. It was sent today. The Jiao clan smiled and took out a small box and handed it to Su Ji. Mother? Su Ji was shocked and looked up at Su Yu. So you didn't know what was going on. In the box, there was a pair of thin silver bracelets. There was not much silver, but the carving was good. The bracelets were slender and round. There were a few butterflies that spread their wings. It looked very good on Su Ji's slender arm. Ji, it's time to learn needlework. This is a gift from your brother and mother. The Jiao clan smiled. When concubine Wang heard this, her face immediately changed. These words were clearly said for the mother and daughter to hear. The family had already separated. Zhao Shi and her daughter had to rely on Su Yu for food and drink. If they wanted to take advantage of him, they wouldn't be able to get a single copper. Foreign, after so many years of friendship, why do you have to be so ruthless? The smile on concubine Wang's face became more and more stiff. She wanted to go to the general election, so she must have decent clothes. Her foreign was so stingy. She couldn't find a decent dress even after rummaging through all the boxes. So, she shamelessly came to the second madam's house to ask for money. But now, she got carried away and annoyed the second madam. What should she do? Over the years, the Jiao clan secretly helped concubine Wang several times in order to keep the first branch in check. But now that they have fallen out, the Jiao clan was too lazy to pay attention to her. They sent the mother and daughter away with a few words. Then, they asked about Suyu's restaurant. When they learned that everything went well, they slightly nodded their head and sneered, "Let them be proud for a few more days. Tomorrow, you take this to the Xianxia." Suyu took it. It was a name card with his name and birth date written on it. "What is this for?" And Hong Chul, who was sleeping soundly in Suyu's arms, was awakened by the sound from his chest. He lazily poked his head out to take a look. Suddenly, he woke up with a start. "Your uncle definitely doesn't want you to go to the general election. How can I let him do as he wishes?" The Jiao clan's eyes were full of ridicule. "Wait, mother, what general election? I have to go." Suyu was completely confused. Weren't they just talking about the emperor's selection of female concubines? What did it have to do with a man like him? Looking at the Jiao clan and Suji's expressions, Suyu had a bad premonition. The imperial family doesn't care if the concubines are male or female. Naturally, you have to go. The Jiao clan looked at him strangely. Crack, crack, crack. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Suyu into pieces. Choosing a concubine, regardless of gender. Suyu suddenly felt like he hadn't traveled back in time to ancient times, but rather to the future. This society was too open. The Jiao clan chattered endlessly about the benefits of participating in the general election. If one was selected, one could at least become a first-class general after a few years. Even if one wasn't selected, as long as one passed the first hurdle, one would be able to attract the attention of Xianxia, and the title of nobility would most likely fall on Suyu's head. Suyu was still in a state of shock. He didn't listen to a single word his mother said. To be exact, he didn't understand at all. He suddenly realized that he lacked a lot of common knowledge about this world. Absent-mindedly taking the name card and leaving the backyard, Suyu looked up at the sky and walked towards the study. The Su family had never been a scholarly family, but they were still a noble family. They still had something like a study for outsiders to see. Suyu pushed open the door that had been sealed for a long time, and the dust that blew in his face made the kitten in his arms sneeze nonstop. Suyu hurriedly waved his sleeves, patted the dust on his head, and picked up a match to light the candlestick in the room. The study wasn't big, and the books on the bookshelf were limited. Suyu held the candlestick and searched for a long time, but he didn't find any books that could help him understand common knowledge. There were no encyclopedias in ancient times. If he wanted to read, he could only read the law. But as a family that sold fish, would there be a law book in the study? And Hong Chul saw Suyu's frown and didn't understand. It stretched out its paw and patted Suyu's face. Suyu lowered his head and met the kitten's big eyes. He saw the confusion in the kitten's eyes. "I think I know too little about this dynasty. I have to find a law book to study." Suyu looked at the cat's eyes and unconsciously wanted to explain to it, even though he knew it wouldn't understand. And Hong Chul slightly narrowed its eyes when it heard the words, "this dynasty." Soy sauce, why would the imperial family want a male concubine? This world is too magical, so you couldn't help but ramble on as she rummaged through the pile of books. Coming to this strange time and space, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. Suyu had been living cautiously, for fear of giving himself away. Even if there were many things that he didn't understand, he couldn't say or ask. Only when facing the little furball in his arms did he dare to let down his guard. The golden kitten clung to his lapel, quietly listening to Suyu gather the divinations, the road mace, the road mace, the road mace, the map, the concave, the taste of Xingnan, the xia, found it. Suyu cried out in alarm. She dug out a dusty book from the corner. The cover was a bit yellow. Blowing away the dust on the cover, she revealed the words Dan Law. All men and women of the right age and those who are not engaged are required to participate in the election. Once the crown prince was established, the harem would be disbanded. Except for those who had children, the women would be returned to peace. while the men would be given nobility according to their ranks. Suyu lay on his stomach on the bed, carefully studying the chapter about the imperial family's concubine selection. The more he read, the more confused he became. The golden furball was lying on his waist, licking its paws and playing with it in boredom. According to the records of the law, the imperial family of the Den dynasty was really very strange. The concubine selection didn't differentiate between men and women. It could be understood that the imperial family was fond of Nanfeng. This could also happen in a particularly liberal dynasty. However, the rest of the rules were really incomprehensible. Once the crown prince was established, all the concubines in the palace who hadn't given birth to children would be released. The women could remarry, while the men would be directly promoted to nobility, based on the rank of the men in the palace. After they were released, they would be promoted to nobility. For example, if they became a concubine, they would be given the title of count. If they became a noble consort, they would be a marquis. If they became an empress, the empress wouldn't be released. This is too ridiculous. Suyu was dumbfounded. When An Hongchul heard this, it wagged its tail, stood up, and climbed onto Suyu's head to look down. Then everyone should enter the palace to be concubines. Who would want to make contributions and defend the country? Suyu seriously suspected that this law book was a pirated copy that the ancestor bought from a street stall. Stupid thing, do you think it's that easy to be a male concubine? An Hongchul jumped down from Suyu's head and squatted down in front of the law book. It used its tail to point at the corner of the book. There were all kinds of strict restrictions regarding male concubines. In order to choose a male concubine to enter the palace, it had to be approved by many members of the imperial family. During the selection, they had to be highly evaluated. It could be said that the person who was chosen had the qualifications to be promoted to nobility. Suyu lay down on his back and raised his name card to look at it again and again. 5 large gilded characters were written in the middle of the book: Suyu, courtesy name Jin Tang. After being here for so long, Suyu still didn't know that he had a name. He originally thought that this body was only 17 or 18 years old. He didn't expect that he was already 20 years old. Jin Tang. Suyu's thoughts wandered as he traced the 2 characters with one finger. What was he doing when he was 20 years old in his previous life? No one cared about him at home. Even if he went to university, he couldn't afford the tuition fees. He went out early to work, killing fish and washing vegetables. He was busy from morning to night. An Hongchul climbed onto Suyu's chest and looked up at the name card. Jin Tang, that's a pretty good name. Although Suyu didn't look carefully at the restrictions for selecting male concubines, he understood that such a good thing wouldn't easily fall into anyone's hands. The imperial family would definitely be very cautious about selecting male concubines. The Jiao clan's thinking was too simple. With my conduct, it would be a waste of time even if I went. The emperor would have to be blind to take a fancy to me. Suyu casually threw the name card to the side and decided not to care about this matter anymore. How disgraceful. The kitten on his chest suddenly became unhappy. It reached out its paw and slapped Suyu's head. Suyu smoothly pressed the kitten to his face and happily rubbed his face against its soft fur. The moon was high in the sky. A slender, white hand picked up the name card that had fallen under the bed. His pale lips pursed. Stupid slave, he actually dared to throw the name card away. Other people would break their heads to enter the palace, but this stupid thing actually didn't want to go. And Hongchul sat on the bed and sulked for a while. He turned his head to look at Suyu, who was sleeping soundly. He angrily reached out and pulled him into his arms. He tilted his head and looked for a while. He couldn't help but move closer and lick those soft lips. Then, he put the name card into his sleeve. Forget it, Zhen is so generous and benevolent. How could Zhen bear to see you do something stupid? Zhen will help you. Just treat it as a reward for your good service these days. The next day, Suyu completely forgot about the name card. She got up, packed up, and headed to Prince Zhao's residence. Prince Zhao's family's retainer is very capable. Yesterday evening, they found 2 kitchen helpers. And Hong Xiao is looking forward to Xingma, cough, 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 cough. Suyu had one of the chefs learn how to roast squid in the garden, while another one was in the kitchen making seafood congee. She carried a plate of golden butterfly prawns and made Prince Zhao snacks. Does Prince Zhao not need to go to court? Imperial brother is sick, so he doesn't attend court. And Hong climbed his toes to choke on the moat. Suyu's mouth twitched. Speaking of her elder brother's illness, even if she was from an ordinary family, she would at least pretend to be sad. The restaurant will start decorating today. You can go and have a look in the afternoon. And Hong's eyes were shining brightly. His bamboo hat was magnificent. His eyes were filled with admiration. His heart was filled with longing for a bath in the evening. Suyu gave a few pointers to the chef and let him control the fire. Then, she chatted with Prince Zhao about the restaurant's renovation. As they talked about the election. He suddenly remembered that since the emperor was still sick, this year's election might be postponed. That would save him a lot of trouble. Election? And Hongye Su Q that eyes exposed lying poltergeist's male, ba every market value male fern, thinking that Suyu was also a noble, Prince Zhao laughed and said that Suyu should go. The restaurant's renovation would be completed in less than half a month. There were still 3 months before the election. During this time, Suyu could earn a lot of money and bribe Xianxia. As for the imperial family, he, Prince Zhao, would definitely vote for Suyu. Suyu felt that he was looking for trouble by discussing business with this unreliable Prince Zhao. After noon, he followed the guest to the East Main Street to look at the restaurant's renovation. Originally, this 2-room restaurant did not need any complicated renovations. The most important thing was the spiral staircase. The pawnshop downstairs originally did not want Suyu to build the staircase outside. It would block part of his shop's face. But when he heard that it was Prince Zhao's people, he did not say anything and moved the warehouse overnight. He even took the initiative to deliver water to the craftsman. Previously, when Suyu wanted to take back these 2 shops, he talked to the pawnshop owner and was ridiculed by him. In the future, we will all be neighbors. We should help each other. The pawnshop owner was full of smiles. It was as if he was a different person from a few days ago. The craftsmen hired by the prince's mansion were naturally the best. With more than a dozen craftsmen working at the same time, their speed was comparable to the renovation companies Suyu worked at in his previous life. In less than 10 days, the restaurant was almost finished. In half a month, they could prepare to open for business. Soy sauce, wake up. Today is the unveiling of the restaurant's plaque. You have to be the lucky cat. Suyu finished making breakfast and went back to his room to look for the lazy cat that was still sleeping. The green curtains swayed with the breeze. Suyu smiled and lifted the curtains. He was stunned. The morning sun poured in and lit up the simple wooden bed. The cat that was sleeping in the middle of the bed was gone. In its place was an unusually handsome man. The man was wearing a thin white shirt and was sleeping soundly on his side. His slender body was curled up on the small wooden bed, and he looked a little aggrieved. He seemed to be disturbed. His eyebrows furrowed, and he opened his eyes slightly. He glanced at Suyu, then turned over and went back to sleep. Suyu didn't understand the situation at all. He just went to make breakfast, and in less than an hour, there was another person on the bed. That young master, may I ask? The person who was sleeping soundly on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and slowly turned his head. He looked at Suyu, who had a puzzled expression, and then looked at his own body. He suddenly stiffened. The air seemed to stagnate for a moment. The person who was lying on the bed sat up and looked straight at Suyu. His eyes were very beautiful. They were clear and bright, and the ends of his eyes were slightly raised. However, at this moment, they were slightly narrowed, and there was a sense of danger. Facing those eyes, Suyu felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast. The hair on his back began to stand. Young master, why are you in my room? He swallowed his saliva. Originally, as the owner, he should have confidently questioned this uninvited guest. However, at this moment, he felt that he was in the wrong. Mine. The person stood up and raised his hand. A little golden fluff was exposed at the cuff. Sauce. Suyu was shocked and raised his hand to pull the person's sleeve. Don't let anyone know. The person deftly avoided Suyu's touch, and his slender white hand pinched Suyu's chin. His voice was as clear as a cold mountain stream. It was pleasant to listen to, but it made people shudder. Otherwise, the entire Su family will die. Suyu was completely confused. He didn't understand why raising a cat would involve the lives of his family. Before he could react, the person pushed him away roughly, jumped lightly and silently onto the wall, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The East Street was very lively today. The seafood restaurant had unveiled its plaque, and there was naturally a lot of lion dancing and acrobatics. As early as half a month ago, people were very curious about the spiral wooden ladder built in the corner. In the past, when building a house, it was important to pay attention to symmetry. The planks had to be balanced on the left and right, and the carvings had to be in harmony with the top and bottom. It was really rare to see a wooden ladder like this, where one end of the planks was cut into one end and the other end was small. Now, the strange ladder had dried its paint and was displayed in front of the world. The vermilion railing was simple without any carvings. The wide ladder was like a dragon spiraling upwards. At the top was a small, dome-shaped pavilion. It was very unique. For the opening sale, Suyu asked 2 chefs to fry a few baskets of squid rings overnight and carve a flower seal with a radish. When the guests came forward and stamped the back of their hands, they would receive a squid ring. Things that didn't cost money were always very popular. As soon as the squid was brought out, the lion dance stage was completely surrounded. The capable client in Prince Zhao's mansion was surnamed Yuan. Everyone in the mansion called him Mr. Yuan. As soon as Suyu squeezed into the crowd, he was stopped by Mr. Yuan, who was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. "Young Master Su, you're finally here. Where is the prince?" Suyu looked left and right, anxiously looking for Prince Zhao's shadow. Regarding the matter of the sauce, there was only An Hong who slapped Ji toed Kyle and Huan Yu, saying that it was suitable for Ping Meng Xiao Hua, Mei Fan Hua. Unexpectedly Huan Qian Jie Dun Xiang Nan I don't know. Mr. Yuan pushed Suyu upstairs and signaled for the gongs and drums downstairs to change their tune. "Go and unveil the plaque." He sighed helplessly. There was no point in being anxious now. He could only take the pole that Mr. Yuan handed over. Following the rhythm of the gongs and drums, he lifted the red cloth on the plaque. In an instant, the sound of firecrackers rang out. Everyone looked up and saw the 3 gilded words Xian Mantang shining brightly under the sunlight. It was the first time that Suyu owned his own restaurant. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, at the moment, he was thinking about something else, so his excitement was diluted. On the surface, he looked steady and mature. Mr. Yuan looked at him and nodded to himself. He gestured to the person playing the gong and signaled for Suyu to speak. "Today is the opening of the restaurant. Except for the tea, all the dishes are half price." Suyu straightened his back and said loudly. The moment he spoke, the gongs and drums suddenly stopped. There was a moment of silence in the crowd. "Good." Prince Zhao, who was mixed in the crowd, cheered loudly. Everyone came back to their senses and cheered as well. The gongs and drums sounded again. Some foodies had already taken the lead and stepped onto the spiral staircase. The crowd swarmed up. There were only 2 rooms in the small restaurant. There were 10 square tables. There were large windows on 3 sides of the wall. The windowless side had a counter. Suyu rented a small courtyard in the back of the house to be used as a kitchen. The original small staircase was connected in the opposite direction. It was perfect for cooking. Prince Zhao didn't manage to get a seat, so he had to go to the kitchen and ask Mr. Yuan to set up another table for him in the courtyard. "This young Master Su is definitely not an ordinary person. Your Highness really has a good eye for talent." Mr. Yuan sat in front of an Hongo Wigue. Mr. Yuan's real name was Yuan Su. He was the most capable strategist in the prince's mansion. This time, Prince Zhao said that there was an important matter for him to deal with. Mr. Yuan worked diligently with a heart of loyalty to the royal family. Until now, he had not discovered any deeper meaning other than opening a restaurant. But these days, regarding how to run the restaurant, Suyu put forward various ideas that made people exclaim in admiration. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Yuan Su was greatly amazed. Today, seeing that the seafood restaurant's business was so good, he finally understood what the prince meant by important matters. It was referring to Suyu's talent. That's right. And Hong Ping Hui scolding Hui Ping 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 Your Highness, I have something to tell you. Suyu glanced at Mr. Yuan. Prince Zhao had told him not to talk about the cat in front of others. I'll go upstairs and take a look. Mr. Yuan stood up and went to greet the guests. After Mr. Yuan left, and Hong threw away the iridium and stood still for a long time. Jealousy collapsed the skeleton. His handsome face was engraved with fantasy engraved on his cheeks. This morning, someone suddenly appeared in my room and took sauce away, Suyu said anxiously. What did you say? And Hong moved his head. Suyu quickly told him what happened in the morning. And Hong Pan Chaoze took the iridium swollen, hissing, and stirred the spring skeleton saddle. Why DP model heat Emperor lever hidden Emperor Chui Shu? Your Highness, you mean? Suyu blinked. Oh, I reckon he's gone back to where he came from, said An Hong as he gave up. Since the first imperial examinations, the Wild Remnant Model Academy has been beating drums and suppressing copies. Prince Zhao did not seem to want to talk about the mysterious man in the morning. He urged Suyu to hurry up and cook. Could it be that sauce was some kind of guardian beast? Suyu put the ingredients that he had prepared in advance into the pot while letting his imagination run wild. That cat was abnormally smart. Maybe it really was some kind of spiritual creature. Master, we should cook all the good dishes today. Why are we only serving 2 dishes? The young chef was a little puzzled by Suyu's rule of only cooking 2 dishes a day. Suyu glanced at the young chef who was only 16 years old and sighed. He thought to himself, child, it's not that I don't want to make money. I can't do it alone. The 2 little chefs were very clever. No one knew where Mr. Yuan found them. Their craftsmanship was also not bad. However, the short period of training didn't yield much results. It would still take some time for them to cook the dishes listed in Suyu's cookbook. At present, the main dish still had to be cooked by Suyu alone. Moreover, in ancient times where there was no refrigerator, the storage of seafood was also a big problem. In order to save materials and physical strength, Suyu decided to only serve 2 high-grade dishes a day. Other dishes such as barbecue, seafood noodles, and seafood porridge were unlimited. There was also a dish like boiled prawns, which only needed to be cooked and dipped in soy sauce. It was also served every day. After a busy day, Suyu returned home and stared at the wooden bed in a daze. He felt empty in his heart. He habitually looked for the furry ball on the quilt. Usually, it would sleep in the middle of the quilt until Suyu came over. Then, it would move a little bit as if it was giving alms. It looked like it was saying, I pity you, so I'll give you a spot. In this fearful and unknown alternate dimension, the sauce was his spiritual sustenance. Yet, it was suddenly snatched away from him without even a word of farewell. Suyu lay on the bed and rubbed against it. He thought of the strange man in the morning. Prince Zhao meant that the man would bring the cat back to the royal family. Could it be the royal family's shadow guard? Why would the shadow guard sleep during a mission? It must be hard for a shadow guard to work the night shift. Eldest brother, Prince Zhao put down the dried squid in his hand and greeted him with a smile. What brings you here? Since His Majesty has returned to the court, I naturally have some free time. The person who came was wearing a dark green robe. He was about 25 years old and was Prince Mu, and Hongzhua. And Hongzhua didn't sit down. He picked up a piece of dried squid and looked at it. Imperial brother, you've gotten a lot of good stuff recently. When His Majesty returned to the imperial court, it happened to be the day when he reached the age of 20, people from all directions came to the imperial court, offering him not a few rare objects. And Hongjia's handkerchief said, Ba Zhani man, the mirage promised to rely on you, the Xianxia joyful concubine ferociously playful misfortune. And Hong Pan Tu Song Toss Lai Yu Huan Fu Mu Ba Teach Chow Machen Play Huang Qin Yu Pressing Bu Urea Now Stu Dang Falcon Blow Choke Run Sinking Ship Lai Shackle Stagger Lame H Lawsuit Face AI Difficult Gamma Silk Bed Huai Xian Waving Awake Bo Bo Hua 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 Wu Ji Mo 8 Twin Remaining City Rank Carbonyl Orifice Not Ding Mei Miasma Pancreas Main Shua Ta Tu Fu Fu. I heard that a seafood restaurant opened on East Main Street. The things they sell are very different from other restaurants. Presumably, this was made by that restaurant, right? And Hongzhua said casually. Xian Mantang was Zhao Prince's shop. This was no secret in the capital's circle of nobles. Because Su Yu's way of doing business was too special, it attracted the attention of various forces from the moment it opened. After some inquiries, they found out that the big boss behind the scenes was Prince Zhao, and those who had bad intentions stopped. This was also the reason why Su Yu had to find a backer. Without Prince Zhao's banner, a small fry like him would never be able to open a tavern. Recently, the news has spread all over the capital that there's a Xianxia on East Main Street. It's very unique. I'm interested to try it out. And Hongxue looked at Hongniu with a smile that did not look like a smile. While Hongxue was looking at Hongniu with a smile that did not look like a smile. Haha, if Imperial Brother wants to go, then younger brother will naturally accompany you. And Hong's expression changed dramatically. Near noon, the East Street was very lively. There were already quite a few people standing on the spiral staircase of the Xianmantang. When the two Wanye reached the top, they saw a fair and clean waiter standing under the pavilion with a round roof. He held a stack of small bamboo slips in his hand. Seeing the two of them come up, he handed one to them and said, "Dear guests, the seats inside are full. If you want to eat here, you have to wait in line. If you don't want to wait, you can choose to take out. Please take it properly. You'll have to rearrange your order after you pass your number." The waiter reminded him skillfully. Seeing his actions, Hongxue's lips curled into a sneer. The backyard is too small. My original private room was torn down and used to dry the fish. And Hongniu took off his clothes and stole a glance at the waiter. The people in front of them couldn't wait and chose to take out. Not long after, it was their turn. When they entered the room, there were two waiters in the lobby. They wore the same brown short clothes as the waiter in front of the door. On their backs, there was a round and simple drawing of a fish. There were windows on 3 sides of the 2-room lobby. The windowless side had a long counter. The shopkeeper sat behind the counter and said with a smile, "Wanye, you're here. What would you like to eat?" There was a large wooden sign on the counter. On it was written that today's main dishes were garlic prawns and charcoal roasted small yellow croaker. The menu for the side dishes was engraved on the counter. Even the price was engraved on it. It was very detailed. "Give me a portion of each main dish. Add half a gene of boiled prawns, a plate of spicy fish, and a pot of sour plum soup." And Hongnua's appearance was very good. "Qingji yuan ping 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 fu mao shi lu chu e mo swan na okay, please take a seat." The shopkeeper wrote down the menu and indicated for them to take a seat. "The sour plum soup here is very good. I can't drink a pot of it every time." When the two sat down, the waiter brought the sour plum soup and spicy fish. And Hongnua's beach was bustling with locust trees. As long as a restaurant was opened, the most profitable business was the wine. Because some seafood couldn't be drunk, for safety reasons, so you could only give up the idea of selling wine in Xianmantang. However, he could still sell the drinks. The sour plum soup was made with sour plums, rock sugar, dried tangerine peel, and longan. It cost 7 copper coins for a cup and 18 copper coins for a pot. It was very popular. Almost every table would order it. Spicy fish was a cold dish. It was fried with pepper and a secret seasoning. It was covered with a layer of sauce. When it entered the mouth, it was fragrant and had a long aftertaste. It made people's tongues numb and they couldn't help but eat it again. It was also a specialty of this restaurant. So you made a large pot of it every day. It could be served at any time with sauce. This is an interesting place. I'm sure His Majesty will also like this place. And Hongxue said pointedly. Oh. And Hong's traitorous donkey corpse weapon south yelling childish enmity occupation chaotic Huan putting down mace mutsong penetrating thrush Huan yelling nunnery waving surname poking Su Miao Hei's lotus root bath. During the meal, and Hongxue asked him all kinds of questions, but Hongxue was lying on his stomach, drunk and poisoned, cut the cooking record, playing tricks on him. Why one, 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 why one after the meal, and Hongxue used the excuse that he was busy with official business as an excuse to have sex with Hongxue and Hongxue to steal Ninji 0 Bujio chu 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 Your Highness, you're here. Why aren't you eating in the backyard? So you had just finished cooking lunch and was about to leave after washing her hands. We brought along a freeloader. It won't be easy to settle the score if we bring him along. And Hong urged Suyu to feed back. Suyu smiled. He took out an oiled paper bag from his sleeve and handed it to him. I was just about to go to the Wang Fu to look for you. This is Sauce's favorite snack. I'll have to trouble Wang Yi to bring it over. Shameful emerging Chunxi trace rotten bead irrigation station Tuashing 17 Shu, Suyu nodded indifferently. It had nothing to do with him anyway. If you're chosen, you might be assigned to take care of the sauce by my royal brother. In the middle of the garden, there was a waterside pavilion. On the small bridge leading to the pavilion, there was a maid standing every 3 steps. All of them nodded their heads and lowered their eyebrows, not daring to say anything. Above the waterside pavilion, a person wearing a brocade robe and a jade crown stood with his hands behind his back. This subject brother greets the emperor. Long live the emperor. And Han knelt down on the steps. That person turned around. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. It was the man who had appeared in Suyu's room that day. He glanced at Prince Zhao kneeling on the ground. He didn't tell him to get up. He just waved his hand slightly. The eunuch beside him immediately understood. Everyone, withdraw. The eunuch ordered in a clear voice. He led the servants out in a single file. Soon, the courtyard was cleared. Hand it over. A slender white hand reached out in front of Prince Zhao. And Homeshua Xianji Xian stool dagger yen oval or blind bao chiao folk song yu yu jiu jiu zhang tan barrel steel vinegar toss promisey ju or frozen wan chong hua fan jia nan sha zhu. It was a snack made by Suyu using fresh shellfish meat and flour. Each snack was made into the size of a fingertip so that the cat with the sauce could eat it easily. Prince Zhao watched helplessly as his brother picked up 2 slices and tossed them into his mouth. He ate them with relish and shamelessly leaned over. Brother, is it delicious? Give me one. It tastes terrible. I've been cooking it for so long and it hasn't improved at all. And Hongchul snorted and looked at the snack in his hand. He even used a mold to mold it into the shape of a small fish. How childish. If it tastes bad, then give it to me. And Hong Lai vinegar toss promised to rely on plant Huan Yuan Yu Huan buck fake stew strontium cherry wave silly stuffy song yao ao hong hong dense pregnant umo shi. What's there to see? And Hong Chul finished a whole packet of fish cakes, wiped his hands, and glanced at his younger brother. What's in Hongshua doing here today? After listening to his brother's report, and Hong Chul was silent for a moment. He grabbed his brother's collar and said, send more people. If something happens to Suyu, I'll pluck all your hair. There was a curfew in the capital. After dinner time, the East Main Street gradually became deserted. Suyu pickled the ingredients that he would use tomorrow and checked today's income. Then, he packed his things and left the Xian Mantang. There was no one in the alley outside the kitchen. He could hear the echo of his own footsteps as he walked. Who is it? A black shadow passed behind him. Suyu turned around abruptly, but found nothing. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He muttered to himself, Sauce, why didn't you come back to see me? It had been nearly a month since Sauce disappeared. At first, he was very worried. The fierce shadow guard was so violent that he was afraid that he couldn't take care of his cat. It wasn't until Prince Zhao told him that he saw Sauce in the palace, and that the guy was doing well that he felt a little relieved. However, when Suyu asked if Sauce was the guardian beast of the nation, Prince Zhao's expression was a little strange. With a sigh, Suyu looked around again, turned around, and left. His thin figure looked even more lonely under the moonlight. After he walked out of the alley, a golden figure came out from the thick leaves. Her amber eyes were like colored glass under the moonlight. She quietly watched Suyu's back as he walked further and further away. The courtyard of the Su family was still deserted. Although Suyu had earned a lot of money recently, he didn't add any more servants to the family. After all, as a modern person, he didn't need them at all. The first branch seemed to be getting tighter and tighter. They had fired 2 old maids in a row. It was said that eldest aunt wanted to sell eldest uncle's maidservant. It was very troublesome. Suyu was busy with the Xian Mantang every day. He didn't have time to pay attention to these trivial things at home. Every morning, he listened to the Jiao clan talk about it. Most of it went in one ear and out the other. Eldest uncle was sitting in the courtyard enjoying the cool air. When he saw Suyu coming in, he coughed lightly and said, come here. Eldest uncle has something to say to you. Suyu hadn't seen Su Xiaozhong for quite a while, and he seemed to be more haggard than before. He inwardly guessed that something must have gone wrong with his title. Although he didn't like this uncle of his, he still had to put up with it on the surface. He respectfully stepped forward and saluted, "Uncle, what are your orders?" Xianxia has already put up a notice. There will be a general election at the beginning of next month. Su Xiaozhong looked at Suyu's face and couldn't see any emotion. She could only continue, the imperial family has rarely had a male consort. It would be good if he was chosen, but if he wasn't, then he would lose face. As he said this, he glanced at Suyu's expression from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that he was still unmoved, he couldn't help but secretly grit his teeth. This little brat didn't fall for the trap. Could it be that he really wanted to participate in the election? Suyu naturally heard it clearly. His uncle was afraid that he would participate in the general election and wanted to nip the bud in the bud. However, although eldest uncle's words were misleading, there was also a certain degree of truth in them. If a man like him were to participate in a beauty pageant and judge others, based on the fact that he didn't know anything about music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and only knew how to kill fish and cook, he would definitely be ruthlessly despised. Then, he would be dejected and fail the selection, leaving behind a thick and heavy black mark in his second life. In the future, Xian Mantang would be opened all over the country. When people talked about Big Boss Suyu's history, they would say that this brat participated in the imperial consort selection and was thrown out in the first round. In a fit of anger, he worked hard to achieve what he had today. He really didn't want to have an autobiography with such ups and downs. Really, Su Xiaozhong was annoyed when she saw Suyu's absent-minded appearance. She raised her voice and said, "Do you know why there are so many noble sons who don't hand in their name cards? If you really participate in the election, it will be a problem for you to find a marriage in the future." Oh, Suyu seemed to understand and responded, "Uncle's words are reasonable. Since that's the case, it's better to quickly find a marriage for my cousin so that he won't be selected by the imperial censor." He didn't even hand in his name card, so his uncle's worries were unnecessary. However, Suyu didn't intend to be so kind as to tell him. Su Xiaozhong was choked and couldn't say anything for a long time. "If there's nothing else, nephew will go rest first." Suyu was too lazy to say anything more. He flung his sleeves and left after finishing his etiquette. The room was empty. The late spring night was still a bit cold. Suyu lay on the bed and sighed. Couldn't the Su family let him rest for a few days? He really didn't have the heart to fight for the title of third-rank general. His dream was to open a chain of seafood restaurants, but no one understood. In this different time and space, probably only that little cat would listen to his nonsense. The sky gradually darkened. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was covered by dark clouds and it was pitch black. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. This kind of night made people feel inexplicably uneasy. Suyu didn't sleep very well. In his sleep, he unconsciously clutched the corner of his quilt. In the middle of the night, he vaguely felt someone lifting his quilt. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a small furball pushing its head into the quilt and trying to burrow in. It was like waking up in the middle of the night and seeing Santa Claus stuffing gifts into his stocking. There was no better surprise than this. Suyu held his breath. Without the moonlight, he couldn't see clearly. He only felt the furry fellow burrowing into the quilt. It nimbly turned around and poked its little head out. It pulled at Suyu's arm with some disgust. After thinking for a moment, it lay down and put its head on the quilt. Just as it put its head down, a pair of soft and warm lips pressed against the top of its head. "Sauce." Suyu used his mouth to rub against the furry head and called out softly. The little cat on his arm stiffened. It immediately raised its paw to press against the warm mouth and rubbed its head against Suyu's inner shirt. Damn it, it made his fur wet again. "Sauce, you're back. I'm so happy." Suyu kissed the paw beside his mouth and excitedly tried to rub its belly. Meow. The little cat in his arms couldn't take it anymore. It jumped up and sat on the pillow, looking at him angrily. "Stupid slave, how dare you be so frivolous to me?" Okay, I won't disturb you." Suyu smiled foolishly and put his face next to the cat's paw. He looked up at the cat who was looking down at him and blinked. After a long time, he said softly, "Sauce, I miss you so much." Stupid thing. Its amber eyes were still cold, but its furry ears had already turned red. It shook its tail and turned around to face Suyu with its butt. Really, although I already know that you, this stupid slave, admire me, but to say it so bluntly is really offensive to public decency. Where did that person take you that day? Do you really live in the palace? Then how did you run out? Suyu was still immersed in the happiness of regaining what he had lost. He leaned against the warm fur and muttered to himself. Humph, didn't you put on a stupid appearance in the alley to win my pity? And Hongchul shook its tail and yawned on its paw. It listened to Suyu's muttering and quickly fell asleep. He still had to go to court tomorrow and had to get up before the sun rose. He didn't have time to listen to this stupid slave's whining. The next day, Suyu opened his eyes with a happy mood, but found that there was nothing on his pillow. His heart went cold. Was he dreaming last night? He sat in a daze for a while, then suddenly found that there was light on his hair. He looked down and saw a few strands of golden fur flashing under the morning sun. The corners of his mouth gradually curved up. Suyu plucked the few strands of fur and pinched them between his fingers. At this time, he really believed that Sauce was not a normal cat. It was extremely intelligent. It really was the country's guardian beast. After breakfast, he went to pay his respects to the Jao clan as usual. He happened to meet Suji, who also came to pay his respects. Second brother. Suji still had a shy expression and seemed to have something to say. Little Ji, what's wrong? Suyu looked at his thin and weak little sister and couldn't help but soften his tone. This? Suji bit her lip and took out a royal blue pouch from her sleeve. It was obviously a mail pouch. Is this for me? Suyu took it and looked at it carefully. It was embroidered with clouds with silver thread. Although it was simple, it was very delicate. The mouth of the pouch was tied with a silver soft rope. It was very unique. I just learned embroidery a few days ago. I'm not good at it. Suji twisted her sleeves and was a little nervous. It's beautiful. Did you tie the knot? Suyu was surprised. Speaking of which, Suji had only learned needlework for less than a month, and she was already so successful. She could be called a genius. Well, I knew how to tie the knot before. Hearing the praise, Suji's face finally showed a little smile. The Jao clan in the room heard the two talking and asked Chen Chao to come out and call them in. The imperial censor has already started to review the name list. He will probably come to announce the decree in a few days. Although the Jao clan lived in the inner residence, they were not slower than Su Shaozhong in receiving news. Looking at Suyu, she was a little worried and asked, "Did you hand in the name list?" "Of course not." Suyu vaguely responded and said that he had handed it in. In fact, he didn't even know which way the imperial censor's door was. "I asked someone to make you some summer clothes. Take them and try them on." The Jao clan excitedly opened the cloth bag on the table and revealed several high-quality clothes inside. The Xian Mantang business was booming now. After deducting the expenses, they made more than 20 taels of silver a day. With a 3:7 ratio, so you could earn 7 or 8 taels of silver. It was comparable to 2 or 3 months of earnings when he was selling fish. Life was finally more comfortable. The Jao clan didn't limit the clothes for Suyu to cheap cloth. They even dared to buy brocade that cost 1 tael of silver a foot. "I'm in the kitchen every day. I don't need this." Suyu looked at the wide sleeves and couldn't imagine himself wearing silk and satin. His 2 little disciples would probably laugh to death. "Brother, you will look good in this." Suji picked up a set of aqua blue clothes. Her little face was flushed with excitement. Girls were always full of interest in beautiful things. Unable to persuade the mother and daughter, Suyu had to go behind the screen to change. Suji stood on tiptoe and put the crown on his head. The 2 tassels on the crown hung softly in his black hair. The silver belt buckled around his waist and tied the aqua blue robe tightly together with a wide-sleeved muslin robe. His figure was slender and his face was like jade. In an instant, he changed from a fisherman to a handsome young master. "If you don't hand over your name card, I'm afraid you'll be caned." The Zhao clan's eyes were full of amazement. They thought to themselves, clothes make the man. Suyu's skin was fair, and his facial features were not particularly outstanding. However, when put together, they were just right. A little more would make him look too strong, and a little less would make him look weak. Usually, he was covered by coarse clothes and looked a little dirty. Now that he changed his clothes, his gentle eyebrows and eyes could be seen. If he had a stack of books in his hands, he would definitely be recognized as a Jiangnan scholar. Caned? Suyu was stunned. How could there be such a thing? No one had ever told him about it. The Zhao clan nodded, and their eyes were full of smiles. Concubine Tong was a famous beauty. You really look like her. Concubine Tong referred to Suyu's birth mother. She had passed away many years ago. This was the first time Suyu heard about her from his official mother. He only knew that she was a woman from Jiangnan who came from a good family. Is that so? However, Suyu was not in the mood to listen to this. What he cared about was that he would be caned without a name card. Since ancient times, each dynasty had different requirements for the selection. It all depended on the mood of the emperor. The Dan dynasty was relatively liberal. Suyu had always thought that this place was similar to the Song and Tang dynasties, so he did not pay much attention to it. Could it be that the emperor was a Tang Xuanzhou? Was he going to be beheaded if he did not offer his family's beauty? Suyu found that every time he came to see his official mother, he would discover a new continent. If he was not surprised, then he would be shocked. When he went back, he flipped through the law book. There was a clear record that the children of noble families must participate in the selection. However, there was no mention of the punishment for not participating. Suyu was distressed. If he was fined money and could not get married, it would be fine. However, if he was caned or whipped, as a modern person who had never suffered, he really could not bear it. Xian Mantang was open all day, and it sold snacks and tea when it was not mealtime. The snacks were seafood barbecue, while the tea was mainly sour plum soup and ginger tea. The variety was simple, and they were all ready-made. At this time, the shopkeeper and Suyu were relatively free. The shopkeeper was actually Mr. Yuan. Because Suyu's business philosophy was too advanced, Mr. Yuan was afraid that the old shopkeepers wouldn't be able to accept it, so he decided to take over. Besides, Prince Zhao didn't have any new tasks for him recently, so he would appear behind the counter on time every day. Suyu always felt that it was a waste to throw a counselor who was almost qualified to be the prime minister into a restaurant as a shopkeeper. Seeing Mr. Yuan smilingly put the money into his sleeves, he felt a toothache. Sure enough, no one was perfect. Mr. Yuan actually had such a strange hobby of being a shopkeeper. Taking advantage of the short break, Suyu invited Mr. Yuan to the backyard to rest and try his new dish. I was wondering what it was. Mr. Yuan heard Suyu's distress and laughed. Young Master Su, you asked the right question. Regarding the selection of concubines, Suyu could only ask Mr. Yuan. The other people he knew were either not nobles or were younger than him. They knew very little about the rules of the imperial concubine selection. The rules of the imperial concubine selection were set in the era of the great ancestor. The name cards were used to check the list for the imperial clan. In the early days, there weren't so many nobles, so they didn't need the name cards at all. The imperial clan directly submitted the list. Nowadays, there are many children of the nobles, and their appearance and character are mixed. The imperial ancestral division doesn't have that many people, so they let the families take the initiative to hand in their name cards. Mr. Yuan seemed to know everything. He spoke clearly and logically, explaining the process of the imperial concubine selection process in detail. He even vaguely analyzed the hidden political factors in it. According to Mr. Yuan, because of the strange rules of the Dan imperial family, most nobles were willing to participate in the selection. After all, once they were selected to enter the palace, the family's title would be theirs. Men couldn't have children, so they had to be released in the end. If they were lucky enough to be enfeoffed in the palace, they would be promoted. If they didn't participate in the selection, they would give up the opportunity to show their faces in front of the imperial family. In other words, they would give up inheriting the title in disguise. Generally speaking, the women of the right age of each noble family would participate in the selection, and the men would be the family's chosen heirs. Generally, only 1 or 2 people were enough. Not everyone would participate. Therefore, most of the imperial clan officials reviewed the list based on the name cards. As for those who didn't submit their name cards, they would be ignored when there was no shortage of candidates. After filtering out the political stuff, Mr. Yuan said, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Jiao clan was just joking. But Mr. Yuan seemed to suddenly think of something, and changed the topic. If the imperial clan officials suddenly become serious, those who didn't submit their name cards when they should have, will be punished with 20 strokes of the cane. Suyu, after going around in circles, things were back to square one. After returning home, Suyu rummaged through the cabinets for a long time, but couldn't find his lost name card. He was very distressed. If he had known earlier, he would have submitted his name card. Anyway, he wouldn't have been selected. It was better than being found out and beaten up. In the Den Imperial Palace, there were red pillars and dragons in the Golden Hall. On the 9-dragon throne, the young emperor of the Den dynasty was wearing a bright yellow ceremonial robe. He supported his forehead with one hand and absent-mindedly listened to the ministers below. Your Majesty, the imperial clan officials have finished reviewing the name cards of the children of the nobles. The Ministry of Revenue has also submitted the name cards of the children of the officials. The first round of the selection will be held on the 3rd of September, an official from the Ministry of Rights said, holding 2 name cards. Her beautiful eyes opened slightly. She paused for a moment, then said casually, present them. The name cards of the children of the officials were obviously much thicker than the one for the children of the nobles. And Hongchul frowned slightly. He opened the name card of the nobles, glanced at it, then closed it. He looked at the other name card and tapped it with 2 fingers. He didn't flip it. The imperial court was silent for a moment. Your Majesty, there hasn't been an election in the palace for 3 years. I think that this time, we should recruit more concubines to fill the imperial harem. Therefore, I made the decision to allow the children of the 3rd-rank officials and below to enter the name card. The person standing at the head of the civil officials stepped out. This person was the current prime minister, the crown prince's tutor, Lu Maogong. At the same time, he was also the Empress Dowager's cousin. There were as many officials outside the capital as there were hairs on a cow. To allow the children of these officials to participate in the selection, it would certainly be a waste of manpower and money. Everyone understood this logic, but no one in the imperial court spoke up to refute it. And Hongchul picked up the name card and swept his gaze over the people in the hall. The civil officials all lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. A few generals appeared to be angry, but no one spoke. Rip, a crisp sound was extremely ear-piercing in the stillness of the imperial court. For some reason, the thick name card was instantly torn to shreds. There are so many words. How can Jin read them all? And Hongchul said coldly. Why wait until September? The selection will be held on the 3rd of next month. Tomorrow, present the new name cards. Finished speaking, he didn't wait for a response. He stood up and left with a flick of his sleeve. Silence. A long silence. The civil and military officials were all stunned. The prime minister was even more frozen in place. Are you all planning to have lunch here? The person standing above the prime minister yawned. It was His Royal Highness King Zhao, who hadn't yet woken up. Only then did the civil and military officials react. They bowed to the empty throne and withdrew from the court. It's not the first time Imperial Brother has been willful. Uncle, please bear with him. And Hongnua asked. Lu Maogong looked at the chubby Prince Zhao with a fake smile. Your Highness is too serious. His Majesty is dissatisfied because of this official's inadequacy. The selection would be held on the 3rd of next month. The children of the officials outside the capital wouldn't have time to enter the capital. The Ministry of Rights had no choice but to rush through the night to prepare a new name card. The imperial censors also hurriedly increased the number of candidates so that there wouldn't be too few people in the selection. The storm in the imperial court affected Suyu's peaceful life. Within a few days, the imperial censors' name cards were released. Suyu was in the backyard inviting Prince Zhao to taste a new dish. The Su family's only servant stumbled in. Second young master, the family wants you to hurry back. The imperial censors sent someone to announce the name cards at home. They specifically asked you to go back and announce it. Clang. The plate in Su Yu's hand fell to the ground, and he stiffly turned his head to look at An Hongyo, who was eating mushrooms. Ah? Prince Zhao, who was happily eating, looked up in a daze. Zhong Jingxi specifically asked Su Yu to go back. There was only one possibility, and that was to find out that Su Yu did not have a marriage contract and did not submit a name card. Then, he would directly drag him out and beat him with a plank as a warning to others. And Hong Yue Su Q Jia Xia Bacon Huan Ping Yu Shu Shu Shu. Dead Oyster Wave Marsh Lotus Chun Towing Lu Ship XX Plan Huang and Hui Generation Hui Dare Rotten Fish Su Yu sighed. He knew that it was just wishful thinking. He frowned and didn't want to go back. He quickly calculated the possibility of absconding with the money. The Den dynasty was prosperous and peaceful, so the management of the population was quite good. Even the beggars on the streets were recorded. Unless a fugitive occupied a mountain and became a king, the purchase of land, houses, and marriages and funerals all had to go through the government. As a chef, the possibility of Su Yu occupying a mountain and becoming a king was negative. Shaking his head, Su Yu tossed aside those nonsensical thoughts. He went to the cupboard and took out some money. Then, he reminded Prince Zhao that if he ever got caught, he must remember to save him. Then, he hurried back home. And Hong Pan Go Ma Mu Pi Mao Dun Gao Wei Ba Jiao Wei Pope Jun Mr. Yuan walked out leisurely. He's afraid that the imperial censor will pursue the crime of not handing in his name card. His Royal Highness King Zhao burst into laughter when he heard this. He laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. This Su Yu is so funny, ha ha ha. Mr. Yuan forgot to tell Su Yu that as long as she wasn't a famous beauty, no one would care if a man didn't want to participate in the election. The Su family's door was wide open, and everyone was gathered in the main hall. The two imperial clan division envoys stood in the middle, and their expressions were not very good. Su Xiaozhong accompanied Xiaoxin in the front hall, while the womenfolk sat behind the screen, waiting for the imperial edict to be announced. He's not the patriarch. Why should we wait for him to come back? Su Ying stood beside eldest aunt and muttered softly. She was just a concubine's daughter, and the election was her only chance to soar. How could she not be impatient? You should know about the Su family's big matter, the Zhao clan said coldly. Su Ying's chin immediately lifted a bit when she heard the word major event. That was true. As long as she could enter the palace in this general election, she would be the person with the highest status in this family. Su Yu's half-legitimate son would also have to look at her face in the future. Naturally, she should let him know. Why did you come back so late? You made the lords wait. As soon as Su Yu entered the front hall, eldest uncle immediately scolded him to his face. While he was scolding him, he was also observing the expressions of the two envoys. Ignoring his uncle, Su Yu took out 2 pieces of silver and stepped forward with a smile. The shop is far away. I've made you 2 sirs wait for a long time. The 2 envoys put away the silver very naturally, their faces still cold. Since you're back, let's announce it. Su Yu was perturbed. He felt that he was doomed, so he wanted to bribe them in advance. He didn't expect to hit the jackpot. The envoys of the Imperial Ancestral Division had to pay a bribe to announce the name list. Seeing that the 2 envoys were unmoved, Su Yu felt even more uncertain. He gritted his teeth and took out 2 silver pearls from his embroidered pouch. These were the silver pearls that he had extorted from Prince Zhao with the new dishes today. Thank you for your trouble. Please take a seat. The 2 envoys looked at each other and smiled. One of them said, Young Master Su is young and promising. Your future is limitless. Eldest uncle saw this and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Because the name list had been approved by the emperor, everyone had to kneel and listen when the Imperial Ancestral Division came to announce it. Su Yu invited the 2 envoys to stand at the head of the table and knelt down. Everyone in the hall followed suit. For the list, the second-class Su family of the general's residence has decided that Su Yu and Su Ying will participate in the election. They will be at the Imperial Ancestral Division's front yard on the 3rd day of the 7th lunar month. Participate in the election? Su Yu was dumbfounded. Normally, if they didn't miss out on the selection, they would be beaten. How could they participate in the election? The two envoys from the Imperial Ancestral Division didn't say anything. They smiled and congratulated Suyu and went to the next house. Suyu was left alone with a puzzled look on his face and his eldest uncle's face. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Su Xiaozhang angrily lifted the screen. Suji was so scared that he cried out in alarm. Suyu came back to his senses and immediately walked over. He stood in front of his mother and Shu sister. Eldest uncle, what are you doing? Jao clan's daughter calmly stood up and straightened her skirt. It's just a formality. Eldest uncle, you don't have to worry. Although the Den dynasty chose male concubines, the conditions for choosing male concubines were very harsh. Those who could be chosen were the cream of the crop. Most of the nobles went there just for formality. If they were lucky enough to be favored by the emperor, it would be helpful for their future. This was also the reason why Su Xiaozhang tried his best to stop Suyu from going. In the Su family, only Su Xiaozhang had contact with nobles outside. Suyu had been raised in the inner residence all these years and didn't know anyone. If Suyu made some connections because of the election, all his efforts in the past few months would be in vain. At the beginning, we agreed that if we gave you the shop, we would give up the title. Now you want to have your cake and eat it too. Eldest Antli clan's daughter put her hands on her waist and pointed at Jao clan's nose. I'm telling you, there's no way. If you want to participate in the election, hand over the Xian Mantang. Xian Montang's business was booming and now it was well known in the capital. The first branch's family had been jealous for a long time. Today, when they saw Suyu being so generous and giving away a few pieces of silver without batting an eye, they couldn't hold back anymore. Suyu looked at eldest aunt as if he was looking at an alien. Her skin was really thick to a certain extent. It was written clearly in black and white that the shop was Yuer's private property. Jao clan's daughter pulled Suyu away so that Li clan's saliva wouldn't spray on his face. Besides, it's up to Xianxia to decide whether to participate in the election or not. When is it up to you, Li Yunxiu, to tell him what to do? Eldest uncle was so angry that his face turned red, but he couldn't find a reason to refute. After all, participating in the election was not his intention to become a noble. It was hateful that he had been away for a few months, and the matter of his title was still undecided. Xianxia and the others were waiting for him to give them gifts, but there was nothing at home that could be given. Now that Suyu's restaurant was so profitable, if he went to the palace to get to know some dignitaries and bribed them, the title would be Suyu's. Eldest uncle and his wife finally realized that they had been tricked by the seemingly weak and easy-to-bully mother and son, Suyu. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Suyu rubbed his forehead and said with a headache, "It's a waste of time for me to go. It's a good thing that Inger can participate in the election. I'll cook tonight. Let's have a good meal as a family." After all, they were a family. They would see each other often, so they had to be polite. It was not a good thing to be at daggers drawn every day. As soon as Suyu's words came out, the atmosphere eased a little, but eldest uncle's face was still ugly. The Jao clan curled their lips. Who wants to eat with the first branch? But today, she was in a good mood, so she didn't argue with them. The happiest people were Suing and her mother. During dinner in the evening, Suing consciously sat in front of the Jao clan and Li clan's table. She looked like a young lady. "Jier, come and sit down." The Jao clan's mother waved her hand to Su Ji, who was standing, and asked her to come and sit down. Although it was said that Suyu would cook, in fact, he just went to Xian Mantang to cook. He made the unsold ingredients and asked the waiter to send them over. Xian Mantang's dishes were not cheap. The Su family hasn't tasted it yet. Today, when he saw the delicacies on the table, his cousin Su Ming's eyes widened. Su Xiaozhang looked at the dishes on the table and felt even more uncomfortable. He didn't expect this kid to be so capable. He looked up at Suyu, who was full of confidence. He was completely different from the child who was bullied by Su Ming before. "Eldest uncle, I'll give you a toast. Thank you for being willing to give me the shop." Suyu poured a glass of rice wine for his uncle and drank it first. Su Xiaozhang held the wine, but he didn't drink it. He kicked his son under the table. "Who said I'm giving it to you? This shop belongs to the Su family. If you want to inherit the title, you have to return the shop." Su Ming's mouth was full of oil. After being kicked by his father, he immediately opened his mouth. I don't intend to take this title. Su Yu's face became cold and looked straight at his uncle. You don't want the shop back. I've already sold it. Now Xianmantang belongs to His Royal Highness King Zhao. I'm just a helper. What did you say? Su Xiaozhong was shocked. You actually sold your ancestral property. Eldest uncle, you must be joking. I'm not the head of the family. Naturally, it's not ancestral property. Su Yu poured another glass for himself and slightly frowned. If you need my help with the title, eldest uncle, just ask. I just want to advise you, don't have any ideas about that shop. To be honest, Su Yu really wasn't good at these internal conflicts. He could only follow the methods of modern people and use peaceful means before resorting to force. He had poured too much effort into Xianmantang. It was his capital to settle down in this world. He didn't want others to touch it at all. These straightforward words sounded like a clear threat to Su Xiaozhong. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. Good. Now you're all grown up. You have the ability. After a meal, the Su family's conflict couldn't be resolved. Su Yu knew that as long as the title wasn't decided, his uncle's family wouldn't be at peace. However, he couldn't take care of himself right now, so he didn't want to pay attention to these matters. Xianxia wanted him to enter the palace on the third day of the next month to participate in the selection process. The selection process in previous dynasties wasn't completed in a day or two. He didn't know how many days he would be gone. The business of Xianmantang needed someone to take care of it. Time was tight. Su Yu decided to teach the two little chefs to cook 7 dishes each within a month. With this arrangement, he would have 2 main dishes to cook every day. It should be able to last for quite some time. From today onwards, I'm going to teach you how to cook. After noon, Su Yu called the 2 little chefs over. With a serious expression, he said, "These are my Su family's heirloom dishes. I hope you can learn them diligently." The 2 little chefs looked at each other. Their eyes were full of surprise, and they knelt down together. The culinary lineage, even in the modern era, still adhered to the ancient etiquette. Back then, when Su Yu was taken in as a disciple, he also kowtowed and offered tea. Thus, he did not reject the greetings of the 2 little chefs and asked the waiter to bring tea over. Today, I will officially take you 2 as my disciples. The 2 little chefs were called Zhangqing and Wang Feng. They were both farmers. Their family backgrounds were clean, and they were both clever and quick-witted. After drinking the apprenticeship tea and saluting, Su Yu gave each of them a strange-looking knife. Seeing the 2 little chefs so excited, as if they had received a treasure, Su Yu felt a little guilty. He had asked a blacksmith to make this knife according to the scale-removing knife from the 21st century. It looked very good, but in reality, it wasn't worth much. However, facing the admiring gazes of the 2 teenage children, Su Yu felt for the first time that he was a teacher. In the modern era, he didn't have the time to accept disciples, but after transmigrating to the ancient era, he accepted 2 disciples. 1 month was a limited time. In order to quickly train his apprentices, Su Yu arrived early every day. His 2 apprentices were also very diligent, so they lived in the kitchen. Seeing the 2 of them sleeping on the floor in the utility room, Su Yu couldn't stand it anymore. He discussed with Mr. Yuan and rented a small courtyard next door. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard, which were enough for his 2 apprentices and a few waiters to live in. Speaking of which, the waiters in Xianmantang were all manservants transferred from Prince Zhao's residence. All the expenses were paid by Prince Zhao's residence. Su Yu carefully looked at the accounts and felt that it was inappropriate to do so. He wanted to work with Prince Zhao for a long time. It wasn't good to take advantage of him. The new waiters have already been hired. There's no need to trouble them. Mr. Yuan stopped Su Yu from dividing the accounts. They are servants. They can't leave Prince Zhao's residence. I was confused. Su Yu suddenly understood. Although the servants of the prince's residence were servants, many people didn't want to give up their position. In the eyes of others, the waiters in a restaurant were naturally different from the servants of the prince's residence. The new waiters were still in training. They would be able to work in a few days. Suyu wasn't good at this, so he handed everything over to Mr. Yuan. He only repeatedly reminded him to separate the accounts in the future. He couldn't let the prince suffer losses again. Then he focused on teaching his 2 apprentices. The 2 apprentices each learned 7 dishes. 1 month should be enough. The most difficult part of cooking was the control of heat and seasoning. Time was tight, so Suyu prepared the seasonings for the 14 dishes and put them in different small jars. The jars were labeled with the seasonings for each dish. What Xianxia and Wang Feng needed to learn was the control of heat and the handling of ingredients. Seafood ingredients were more particular than other ingredients. Where to eat, where to use as the soup base, where to cut in advance. The order couldn't be wrong. Suyu picked simple fish, shrimp, and scallops. It wasn't difficult to make 14 dishes with these 3 main ingredients. Today, we're going to make stir-fried prawns with soy sauce. Suyu took out a plate of prawns and handed it to Xianxia. Stir-fried shrimp with soy sauce was not as simple as stir-frying it with soy sauce. In Suyu's previous life, chefs were often lazy and directly used prepared Meiji sauce. There was no industrial production of Meiji sauce here, so it had to be mixed by hand. For a seafood dish, the most important thing is not after it's cooked, but before it's cooked. Suyu checked the processed prawns and handed a pile of seasonings to Xianxia. To get rid of the fishy smell, one needed cooking wine. Naturally, the Den dynasty did not have cooking wine. When Suyu flipped through Su's restaurant's menu, he found that many dishes included a type of seasoning called huadiao. Huadiao, also known as huadiao wine, was a type of yellow rice wine. Suyu bought huadiao wine, Shuangyuan Hong, Jintan wine, Hubeiang wine, and more than 10 kinds of yellow rice wine. He tried them all and found that these yellow rice wine had the same effect on getting rid of the fishy smell. He didn't know why the ancestors of the Su family only wrote huadiao wine, which made him guess for several days. Minced garlic, grated ginger, soy sauce, white sugar, pepper, yellow rice wine, and all the seasonings were prepared. The heads of the fresh prawns were cut off and marinated in the seasonings for half an hour. After that, they were drained and ready to be cooked. This was the first time that Xianxia carefully watched Suyu process the ingredients. He saw his slender and white fingers moving swiftly, spreading the ingredients, scattering the powder, and adding the sauce. His movements were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water, as if he was performing an exquisite tea ceremony. He couldn't help but be fascinated. There would always be some people who looked very ordinary when they had nothing to do, just like Suyu. His appearance could only be considered above average, and his conduct in the world was also mediocre. However, when he stepped into his domain, he could instantly transform into a god. That kind of radiance was boundless and unparalleled. Have you memorized it? Suyu stopped what he was doing and turned to ask his little disciple. Master, why do I feel like you're not cooking, but more like, bang? A crisp sound interrupted the conversation between the master and disciple. Suyu looked up and saw that a small bowl of flour, which was originally used to make snacks, had been knocked to the ground by the window. A fluffy ball covered in flour looked very angry. It sneezed and didn't forget to slap away the bowl that dared to block its way. Sauce. Suyu's eyes lit up. He quickly ran over and picked up the white kitten. Stupid slave. And Hongchul's amber eyes were full of anger. It raised its paw and slapped away Suyu's hand. It struggled back to the chopping board and shook its fur. Damn it, pickled prawns are pickled prawns. Why did you have to put on such a seductive look for me? Looking up at the stunned Xianxia, the cat king became even angrier. It couldn't help but bare its fangs at him. Okay, don't be angry. Suyu held back his laughter and picked up the kitten again. He leaned over and kissed the cat's ears, which were still covered in flour. Come, let's go wash it. It won't be so uncomfortable anymore. Damn it, after using his usual method, the flour cat in his arms stopped moving. Suyu patted the cat's head with satisfaction. He told Xianxia to make another bowl of flour, and left his disciple to bathe the cat. The weather was getting hotter. It was noon, so Suyu didn't need to worry about the cold. He took a small wooden basin, scooped some hot water from the steamer, and mixed it. He tested the temperature of the water before putting the fluffy ball in. The depth of the water was just right. It could completely submerge its body. The cat lay down comfortably and rested its head on the side of the basin. Sauce, why did you come out in the middle of the day? So you hadn't seen this guy in the daytime for a long time. In the past month, he had only come in the middle of the night twice. Now that he looked carefully, it seemed to be bigger than before. The kitten, who was enjoying the bath with its eyes closed, raised its eyelids and looked at him. It raised its front paw. The cat slave immediately grabbed it and carefully cleaned the flour between its paw with his fingertips. It's a break today, so I'm here to take a bath. And Xianxia yawned and answered casually. However, this sentence sounded like a few meow to Suyu. He couldn't understand it at all, but he was still interested in chatting. What do you want to eat? I'll make something delicious for you in a while. You're still growing, so you should eat more. Oh, right, do you remember where I put my name card? I didn't even hand it in. Why did Minister Zhong ask me to participate in the election? And Xianxia didn't bother to pay any more attention to him and simply let him ramble on and on. After washing the cat, Suyu wiped the cat from head to toe with a cloth towel. He wiped the cat's fur until it was half dry. He was afraid that it would be blown by the wind, so he simply took a dry cloth towel and wrapped the cat up in his arms. And Xianxia uncomfortably broke away from the cloth towel. The damp fur rubbed against Suyu's inner shirt. It was already summer. Suyu didn't wear anything else except this shirt. The touch of his skin was transmitted through the soft wet shirt. The Cat King couldn't help but be stunned. Boss, there's a problem in front. The waiter who served the dishes hurriedly ran over. A man claims to be your elder brother and wants to keep the account. Mr. Yuan refuses, so he's asking you to do it. Suyu frowned. He raised his hand and wanted to take the cat out of his arms so that he could go over and see the situation. And Xianxia, who was in a daze, subconsciously used his claws to hook Suyu's clothes, so he couldn't take the cat out. Suyu, who had always spoiled him, didn't force him. He simply took the cat and went to the lobby. Sure enough, Suyu's cousin, Su Ming, was standing in front of the counter, yelling endlessly. The guests in the lobby were eating and watching the scene. Suyu, tell me, am I your brother? When Su Ming saw Suyu, he suddenly became more energetic and banged the table loudly. These days, Su Ming couldn't stand Suyu's smug look. He originally wanted to eat and drink for free. After eating, he would wipe his mouth and put it on Suyu's tab, making him suffer in silence. However, he didn't expect that the Xian Mantang would be served after payment was made. The shopkeeper refused to put it on Suyu's tab. Seeing that the people in the lobby began to whisper and laugh at him, Su Ming couldn't help but lose his temper. Suyu had a headache. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yuan, I said that anyone who causes trouble will be sent to the government in the capital. Got it. Mr. Yuan smiled. I've already sent someone to invite someone from the government. Suyu, what do you mean? When Su Ming heard that someone from the government was going to invite someone from the government, he panicked. However, he didn't want to show his cowardice, so he bluffed and grabbed Suyu's clothes. Ouch! As soon as he got close, a sharp claw scratched him and left a deep bloody mark. I'm really sorry to disturb the guests' meal. Today, no one here has a table. I'll send a pot of sour plum soup. Suyu comfortingly patted the fur ball in his arms and bowed to everyone. In front of a table by the window, and Xianxia stared at the tuft of golden fur on Suyu's clothes. His narrow eyes revealed a playful smile. He turned his head and looked at Su Ming, who was still cursing after being kicked out by the waiter. He raised his chin slightly and said, Follow him. Yes. Someone answered and followed Su Ming's footsteps, gradually disappearing into the busy East Street. In the evening, Suyu finished the last dish. He rubbed his sore shoulders and turned to look at the golden kitten, who was concentrating on catching fish by the fish tank. He couldn't help but smile. Sauce, let's go home. The golden furry ears moved. And Xianxia looked up at him. Under the warm candlelight in the kitchen, the not-so-handsome face looked softer. He let go of the fish tail that he had just hooked and swung his claws. Really, just because I pamper you, you can't act like a spoiled child in front of others. Returning to the Su family, Suyu's courtyard was dark. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the kitten in his arms suddenly jumped onto his shoulder. At the same time, there was a muffled sound from behind the door, and a black shadow rolled out. Ouch! The black shadow fell to the ground and cried out. Suming? Why are you here? Suyu lit the candle and saw the person clearly. It was his cousin Suming, who had caused trouble during the day. He had probably been hiding in the dark and somehow fell down. He was holding a net in his hand. Suyu didn't know what he was going to do. Suming's face was pale. He nervously looked into the dark, then glanced at Suyu and ran away. What's going on? Suyu scratched his head. He didn't think that Suming was hiding in his room to do anything good. If he didn't want to steal money, then he wanted to beat him up. But why did he fall down himself and get scared? And Hong Chul, who was standing on his shoulder, had a cold look in his eyes. He wanted to catch me with a net used to catch rabbits? What wishful thinking. The next day, Suming fell ill. Eldest aunt didn't let it go. She said that he fell down in Suyu's room and broke it. Suyu was annoyed and didn't want to live at home. He lived in Xianmantang for some peace and quiet. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day of the 7th month, the day of the palace election. The Jao clan called Suyu back the day before and taught him a lot. They reminded him to make friends with the nobles and gave him a few sets of clothes and accessories. Early in the morning, Su Xiaozhang drove the donkey cart to send Suing to the Imperial Ancestral Bureau. Suyu didn't catch the donkey cart and could only walk there with his bag. When he arrived at the front yard of the Imperial Ancestral Bureau, there were many nobles there. They were all wearing brocade clothes and gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Suyu didn't know anyone and could only hide in the corner like a quail. The women all went to the backyard and were led by palace maids. The men gathered in the front yard and entered the palace together with the imperial officials. Suyu stood in the corner and found that most people were empty-handed. Some were even elegantly fanning themselves. Only he was foolishly carrying a bundle. Who is that? He's actually carrying his own luggage. Someone noticed the maverick Suyu and seemed to have seen something strange. The first round of the general election began today. Only those who passed the first round would be able to live in the palace. The noble's luggage could be sent to the palace gate by servants after they had settled down. Only Suyu, who had no servants to serve him, would carry his own bundle. He seems to be the illegitimate son of the Su family, the one who owns the restaurant. Someone recognized him and couldn't help but sneer. The Su family is so poor. They're already like this, yet they still have the nerve to participate in the general election. He's just a fish seller, ha ha ha. Not far away, several youths were pointing at Suyu. The person standing in the middle of them didn't say a word. When he heard someone laugh, he slightly frowned and said, "The imperial officials are coming. Don't make any more noise." "You're right, Crown Prince." The person who was laughing immediately stopped talking, and the surrounding youths also restrained themselves a little. Suyu glanced at the person. He was tall and had a cold expression. Listening to the others' conversation, he seemed to be the Prince Liu. The title of nobility was passed down from generation to generation. If one did not perform any meritorious service, it was reasonable to say that one's title would be demoted and inherited. Only a few of the true founding ministers of the country were granted hereditary titles, and High Duke Liu was one of them. Liu Guogong's family was surnamed Gao. All of the men practiced martial arts and were fierce generals. The current Liu Guogong was still able to fight and kill enemies. A family like the Gao family was the true noble. Suyu looked at the real tall, rich, and handsome man. It was hard to imagine how such a person could marry into the palace and serve the emperor. Sure enough, the purpose of this general election was to rope in connections. The focus was still on the women. As a quail who would be ridiculed at any time while carrying a bag, Suyu did not intend to make friends with anyone. He simply took out the small fish cake he made in the morning from his bag and ate it with relish. His sauce was in the palace. In order to please the cat, he specially made a lot of snacks, hoping to meet it in the palace. Prince Liu pretended to inadvertently glance at Suyu again. Seeing that he was eating as if there was no one else around, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Not long after, an official from the Imperial Ancestral Division appeared. He politely greeted everyone and briefly announced today's schedule. He gave everyone a wooden token with their name engraved on it. After verifying their identities, he arranged for everyone to board the carriage. Minister Zhongzhen had prepared a special carriage and was personally brought into the palace by Deputy Minister Zhongzhen. Carriages with luxurious canopies and exquisite octagonal carts passed through the tall palace road one after another, heading towards the magnificent imperial palace. The carriages of the nobles were in the front, followed by the sons of the civil and military officials. They entered the palace through the gate of divine force. The women's carriages followed behind. They turned in front of the gate of divine force and changed to the Xianxia sect to avoid meeting the men. Thus, Suyu did not see his cousin, Suing, from the beginning to the end. After entering the gate of divine force, there was a wide square. Everyone got off the carriage and a eunuch about 40 years old stood in front of him. He smiled and bowed to everyone. "Yang Gonggong, how have you been?" The Prince of Chongqing smiled and returned the greeting. "Thank you for your concern." The old eunuch surnamed Yang smiled until his face was wrinkled. He then greeted the Prince of Lu. The latter only nodded and did not say much to him. The old eunuch did not mind. He cleared his throat and then began to announce the rules of the imperial palace. Those really tall, rich, and handsome were already familiar with these rules. However, it was the first time that Suyu heard of it. It was very fresh. The selection was divided into 4 rounds. It would take at least 10 days to complete. During this period, the harem candidates would live in the Xianglong Palace, while harem candidates, would live in the Hall of Xianyang. During this period, they were not allowed to step out of the Hall of Xianyang without being summoned. With all these rules added up, they would not even be able to see a high-ranking eunuch, let alone the emperor. Suyu touched his chin. So, the scenes of harem candidates meeting the emperor in the TV dramas in his previous life were all nonsense. The Den Imperial Palace was divided into the front hall and the back hall. State affairs were handled in the front hall, while the imperial concubines lived in the back hall. The 2 halls were separated by a vast imperial garden. The areas occupied by the 2 ministers were basically the same. In fact, the front hall was even larger. The Hall of Xianyang they were going to was in the front hall. Other than the main hall, the rest of the buildings in the Hall of Xianyang were 3-story buildings that surrounded the main hall. When everyone arrived at the main hall, there were already many eunuchs waiting there. 3 people dressed in official robes stood behind a long table. The first round of the selection was about to begin. In Suyu's opinion, the first round of the selection was just a roll call and a simple physical examination. Everyone held their nameplates and came forward to answer a few questions in order to verify their identity. At the same time, a portion of people would be filtered out. Those who were ugly or disabled would have their nameplates taken away. Suyu watched as a man with a full beard was mercilessly eliminated. He was still unwilling to give up. He suddenly felt that his attitude in participating in the selection was very proper. At the very least, he remembered to shave before going out. The order of standing was also very particular. Those with high status in the family would be at the front. After the selection, they could go to the side hall to choose where they would live for the next few days. When it was Suyu's turn, there were only a few people left. Name. The official from the Ministry of Rights absent-mindedly raised his head to look at him and ticked above average on his appearance. Suyu, courtesy name Jin Tang. Suyu respectfully replied. He stole a glance at the booklet on the table and discovered that above average were high quality, above average, and exceptional. Aside from the Prince of Chongqing, who was ticked above average, the rest were all above average and below average. Even the Prince of Lu, who had the highest status, was only above average. It seemed that there wasn't too much of a conspiracy behind this, Suyu thought absent-mindedly. He had seen the Prince of Chongqing at the Shenwu Gate. He had a jade-like face and was indeed a handsome man. If this wasn't exceptional, then what was? A face suddenly flashed in his mind. His facial features were so exquisite that they were almost impeccable. It was the shadow guard who had taken away the sauce that day, Suyu suddenly felt some sympathy for the emperor. He had treated a mighty man like the Prince of Lu as a high-quality resource, but he didn't know that the real exceptional beauty was hidden in a corner that he couldn't see. It was truly a reckless waste of God's gift. Next. Just as Suyu's mind was wandering, he had already passed the preliminary selection. Xianxia's wooden tablet was taken away and replaced with an even more exquisite waste tablet. There was a long green tassel on it, and the civil official's son received a waste tablet with a blue tassel. After leaving the main hall, a eunuch instructed Suyu to head east. The old eunuch surnamed Yang was standing below the small building to the east. Seeing Suyu's sluggish manner, his face showed some impatience. Young Master Su came late. Stay in Xian room 13. Gong gong, room 13. The young eunuch next to him heard this and looked at Suyu. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Gong raised his eyebrows and unhurriedly said, "The sky rooms are all full. The Xian rooms don't face the sun. It doesn't matter what number it is." When he said this, there was naturally a hidden meaning behind it. The sky, earth, and Xian rooms were all full. The Xian rooms didn't face the sun, so there were still the earth rooms to choose from. If one wanted to stay in a better room, they naturally had to pay a good fee. Suyu naturally understood, but he didn't plan to spend this money in vain. He pretended not to know. "It's fine. It's the same wherever I live. Thank you for your trouble, Gong Gong." "Humph." The old eunuch coldly snorted and threw a key to him. Xian room 13 was in the corner of the first floor. It really didn't face the sun at all. When he opened the door, a damp smell hit him in the face. He looked around. After all, it was the imperial palace. The conditions were actually quite good. At least it was better than Suyu's own room. Other than some moldy spots in the corner, the furniture was also a bit damp. Suyu threw the cloth bundle on the table and threw himself onto the bed. He finally understood what it meant to travel a long distance without weight. A cloth bundle that wasn't heavy in the first place could be very tiring to carry it in his hands for an entire day. The courtyard gradually became lively. The servants of the noble families brought the gifts over. The young eunuchs were busy sending gifts to each room and packing things. However, no one came to pay attention to Suyu. He was drowsy and fell asleep. When he woke up, the sky was already dark. Suyu got up and rubbed his stomach. Unexpectedly, no one came to call him to eat. He opened the window and looked, but he couldn't see anything. It was because the window of his room was facing the courtyard wall. When he opened the window, he saw the wall. Bored, he raised his head and saw a touch of gold jumping on the wall. Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Sauce." The golden ball of hair staggered and almost fell. And Hongchul glanced at Suyu, who was foolishly waving his hand. He was suddenly angry. "Stupid slave, you actually dare to call me by my name in the imperial palace." Suyu didn't expect to see Sauce on his first day in the palace. He excitedly hugged the cat and rubbed against it for a long time. Finally, the cat couldn't take it anymore and slapped him down on the bed. "Sauce, how did you know I was here?" Suyu lay on the bed like a corpse. He used his nose to touch the cat's tail hanging down from the top of his head. The tail hung softly in front of his eyes. When he stretched his neck to touch it, it would suddenly move away. Suyu was having a lot of fun playing such a boring game. And Hongchul stood on top of Suyu's head and curiously looked at the paint on the bedpost. It scratched it with its claws. The paint shook, scratched again, and shook again. "Have something to eat first. I brought you something delicious." Suyu sat up and hugged the cat on top of his head. He lifted his hand to take off the paint and threw it to the side to prevent it from falling on his face in the middle of the night. And Hongchul flicked its tail and jumped onto the only table in the room. It looked down and surveyed the room. The room was very dim. No one came to light the lamp, but this didn't affect the cat's vision at all. The old furnishings, the paint peeling off the furniture, the half-old bed curtains, and the mottled mold on the walls. All of this looked terrible. The air was filled with a damp smell. And Hongchul shook its fur and was very unhappy. It didn't expect the palace to have such a shabby room. How did this group of dogs do things? When almost all of the rooms were lit, a little eunuch slowly brought a candle to Suyu and told him to extinguish the candle on time to avoid breaking the taboo. Suyu didn't care. When he was in the Su family, he often didn't light the candle to save money. He thanked the little eunuch and took out the cat hidden in his arms. He took out a small fish cake and enjoyed the pleasure of feeding the cat. Knowing that cats didn't like this damp environment, Suyu used the only candle to warm the pillow so that the cat could sleep more comfortably. And Hongchul scratched at the embroidery in disgust, loosening the threads on the embroidery until Suyu lay down on it. Only then did she reluctantly wrap her arms around his neck. "Stupid slave, without me by your side, you're getting worse and worse," Suyu rubbed the warm fur on her neck. "Sauce, if only you could stay with me forever." "Seriously, she's acting spoiled again." And Hongchul turned his head away, the tip of his tail wagging slightly. "I really don't know what to do with you, but it's useless to act like a spoiled child. If you want to be Zhen's person, you have to rely on your own ability. Zhen will never cheat for personal gains." And Hongchul left before dawn. The second round of the selection would begin today. Because of the morning court, the officials and clan relatives were basically busy in the morning. In the morning, Suyu and his group had nothing else to do except to gather in the main hall and familiarize themselves with the procedures in the afternoon. In the heavenly rooms, there was a little eunuch serving each room. Breakfast was also delivered to the room on time. The people in the other rooms were served by several eunuchs. Suyu leaned against the door and looked at the food boxes in the distance. He estimated that the food would be cold by the time it reached him. He shrugged and planned to take the initiative to get his own food. Before he could take 2 steps, he bumped into Yang Gonggong, who was hurrying over. "Young Master Su," Yang Gonggong still had the same expression, "I was looking for you." Yang Gonggong raised his chin at the 2 little eunuchs behind him. The 2 entered Suyu's room and quickly packed up Suyu's luggage. "I'm really sorry. Today is the second round, so the young masters brought a lot of things they need. There's no place to put the swords, spears, swords, and halberds. This Xian room 13 will be used as a storeroom. I can only inconvenience young Master Su to move." Yang Gonggong said very matter-of-factly. Suyu frowned. This Xian room 13 was in the corner of the first floor. It was right to use it as a storeroom. However, there were still a few rooms there that were clearly empty. Why did he have to move? Although he was full of doubts, he was under the eaves. The other party said it in a dignified manner. So you couldn't refute it. After thinking about it, he was from a poor family. It wasn't worth these people's effort to deal with him. Although he felt that it didn't matter where he lived, when he stood in front of the door of the new room, Suyu was still shocked. 2 sides facing the sun, excellent feng shui, richly ornamented, heavenly room 2. Gonggong, this. Suyu was somewhat hesitant. With his status, it was impossible for him to live in this room. The one who lived in the heavenly room 1 was the Prince of Lu. How could he, a small shrimp, live in the second room? The Prince of Changchun doesn't like the word second, so this room will be empty. Yang Gonggong said matter-of-factly, "The other rooms in the Xian room will be used as storerooms. Now that there's only 1 room left, I'll have to inconvenience young master." Suyu blinked. He didn't feel the slightest bit wronged. "Really?" The 2 young eunuchs quickly tidied up the room. Yang Gonggong pointed to one of them and said, "He's called Xiaoshan. In the next few days, he will serve young Master Su." After saying this, he didn't wait for Suyu to reply and turned to leave. "Young master, please wait in the room for a moment. This one will go and bring breakfast." Xiaoshan invited Suyu to rest in the room and ran downstairs in a flash. There were only 5 heavenly rooms, and they were all on the 3rd floor. Facing the sun, they were spacious and bright. At the front was a red-painted railing. Leaning against the railing, one could see most of the front hall of the imperial palace. The area of the room was comparable to the 3 rooms in the Xian room. It was separated into a suite by screens and partitions. Outside, there were tables, chairs, and a soft couch. Inside, there was a bedroom. Behind the screens, there was a bathtub. The front and back of the room were transparent. When the windows were opened, the cool morning breeze blew through the hall, dispelling the sultry heat of early summer. Suyu looked at the furnishings in the room. He suddenly had the feeling that he had moved from an express hotel to a 5-star suite. Before he could react, Xiaoshan had already laid out the food. There were 4 dishes of meat and vegetables, 2 baskets of exquisite and delicious pastries, and a bowl of steaming porridge. Suyu, who hadn't eaten anything the entire day yesterday, immediately felt an urge to eat. It was free food, so it would be a waste if he didn't eat it. He swept away all the food on the table like a gust of wind. When he went out, he coincidentally bumped into the Prince of Lu. That person looked at Suyu and was only stunned for a moment by Suyu's appearance. Then, he returned to his expressionless face and vigorously went downstairs after greeting him. When he arrived at the main hall of the palace of Xianxia, everyone stood in groups of 2s and 3s. As soon as Suyu entered, he felt more than 10 gazes sweep over him, making him feel uncomfortable all over. What happened in the morning had already spread. Everyone seemed to agree that Suyu had curried favor with the Prince of Lu. Otherwise, no one would have the ability to make him move to the heavenly room. As a result, the few youths who liked to point at Suyu restrained themselves today. Even the Prince of Changchun smiled and nodded at Suyu when he saw him. Suyu, who didn't know what was going on, Prince of Lu, who was confused, the imperial family's general election was said to be divided into 4 rounds. After the preliminary round, there would be the semi-final round, the final round, and the ranking. The preliminary round was to determine the name list and filter out the ugly, disabled, or other candidates who didn't meet the requirements. The semi-final round was to meet the imperial family's relatives. The selection was based on one's appearance and talent. In other words, if one wanted to pass the second round, talent and appearance had to be considered equally. In the afternoon's general election, everyone had to display a talent for the imperial family's relatives to admire. In the end, it was up to these relatives to decide whether they stayed or left. The imperial family attached great importance to this general election that was only held once every 3 years. The emperor's 2 imperial uncles who were guarding the border had rushed over from thousands of miles away. An's imperial family had many descendants, but there were very few who could be conferred the title of prince in each generation. For example, in the previous emperor's generation, only Prince Su the 13th prince and Prince Ling the 17th prince were conferred the title of prince. The rest of them were at most Junwang. They were given small fiefs from afar and left undecided. Prince Su and Prince Ling were respectively stationed at the strongholds in the west and north. They weren't in the capital all year round. Prince Su's situation was better. He could reach the imperial city in a few days by taking the official road from the west. Prince Ling had rushed back from the desert in the north and had only just arrived in the capital today. 17th uncle must be tired from the journey. Why don't we hold the semi-final another day? Prince Zhao looked at his travel-worn uncle and couldn't help but suggest to the emperor. His Majesty the Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at his 17th uncle who was kneeling below the steps. His eyes were full of disdain. His meaning was very clear. How could he brag about his invincible bravery? Couldn't he ride a horse for 2 days? Prince Ling looked to be around 30 years old. He looked very spirited. Even though he had just gotten off his horse, he didn't look tired at all. Hearing this, he immediately glared at his fat nephew and raised his head to say to the emperor, "The general election is no small matter. This subject must not delay it." Prince Ling's words are reasonable. The border is important. The 2 princes have to hurry back as soon as possible. Naturally, the faster the general election, the better. Prime Minister Lu Maogong spoke. From the beginning, he didn't agree to let the 2 princes who had a large military force enter the capital. However, the emperor didn't listen. The border is so peaceful that even birds don't lay eggs. Benwang and 17th brother planned to stay in the capital for a few more days. A deep voice sounded like a bell. It was Prince Su who was standing at the head of the generals. Prince Su was tall and sturdy. His face was cold and solemn. He had developed a wild temperament in the northwest. He spoke bluntly. In the past few days, he had been attending court. Every day, he made a group of civil officials tremble with anger. And Hong Chul on the throne narrowed his eyes. Since that's the case, the semi-final in the afternoon will be presided over by the 2 imperial uncles. Zhen will not participate. Imperial brother, this subject brother also wants to go and watch. After court, Prince Zhao immediately ran to the emperor's sleeping quarters and begged his older brother to let him go. He was really curious about what kind of talent Suyu was going to perform. And Hong Chul lazily lay on his side on the large cushion. He opened his eyes and glanced at his younger brother, then closed them again. The kitten had yellow and white striped fur. Because it was so fat, one could hardly see its neck. the emperor, who had seemed to be asleep, immediately opened his eyes. Seeing the yellow and white furball clumsily crawl out, the corners of his mouth curled up in an evil smile. The little fat cat had just broken free from the shackles of his clothes. When it raised its head, it saw a golden color coming at its head. It immediately cried out in pain. The golden-furred kitten bit its ear. "Brother, let go." The little fat cat struggled. The golden kitten completely ignored its younger brother's resistance. Its 4 paws held the little fat ball and scratched it. The little fat cat was unwilling. It struggled to bite its older brother's tail. The 2 fur balls rolled together on the cushion. Reporting to the emperor, Prince Su and Prince Ling request an audience. The chief eunuch's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. The 2 of them who were happily biting each other stiffened when they heard this. And Xianxia stretched out his claw and flicked the silk ribbon not far away. The bell outside the door immediately rang, indicating that he had agreed to meet with Chu Li. Just as he was about to change back, his paw was suddenly bitten by his younger brother. His Majesty was furious. "How dare you sneak attack?" He decisively fought back. The 2 kittens fought again, completely ignoring the uncles waiting outside the door. Thus, when the 2 princes pushed open the door to the inner hall of the bedroom, they saw 2 furry balls squeezed together fall from the soft mattress to the ground. They struggled to climb back onto the soft mattress and continued to fight. Prince Su, Prince Ling, Chief Eunuch Wang Fuhai sighed in his heart. He awkwardly bowed to the 2 princes and retreated. Prince Su opened his eyes wide and stared at the 2 balls of fur. Cough, cough, Prince Ling rubbed his hands, took half a step back, and rushed to the cushion like an arrow. 17th uncle is here. A big black and yellow cat jumped on the cushion and pushed the 2 little balls of fur to the ground. He held them in his arms and rubbed them hard. The golden kitten was very dissatisfied. He shook his tail, and the tuft of white fur at the tip of his tail glowed slightly. He shook off the big cat and jumped up, fiercely pouncing and biting the big cat's ear. The little fat cat rolled to the side. Seeing that his brother had the upper hand, he immediately went to bite the other ear excitedly. "Ow, 13th brother, help." The big cat kicked his paws and cried. Seeing his younger brother being beaten up by his nephew, Prince Su's resolute and serious face cracked. He felt his hands itch and finally couldn't help but turn into a big cat and join the fight. "Meow, 13th brother, you're crushing my beard." The second round began in the afternoon. The imperial family had already arrived, but the 2 princes still hadn't arrived. "The 2 princes are really extravagant," Suing stood behind the rockery and said while looking around. The second round was held in the imperial garden. The men were chosen by the imperial family, and the women were chosen by the Empress Dowager. The harem ladies stood in the middle of a rockery. The rockery was so big that it could wrap around a small pavilion in the middle. There were layers upon layers of mountains, and they were exquisitely built. They could see the outside from the inside, but the outside couldn't see what was going on inside. At this time, the Empress Dowager also did not come. The beauties curiously surrounded the rockery and looked at the men. Suing saw that the young lady of the Marquis of Changchun beside her was somewhat impatient. She did not dare to complain about the Empress Dowager, so she complained about the 2 princes. Miss Marquis of Changchun glanced at Suing, who had a flattering smile on his face. "What do you know? Even 10 clan relatives can't compare to a prince." Suing smiled embarrassedly and took the round fan from Miss Marquis of Changchun to fan her. Suing had a good time these days because she had curried favor with the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Changchun. She felt that this young lady would definitely be chosen to become a noble consort. Not only was she beautiful, she was also very well informed. When the time came, she would have a backer when she followed her into the palace. Naturally, she would serve her more diligently. "I heard that your older cousin has curried favor with the Prince of Lu," Miss Marquis of Changchun sneered. "The people of your Su family are really the same." Hearing this, Suing immediately broke out in a cold sweat. She inwardly cursed Suyu for causing trouble for him. This young lady of the Marquis of Changchun always thought that her older brother was better than the Prince of Lu. She always compared the 2 and asked about the men's situation every day. When she heard that everyone was more interested in the Prince of Lu, she would be so angry that she would twist her handkerchief. "He's just a fish seller. In a moment, he'll definitely make a fool of himself. Su-ying spoke without thinking in her panic. Oh? Fish seller? Miss Marquis of Changchun giggled, nobles actually have fish sellers? In a moment, everyone is going to display their civil and martial skills. What is he going to do? Hearing this, the other beauties around her also came up to join in on the fun. Then do you know how to sell fish? Someone mocked Su-ying. He's just a bastard son of my second uncle's family. He has nothing to do with me. Su-ying's face flushed red as if she was the legitimate daughter. She had completely forgotten that the set of clothes she wore to the palace had been sold by Su-yu. Just as they were talking, the two princes who had arrived late finally arrived. The members of the imperial family and the two princes each had a small booklet in their hands. On the booklet was written the name of each contestant, their family background, and the situation of the preliminary selection. After a person's performance, they could tick off their name. The preliminary selection was divided into 4 categories: low, medium, high, high, high. Only with more than half of the high evaluation could one pass the preliminary selection and enter the final selection. This time, the children of nobles and civil officials were no longer separated. They drew lots to determine the order of performance. Su-yu drew a lot that was very far back and then silently stood to the side. He quietly looked at the two princes who had solemn expressions and secretly wondered why His Royal Highness King Zhao hadn't come. Wasn't that guy always clamoring to vote for him? The imperial family sat in a circle with the two princes sitting in the middle. Yang Gonggong held a piece of yellow silk in his hand and called out the names of the contestants one by one. Most of the children of nobles performed their martial arts. Prince of Lu performed a set of spear techniques. The silver spear in his hand seemed to come alive, graceful like a swimming dragon. Good. Worthy of being called a tiger from a family of generals. Prince Su clapped his hands and cheered. The members of the imperial family also praised him endlessly. The performances of the children of civil officials were even more varied. There were poems and songs, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There were also a few people who performed couplets and poetry competitions. There was even someone who wrote a political essay on the spot. The members of the imperial family sighed with emotion that each generation had a talent. His Highness Prince Su was more interested in martial arts, while Prince Ling was drowsy. Su-yu watched for a long time and was even more certain that the purpose of this general selection wasn't to choose a consort, but to show one's face in order to seek an official career. Imagine the emperor marrying a consort who practiced spears and rods every day, or a consort who spoke about the national economy and the people's livelihood. How vexing that would be. Next, Su-yu. Yang Gonggong's sharp voice called Su-yu back to reality. The young eunuch in charge of moving the props placed a table in the middle of the empty field. Everyone thought that Su-yu was going to perform painting. Who knew that the young eunuch placed a few knives on the table? Everyone guessed that he was going to perform carving. After that, he placed a chopping board on the table. Everyone, Su-yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stood behind the table under great pressure. He silently fished out a lively fish from the wooden basin. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, saber, spear, sword, halberd, he, Su-yu, really didn't know any of them. Even after racking his brain, he still couldn't find any special skills. The only thing he could use to perform was the skill of killing fish. Su-yu, your performance is killing fish. Yang Gonggong's sharp voice spread far and wide. The entire imperial garden was silent for a moment. Pooh, Prince Ling suddenly spat out the tea in his mouth, splashing Prince Su's face. Prince Su raised his hand to wipe off the water droplets on his face. He expressionlessly slapped Prince Ling on the back of his head. Waves of stifled laughter came from the crowd. Su-yu braced himself and picked up a knife. Not far away, a small golden cat gracefully jumped up the rockery and sat on the highest point. Behind it was a small yellow and white fat cat. Because the fat cat's legs were a bit short, it had to pull twice to climb up. Taking a deep breath, Su-yu closed his eyes. Since it had come to this, he had to continue. No longer paying attention to everyone's reaction, he focused on the fish in his hand. Knife skills focused on the wrist strength. It was like playing a musical instrument. Some people used knives. It looked complicated and flashy, but in reality, it was a waste of energy. The things that were cut were not very delicate. A true expert would return to simplicity. By adjusting the angle of the wrist, they could easily and freely swing the knife. Sometimes, it was even impossible to see the movements of the hand. Suyu's skill of killing fish was like this. But since it was a performance, he had to make it look good. In his previous life, Suyu had also participated in a gourmet food competition. In order to attract attention, he deliberately practiced some beautiful knife skills. Not only could he perform, but he could also kill fish clean. He cut open the stomach, dug out the cheeks, and removed the scales. The small knife in his hand was like a living thing. His white and slender fingers moved slightly, and the small knife flipped nimbly between his fingers. It was like a small silver fish. Putting away the knife, Suyu placed the killed fish on the table. It still looked like a complete fish. He pinched the fish tail with 2 fingers, shook it gently, and pulled it out in an instant. The whole fish bone and the tail were pulled out, but the fish body was still intact. Meow! The fat cat cried out in surprise. The golden kitten patted its little brother's paw without looking back. Suyu heard the cat's meow. He looked up and saw the golden kitten squatting at a high place. He couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and threw the fish meat into the bucket filled with water. The white and tender fish meat instantly separated. The pieces were shaped like flower petals, but the roots were connected. It was like a blooming peony. Wonderful! Prince Ling exclaimed. With this technique, he didn't have to worry about the fish bones anymore. He couldn't help but elbow his brother Shersan. Prince Su nodded slightly. This was indeed a rare talent. Suyu looked at the twitching expressions of the clan relatives and wiped his sweat. He had worked so hard, so he probably wouldn't be punished for his improper attitude. Of course, it was even more unlikely that he would be selected to advance. Although there were dozens of people on the men's side, because there were many group performances by the children of the civil officials, it saved a lot of time. The results of the semifinals would not be announced on the spot. They had to wait until tomorrow to know. Because of the large number of people, the final results needed to be calculated. Moreover, there were so many people who had connections, so the clan relatives had to do some calculations to avoid offending people. But in general, the men's selection was very fast. On the women's side, it was relatively slower. It was said that the Empress Dowager didn't say anything after looking at it. She only asked the palace maids to give needlework to the candidates and told them to come back 3 days later. During this time, she also asked the people from the rites and music department to teach the candidates how to dance, saying that it was to be shown to the emperor on the last day of the palace banquet. The end of the selection seemed far away. Suyu returned to Xianxia Palace to pack his luggage with a clear conscience. He estimated that he could go home tomorrow. He thought that he would be trapped here for more than 10 days and forgot that with his aptitude, he would be eliminated very quickly. It was completely unnecessary to worry. At night, Suyu ate and drank to his heart's content. He waited in the room for a long time, but Sauce didn't come to find him. He suddenly remembered that the kitten didn't know that he changed rooms. He quickly took out a few small fish cakes from his bag and hung them on the back window. The back window on the 3rd floor was still some distance away from the wall, but with Sauce's intelligence, she should know to take the stairs. What if the kitten didn't take the back window today and went to the front yard? Suyu scratched his head in annoyance. He simply walked out of the door and leaned on the railing. He was a big living person standing here. The cat's eyes could see things at night. The children of the nobles lived in the east side palace of Xianxia Palace. This small building was built facing the east. Standing on the 3rd floor, one could see most of the front hall of the palace. It was just time to light the lanterns, and the setting sun had not completely set. A few afterglow drowsily enveloped the imperial palace, illuminating the vermilion glazed roof tiles with a sense of desolation, and also protruding the tall tower in the center. Most of the buildings in the imperial palace did not exceed 3 floors. However, there was one exception in the Dan Imperial Palace. It was a 7-story exquisite pagoda located in the central axis of the imperial palace. The tower was very beautiful and towered into the clouds. Every floor was built very high. At this moment, lights were shining from the large windows on each floor. It was like an exquisite lantern that emitted light in all directions of the palace. Sure enough, this pagoda is several times more beautiful in the palace. A calm voice came from behind him. Suyu turned around and saw Prince Lu, who had also come out to enjoy the cool air. Just as Suyu was about to say, "What a coincidence, young Master Lu," he suddenly remembered that the other party's surname was not Lu, but he couldn't remember what Lu Guigong's surname was. He couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, "I am Suyu. I have been your neighbor for 2 days, but I haven't greeted you yet. I am really ashamed." Prince Lu didn't mind and leaned against the railing with him. "Gao Peng. My courtesy name is Wanli." Suyu blinked. He originally thought that this kind of unmarried young man who was over 20 years old to participate in the election would be very rare. He didn't expect that the dignified Prince Lu was also a leftover man. He suddenly felt that he was much closer to him. He smiled and continued the previous topic. Pointing at the large lantern, he asked, "Does heir apparent know what it is used for?" The pagoda was called the Anhua Tower. Suyu had heard of this pagoda before. Because it was so tall, this pagoda could be seen from other places in the capital. However, the commoners in the capital didn't know what this pagoda was used for. Gao Peng glanced at him and then looked at the exquisite pagoda. He was silent for a long time. It was so long that Suyu thought that he wasn't going to speak again. Then he slowly said, "That is the residence of the national tutor." National tutor? Suyu's eyes widened. There really was a national tutor. Because of his concern for this selection, Suyu had studied the laws of debt a few days ago. He felt that there were many things in this dynasty that were unimaginable. One of them was the rule regarding the national tutor. The national tutor of De'an was an existence that was higher than the title of prince. In the Den dynasty, they had an unshakable position. The national tutor's power was sometimes even higher than the imperial power. This kind of nonsensical rule would definitely cause the throne to be unstable. Just think about it. If the national tutor had to make a divination before making a decision, it was as unreliable as throwing dice. Brother Wanli. Just as he was about to ask something, the Prince of Chongqing came down the stairs and greeted Prince of Lu with a smile. Seeing that the two of them were enjoying the breeze, he came over as if they were close friends. "Brother Su's performance today really made me have a whole new level of respect for you." Suyu laughed dryly. "Just call me Jean Tang." The two of them hadn't spoken before, so he was a little flattered when Jean Tang called him soft breasts. "Since today is the moon-reflecting day, let's hurry up and pay our respects to the Anhua Tower. I hope that the national tutor's evaluation of me won't be too bad." The Prince of Chongqing smiled and suggested. The Anhua Tower was lit up once every 7 days. This was the moon-reflecting day. The rest of the days were stargazing days. The national tutor had to observe the stars at the top of the tower and couldn't be disturbed. Only on the moon-reflecting day would he receive people's blessings and wishes. Just as they were talking, all 7 floors of the exquisite tower were lit up. It just happened to replace the setting sun and illuminate the entire imperial palace. There were already people in the courtyard who were kneeling in the direction of the tower. Even the little eunuch who was working bowed his head in salute and paused for a moment before continuing to work. "I hope that my sister won't cause any more trouble during the election period," the Prince of Chongqing murmured in a low voice. The eunuch he had just bribed had passed on a message saying that his sister was crying and making a fuss. How can a daughter of a noble family dance in public like a courtesan? No matter what he said, she refused to learn to dance. This gave him a headache. Now he was praying for the national tutor's blessing and that his sister wouldn't be chosen. The emperor's temper was notoriously bad. If they angered the emperor, their family would suffer a calamity. The illiterate commoners were easy to fool, but Suyu was extremely shocked when he saw the two Shitsi sincerely kneeling and praying. This level of faith was far beyond his understanding. After waiting for a long time, the golden kitten still didn't come to find him. Suyu was somewhat disappointed. He lay down on the luxurious wooden bed and rolled around. Regarding the national tutor, he really couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to find someone to talk about it. It was said that the previous dynasty was plagued by disasters and wars. In the end, the people had no way to make a living. However, since the founding of the Dan dynasty, the weather had been smooth and there were few disasters. The common people lived and worked in peace. Even the border was peaceful all year round. People said that it was because of the divine blessing of the national tutor that the Dan imperial family was favored by the heavens. He originally thought that this feudal superstition was nonsense, but after talking with the two Xianxia tonight, he discovered that the national tutor seemed to have some incredible abilities. For a moment, he thought that he himself was a transmigrator. Perhaps this kind of supernatural thing really did exist. Then, would the national tutor know a way to transmigrate back? Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but become excited. If there was a chance, he had to meet the national tutor. According to the Prince of Changchun, the final selection would be decided by the national tutor. When the time came, would he be able to meet the national tutor? His Majesty the Emperor didn't know that this stupid slave was thinking nonsense again. He was currently looking at the little fat ball beside him with a frown. You can live in the side chamber for the next few days. As he said this, he grabbed the back of his neck and planned to throw him to Wang Fuhai. The yellow and white striped little fat cat held onto the soft cushion under him and didn't let go. It was obvious that he didn't want to leave. Emperor, perhaps the prince doesn't want to live in the side chamber. Wang Gonggong looked sympathetically at the tearful little fat cat. The side chamber had always been claimed to be a place for the emperor's cats to live. There was a cat bed inside, but it was just a decoration. Living there naturally wasn't as comfortable as living in the emperor's palace. If he doesn't live in the side chamber, is he going to live with Shen? And Hong Chul was very dissatisfied. His younger brother was in the way here. He couldn't turn into a cat and run to Xuanyang Hall. That stupid slave was also doing something stupid. It really made people restless. Reporting to the emperor, Prince Ling requests an audience. A voice came from outside the hall. And Hong Chul's brows furrowed even tighter. Let him in. His Royal Highness King Zhao hurriedly ran a few steps away. He didn't want to live in that small and narrow side chamber. The emperor's palace was the most comfortable place in the entire palace. The entire palace was carpeted and most of the room was filled with soft cushions. There were also complicated and gorgeous silk ribbons that were within reach. Every time he turned into a cat and couldn't turn back, he would say that he wanted to stay here and sleep. This subject greets the emperor. Prince Ling respectfully bowed. Imperial uncle, for what reason have you come so late at night? And Hong Chul was still lazily lying on the soft cushion. Regarding today's second round, there are some things I need to report, Prince Ling said seriously. He picked up the little fat cat that had crawled to his side and rubbed it in his arms. That's right, this time I obtained a lot of good things from those foreigners. One of them is very interesting. I plan to give it to Hong Nua. And Hong Chul waved his hand to allow Prince Ling to get up. He also indicated for Wang Fuhai to leave first. Prince Ling stood up and casually walked to the emperor's side. He sat down on the soft cushion and took out a brightly colored ball from his bosom. The ball was made of gold thread and was hollow. There was a tinkling bell in the middle and many colorful silk ribbons were tied around it. And Hong Chul saw this thing and his face immediately darkened. Before he could stop him, Prince Ling had already thrown the ball out and turned into a big cat to catch it. The little fat cat also became excited and followed Uncle 17 to chase after the ball. For a moment, the quiet palace was filled with tinkling and meowing noises. In the distant palace, Prince Su was seriously looking at the list of names for the second round. He frowned. A talent like Suyu must be retained. He had to inform the national tutor in advance. He believed that once 17 reported it to the emperor would agree. As for Prince Ling, who his elder brother had high hopes for, Uncle 17, what did you want to report to me? Meow? The next afternoon, the list of finalists was announced. There were many people in the semifinals. There were nearly 100 people in total, but it was very difficult to get the evaluation of excellent from more than half of the picky imperial family members. In the end, the number of people who made it to the final selection could be counted on two hands. It was still okay for the children of civil officials. After all, they had to rely on the imperial examinations to walk the official path. It was different for the nobles. Their future was completely dependent on the imperial favor, so they were very particular about the results. Even the heir of state Duke Lu, who had always been calm, had gone downstairs early to see the results. Suyu tidied up his bag before slowly going to look at the results. In the main hall of Xuanyang Hall, there was a red silk that was 5 feet long. On it were densely written the results of each person. There were 10 imperial relatives and 2 princes. All the evaluations were clearly written on it. That fish killer is here. As soon as he approached, someone pointed at Suyu. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Even Prince of Lu couldn't help but glance over. Suyu's mouth twitched. The Den imperial family was really fair, just, and open. He thought that they would let him go after reading the list. Who would have thought that they would announce the results? Even if it was embarrassing, it was embarrassing. But for those who were selected, their names were written with a red brush. Naturally, it was very conspicuous. Suyu couldn't bear to look at his results, so he simply looked at the names of the candidates. Gao Peng, top, middle, top, middle. Sun Mushing, top, middle, top. There were less than 10 names written in red, and each of them was a stunning figure. Suyu felt that it was all within his expectations until he saw the last name. Suyu, bottom, middle, top, bottom, top. Originally, his results were terrible. Because the 2 princes gave him an evaluation of excellent, an exception was made for him. He was actually selected for performing the fish killer technique. Even when he stood in the imperial garden again, Suyu was still a little confused. He felt that the imperial family must be joking. No matter what, the selection had to continue. Those who failed left the palace on the same day. Suyu, who had packed his bag first, was dragged to the imperial garden to continue the selection. In the end, the questions were set by the 2 princes, and the results were handed over to the national tutor for judgment. No one had any hope of passing the final selection. It was said that the national tutor of this generation was indifferent and very strict. It was almost impossible to pass his test. During the general election 3 years ago, the national tutor gave everyone a low evaluation and did not select a single male concubine. However, to be praised by the national tutor, even if it was not bad, was enough to bring honor to the family. Everyone was led to a side hall, which was filled with all kinds of strange things. These are the treasures that my 17th brother and I got from the foreign country. Each of you can choose one and tell us its use. Whether it is right or wrong, good or bad, it will be decided by the national tutor. Prince Su pointed to the objects in the hall and motioned for everyone to choose at will. Suyu slightly frowned. This kind of open-ended question was really hard to answer. After looking around, the hall had jewelry, paintings, medicinal herbs, linen, and so on. The most precious items were specially held by eunuchs, such as the musk moonbow that was flowing with colorful lights, and there was also a mighty and spirited dark horse. There are some things that I don't know what they are for, Prince Ling said with a smile. If you say it well, the things you choose will be your reward. Hearing that they could take away the things they chose, Suyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. It must be known that the foreign country's items had always been precious. The tributes that the prince brought were even more priceless. The crown prince of Duke Lu's eyes were glued to the buckskin horse. As soon as Eunuch Yang finished reading the rules, he strode over and took the reins from the young eunuch's hands. He stroked the horse's beautiful mane as if he had seen a peerless beauty and was reluctant to part with it. The others were more cautious and slowly examined the items in the hall. This question seemed simple, but it was actually very profound. To talk about the use of an item, it wasn't just about how to use it. In the short term, why did you choose it? Was it for yourself or for your country? In the long term, what could these foreign countries' items bring to the imperial family and the Den dynasty? The more intelligent a person was, the more they thought. These proud sons of heaven all frowned and sank into anxiety. For a moment, the hall was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Suyu was also very conflicted. The luminous cup, the colored glass lamp, the agate bead, which one was more valuable? Of these treasures, some were alone, some were packed in containers, but without exception, they were all beautifully packaged. There was only a straw basket in the corner that looked a bit out of place. According to the common saying, the more tattered an item looked, the more likely it was to be the most valuable treasure. Suyu curiously walked over and lifted his hand to push aside the hay, guessing what kind of rare treasure it was. Then, he saw a large basket of bright red and shiny, chili. As a Sichuan-style chef, a day without chili was like a year, Suyu felt his head buzzing. He hugged the tattered straw basket and didn't let go. When he came back to his senses, the time for choosing had already ended. He chose the azure buckskin horse, which could gallop on the battlefield and protect the country. He chose the musk moon bow, which could naturally be used to draw the bow and kill the enemy. He chose the chili. This student has read about this item in a book. The son of the Minister of Rites held a Xianxia snow lotus and said with deep emotion, "This is an immortal item from the snowy mountains. Legend has it that it was a jade hairpin left behind by the gods in the mortal world. It is used to guard the house, drive away diseases, and ward off all evil. For the prince to be able to obtain this item, it is enough to show that the gods are protecting our country." The secretary at the side recorded these words and put them together with the Xianxia snow lotus. Suyu blinked. If he were to say these words, he would definitely say, "Snow lotus is a good ingredient. It is very nutritious to stew turtle soup, and it is also delicious to make pastries." However, if he said these words, wouldn't he be thrown out by the imperial guards, looking at the items in the hands of the others, and then looking at his own straw basket? Suyu swallowed his saliva. If it were other items, he could come up with something that would benefit the country and the people. But what about a basket of chili? When Prince Ling saw that Suyu had chosen the straw basket, he was very surprised. That was something he had obtained by chance in the hands of a foreigner. He had always thought that it was a kind of medicinal herb and had planned to bring it back to the Imperial Academy of Medicine for research. "Suyu, what did you choose?" The rest of the people had finished their explanations, and each of them spoke grandly and worried about the country and its people. Suyu, on the other hand, had his head lowered the whole time. He only came back to his senses when his name was called. After all, he was going to sell this thing in the future, so naturally, he couldn't lie. Moreover, he knew very little about the taboos of this dynasty, so he might have said something wrong. After hesitating for a long time, Suyu could only tell the truth, reporting to Prince, "This is a kind of ingredient." "Ingredient?" Prince Ling picked up a chili and put it near his nose as he asked. The spicy smell entered his nose, and he couldn't help but sneeze. "How did you know?" This was the first time he had seen this thing, so how could Suyu know? Prince 17th narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Suyu with a gaze full of scrutiny. Suyu's heart thumped. Could it be that this thing had something to do with it? If it was related to state secrets, then he would be wronged. Replying to Prince, "This commoner's family has an ancestral recipe that mentioned this thing. This thing is called chili, and it is a kind of condiment. It can be used to make extremely rare delicacies." Suyu answered slowly and carefully. When making up a lie, he always needed time to think, not to mention that the person he was trying to fool was a prince with a high position. "Is that so?" Prince Ling's eyes lit up. He turned around and looked at his 13th brother. Yesterday, they had paid attention to Suyu's family background and remembered that he was a descendant of the Su family. The Su family's dishes had been lost for several generations. "Tell me, what kind of dishes can be made with this? If it's really good, I'll get some more." Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at His Royal Highness King Ling, who was extremely curious. The geographical environment of this spacetime was different from the one he was familiar with. He wasn't sure if the chili seeds could be grown in the capital. If they couldn't be grown, perhaps he could cooperate with Prince Zhao and his royal uncle. Thinking of this, Suyu took out the posture of a businessman and introduced the chili-related dishes in detail. "This thing can expel cold and dampness. It can be used to mix cold food, especially fish, prawns, and crabs. It is extremely delicious. It can be used to make spicy crabs, spicy prawns, spicy boiled fish, spicy crayfish, spicy grilled whole fish." When it came to Sichuan cuisine, Suyu began to talk non-stop. Prince Ling's eyes widened as he listened. The clerk at the side quickly wrote down everything, not missing a single word. When Suyu finished, the final selection competition was over. The chamberlain handed the items and records to the national tutor. They were lucky enough to go to Anghua Tower to wait for the national tutor's comments. Anghua Tower towered into the clouds. Just the first floor alone was 3 feet tall. The tower was made of a very precious black stone. Under the sunlight, it faintly glowed with golden light. The heavy door was wide open. A maid in a light-colored dress bowed to everyone and led them into the main hall on the first floor. The main hall wasn't as solemn as everyone imagined. It was even very beautiful. Straight pillars supported the dome. A complicated star chart was drawn on the ceiling. Layers of snow gauze were hung in the hall, making it look like a fairyland. The stone steps leading to the top of the tower were made of the same black stone. They spiraled upwards, similar to the wooden stairs in the Xianxia. People other than the royal family were not allowed to set foot on the first floor of the Anhua Pagoda. Originally, they could have brought things up to the top of the pagoda to give to the royal advisor, but Lu Guigong's son had chosen the dark-skinned horse. Naturally, such a large animal could not touch the sacred upper level of the Anhua Pagoda. Everyone could only wait quietly in the hall. Ding-ling-ling. A crisp and distant bell sound came from the spiraling stone steps. The sound seemed to be very close, like an intimate whisper in one's ear. It also seemed to be very far away, with a sense of desolation that had been passed down since ancient times. At this moment, people couldn't help but have an impulse to prostrate themselves in worship. Everyone in the main hall knelt down in unison. Greetings, National Tutor. Even the 2 princes bowed their heads. A person dressed in a complicated and gorgeous snow-colored robe walked down the stairs and slowly walked to the throne in the main hall. So you didn't dare to raise his head casually. When he heard an extremely pleasant voice say, "You may rise." Only then did he look up. White hair like snow, picturesque eyebrows, handsome and cold, not like a real person. Suyu was shocked. He always thought that the national tutor was an old man with an immortal aura. He didn't expect that he was a handsome man in his 20s. If his white hair was on someone else's body, he would definitely look old. But on his body, it was like a faintly discernible immortal aura. The chamberlain presented a few pieces of silk cloth with records to the national tutor. Suyu suddenly felt that his whole body was in a bad mood. In this situation, with such an immortal state preceptor, other people's narration would either be a heroic story that could make one weep, a touching story that could make one weep, or a beautiful song of praise. But what he had was a Sichuan-flavored seafood recipe. He always felt that it was especially bad for the atmosphere. Sure enough, the national tutor only glanced at the silk cloth in front of him and coldly snorted. "Who is Suyu?" Suyu hurriedly knelt down and saluted. "Can you prove that what you said just now is true?" The national tutor picked up a dried chili in his hand. His pair of beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. "This item is related to the fate of the country. If you are making up nonsense, then I will punish you for the crime of bringing disaster to the country." Suyu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He really didn't understand how a basket of chili could cause so much trouble. However, now was obviously not the time to complain. If the national tutor concluded that he was a person who brought disaster to the country, then he had the right to execute him right now. Suyu suddenly calmed down. He didn't do anything wrong. At worst, he could just prove it to these country bumpkins. He took a deep breath and said in a steady tone, reporting to the national tutor, "What this commoner said is true. Give this commoner some fish and cooking utensils to prove it." Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the development of the situation. When the chamberlains brought out a complete set of cooking utensils and 2 big, lively fish, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Suyu also didn't know how things had developed to this point. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, so he could only take one step at a time. He scooped up the grass carp in the water, knocked it unconscious, and quickly killed the fish to remove the scales. Then, he quickly sliced the fish into thin skins. The Sichuan dish that was fast and delicious was none other than Sichuan boiled fish. It didn't need to be marinated for a long time. After the other ingredients were prepared, it could be put into the pot. The tender and white fish meat was covered with brown pepper and bright red dried chili. After the hot oil was poured, the spicy and fresh fragrance instantly exploded, filling the entire hall. At this moment, the national tutor, whose beautiful eyes were slightly closed, slowly opened them. She got up and walked to the second floor. "Let this prince have a taste." When Prince Ling saw the national tutor leave, he immediately couldn't hold back. He picked up a piece of fish meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The fresh and tender meat coupled with the spicy taste almost made 17th Prince bite his own tongue. He had never tasted this kind of freshness before. Prince Su frowned and snatched the chopsticks from his brother's hand. The election isn't over yet. Let's get down to business first. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of fish meat and tasted it. Just as they were talking, the national tutor suddenly sent someone to pass down a message that this thing was not to be touched. She forcibly snatched a basin full of Sichuan boiled fish from the hands of the two princes. This is mine. No one is allowed to eat it. In the hall on the second floor, and Hong Chul, who was dressed in bright yellow, pulled a basin of fish to his side. Then there's no way to judge. This matter is over. The national tutor leisurely stroked the white hair on his temples. Imperial uncle can eat it. His Majesty the Emperor reluctantly let go. He only coldly stared at the national tutor opposite him. The national tutor ignored him and slowly picked up the fish meat to eat. Is this the reason you said you had to choose him? It's up to you whether you choose him or not. I don't care. And Hongchul coldly snorted and left in a huff. Seeing the golden figure jump down from the huge window, the national tutor slowly put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and said, "Let's go down and announce it." Everyone had been waiting in the hall for a long time. Finally, they received the evaluation of the national tutor. Whether it was the poem or the hero's tears, the great national tutor mercilessly gave a neutral evaluation of inferior and praised, "It's all nonsense." Only Suyu received a passable evaluation and was allowed to enter the palace to serve. Suyu blankly hugged the basket of chili and was completely dumbfounded. The young masters who failed to be selected quickly packed their bags and went home. Suyu, who was selected for no reason, occupied Xuanyang Hall. In the next few days, he would receive training before entering the palace and carefully learn the rules of the palace. 10 days later, the emperor would marry him. Prince Lu happily led his horse away. The Prince of Changchun was still worried about his sister. Before leaving, he specially came to see Suyu. What is the meaning of this, heir apparent? Suyu looked at the small box on the table and frowned slightly. Brother Su and I felt like old friends at first sight. I originally wanted to go to Xianmantang to pay you a visit, but who would have thought that Brother Su would stay behind? These are my parting gifts. I hope Brother Su does not dislike them. Changchun Marquis Crown Prince said with a face full of sincerity, pushing the box to Suyu. Suyu opened the box. There were a few banknotes inside. After a rough look, there were about 1,000 taels. He immediately closed the lid and pushed the box back. I can't accept this. Heir apparent, if you have anything to say, please say it. The Prince of Changchun sighed. To be honest, today is the day of the Empress Dowager's concubine selection. My sister passed the selection. She has a mischievous nature and is ignorant of worldly affairs. I'm afraid that she will offend people in the palace. As a man, I can't ask other concubines to take care of her. I can only ask Brother Su to take care of her. If you need anything from the Tsin family in the future, I will not hesitate. I'm just a cook. In the palace, I'm afraid I'm not even as good as Miss Tsin. Suyu was speechless. He knew nothing about palace intrigue, but there was someone who asked him to take care of her. Brother Su, don't belittle yourself. Since the national tutor has chosen Brother Su, you must be outstanding in your own way. The Prince of Changchun's face was full of certainty. It had to be known that although the Den dynasty could choose male concubines, the number of male concubines that actually entered the palace could be counted on one's fingers. Those who were selected were, without exception, outstanding figures. After being released, they would be promoted and have a promising future. In the end, the Prince of Changchun still left the banknotes to Suyu. He said a lot of seemingly profound words, which gave Suyu a headache. The chaotic day finally came to an end. And Hong Chul flicked his sleepy brother. Zhen will summon someone to serve me in bed tonight. You sleep in the side chamber. The confused little fat ball was instantly startled awake. Meow? When Wang Gonggong heard this, a gratified smile immediately appeared on his face. The emperor had been at the age of 20 for so long. Today, he was finally enlightened. He immediately said, "Who does your majesty want to summon?" It had to be known that before the age of 20, these fellows' bodies were difficult to control. Emotional fluctuations or accidental bumps could turn the emperor into a cat. That was why the emperor had never summoned a concubine in his life. And Hongchul looked at Wang Gonggong in confusion. Of course it's Suyu. Who else could it be? This? Your Majesty, Prince Su hasn't entered the palace yet. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Wang Gonggong had a difficult expression. Although Suyu was already set, his rank hadn't been determined and he hadn't been formally married. If the emperor summoned him to serve him in bed now, it would obviously be against the rules. Humph, then Zhen will go to Yang Hall to visit him. And Hongchul coldly snorted. He casually threw away his sleeping brother on his lap and got up to leave. Your Majesty. Wang Gonggong couldn't stop him in time. He saw the emperor turn into a golden light and rush out of the hall. Reporting to Gonggong, the Empress Dowager invites the emperor to Xianxia Palace for a chat. As soon as the emperor left, a young eunuch came to report. Wang Fuhai turned his head to look at His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was pretending not to hear, and then looked at the empty throne. He had a headache. Suyu was counting chili peppers in his room out of boredom, thinking about how to spend his days in the future. Today, Yang Gonggong had taught him a lot of common knowledge about the palace. He had a general understanding of the current situation in the imperial court and the harem. Suyu really didn't want to stay here at all. The previous emperor passed away early. The current emperor ascended the throne at a young age. His body was weak and sickly, so he often couldn't attend court. Therefore, the throne wasn't stable. The prime minister was the Empress Dowager's cousin. These years, his relatives had controlled the imperial court to a very serious extent. In the harem, when the emperor had just ascended the throne, he was forced to take Lu's daughter as a noble consort. It could be imagined that the imperial court and harem were in chaos. There definitely wouldn't be a day of peace. He was a chef. He just wanted to peacefully open his seafood chain store. He didn't want to participate in these incomparably profound struggles. Moreover, he had to serve a man he had never met before. Just thinking about it made him tremble. Soy sauce, this is too absurd, Suyu, whose heart had been hurt, listlessly buried his face in the golden fur. He sought comfort from the little cat that had secretly run over to see him. Why does a man like me have to marry the emperor? And Hongchul, who had been forcefully pushing Suyu's head, froze. Then he angrily slapped his paw. Stupid slave, if you don't marry Zhen, who else can you marry? Forget it, with my conduct, the emperor will probably let me go in 2 days, Suyu comforted himself. He buried his nose in the fur again and whined, it would be good if I married you. I don't know how to serve the emperor, I only know how to serve you. At least you know what's good for you. The golden little cat slightly raised his chin, the long tail behind him proudly wagging. Zhen won't abandon you. A few days later, the women's side of the selection also ended. The palace set up a banquet in Qingping Palace. This was the last part of the selection. Anyone who was selected had to participate in the palace banquet on the last day to be bestowed a title by the emperor. The titles of the male and female consorts were different. The ranks of the male consorts in descending order were Shijun, Shangjun, Fei, Guifei, and Empress. The ranks of the female consorts were Chiron, Jiaoyi, Fei, Guifei, and Empress. Most of the people who had just entered the palace started from the lowest rank, unless there was a special reason. Right now, there aren't many consorts in the harem, but their ranks aren't low. Ijia thinks that this time, we can directly bestow the title of consort. In Xianxia Palace, the Empress Dowager held the yellow and white little fat cat in her arms. She stroked its fur as she spoke to the absent-minded emperor. And Hongchul sat on the main seat and looked disdainfully at his brother who was acting spoiled in his mother's arms. The D-Miss of the Marquis of Changchun family has the highest birth. The Empress Dowager didn't look like the emperor. Her almond eyes were slightly round, just like Prince Zhao's. When she spoke slowly and gently. Suyu then. The emperor said impatiently. What miss and madam, what did it have to do with him? He's just the son of a second-ranked general. The Empress Dowager said helplessly. Zhen has a way. And Hongchul said as he stood up. He picked up the fat ball who was stretching its neck to let its mother tickle it and turned to leave. The Empress Dowager sighed. The palace maid next to her carefully removed the cat's fur from the Empress Dowager's dress. Seeing that the Empress Dowager was in a bad mood, the palace maid comforted her. If the Empress Dowager likes that little cat, why not ask the emperor to play with it for a few days? She remembered that the emperor raised a pure gold cat. She had never seen this one before. Raising a cat is raising a lord. Ijia is old and can't manage it. The Empress Dowager sighed. The palace maid felt that the Empress Dowager's words had a hidden meaning, so she didn't dare to say more. Qingping Palace was a place where the world was clear and peaceful. It was the palace hall that was often used for banquets. This palace banquet was for the emperor to choose his concubines. The Empress Dowager didn't participate, and the other members of the imperial family didn't show up. Before the banquet started, other than Su Yu and the harem girls, only Yang Gonggong and Aunt Chen, who was in charge of the harem girls, were here. The hall was empty except for 2 rows of low tables. Su Yu sat on the left side, and the harem girls sat on the right side. There's actually a man selected this year. Several harem girls whispered. He's quite handsome, he's definitely not as handsome as the emperor. I heard my father say that the emperor is a rare handsome man. I have to dance well in a while. Maybe the emperor will directly make me an imperial concubine. You can't say this carelessly. Be careful not to let imperial consort Lu hear. Mistsun from the Marquis of Changchun looked coldly at Su Yu. Her family had said that they had already connected with Su Yu. The Su family didn't have any foundation in court and could only rely on the Marquis Fu. In the future, they would have to listen to her in the palace. Thinking of this, Mistsun stood and walked in front of Su Yu. She looked down at her and said, I heard your Mimi say that you sell fish. Su Yu raised her head to look at this young miss that she had never seen before. She didn't understand. My father is the Marquis of Changchun. Mistsun looked at Su Yu's indifferent appearance and secretly gritted her teeth. How did her family find a fish seller to help her? With this kind of conduct, he probably wouldn't even be made a lord. I heard that Chiron and lords don't have their own palace and can't move around freely. Wait until you're made a lord. Her meaning was, if you can't make a name for yourself, don't bother this young miss. So you finally understood. Was she being disliked by her teammates? The imperial edict has arrived. Just as they were talking, a drawn-out voice came from outside the hall. The head steward of the imperial palace, Wang Fuhai, walked in. The emperor didn't appear. Everyone hurriedly knelt to receive the edict. Wang Gonggong cleared his throat and said, Esteemed guests, the emperor is busy with government affairs. It's inconvenient for him to attend today's banquet. This one will announce the edict on behalf of the emperor. I hope that everyone will be magnanimous enough to forgive him. Hearing that the emperor wasn't coming, the harem girls couldn't help but be disappointed. Even Mistsun, who didn't want to dance, was disappointed. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Jin's concubines will be personally chosen by Jin's beloved cat. Wang Gonggong put away the short and powerful imperial edict. He resisted looking at the harem girls' shocked expressions and respectfully took the tray from the young eunuch's hands. On top of the tray sat a small golden-furred cat. Sauce. Su Yu's eyes widened. She never thought that this fellow was actually raised by the emperor. But giving the matter of choosing concubines to Sauce, Su Yu suddenly had a bad premonition. The emperor decrees that whoever this cat chooses will be conferred the title of concubine. Wang Gonggong firmly placed the tray on the ground and the golden kitten jumped out. The harem girls reacted. No matter how strange this matter was, this was an important opportunity for them to obtain the title of concubine. Naturally, they couldn't let it go. Little darling, come here. Someone clapped her hands to attract the kitten's attention. Meow, meow, look at this. Someone shook the silk ribbon at their waist to obstruct the cat's view. Only Su Yu's face twitched as she muttered in a low voice, Sauce, don't come here, don't come here. The golden kitten didn't look sideways as it leisurely walked in front of Su Yu. It jumped up and threw itself into Su Yu's arms. Su Yu reflexively reached out to catch it. Mao Tuan automatically grabbed onto his lapel and climbed up, only stopping when it reached his shoulder. It looked at Su Yu's complicated and gorgeous crown with dissatisfaction and reluctantly sat down on his shoulder, declaring its ownership to the crowd from above. There was a moment of silence in the main hall. "Congratulations, young Master Su." Wang Gonggong was the first to react. He bowed with a calm expression and gave him a mutton fat jade pendant. This was the first reward for being conferred the title of imperial concubine. The mutton fat jade was warm and smooth, like the slender hands of a beauty. This jade pendant was hollowed out and carved into a pair of fish. It rippled and was very exquisite. Suyu blankly held the jade pendant in his hand. A thumb-sized jade pendant was worth several hundred taels of silver. This jade pendant was worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. However, looking at the expressions of the harem candidates, especially Miss Tsin's blood-red eyes, this jade pendant was probably worth more than 1,000 taels of gold. The ranks of the imperial concubines in the palace were like heaven and earth. Chiron and Shijun were only slightly higher than palace maids. Only Zhaoyi and Shangjuan could have their own palace. Imperial concubines could control a palace. Even when there was no empress, they could still manage the 6 palaces. In other words, imperial concubines were concubines. Those below them could only be counted as concubines. Moreover, Suyu was a man. Once he returned to the position of imperial concubine, he would be directly conferred the title of count. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in one step. A fish seller could actually directly become an imperial concubine. And these born noble ladies could only start from being Chiron. Bursts of coldness came from all directions. Suyu felt as if he was standing in the middle of a pack of hungry wolves. In his hand was a piece of greasy meat bone. The decree of the reward will be sent to the noble families in a few days. Wang Gonggong considerately broke the increasingly tense atmosphere. "Young Master Su, please come with this servant to send the sacred cat back." With Wang Gonggong following them, no one else dared to say anything. Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She nudged the kitten on her shoulder with her ear. What an injustice. Once they were out of Qingping Palace Hall, Wang Gonggong reached out to carry the kitten away and respectfully invited Suyu back to Xianxia Palace Hall. With a pleasant countenance, he said, "Someone will send young master home tomorrow. The Internal Affairs Department will go to your residence to take care of everything. Young master can rest assured and wait for His Majesty to marry you. Don't worry, eunuch. I will definitely serve young Master Su well," Yang Gonggong said with a smile. Wang Gonggong glanced at him and said, "If Gongzi has any requests, just do as a concubine. If you can't make up your mind, just come and tell me." With Wang Gonggong's words in front of everyone, the people in the palace naturally didn't dare to slight Suyu. Even the few steps from Qingping Palace Hall to Xianxia Palace Hall, Yang Gonggong found a carriage, not willing to let him walk half a step. The next day, the news that His Majesty had chosen a male concubine spread throughout the court. The Su family was in an uproar. Eldest uncle's concubine-born daughter had been eliminated early on. Su Ying, who had originally hoped to fly to a branch, was sent back crying by Xianxia. After hearing from his daughter that Suyu had passed the second round, Su Xiaozhang began to feel restless. After waiting for a few days and still not seeing Suyu leave the palace, he completely panicked. He found the person who had promised to help him determine his title and found out that this person was Prime Minister Lu's second son, Lu Zhongliang. Lu Zhongliang now held a position in the Ministry of Rights. Xianxia and the Ministry of Rights were considered to be one. Logically speaking, Su Xiaozhang should be able to help by using such connections. That was why he dared to treat Suyu so fearlessly. However, in the past few months, he had sent many gifts back and forth, but he had never succeeded. Su Xiaozhang was annoyed, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the Prime Minister was now very powerful, and his legitimate granddaughter was also a noble consort in the palace. She wasn't someone he, who came from a poor family, could afford to offend. This matter can't be done. Lu Zhongliang rarely saw Su Xiaozhang. Every time he came to find him, he would have the steward receive him. Today, he directly came out to meet him. He raised his hand and threw all the silver that Su Xiaozhang had sent onto the table, his face grave. Determining a title for a poor family was not a difficult matter. Lu Zhongliang had agreed without thinking much. However, when it came to this matter, there were always problems. It wasn't until today's morning court, when the emperor announced that he would make Suyu an imperial consort, that he finally realized. He thought about how the Su family's fisherman had obtained the favor of the national tutor. There must be a noble person helping him, and the power behind this noble person was enough to contend with the Lu family. Second master, why can't it be done? Su Xiaozhang's face was full of astonishment. You'll know when you go home. Lu Zhongliang didn't have the patience to talk to him anymore. These days, the two imperial princes had entered the capital, and the balance in the imperial court was suddenly broken. During this sensitive period, he naturally couldn't get involved in the Su family's matters. Su Xiaozhang returned to the Su family dejectedly. He just happened to meet Su Yu, who had been sent back by the Imperial Household Affairs Department. Following that, there was a bright yellow imperial edict. The youngest son of the Su family, Su Yu, has both ability and integrity. His character and appearance are excellent, and he is worthy of being a model of nobility. Today, by the Empress Dowager's decree, he is bestowed the title of imperial consort. He is allowed to enter the palace in 3 days to serve. The head of the Imperial Household Affairs Department, Wang Gonggong, personally carried the imperial edict. The people of the Imperial Household Affairs Department stood on both sides. The Su family knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. They helplessly looked at Su Yu, who was wearing brocade clothes and a jade crown. The latter expressionlessly accepted the imperial edict and thanked them for their kindness. He didn't seem excited at all, which made the eldest uncle's family feel even more terrified. If it weren't for Su Yu's calmness, he really didn't have the strength to complain. Wang Gonggong left after announcing the imperial edict. However, the people of the Imperial Household Affairs Department stayed behind. In the next 3 days, they had to prepare Su Yu's dowry and enter the palace. The ancestors of the Su family bless and protect us. Heaven has eyes. The Jiao clan was so excited that they couldn't control themselves. She had never expected that Su Yu would be chosen and even be bestowed the title of imperial consort. In 2 years, when the crown prince was appointed, the harem would be released. Su Yu would be the official earl, and he would have a salary of 1,000 taels every year. And she would be the old madam of the earl's mansion. How could this be? The eldest aunt trembled for a long time, and then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. When Su Yu entered the palace, the family's title of nobility would be stripped. When Su Yu was released, it would have nothing to do with the first branch if he was promoted. Nyang, about the dowry. The people of the Imperial Household Affairs Department didn't seem to see the Su family's loss of composure. They smiled and asked Su Yu about the next arrangements. It was reasonable to say that the imperial concubines of the imperial consort election could directly stay in the palace. However, Su Yu had been bestowed the title of imperial consort, so she had to go through a grand ceremony and give the dowry. The people of the Imperial Household Affairs Department had to follow and serve her in a hurry. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. She looked at the honest and considerate consul of the Imperial Household Affairs Department and said, "Officially, can you not call me Nyang?" The dowry of an imperial concubine was thin and thick, and it represented the power of the family behind her. At the same time, it was also a guarantee for the imperial concubine after she entered the palace. The Su family was poor and naturally couldn't provide any dowry. Su Yu only had the 40% shares of the Xianmantang and the banknote of 1,000 taels of silver given by the Prince of Changchun. She was forced to enter the palace to serve a man she had never met, and she also had to give up all of her family's wealth. No matter how she thought about it, it wasn't worth it. Su Yu painfully threw the 200 taels of savings that he had accumulated over the past few months to the people of the Imperial Household Affairs Department and told them to do as they saw fit. Then, he changed out of his magnificent clothes, hugged the straw basket of chili peppers, and hurried out. Once he entered the palace, it was as deep as the ocean. He only had 3 days to deal with the matters of the Xianmantang and arrange for the chili peppers that he had paid a huge price for. No matter how he thought about it, it wasn't enough. Officially, the people of the Imperial Household Affairs Department looked at each other. When Imperial Consort Lu entered the palace, the Prime Minister's manor took out 30,000 taels of silver to prepare 120 sets of dowry. Only then did the Imperial Household Affairs Department send 8 people to manage it. This time, they also sent 8 people. They thought that in 3 days, they would be overwhelmed with work. Who would have thought? Officially looked at the pitiful 200 taels of silver. There was no need for them. so you could just pack a bundle and bring it into the palace. When he arrived at the mansion, the housekeeper told Suyu that Prince Zhao hadn't been in the mansion for several days and didn't know when he would return. Mr. Yuan was there and was about to go to the Xian Mantang to take care of the counter. Where did His Highness go? Suyu carried the straw basket on his shoulder and prepared to leave with Mr. Yuan. However, he gave the housekeeper of the Wangfu a shock. Your Highness, put it down and let the servants do it. Prince Zhao's mansion was naturally well informed. The housekeeper didn't dare to let Suyu do the work now and hurriedly called for the servants to help. Suyu pressed his throbbing temples. How was he going to live if both of them called him Your Highness? Just as he was about to correct the housekeeper, Mr. Yuan said, Your Highness, you don't know. His Highness has always been close to the Emperor and often stays in the palace. I'm afraid he's been in the palace for the past few days for the election. Suyu said, Mr. Yuan, Mr. Yuan looked at Suyu, who didn't look well. Your Highness, you don't have to worry. His Highness left many things to me. If there's anything urgent, I'll do my best to help. Forget it. Suyu turned and left silently. He couldn't communicate with Yuan Mao or the caveman. The Xian Mantang's business was still booming. The two young disciples each made 7 dishes, which was enough to support the small restaurant. Master, you're finally back. Wang Feng, who was killing fish, rushed over with his knife when he saw Suyu. Suyu hurriedly avoided this bloody welcome. He patted Zhongqing, who was obediently pickling prawns at the side, and called his 2 disciples together. I have to go to the palace soon. I'm afraid I won't be back for a while. I plan to share this Xian Mantang with you too. The 2 little disciples jumped in fright. Why couldn't they come back all of a sudden? Back then, he had made an agreement with Prince Zhao that Suyu would take 40% of the profits from the Xian Mantang. Suyu intended to give half of the profits to his 2 apprentices, which would be considered as their investment. No, master, we can't take it. Wang Feng's face was big and round. At this moment, his head was shaking like a rattledrum. Master, you've already paid me enough. Zhongqing looked at Mr. Yuan at a loss. He hoped that the shopkeeper would help him say a few words. The 2 of them were poor. They were already very satisfied to be able to earn so much money by learning from Suyu. Mr. Yuan was also a little surprised by Suyu's decision. However, after thinking about it, it was reasonable. After all, once they entered the palace, it was unknown when they would be able to come out. The Xian Mantang was the only business Suyu had. Now, he could only rely on his 2 apprentices to support it. There's no need to decline. In the future, the Xian Mantang will rely on your skills. It's just that Her Highness doesn't have a lot of profits. How about this? I'll take 10% of the profits from the prince, and Her Highness will take the other 10% and count it as yours. How about that? Master, do you not trust us? Zhongqing was anxious. What are you talking about? Wang Feng hurriedly pulled him. Suyu waved his hand and motioned for the 2 of them to sit down. The Xian Mantang business is far more than this. I've already discussed with the prince. We'll open more restaurants in the future. This was indeed his plan. The Xian Mantang looked very high-end, but it was actually a fast food business. If he wanted to make a lot of money, he had to open more restaurants. Suyu alone would definitely not be able to handle it. As for his 2 apprentices, he actually trained them as the core executives of the company. An appropriate share of the profits was very necessary. After entering the palace for a few years, he might not be able to manage the business too much. However, Suyu is now a family with Prince Zhao. Naturally, Prince Zhao's mansion would help him. Moreover, when he was released, he would be at least an earl. It wouldn't be difficult for him to open Xian Mantang to the north and south of the country. After carefully listening to Suyu's plan for the Xian Mantang business, even Mr. Yuan felt his blood boil, let alone his 2 apprentices. After signing a new contract, Suyu sent his 2 teary-eyed apprentices to cook. Only then did he take out a box and hand it to Mr. Yuan. There's 1,000 taels of silver in here. I hope you can help me buy a piece of land. Suyu had no choice but to accept the money from the Prince of Changchun. First of all, as young Masterson said, the Su family had no foundation. If he wanted to survive in the palace, he had to have an ally. At the very least, he would be able to obtain some information. Second of all, he didn't have much savings on hand right now. His legitimate mother and stepsister didn't know how to run a business. Once he entered the palace, it would be difficult for him to survive without a stable business. If your highness wants to buy a farmstead, that's not difficult. But what do you want it to be used for? Mr. Yuan didn't refuse. The fertile land will be used to grow food. The annual harvest will be sent to the Su family for my mother to manage. Su took out a chili pepper and broke it open. She poured out a small handful of chili seeds. Also, set aside a separate area to grow this. She didn't know if the chili peppers could survive, so she couldn't promote dishes with chili peppers for the time being. However, this didn't affect Suyu's enjoyment. Half of the chili peppers were given to Mr. Yuan to try growing, and the rest were stored away. At noon, Suyu personally cooked a plate of spicy shrimp. The thick shrimp broth was mixed with ground chili powder and boiled in hot oil. Red French fries, green vegetables, and peanuts were added to the side dish. Then, she poured the shrimp, which had its back cut open, and the hot, spicy oil on top of it. The rich aroma assailed the nostrils and attracted the attention of passers-by. "Shopkeeper, what is the kitchen cooking? Why is it so fragrant?" The customers in the Xianmantang asked one after another. "Our boss is trying out a new dish." Mr. Yuan explained and hurried to the kitchen. He was also very curious about the strange chili peppers. It's so delicious." Zhang Qing ate a spicy shrimp and couldn't even finish his sentence. Mr. Yuan ate 3 shrimp in a row before he could catch his breath. "I will definitely grow this chili peppers for you." When she returned to the Su family in the evening, several people from the Imperial Household Department were happily discussing the dowry with the Jiao clan. "This money is enough. Madam, don't worry. It will be ready by tomorrow." Master Li held a stack of banknotes in his hand and smiled. There was no betrothal gift for the imperial concubines to enter the palace. If the family prepared the dowry in advance, the Imperial Household Department wouldn't have anything to do with it. Most of the time, the imperial concubines didn't know they were going to enter the palace before they were selected. Since they were in a hurry, their families would pay for it and let the Imperial Household Department take care of it. The things in the Imperial Household Department were already made. Once they took the money, they just had to bring it over. Suyu frowned and quickly walked forward. "Mother, where did the money come from?" The Jiao clan only had 100 taels of silver in their private savings. Later, Suyu gave them a lot of money one after another. The total was definitely less than 500 taels of silver. But looking at the stack of banknotes, there must be at least a few thousand taels of silver. "I was just about to talk to you about this." The Jiao clan looked at the people from the Imperial Household Department and wanted to say something, but stopped. "It's getting late. We will discuss the dowry with Madam tomorrow." Seeing that Suyu and her son had something to say, the people from the Imperial Household Department tactfully left first. They also left the banknotes on the table and only said that they would come to pick them up tomorrow morning. Suyu picked up the banknotes and counted them. There were 3,000 taels of silver. His heart sank. "Mother, what's going on?" The Marquis of Chongqing gave him 1,000 taels of silver, and he was already in a lot of trouble. This extra 3,000 taels of silver that came out of nowhere might have something to do with his life. "This is from the Wang Yi that you are on good terms with," Xiaoshi said with a smile. "You really have met a benefactor. Wang Yi has been of great help these days that you have not been home." "Prince?" The Jiao clan chattered about what happened these days. Ever since Su Ming fell in Suyu's room and injured himself, he became sneaky. When his leg recovered, he went to gamble with others. He lost so much that he wanted to give his Mimi to others. But when Su Ying was in the palace, Su Ming said that the Shu daughter of the second branch, Su Ji, was also his Mimi. The Jiao clan was so angry that they wanted to report this to the officials. But if this matter was made public, it would be bad for Su Ji's reputation. In the future, it would be hard for her to marry into a good family. Fortunately, His Highness. His Highness had people teach Su Ming a lesson and pay off his gambling debt. That's why he didn't tarnish little Ji's reputation. The Jiao clan sighed in relief. They were very grateful to that prince. His Highness specially sent silver today to add to your dowry. The more Suyu listened, the more he felt it wasn't right. Mother, then what is his title? Isn't it Princess Mu? He also invited you to drink at Zhuai Lu tomorrow. The Jiao clan smiled. Prince Mu, full name Princess Mu, was the eldest prince and Hongxue. Suyu was sure he had never met this person. He only heard Prince Zhao mention this person. This person was the emperor's older brother. Because he hadn't been given a fief, he was temporarily staying in the court. Prince Zhao didn't seem to like this older brother. He even reminded Suyu that if he saw this person eating in Xianmantang, he mustn't take advantage of him. Mother, I don't know Prince Mu. I can't accept this money. Suyu sighed. He didn't want to get into trouble. Trouble had already come one after another. The next day, Suyu took 3,000 taels of silver and went to Zhuai Lu. Before he went, he didn't forget to send a message to Mr. Yuan. After all, the imperial family's affairs involved too many things. He had to let Prince Zhao know. It's really not easy to meet Boss Su. Princess Mu's pair of particularly long and narrow eyes made Suyu's hair stand on end. Prince has helped me a lot these days. I am very grateful. However, I don't dare accept such a great gift from Prince. Suyu directly put the silver on the table and turned to leave. The imperial family's affairs were too complicated. No matter what Prince Mu was planning, he didn't want to have anything to do with the snake-like prince. His Royal Highness King Zhao looked more like a good person. And Hongxue didn't expect Suyu to be so unappreciative. He didn't ask anything and didn't say anything. He just threw the banknotes in Hongxue's face and left, making Hongxue's prepared speech stuck in his throat. Wait. And Hongxue didn't plan on letting him go like this. When the guards in front of the door heard this, they immediately blocked Suyu's path. Your Highness, Suyu is just a cook. He really isn't worth your Highness's effort. Seeing this, how could Suyu not understand? This Prince Mu had been eyeing him for a long time. The things that happened to his family were most likely his doing. Prince Mu didn't seem to hear the sarcasm in Suyu's words. He said with a smile, Ben Wang has admired Su Gongzi's cooking for a long time. I didn't have the chance to meet you before. Knowing that Gongzi will become a family with Ben Wang, I naturally want to help. Suyu looked at the saber at the guard's waist and helplessly sat back down. Su Gongzi doesn't need to worry. Ben Wang doesn't have any other intentions. And Hongxue put on a friendly smile. Actually, I'm just curious why the national tutor agreed to choose a male consort this time. After all, the emperor's personality, when the words national tutor were mentioned, that pair of long and narrow eyes distorted for a moment. The emperor's personality? When this was mentioned, it aroused Suyu's curiosity. After all, he was about to marry that person, but he didn't know anything about it. It made him uneasy. And Hongxue was a person who knew how to talk. He would say whatever Suyu was interested in. According to Prince Mu, the emperor was weak and sickly. He had a violent temperament and was hard to serve. Suyu would probably suffer in the palace. If he needed help in the palace, he could come find him. At the same time, he would help Suyu take care of his mother and Shu sister outside the palace. The more Suyu heard, the more unhappy he became. This was clearly a threat to him. Oh, eldest imperial brother, I finally found you. As he said this, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open and a fat figure squeezed in. It was Prince Zhao, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Suyu stood up in relief. Your Highness, long time no see. Suyu, why are you still here? Prince Zhao's eyes widened. Hurry and go home. The things I sent you are about to arrive. Eh? What is this? This is. Seeing Prince Zhao's sharp eyes grab the banknotes on the table, Prince Mu's expression immediately changed. Ah, eldest imperial brother, you're also adding to Suyu's dowry. Haha, it's not easy for the imperial family to marry a male concubine. If imperial mother knows that you're so diligent, she'll definitely be very happy. And Hong judged Shi Dagger Rock by Marsh Toss Jing Yao Shumin Yo Li City Jin 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 Yo Li City Jing Jun. Prince Mu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and said, that's right. Before Suyu could react, he was pushed out of the private room by Prince Zhao, who urged him to go home. When Suyu walked back to the Su family with the 3,000 taels of silver in his hand, he realized that he could no longer enter the Su family, because the imperial family's reward had arrived. The imperial family taking in a concubine was equivalent to an ordinary family taking in a concubine. There were no 3 letters and 6 rights, but there were rewards. This kind of reward was usually just for show. The Empress Dowager gave a little, and the Empress gave a little to show how much they valued the family. However, this time, it was obviously not the case. The small front yard of the Su family was already filled with all kinds of things. The people of the imperial household were still carrying in one after another. Silk, satin, coral, and pearls dazzled the eyes. Prince Zhao's gift has arrived, officially personally stood in front of the door as a ceremonial official. Prince Zhao's housekeeper personally came to deliver the gift. When he saw Suyu, he hurriedly greeted, "Nyang Nyang, why are you standing here?" "Prince wanted me to come back and see this?" Suyu blinked, still holding the 3,000 taels of silver from Prince Mu in his hand. "The imperial palace's reward has arrived. Prince naturally has to send some dowry," the housekeeper said with a smile. The imperial family's reward and the nobles' congratulatory gifts could all be counted as the dowry of the imperial concubines. Suyu swallowed his saliva. The imperial family was too generous. Imperial palace, Xian palace. Empress Dowager, look, the emperor is taking in concubines like he is marrying the empress. Imperial consort Lu, with exquisite makeup, sat next to the Empress Dowager with a worried face. How can it be compared to marrying the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager slowly sipped her tea and didn't care. Imperial consort Lu gritted her teeth, got up, and knelt next to the Empress Dowager's knees. "Aunt, when I entered the palace that year, the imperial family only gave me 8 treasures. Now, they have given me 32 treasures. What will others think?" The Empress Dowager glanced at Imperial Consort Lu. "Jia didn't give you a single treasure today." Imperial Consort Lu suddenly raised her head and looked at the Empress Dowager in surprise. The Empress Dowager didn't give her any rewards. That is to say, the 32 treasures were all given by the Emperor. Zhao clan received the list of gifts presented by official Zhao with trembling hands. She had lived half her life, but she had never seen so many treasures. She was so happy that she almost fainted. After the imperial family's reward arrived in the morning, it was followed by Prince Zhao's congratulatory gift. In the afternoon, when the nobles received the news, they also sent gifts to add to the dowry. Suyu finally came back to his senses. He discovered that he was rich. He felt like he had won the lottery. He had turned from a pauper to a millionaire overnight. Compared to the imperial family's reward, the Prince of Changchun's 1,000 taels and the 3,000 taels that Princess Mu had threatened him to accept were nothing. Suyu clenched the double-fish jade pendant on his waist and slowly grinned. He had suddenly accepted the matter of entering the palace. This was a high-paying job. There was more money and less care for one's retirement. After retirement, he could continue to be a high-ranking official and serve the emperor as a big boss. Just for today's red packet, he had to serve the emperor well. Thus, Suyu, whose fighting spirit had been ignited, happily took back his 200 taels of private money and bought the best yuan shellfish and sea crabs. He was going to make some expensive snacks for the sauce. After all, he would have a high income in the future. The 18th of July, an auspicious day, was suitable for marriage. The market opened and the bed was set up. The imperial family's carriage arrived early at the Su family's residence. It was a colorful carriage with golden bells ringing in all directions and an octagonal scented sachet. Suyu, who was dressed in a scarlet robe, stepped onto the carriage. The carriage swayed all the way to the Forbidden City, accompanied by music and music. The imperial family's reward followed behind the carriage. As the dowry, it was Suyu's private property. It was carried directly into the palace. After passing through the gate of Shenwu, they entered Taiji Palace. Suyu stepped out of the carriage and the consort conferring ceremony began. Taiji Palace was actually an open square. It was located on a high platform behind the main hall of the front court. The very open space was made of black and white stone bricks to form a huge Taiji diagram. The Empress Dowager wore a bright yellow phoenix robe and stood on the fish eye. Suyu walked to the young fish eye and everyone knelt down. Suyu was dazzled by the complicated and solemn etiquette. He could only turn his gaze to the Empress Dowager, who was calm and collected. The people from the Imperial Household Department said that if a female consort was conferred, she would kneel at the Empress Dowager's feet at the Yin fish eye. The Empress Dowager would personally put on the golden buyao, which symbolized the position of consort, while the male consort would stand opposite her. When the ceremonial officer finished the ceremony, they would kneel down and kowtow. The ceremonial officer would then put on the golden jade crown, which symbolized the position of consort. The Empress Dowager's expression was calm. She looked at Suyu with neither joy nor sorrow in her eyes. It was as if this was just a routine and not a concubine for her son. The ceremonial officer finished the ceremony. Su family's son, Jin Tang, has a dignified appearance and noble virtue. By the Empress Dowager's decree, you will be conferred the title of Consort Xian. When Suyu heard this, he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. He was secretly relieved. Fortunately, there was still a title. He was afraid that if he was conferred the title of Consort Su, everyone would call him Consort Su. If he lived in the investiture of the gods all day long, how would he live? From now on, you will be the master of a palace. You will serve the emperor with all your heart. You will not betray the emperor's kindness. The Empress Dowager said this sentence indifferently. The ceremony was completed. Suyu kowtowed to express his thanks. A carriage came to pick him up and sent him directly to his palace. The harem could only confer 4 consorts. 2 were imperial consorts and 1 was the empress. There was no limit to the number of consorts. The consorts occupied 1 palace. The 4 consorts' palaces belonged to the West Palace. They could choose from Bixiao Palace, Yuxiao Palace, Zixiao Palace, and Yexiao Palace. The rest of the consorts watched the light red carriage go straight to Yexiao Palace and twisted the handkerchief in their hands. Although Yexiao Palace was not the largest, it was the easternmost palace in the West Palace. In other words, it was the closest to the emperor's palace. Suyu did not know this. He was curiously looking at his new dormitory. Yexiao Palace was very spacious. It had 1 main hall, 4 side halls, and 36 palaces. An imperial palace was very different from the imperial palace he visited in his previous life. The imperial palace in the museum was solemn and serene, while the imperial palace's main hall was barren. Anne's imperial palace obviously did not think so. Just by looking at the luxury of Prince Zhao's residence, one could tell. The front yard of Yexiao Palace was a man-made lake. It was built with white marble to form a 9-turn stone bridge, pavilions, waterside pavilions, and gallery cornices. It was very beautiful. There was a water lily planted in the lake. It was now in full bloom. The snow-white petals and the tender yellow lotus complemented each other. It was too beautiful to be absorbed. The palace was even more magnificent. Green jade was used as a table, red sandalwood was used as a table, huge windows were floor to ceiling, and red pillars were used as pillars. Suyu was dizzy. In order not to lose face, he tried his best to maintain an expressionless and cold state. In his heart, he was screaming, "I'm rich, I'm rich." Slowly walking to the door of the main hall, Suyu took a deep breath and stepped in. "Welcome, Imperial Concubine Su." A clear and loud voice sounded. Suyu immediately staggered. "Imperial Concubine, are you all right?" The source of the voice immediately appeared in front of Suyu. He helped him up. It was the eunuch Xiao Shun who served him in Xuanyang Hall a few days ago. Wang Gonggong considerately transferred Xiao Shun over for him to use. He also assigned 2 senior palace maids, 4 second-rank palace maids, and 4 junior eunuchs. He did not assign a chief eunuch because the chief eunuch had to be appointed by the concubines themselves. For the time being, Yang Gonggong was sent over to serve him. Under the service of everyone, he bathed and changed into a set of casual clothes. It was dinner time. Suyu thoroughly experienced the treatment of a 7-star hotel. He simply opened his mouth and stretched out his hands. After dinner, there was even a junior eunuch who would massage his legs and gossip. This kind of life could not be better. "Xiao Shun, what do you think will happen if His Majesty summons me to serve him in bed?" Suyu's only worry was that he would have to serve His Majesty. No matter how much he tried to mentally prepare himself, he really couldn't do such a thing. Imperial concubine doesn't need to worry, Xiaoxun secretly glanced and whispered, this slave heard that His Majesty never summons anyone to serve him in bed. Ah? Suyu's eyes widened. His Majesty was already 20 years old, but he never summoned anyone to serve him in bed. Could it be? All kinds of speculations flashed through his mind, but in the end, it stopped at the impotence column. So that's how it is. Suyu snickered secretly. Then his job would become having too much money to take care of his old age. Thus, he closed his eyes in peace. If the sauce could come to find him tonight, his life would be complete. His Majesty has decreed that Imperial concubine Xian is to serve him in bed tonight. A loud and clear voice cut through the air, startling Suyu, who was half asleep and half awake. It also woke up half of the Imperial palace. There were two ways for the Emperor to favor his concubines. One was to summon them, which was to summon them to the Emperor's palace to serve him. The other was to visit them, which was to have the Emperor visit the concubine's palace to seek pleasure. Once summoned, the chosen concubine had to bathe and change clothes as quickly as possible before heading to the Emperor's palace, the North Pole Palace. Although the Den dynasty's summons wasn't like some dynasties in history where the concubines were stripped naked and wrapped in blankets, Suyu was still forced to bathe again. After rejecting Yang Gonggong's suggestion to give him incense, Suyu put on a plain, wide-sleeved gown and jumped onto the carriage that had come to pick him up. After jumping onto the carriage, Suyu regretted it. He should have said that he had diarrhea and couldn't serve the Emperor. He really wasn't mentally prepared to serve the Emperor on his first day in the palace. Yishao Palace wasn't far from the North Pole Palace. At night, the Imperial Palace was very quiet. Only the footsteps of the patrolling guards echoed on the palace road. Sitting in the carriage, Suyu felt that the silence around him was a bit off. Only then did he realize that he was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. The North Pole Palace was located in the center of the Imperial Palace. The building was tall and broad, and the atmosphere was grand. Every 3 steps, there was a person, and every 5 steps, there was a sentry. Countless guards were distributed around the palace with solemn expressions. Stepping onto the 49 white marble steps, he walked step by step into the brightly lit Emperor's palace. To be honest, at this moment, Suyu truly felt the majesty of an emperor. The person who lived here held the power to kill everyone in the world. And this person was now his husband. He didn't have any right to resist. Greetings, Imperial concubine Su. Wang Gonggong smiled as he bowed to Suyu. Wang Gonggong, you don't have to call me Imperial concubine. Suyu was very helpless. Being called like this, his nervous mood immediately lessened a bit. His Majesty is inside. You can go in by yourself. This servant won't disturb you. Wang Gonggong smiled as he indicated for Suyu to open the second door. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs followed Wang Gonggong out of the room and closed the door behind them. His Majesty had never summoned anyone to serve him. His Majesty had always been weak and sickly since he was a child, and his temperament was violent. Suyu stopped in front of the palace gates and took a deep breath. This subject, Suyu, requests an audience. Suyu subconsciously closed his eyes as the 10-foot-tall, hollowed-out dragon-carved doors slowly opened, and the bright candlelight in the hall rushed into his face. The vast emperor's bedchamber suddenly appeared in front of him. The entire palace was covered with soft carpets. Bright yellow silk ribbons hung down from the high beams of the room, interweaving into a beautiful scene like smoke and fog. In the waning light, a person wearing a black robe embroidered with a 9-clawed golden dragon stood with his hands behind his back. Emperors were the heavens. Suyu quickly knelt down and saluted. This subject, Suyu, kowtows in salute to your majesty. Long live your majesty. And Hongchul turned around and quietly looked at Suyu, who was kneeling on the ground. You may rise. He seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. Suyu stood up and raised his head to look at the emperor. Solemn, straightforward and clear, with the grace of a dragon and a phoenix, natural. It's you. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim. This handsome face that could be said to be stunning and domineering, wasn't it the shadow guard who took away the sauce that morning, stupid slave? And Hongchul coldly snorted and slowly approached Suyu. He raised his hand and pinched his chin. You've already seen Jin. Why are you so surprised? The slender and white fingers had a very comfortable temperature, but the strength was a bit strong. Suyu couldn't help but slightly frown, and his heart became even more nervous. The emperor's appearance didn't look like a weak and sickly person at all. What's more, the way he climbed over the wall that day was so nimble. It was obvious that he was a martial arts expert. He still remembered clearly what happened that morning. This person grabbed his throat and warned him not to tell anyone, otherwise, the Su family would be buried with him. There must be a lot of implications. So, the emperor married him into the palace to make him keep a secret? But, what secret should he keep? This subject didn't know the emperor's identity at the time and offended you. This subject asks for the emperor's forgiveness. Suyu knelt down and bowed his head to admit his guilt, and conveniently freed his chin. And Hongchul frowned. This stupid slave had never spoken to him in such a pretentious manner. This made him feel strange and dissatisfied at the same time. He coldly snorted and said, "Did Jin summon you to ask for forgiveness?" "Yes." Suyu shivered and quickly stood up. Looking at the incomparably handsome emperor, he didn't know what to do. If he didn't ask for forgiveness, then he had to serve the emperor in bed. But how? "Come here and help Shin bathe." And Hongchul glanced at him. So stupid, behind the layers of curtains, smoke curled up. 2 dragon heads carved from obsidian were embedded in the wall, and clear water flowed out from the dragons' mouths. Suyu unskillfully took off the emperor's casual clothes. He peeled off the black silk robe and undid the jade belt, revealing the dark gold inner robe. The warm body temperature passed through the thin inner robe to his fingertips. Thinking that he was taking off the emperor's clothes, his fingertips couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't know if it was from nervousness or excitement. And Hongchul was bored. He tilted his head and sniffed Suyu's neck. It was fresh and refreshing. There wasn't any scent of spices. There was only a faint smell of seawater. The dissatisfaction in his heart was immediately washed away by a lot. The emperor was half a head taller than Suyu. Being so close to him made Suyu feel a lot of pressure. His already tense state of mind was startled by this sudden movement, but he didn't dare to move. He could only stand there stiffly and allow the warm breath to blow on his neck, creating layers of goosebumps. And Hongchul looked at the dazed Suyu and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He sneered in a low voice, "Stupid slave." "Ah?" Suyu raised his head to look at him. He couldn't help but admit that the emperor's eyes were very beautiful. He had felt this way last time. The deep and serene pupils revealed a strange amber color. They were clear like glass beads that had been washed by a clear spring. Outside the hall, Wang Gonggong was personally guarding the door. The little eunuch asked with concern, "Gonggong, the emperor hasn't bathed yet. If we don't go in to serve him, will Nyang Nyang be able to serve him by herself?" Wang Gonggong looked at the little eunuch with a smile that wasn't a smile. Nyang Nyang Su is not an ordinary person. Nyang Nyang Su was indeed not an ordinary person. At this moment, Suyu also thought so. Anyone who could watch the emperor jump into the pool in his inner robe and then casually throw him, who was dressed neatly, into the water without any change in expression was not an ordinary person. Suyu wiped away the water droplets on his face and turned his head to look at the emperor. He saw that the emperor had already thrown his soaked inner robe to the side of the pool, revealing his wide, honey-colored shoulders. "What are you doing in a daze? Come here and let Jin bathe." The emperor lay down by the pool and threw a soft silk cloth to Suyu. He felt that the emperor's movements were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Suyu shook his head and first took off his soaked outer robe and inner robe. It wasn't cold to be bare-chested on a hot summer day. After thinking about it, he still left his underwear on. Serving the boss with clothes on was taking a bath. Serving the boss without clothes was acting like a hooligan. The emperor's figure was very good. He had wide shoulders and a thin waist. His muscles were tight. Suyu couldn't help but secretly touch it. The feeling was like a steel knife wrapped in silk. It was full of danger and made people unable to stop themselves. And Hongchul didn't even turn his head and reached out to slap away Suyu's groping hand. Then, he lay down again. Suyu embarrassedly withdrew his hand that was groping the emperor's tofu. He thought that it was no wonder the imperial family rarely chose male concubines. After all, the emperor himself was so handsome. If a male concubine served him, it was hard to say who would suffer. After taking a bath with great difficulty, Suyu changed into the clothes that had already been prepared by the pool. He turned to look at the emperor who was lazily lying on the soft couch by the pool. He went over to dry his hair and put on his inner robe. But after doing all this, the emperor was still lying on the soft couch without any intention of moving. "Stupid slave, why haven't you carried Jin to the bed to sleep yet?" And Hongchul habitually reached out his hand. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered that he wasn't in his cat form and immediately froze in the air. Suyu also froze. What did he just hear? Carry the emperor to the bed to sleep? He looked at the emperor from head to toe. He didn't look like the weak, sickly, and inconvenient emperor at all. He secretly thought that this high salary really wasn't easy to get. Before the emperor could lose his temper, Suyu tactfully picked up the emperor. Although he often worked, it was still a bit strenuous to pick up a grown man. After walking a few steps, Suyu couldn't hold on anymore. There was still a long distance from the bathtub to the dragon bed. Suyu gritted his teeth and simply lowered his weight, putting the emperor on his shoulder. As someone who often carried fish tanks and straw baskets, this kind of action was easy for him. His footsteps immediately became lighter as he went straight to the dragon bed. "Bastard, who carries like this? Put Jin down." The emperor was naturally very dissatisfied with being carried like a sack. He made a fuss about being put down. Suyu could only put the emperor down. As a result, because their center of gravity was unstable, the two of them fell to the ground. Fortunately, there was a large soft cushion on the ground, so they weren't hurt at all. However, Suyu's hair was still wet. This fall wet the emperor's lapel. "Really stupid," and Hongchul immediately jumped up and grabbed Suyu's collar to lift him up. He disdainfully touched the wet mark on his chest. "Wipe your hair dry. Otherwise, you're not allowed to come close to Jin." The four corners of the dragon bed were covered with light yellow soft curtains. The situation on the bed was faintly discernible. The large and exquisite dragon bed was covered with soft yellow bedding. There were 4 or 5 soft pillows of different shapes on the bed. It looked very comfortable. Suyu dried his hair and hesitated for a while. Then he walked to the side of the bed, took a deep breath, and slowly lifted the bed curtain. The incomparably handsome His Majesty the Emperor was already lying on the bed. Moreover, he slept very domineeringly in the middle of the bed. His slender limbs were spread out, taking up so much of the spacious dragon bed that there was no space for anyone to lie down. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. Looking at the Emperor's slightly closed eyes, he considered whether or not he should sleep on the soft mattress on the floor. And Hongchul opened his eyes and slightly frowned. "What are you standing there for? Do you want Jin to respectfully invite you up?" After saying this, he lay down on the bed and made room for Suyu. Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he climbed up and obediently laid down next to the Emperor. The two of them didn't say anything for a while. After a moment of silence, the Emperor, who was sleeping inside, slowly moved over and gently sniffed Suyu's hair. Suyu's body immediately tensed up. "Your Majesty, And Hongchul made a sound in response and moved closer to Suyu's side. "The candlelight hasn't been extinguished." After saying this, Suyu wanted to bite off his tongue. He said it as if he couldn't wait to do something that could only be done in the dark. In reality, he was just too nervous and had nothing to say. And Hongchul didn't say anything. He reached out and pulled on the silk sash inside the bed. The crisp sound of a bell rang outside the door. Immediately, a palace maid came in and quickly extinguished the candlelight. Then, she silently retreated. The hall immediately sank into darkness. Suyu couldn't help but feel even more nervous. After some rustling sounds, a warm body came over. Suyu quickly reached out and pushed against the Emperor's chest that was about to press down on him. "Your Majesty, what are you doing? Why do you have so much nonsense to say when you're just serving me in bed?" And Hongchul's eyes that could see things at night naturally saw the panic on Suyu's face. He supported himself with one hand by Suyu's side and grabbed Suyu's hand that was pressed against his chest. He pulled it over his head and pressed it against the pillow. "Humph, you've already served me in bed so many times, what's the point of pretending to be chaste?" Intimidated by the Emperor's domineering actions, Suyu closed her eyes in resignation. The emperor's appearance didn't look like he was impotent at all. Previously, he didn't favor the imperial concubines because he didn't like women. And now, in the entire palace, he was the only male consort. If he stuck out his head, he would be stabbed. Since it was only a matter of time, what was the point of resisting? Seeing that Suyu stopped moving, and Hongchul snorted coldly and let go of his hand. Suyu felt the person beside him lie down again. A slender arm wrapped around his neck. Then, that warm body climbed up and rested its head on his shoulder. A slender leg pressed against his leg. After finding a comfortable position, it stopped moving. Not moving anymore, Suyu opened his eyes and stared blankly at the top of the bed. The emperor's body temperature continuously passed through his thin inner shirt. His slightly cold hair piled up on his neck, and it was a little itchy. There was no smell of spices, only a faint fragrance of sunlight. This smell was somewhat familiar to him. After waiting for a long time, the emperor still didn't move. Could it be that the so-called serving him in bed meant being the emperor's pillow? After staring blankly for a long time, he slowly lowered his head. Suyu couldn't see the emperor's face. With the weak moonlight, he could only see his long eyelashes and the slightly raised corners of his eyes. "You're not allowed to sleep before Zhen falls asleep." A clear voice came from his chest. It was cold. "Yes." Suyu obediently replied. And Hongchul was satisfied. He rubbed against Suyu's shoulder and relaxed his body. 2 hours later, Suyu was shaken awake. "Stupid slave, Zhen hasn't fallen asleep yet." The emperor was lying on the pillow next to him as he angrily glared at Suyu. "Emperor, please forgive me." Suyu drowsily turned around to look at the emperor. And Hongchul yawned and went back to sleep. 2 hours later, Suyu was shaken awake again. "Stupid slave, you fell asleep again." Suyu opened his eyes and jumped in fright. He saw the emperor's handsome face in front of him, the tip of his nose right in front of him. "Emperor, did you have a nightmare?" Suyu moved his head back and looked at Hongchul's sparkling eyes helplessly. The emperor should have a habit of waking up in the middle of the night, but he insisted that he fell asleep early. "Humph, how could Zhen have a nightmare?" And Hongchul turned around and stretched his arms on the bed before falling asleep again. Suyu had already lost his temper after being tossed around. After waiting for a while, he heard the emperor's steady breathing. He couldn't help reaching out and gently rubbed the emperor's head. He made a face at the back of his head. The next day, when Suyu woke up, the emperor was already gone. Instead, there was a golden kitten nestled in his neck, sleeping warmly. "Sauce, why did you run over here?" Suyu happily kissed the kitten's furry head. The emperor, who had not yet woken up, unhappily reached out his paw and pressed it against Suyu's mouth. Suyu sat up and looked around. The hall was empty without a single person. There was also a bright yellow inner garment on the bed. It was the one that the emperor had taken off last night before he came over. Thinking of last night's bedside service, Suyu couldn't help covering his face with one hand. He was really curious about the emperor. How did that guy run to the Su family to take away Sauce and even sleep on his bed? Although he was curious, Suyu didn't have the guts to ask. He lowered his head and poked the golden kitten that was sleeping like a furball. "Sauce, will I be punished for not helping the emperor wake up?" And Hongchul couldn't take it anymore after being annoyed by Suyu. He jumped up and used his paw to hook the silk sash on the bed. Not long after, Wang Gonggong walked in alone and bowed to him with a smile. "The emperor has gone to court. Nyang Nyang can return to Yixiao Palace. Breakfast has already been prepared for you." As he said this, he secretly glanced at the kitten nestled in Suyu's arms. Suyu dressed himself and the kitten automatically climbed onto his shoulder. It was obvious that it wanted to leave together. "Gong Gong, can I take it to Yixiao Palace?" After all, it was the emperor's cat. She didn't know if she could take it away as she pleased. Of course, Wang Gonggong smiled, but Nyang Nyang must take good care of the sacred cat. "You can't let it eat anything bad, and you can't let other people hold it." "I know." When Suyu heard that he could openly take the sauce away, he was instantly happy. The carriage was already waiting outside. Suyu took the carriage and left Beibei Palace. Wang Gonggong stood in front of the jade steps with a disappointed expression. A little Taijian ran over to ask, "Gong Gong, it's getting late. The emperor hasn't gotten up yet." Is he still going to court today? No. Wang Gonggong sighed. He turned and went to the front court to inform the Prime Minister that he wouldn't be going to court today. Suyu, who didn't sleep well last night, sat in the carriage and kept yawning. When they arrived at Yishao Palace, Yang Gonggong hurriedly helped him down. Xiaoshan looked at Suyu with a worried expression. Nyang, are you all right? I'm fine, Suyu was confused. What could be wrong with him? Then he reacted and slowly turned his head to look at the curious Xiaoshan. He instantly understood. He coughed lightly and said in a cold voice, don't worry about things that you shouldn't worry about. Yes. Xiaoshan hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to ask more. As expected, Yishao Palace already had exquisite food laid out. There were 6 dishes, 4 baskets of pastries, and 2 types of porridge. It was very sumptuous. Suyu was now a second-rank fei. The food was naturally very high. As the first concubine favored by the emperor, the people in the palace naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They gave the best things. The fragrant soup dumplings were dipped in vinegar, leaving a lingering fragrance in their mouths. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He was good at making seafood, and other dishes, especially pastries, were his weak points. The food of the imperial chefs wasn't easy to taste. He couldn't resist eating another one. The golden kitten sat on the table and used its claws to push the food in front of it back and forth in disgust. Suyu saw this and used his chopsticks to pick out the shrimp from the shrimp dumplings. He let it cool and put it in the bowl in front of the kitten. Eat some first. I'll make something delicious for you later. And Hongchul reluctantly lowered his head and licked the tasteless shrimp. He bared his teeth in dissatisfaction. He was already tired of eating these things made by the imperial chefs. In the previous dynasty, the imperial censor was very angry when he learned that the emperor had stopped attending court because he favored a new male fei. The emperor's health finally got better. I didn't expect that he would be affected by beauty again. The misfortune of the country. The imperial censor jumped for a while and then angrily turned to go home. He was going to write a 10,000-word memorial to be presented tomorrow. The Prime Minister didn't change his expression and told everyone to return to the yamen to do their work. In any case, the emperor not attending court was a common occurrence. Everyone was used to it. But a dark light flashed through Lu Maogong's eyes. He hadn't heard of the emperor favoring a concubine before. This male fei was really worth paying attention to. And the licentious and tyrannical emperor was currently immersed in the gentleness of Xianfei. Yu died. Suyu took out the yuan shellfish meat that he bought before entering the palace. He was afraid that it would spoil, so he had already fried it at home. Now he took it out and heated it up before eating it. Knowing that sauces like to have flavor and have a crispy texture, Suyu simmered it with seasoning and stock. Then he poured oil over it and used a flour knife to cut it into the shape of a small shell. It was very beautiful. Suyu walked to the waterside pavilion in the middle of the lake with a plate of freshly made yuan shellfish biscuits. The kitten was lying on a soft cushion and lazily basking in the sun. The morning sun wasn't scorching. The golden fur was warm and soft under the sun. The waterside pavilion didn't have a roof. There was a wooden platform on the stone floor with a soft cushion and a low table. Suyu placed the plate on the low table. Xiaoshan immediately poured a cup of hot tea for him. He picked up a small biscuit and brought it to the mouth of the squinting old man cat. The old man cat lifted his eyelids and glanced at it before lazily rolling it into his mouth. After Suyu ate breakfast in the morning, she made him a bowl of fresh fish soup, so he wasn't hungry at the moment. Suyu was a little sleepy from being basked in the sun. He simply laid down on the soft cushion and fed the old man one biscuit while he ate one himself. One person and one cat were dispirited with nothing to do. Xiaoshan led an unfamiliar young eunuch through the 9 winding corridors and walked over. Yang Gonggong stopped the young eunuch from approaching the waterside pavilion. He had him report back to Suyu when he was 10 steps away. Reporting to Nyang, a young eunuch from Imperial Consort Lu's palace has come to pass on a message. He wants you to go to Yulwan Palace, Yang Gonggong said in a low voice. Ah? Suyu lifted his head from the cat's fur. Why was Guifei looking for him? Guifei Nyang wants you to go to her palace. Thinking that Suyu didn't understand, Yang Gonggong changed his words. This isn't appropriate. Suyu scratched his head. Guifei was a woman, right? It wouldn't be good if others found out that she wanted him to meet her alone so mysteriously. Nyang, it's fine if you don't want to go. Yang Gonggong looked at the seemingly tired Suyu. Wang Gonggong had already told him to be on guard against Imperial Consort Lu making things difficult for Xianfei. Asking Suyu to go on the first day of entering the palace clearly didn't have good intentions. If that's the case, then I won't go. Suyu didn't know the rules, but he had never heard of the rule of paying respects to Guifei. It was probably that Guifei was too curious about this rare species and wanted to see him. However, he wasn't interested in Guifei at all. He turned around and laid down again, using his nose to nudge the little cat that was lying down. Sauce, have you seen Guifei before? The emperor licked his paws, looking like he didn't understand at all. Yulwan Palace. When Imperial Consort Lu heard the little eunuch's report, her long, shapely eyebrows instantly rose. Say that again. Xianfei said that he is a man, so it isn't convenient for him to meet Guifei Nyang alone. She hopes that Nyang will be magnanimous. The little eunuch did his best to tactfully express Suyu's intentions. This Suyu, he's not easy to deal with. Imperial Consort Lu gritted her teeth. She wasn't the empress yet, so the concubines in the inner palace naturally didn't have the obligation to pay respects to her every day. However, there was no empress in the inner palace right now. As the only Guifei, she controlled the Phoenix Seal and managed the 6 palaces. She was no different from the empress. Anyone who knew what was good for them would often come to pay respects to her. Reporting to Nyang, concubine De and consort Shu have come to pay respects to Nyang. A palace maid came in to report. Imperial Consort Lu raised her hand to let the 2 concubines in. Not long after that, the Zhaoi and talented people from each palace came to pay their respects. Yulwan Palace's main hall was quickly filled with people. The emperor has never visited the inner palace. Now that the male Fei has just entered the palace, he has been summoned. Shu Fei twisted the handkerchief in her hand. She was very worried. If the emperor liked men, then wouldn't they have no chance? The faces of the other concubines were also filled with fear. Previously, everyone was the same. No one said anything about the other. Even the imperial concubines, who had limitless glory, were just like that. But now that someone was favored, the balance of the harem was instantly broken. You think Ben Gong didn't summon him? Imperial Consort Lu's eyes were dark. He doesn't put Ben Gong in his eyes at all. Pinky just went to Xian Palace. I heard that Xianfei hasn't gone to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Qin Zhaoyi rolled her eyes and said with a light smile, Nyang, why don't you use this to punish him for disrespecting the Empress Dowager? The young miss of the Marquis of Changchun stood behind Qin Zhaoyi. Hearing this, she couldn't help but bite her lip. She had been given the title of Chiron and stayed in the palace. She had suffered a lot in the past 2 days. Now, those above the rank of Zhaoyi could sit. She could only stand behind the Zhaoyi in her palace. She should have been the one given the title of Fei. She should have been the one envied by these beautiful women. How did it become that fish seller? What do you know? That person has received the emperor's favor. Naturally, they don't have to pay respects tomorrow. Imperial Consort Lu smiled coldly. These women thought she was stupid and instigated her to use the Empress Dowager's name. Pinky is slow-witted. Qin Zhaoyi saw that Imperial Consort Lu wasn't happy and hurriedly knelt down to apologize. She really had forgotten about this matter. No one had ever received this kind of treatment before. Mistson saw that Imperial Consort Lu's raised eyebrows made everyone tremble. She was jealous and envious. After hesitating, she couldn't help but say, Pinky heard that Xianfei used to be a fish seller and didn't know a single character. Originally, she had mocked Suyu for only being a concubine. Who would have thought that the 2 people's situations would be completely reversed? Now, for her to put down her face and curry favor with Suyu, she absolutely could not do it. It was more practical to curry favor with Imperial Consort Lu. Oh? Imperial Consort Lu raised her eyes to look at her. She had an idea. After all, it was the middle of summer. It could only bask in the sun for a while in the morning. When the sun rose, Wang Gonggong would come to pick up the kitten. He said that the national tutor needed the kitten's help and would send the kitten over afternoon. Suyu understood. She thought that the sauce really wasn't as simple as being the emperor's pet. In the future, she could rely on being close to the national tutor to communicate with the national tutor about transmigrating back. Suyu didn't have anything to do, so she took out the Su family's recipe to research new dishes. Yishao Palace had everything. The most valuable thing was a fully equipped kitchen. She heard that every palace had a small kitchen so that the imperial concubines could cook for themselves. However, Yishao Palace's kitchen clearly surpassed the category of a small kitchen. It was as spacious as 3 rooms and was even equipped with 2 palace maids to help with the kitchen. If the emperor is lucky and likes to eat food personally made by the imperial concubines, the higher the rank of the palace, the better the kitchen. This was Wang Gonggong's explanation. Although Suyu didn't understand the emperor's special hobby, having a good kitchen was naturally a good thing for a cook. She excitedly took out the sea crab that she bought for the sauce. Suyu's recipe recorded a snack made with crab meat wrapped in flour. It was quite interesting. Suyu mischievously molded the crab into the shape of a bone and made a row of meat bones. In the afternoon, Imperial Consort Lu had someone pass on a message again. She said that there was a flower appreciation banquet in the Imperial Garden and all the Imperial concubines were invited to come at dusk. The Imperial Garden was so open that it couldn't be considered a private meeting. Moreover, she had already said that all the Imperial concubines were invited. Suyu guessed that this was a company gathering for the new employees to meet with the supervisors. It wouldn't be good to refuse, so she agreed. The emperor finished dealing with important matters in the imperial study and prepared to go to Yishao Palace to eat lunch. Your Majesty, your actions will make it difficult for Xianfei Nyang. Wang Gonggong advised with a troubled expression. Last night, she had just been summoned. At noon, she was going to accompany him for lunch. She might be summoned again at night. If this spread to the imperial court, she probably wouldn't be able to escape the crime of ruining the country. Zhan is just going to eat a meal. What's so difficult about it? And Hongchul frowned. He had spent so much effort to marry Suyu into the palace. Why wouldn't he be allowed to eat? Wang Gonggong thought, if you want to eat, you have to go to court on time. Just as he was about to use this as an excuse to dissuade the emperor, he heard the imperial guards outside report that Prince Ling and Prince Su were asking for an audience. Greetings to the emperor. Long live the emperor. The 2 imperial uncles respectfully saluted. Rise, the emperor put away the dissatisfaction on his face and waved his hand for them to rise. How is it? Prince Su took a step forward and said in a clear voice, reporting to the emperor, this subject has checked the valiant cavalry's schedule for this year. The capital's defense is really negligent. It needs to be fixed quickly. And Hongchul's slender fingers lightly tapped on a memorial on the table. He said in a deep voice, is there any progress on the previous matter? Prince Ling and Prince Su looked at each other and sighed, it's more or less clear. The people who followed Suyu were Princess Mu's people. The origin of the 2 people that your Majesty killed hasn't been found yet. Continue to investigate, the Emperor's beautiful eyes were full of cold light, the valiant cavalry's matter isn't urgent. 13th Imperial Uncle should first fix the defense of the inner palace. This subject obeys your Majesty. Prince Su bowed to receive the order. Your Majesty, this subject has one more thing to report. After they finished talking about business, Prince Ling quickly said before the emperor could chase them away. What? And Hongchul slightly frowned. It was already lunchtime. If they didn't go to Yishao Palace now, they would miss lunch. Other than the basket that Xianfei got, this subject still has a lot of chili. Prince Ling shamelessly took a step forward. Your Majesty, it's time for lunch. This subject brought a bag today. I don't know if niece-in-law can make a portion of boiled fish. Saying this, he took out an oiled paper bag from his sleeve and put it on the emperor's table. And Hongchul's face instantly darkened. Xianfei Pin, how can she cook like a cook? Saying this, he took the bag of chili in his hand and left with a flick of his sleeve. In the end, because of the interference of the 2 imperial uncles, the emperor didn't make it to Yishao Palace for lunch. He sullenly took a nap in his bedroom. Because it was the first gathering, Suyu felt that he couldn't embarrass himself too much. He had Xiaoshun choose appropriate clothing for him. Xiaoshun obediently chose a sapphire blue wide-sleeved robe and a crown with silver tassels inlaid with sapphires for him to wear. Suyu looked at the pigeon egg-sized sapphires for a moment. Where did this come from? This is from Xianxia's dowry, Xiaoshun said. Yesterday, I was in a hurry and didn't have time to organize it. This one just casually took one. How many of these things were in the dowry? Suyu swallowed. He didn't look carefully at the imperial family's rewards and knew that many were very valuable. Yang Gonggong is already counting and will bring the detailed list in the evening, Xiaoshun answered honestly. Then he couldn't help but add, Xianxia's reward is the only one in this palace. The other Faping's rewards probably can't compare to even 1/10 of this. Suyu felt that he was secretly receiving a high salary and going to the imperial garden to see his colleagues who were struggling. Instantly, he was filled with anticipation for this gathering. Excitedly dressed, Suyu took the unhappy His Majesty the Sacred Cat from Wang Gonggong's hands. Sauce, what's wrong? He didn't eat well at noon and is throwing a tantrum, Wang Gonggong said awkwardly. His Majesty is still busy at court. I'll have to trouble Xianxiang to take care of him for a while. No problem. Suyu was naturally very happy. He stuffed the fur ball into his lapel, took the crab sticks he made at noon, and jumped onto the carriage to head to the imperial garden for the banquet. In the imperial garden, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. There weren't many flowers that bloomed in midsummer. Even if the imperial palace had diligent gardeners transplanting them, it would never be as full of flowers as it was in spring. Moreover, it was a hot day, so many flowers would wither after being exposed to the sun for a while. In order to set up a flower appreciation banquet, Imperial Consort Lu ordered the gardeners to put out a lot of potted plants and make it look like a cluster of flowers. The sweet fragrance of the flowers attracted a lot of bees and butterflies. When Suyu got off the carriage, he saw a swarm of bees and butterflies dancing wildly. He quickly pressed down the furry head on his lapel to prevent the cat from seeing the butterflies and running out to pounce on it. The emperor was very dissatisfied with being pressed down. As soon as Suyu moved his hand away, he immediately came out again. Imperial Consort Lu sat in the pavilion in the middle of the garden. She was wearing a gorgeous red dress with gold and a pair of phoenixes holding pearls in her hair. She also had a pair of pearls in her ears. Her makeup was exquisite and she looked magnificent. Concubine De and Consort Shu sat next to her. The Zhaoyi officials sat on the periphery. The Chiron stood on the left and right. Each of them had a cold and solemn expression, as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't look like they were admiring flowers at all. It's just a fish seller. Is there a need for you to be so nervous? Imperial Consort Lu coldly sneered. In a moment, be more alert for this consort. Consort Xianxiang has arrived. When the eunuch guarding the moon gate saw Suyu's carriage, he immediately shouted and interrupted Imperial Consort Lu's lecture. When everyone heard this, they immediately sat up straight and looked at the moon gate. They took a deep breath and prepared their speech. They ran out of breath, but no one appeared. Shouldn't a fish seller be walking as fast as flying? Why are they walking so slowly? Consort Xian just received the imperial favor last night. Perhaps her body isn't feeling well. Consort Shu used a handkerchief to wipe her cheeks and cover the corner of her mouth that couldn't help but curl down. Imperial Consort Lu's fingers that were holding the cup instantly clenched. The expressions of the other concubines became more and more unsightly. This Consort Xian must have done it on purpose. She originally wanted to give him a show of strength, but he beat her to it. Sauce, stop messing around. Outside the door, Suyu was negotiating with the cat in his arms. Worried that there would be more butterflies in the garden, he tried to let Furball sleep in his arms for a while. However, this fellow had already taken an afternoon nap and had no intention of sleeping again. The fur on its head was messed up by Suyu. Cat King was very dissatisfied. It grabbed Suyu's lapel and climbed up, scratching Suyu's neatly combed sideburns. Ouch! Xiaoshun screamed and hurriedly went forward to tidy up Suyu's hair. She was going to meet the imperial consort. If she was not properly dressed, she would be laughed at. Suyu reluctantly took the cat off her shoulder and stroked its fur. Okay. If you don't want to sleep, then forget it. Don't run around later. and Hongchul glared at him. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Seeing that Uncle Cat was unhappy, Suyu smiled and kissed its messy head. You also messed up my head. We are even now. Don't be angry. I will give you something good in a while. Be bastard. His Majesty the Emperor stiffened. He pursed his ears and looked around. In broad daylight, he actually dared to flatter her in public. He really had no shame, seeing that fur ball in his hand was obedient, Suyu held the cat in satisfaction and walked inside. Bypassing the rockery, the garden instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Colorful dresses, colorful jewelry, and bright eyes made Suyu almost lose his balance. Consort Xian is so ostentatious. You made us wait for a long time. Imperial Consort Lu flicked her long nails, her words full of dissatisfaction. Suyu was an imperial concubine. When he came, the lower-ranked concubines had to stand up and salute him. At the same time, he also had to salute the imperial concubines. But Imperial Consort Lu was scolding him to his face. It was wrong of him not to respond, but if he did, he couldn't salute, and others would find fault with him. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. A light breeze blew, and the fragrance of cosmetics wafted over. This made the Emperor's cat nose very uncomfortable. He immediately struggled to jump out of Suyu's arms and rushed to the stone table in the pavilion in 2 or 3 steps. Ah, Consort Shu was startled and immediately screamed. The Emperor, who was using his paw to wipe his nose with tea, was startled by the scream. He immediately knocked over the cup, wetting Imperial Consort Lu's gorgeous skirt. Suyu quickly ran over. This little cat is naughty. Please forgive it, Consort. Imperial Consort Lu's face was ashen. On the side, Concubine De recognized the cat. Isn't this the Emperor's cat? Consort Xian, you have guts. You actually dared to take out the sacred cat without permission. Imperial Consort Lu waved away the palace maid who was frantically helping her wipe the tea away and coldly questioned. This cat was very precious. Usually, they would only see it a few times from afar. Other than the Empress Dowager and the national tutor, no one was allowed to touch it. Last year, a palace maid had tried to catch the cat and was beaten to death by the Empress Dowager. The Emperor is busy in the afternoon, so Wang Gonggong specially asked me to take care of it for a while. Suyu saw that everyone recognized the sauce and inwardly sighed in relief. He was afraid that they didn't know the severity of the matter and would hurt the kitten. What did you say? Imperial Consort Lu couldn't help but widen her eyes. The concubines who had been in the palace for several years were suddenly filled with jealousy. The Emperor actually gave his beloved cat to Suyu to hold. It was clear to see how much he doted on Suyu. The new talents looked at the cat with mixed feelings. It was this cat that decided that Suyu was sitting and they were standing. His Majesty the Emperor used his wet paw to rub his nose and then rubbed it on Suyu's clothes. Only then did he feel a little better. He looked around with dissatisfaction and saw that several women were wearing a thick layer of makeup. When they spoke, 2 caddies of foam would fall out. He couldn't help but become angry. Did they want to kill the Emperor by wearing so much makeup? There were 4 seats around the stone table. The last seat was naturally reserved for Suyu, who was also an imperial concubine. Suyu sat down with the cat in her arms and pulled up her sleeve to wipe the kitten's paw. Xianfei Nyang is quite fond of cats. Chen Jiaoi said with a smile that wasn't a smile. It wasn't clear whether it was praise or sarcasm. Cats like the smell of fish. We can't compare. Consort Shu used a handkerchief to cover her mouth as she laughed. Isn't that so? I heard that Xianfei Nyang used to sell fish, so you naturally heard the sarcasm in their words. But as a man, it wasn't good to argue with a group of girls, so she pretended not to hear. And Hongchul slightly narrowed his eyes. So noisy, noticing that the great cat in her arms was showing signs of anger, Suyu quickly took out a crab stick from her sleeve. Today we came to admire the flowers, not to talk about these things. Imperial Consort Lu saw that Suyu didn't take the bait and secretly gritted her teeth. Xianfei has just entered the palace and doesn't know many of the rules. This consort can't help but give a few pointers. The smell of crab meat dispelled the smell of cosmetics around the nose. The little cat subconsciously opened its mouth and bit the food that was brought to its mouth. The fresh and fragrant taste immediately filled its taste buds. His Majesty the Emperor's mood improved a lot. With the crab stick in his mouth, he glanced at Suyu. Are you trying to curry favor with me so that I can help you solve these problems? Previously, Suyu had made the crab stick into the shape of a bone as a prank. Now, the little cat was holding a meat bone in its mouth and making an expression that said, I don't care for it. It was funny no matter how you looked at it. Suyu couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Imperial Consort Lu's face completely darkened. The flower-admiring banquet ended on a bad note. In the first confrontation, the concubines all thought that Xian Fei was very difficult to deal with. And Suyu, who was focused on coaxing the cat, inexplicably won. That night, Wang Gonggong sent someone early to inform that the emperor would be coming to Yishao Palace for dinner tonight. He also specially sent a pack of chili and told Suyu to make a portion of boiled fish. Suyu held the chili and the corners of his mouth twitched. He had never heard of the emperor bringing food to the harem. He always thought that when Wang Gonggong said the emperor likes to eat the dishes personally made by the concubines, it was something as high-end as white fungus and lotus seed soup. The concubines had a quota for their meals every month. Anything other than the quota would be deducted from their monthly stipend. Suyu asked Yang Gonggong. He had a total of 80 taels of silver every month, so eating 2 grass carps shouldn't be a problem. It was just that he had to pay out of his own pocket to treat the boss to a meal, so it was still a bit painful. When His Majesty the Emperor walked into Yishao Palace, he heard that Suyu was still busy in the kitchen. He raised his hand to stop the messenger and went to the kitchen to find him. In the brightly lit kitchen, the fire crackled loudly. His Majesty the Emperor stood in front of the door with his hands behind his back. Seeing Suyu busying around in the smoky kitchen, that warm feeling suddenly surged up again. Last time, it was in this kind of situation. When he said let's go home, it gave him the idea of tying this stupid thing to his side forever. He would keep him like this and only allow him to cook for him. Greetings to the Emperor. The palace maid helping in the kitchen suddenly discovered the Emperor standing in front of the door and hurriedly knelt down to pay her respects. Suyu was sweating profusely as he lifted the oil pan and prepared to pour the hot oil onto the fish. Being startled by this sudden movement, his hand slipped and the heavy iron pan tilted. The half pan of hot oil was about to splash onto his body. Out of the way. A voice that was as pleasant as a cold spring suddenly appeared in his ears. Suyu's vision blurred as the hot iron pan flew out. He had already been grabbed by the collar and flashed to the side. Suyu didn't know how the iron pan flew. He only knew that the Emperor was still grabbing his collar and carrying him like a little chick. Truly stupid to death. His Majesty the Emperor was very angry. If it wasn't for him, this stupid servant would have become boiled fish. Suyu innocently blinked his eyes. If it wasn't for the Emperor quietly running over to scare people, he wouldn't have made a mistake. However, he didn't have the guts to say this out loud. Humph. Seeing that Suyu didn't speak, and Hongchul coldly snorted and let go of him, finish cooking. Don't think that Jin will pity you just because you're looking at Jin like this. Ah? Suyu was stunned and secretly glanced at the Emperor's expression. What are you standing there for? And Hongchul felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by Suyu. His thin lips pursed into a line and he seemed to be even angrier. If Jin doesn't watch you here, when will we be able to eat? Hurry up and cook. The ancient people were particular about eating less at night, so Suyu didn't dare to cook too much. Other than a pot of boiled fish, there were only 2 cold dishes. His Majesty the Emperor didn't mind that there were too few dishes. He picked up the fish and ate them one by one. He even ate 2 large bowls of rice with soup. If the Emperor wants to eat something else, tell the Imperial kitchen to make some more. When Suyu saw that the Emperor was eating so happily, he picked up the bean sprouts and vegetables to eat and left the fish for the Emperor. Seeing that the Emperor had also finished the rice, he was worried that the Emperor wouldn't be full. No need. And Hongchul looked at the 2 vegetables on the table with disdain. He picked up the teacup and slowly drank the tea. He seemed to be in a good mood. Suyu glanced at the Emperor and silently ate the 2 cold dishes. He originally thought that the 2 grass carps would be enough for 2 people, but who would have thought that this guy would finish it all by himself? He was thinking that next time, he should also bring the dishes sent by the Imperial kitchen to the table. At least he would have something to eat. And Hongchul finished eating and lazily leaned on the soft couch. He hooked his finger at Suyu. Come here. Suyu slowly walked over and sat down on the side of the soft couch. A pair of slender arms immediately came from behind and circled around his waist. The warmth of the person's body was continuously transmitted from where the two were connected. Suyu couldn't help but stiffen. Although they had already slept together last night, that kind of brotherly sleep was clearly not on the same level as this ambiguous hug. From now on, Jin's 3 meals a day will be made by you. The sweet and clear voice had a bit of laziness that made people's hearts itch. This subject only knows how to eat fish, shrimp, and crabs. Suyu's mouth twitched. Was he addicted to eating and planning to turn this place into a cafeteria? But what was with this kind of "this is a great favor for you" tone when ordering an imperial concubine around like a cook? Jin only eats fish, shrimp, and crabs. The arms around his waist tightened and his slender hands stretched forward. Suyu looked at the pair of hands. The joints were distinct, slender, and fair. The fingertips and palms were a healthy pink. They were very beautiful. This made him think of the little meat pad in the sauce, which was also this pink color. Just as he was about to ask the emperor why he didn't bring the cat over, he saw that beautiful hand reach out to the small table beside the soft couch and pick up the crab stick on the plate. Your Majesty, that's... Before he could finish his sentence, a bone-shaped crab stick was stuffed into the emperor's mouth. Suyu silently swallowed the rest of his words. In the future, you're not allowed to make it into such a stupid shape. Do you think I'm feeding it to a dog? The emperor finished eating one and picked up another one to knock Suyu's head. Yes. Rubbing his forehead, Suyu turned his head to look at His Majesty, who was elegantly gnawing on the crab stick. Then, he slowly turned his head back. With such a handsome face solemnly eating the crab stick, if he continued to look, he would definitely be unable to hold back his laughter. At night, the emperor naturally slept in Yishao Palace. Because the emperor didn't allow him to sleep first, Suyu could only open his eyes and think about nonsense. It wasn't until now that Suyu realized that he had married this person in such a muddle-headed manner. Although they had only spoken less than 3 sentences before the marriage, and it was under this situation where he was almost strangled to death, the moonlight shone through Yishao Palace's large floor-to-ceiling windows and clearly reflected the emperor's sleeping face. When the emperor was quiet, he was so beautiful. His facial features were so exquisite that they were almost impeccable. Suyu swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to look anymore. If he unconsciously did something irreversible to the emperor in the middle of the night, then he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Stupid slave, stupid slave. In the middle of the night, the emperor opened his eyes and used a finger to poke Suyu's arm. Seeing that he was half asleep, his inner garment was pulled open because of his posture, revealing his beautiful collarbone. The emperor couldn't help but snort coldly. With this posture, are you trying to seduce Shen? Quickly put on your clothes. You asked for this. And Hongchul waited for a moment, then snorted softly. He reached out and pulled Suyu into his arms. He moved closer to his lips and sniffed, then gently licked. The soft touch was like the tender fish he ate at night. He couldn't help but lick again. After licking for a while, he wasn't satisfied, so he put his lips on Suyu's and gently sucked and ground. And then, Suyu had difficulty breathing and softly snorted. The emperor immediately moved away. Seeing that Suyu didn't wake up, he inwardly sighed in relief. He hugged him tighter and fell asleep with satisfaction. In the morning, Suyu was woken up by being strangled. The emperor was like an octopus wrapped tightly around him. His large head was resting in the hollow of his neck, and his warm breath was blowing on his neck. He couldn't beg for death. Your Majesty, it's time to get up. Suyu pushed the person on top of him. Last night, Wang Gonggong repeatedly told him not to miss morning court. Oh, eat seafood porridge for breakfast. And Hongchul closed his eyes and rubbed Suyu's neck. He yawned and fell asleep again. Suyu struggled to save his neck and ran to make seafood porridge. He gave the difficult task of waking the emperor up to Wang Gonggong. The emperor ate the seafood porridge and happily went to court. Suyu had to go pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Paying respects to the emperor at dawn and dusk was a matter of filial piety, but filial piety wasn't something that everyone had the right to do. Just like the imperial concubines in the palace, only Zhaoi and Shangjuns and above had the right to pay respects to the Empress Dowager every day. Chiron and Shangjuns, strictly speaking, were still servants. If they wanted to see the Empress Dowager, they could only come with their Zhaoi. They couldn't see the Empress Dowager alone. Consort Xian has been favored for 2 days in a row. I'm afraid she can't take it. Should Consort Xian be excused from paying respects today? Imperial Consort Lu sat next to the Empress Dowager and asked with a smile. The Empress Dowager took a sip of tea. These words seemed to be pleading for Consort Xian, but in reality, they were reminding her that the Emperor had favored this male consort for 2 days in a row. Moreover, Suyu was already late to pay respects. This subject Suyu respectfully greets the Empress Dowager. Suyu stood in the middle of the hall and respectfully knelt down to pay his respects. Imperial Consort Lu still sat there without moving. She didn't have any intention of avoiding Suyu's greeting. The Empress Dowager glanced at Imperial Consort Lu and didn't say anything. The other concubines saw this and didn't dare to say anything. Consort Xian is a slow person. It's one thing to have us wait for a long time yesterday, but today, you're not in a hurry to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Imperial Consort Lu sneered. Suyu looked around. All of the concubines were present. It was obvious that he was late. His mind quickly flashed with the excuse he used to lie to his teacher when he was late for school. Finally, he had a flash of inspiration. He lightly coughed and said, reporting to the Empress Dowager, although this subject is a concubine, there are differences between men and women. This subject wanted to stagger the time to pay respects, but unexpectedly, I still came early. The Empress Dowager glanced at Suyu and gave a slight smile. You thought it through. Imperial Consort Lu's expression changed slightly. How could she forget this? Normally, they would have stood up and left at this time. Today, they were waiting to see Suyu make a fool of himself, so they stayed a little longer. Who would have thought that Suyu would turn the tables on them? Since there are differences between men and women, then it's better not to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Chiron couldn't help but interject. Paying respects to the Empress Dowager was her only chance to interact with the Empress Dowager. If she wanted to come, she had to beg Qinjiaoyi. This Suyu dared to pick the time. Impudence! Imperial Consort Lu coldly shouted. Nyang, please forgive her. Chiron does not know the rules. Qinjiaoyi hurriedly went forward to plead for leniency. After all, she had brought her here. If she was punished, she would also be unlucky. Fine. It's common for young people to not know the rules. The Empress Dowager wasn't angry, nor did she intend to punish Chiron. She glanced at Suyu standing in the middle of the hall. Consort Xian is a man. You don't have to pay respects to Aijiao every day. You can pay respects to the national tutor. Everyone stilled. In the past, there were no male consorts in the palace. Naturally, no one went to pay respects to the national tutor. Now that the Empress Dowager said this, they remembered that male consorts were actually under the jurisdiction of the national tutor. Suyu secretly clenched the hand hidden in his sleeve. He had been worried that he wouldn't be able to get close to the national tutor. Now, he was sleepy and found a pillow. If he could get close to the national tutor every day, he might be able to find a way to transmigrate back. With an almost excited mood, Suyu left Xian Palace and headed straight for Anhua Tower. Cousin is continuously favoring male consorts. This isn't a good sign. After everyone had left, Imperial Consort Lu angrily pulled on the Empress Dowager's sleeve. If she didn't punish Suyu today, she wouldn't be able to swallow this anger no matter what. The Emperor is just being curious. The Empress Dowager said unconcernedly. The Emperor has never favored other consorts. What if the Emperor doesn't like women at all? Imperial Consort Lu looked at the Empress Dowager's face and said in a worried tone, if other Wangyi have an imperial heir first, then the position of Taizi. As expected, the Empress Dowager's expression changed slightly. She muttered to herself for a moment before saying, go arrange it. Tonight, have the Emperor change the tile. After Imperial Consort Lu left, the Empress Dowager rubbed her temples in pain. Guifei Nyang is becoming more and more unsightly. The old palace maid Lin Gugu, who was standing behind the Empress Dowager, stepped forward and helped the Empress Dowager massage her temples. The one from the Marquis of Changchun is good, but it's a pity she didn't become a fae. The Empress Dowager leaned against the pillow and slightly furrowed her brows. What did the Emperor eat this morning? Xianfei made seafood porridge. I heard that he ate 2 bowls before going to court. Lin Gugu said with a smile. That's good. The Empress Dowager smiled. Have Yangqing tell Xianfei to come visit Ijia every 3 days. Yes. Lin Gugu smiled and responded. When Suyu arrived at Anhua Tower, he found that the doors were tightly shut and there were only 2 guards guarding the door. Only then did he know that Anhua Tower didn't open in the morning. The national tutor watches the stars at night and doesn't open until noon. The guards indicated that Suyu could take a nap before coming over. The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. Only filial piety could be seen in the morning and evening. Coming over after taking an afternoon nap would become afternoon tea. What kind of treatment was this? Looking up at the sky, he suddenly remembered the new mission the Emperor gave him last night. He patted his head and hurried back to make lunch. In the imperial study, and Hongchul's expression was cold and solemn. His 2 slender fingers lightly tapped on a stack of memorials. The court has become the Liu family's sole say. Everything they say is this subject agrees. Prince Zhao complained as he organized the memorials that his older brother had approved. Throw them all back. Tell them, if they want to agree, they have to copy the Prime Minister's memorials again. Prince Su felt a headache as he looked at the 10,000 words the Prime Minister had written. These people wanted to get the imperial approval with just a few words of agreement. It was too easy on them. 13th uncle, that 10,000-word book was written by the imperial censor. Prince Zhao sighed. The Prime Minister's memorials weren't long. Copying them 10 times wouldn't be enough. Do as imperial uncle says. The Emperor, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Ah? Prince Zhao's jaw dropped. 13th uncle is just talking nonsense, we'd like to see just how big their courage is. And Hongche narrowed his beautiful eyes, a cold glint in them. Before the age of 20, his body was unstable and he would often turn into a cat. He had to use the excuse of being weak and sickly to frequently miss the morning court. Many matters in the court relied on the Prime Minister, which led to the current situation. Now that he had reached the age of 20, he naturally could not let this continue. It was time to deal with those people. Sigh, I'm most annoyed by those yammering civil officials. The Su Wan threw the 10,000-character-long book back and pulled out a map from his sleeve. Your Majesty, this is the new Imperial Palace defenses. And Hongchul took it and glanced at it. Can you defend against it? It's hard to say if there are external thieves, but we can defend against internal thieves. Prince Su frowned, but he didn't pat his chest to guarantee that nothing would go wrong. When he first heard that the sacred cat had run out of the imperial palace and was chased away by guards with swords, he broke out in a cold sweat even though he was thousands of li away. When he returned to the capital this time, he had to make sure the imperial palace was impenetrable. How did you spend those 2 months outside the imperial palace? 13th brother and I were almost scared to death. Speaking of this, Prince Ling patted his chest as if he was frightened. He couldn't turn into a human for 2 months before reaching the age of 20. It was very pitiful for such a precious kitten to wander outside. And Hongchul glanced at 17th uncle who had an exaggerated expression and didn't plan on paying attention to him. Emperor, it's time for lunch. Wang Gonggong timely reminded. Let's call it a day. When the Emperor heard this, the gloominess on his face immediately disappeared. He got up and left. Prince Su and Prince Ling looked at each other, then turned to look at Prince Zhao. When did the Emperor become so interested in eating? It wasn't like the original Emperor at all. Could it be that he was possessed by a fatty? What are you looking at me for? Prince Zhao didn't understand. Didn't the Emperor always complain about this and that and throw a tantrum when it was time to eat? Prince Ling was very curious and followed him out to see what was going on. In the distance, someone was carrying a box of food over. Looking carefully, it wasn't someone from the imperial kitchen. Su Yu. Prince Zhao's sharp eyes found the person behind the box of food and ran over in a few steps. His Royal Highness King Zhao, long time no see. Su Yu saw Hongchul and greeted him with a smile. Last time, I still haven't thanked your highness. Last time at Drunken Immortal Building, if Prince Zhao hadn't arrived in time, he might have really been caught by Princess Mu. Afterwards, with the disturbance, he had earned 3,000 taels. We're all family, no need to be so polite, Prince Zhao chuckled, revealing 2 deep dimples. What are you doing? Suyu smiled awkwardly. He originally thought that since the emperor wasn't going to Yishao Palace at noon, he wouldn't have to cook. Who would have thought that not only did he have to cook, he also had to be responsible for delivering food. Calculating it this way, 80 taels a month was a bit of a loss. What are you standing there for? Come in. The emperor's voice sounded in the dining hall. Suyu apologetically cupped his hands to Prince Zhao and turned to walk in. This meal was made by Consort Xian? On the roof beam of the dining hall, a large cat with black and yellow stripes stretched its neck and swallowed its saliva as it looked at the bright and colorful dishes on the table. Don't make a sound. The other large cat with black and white stripes had a serious expression as it slapped its younger brother's paw. Ow, you hit me again. Prince Ling was very unhappy and opened his mouth to bite his older brother's paw. Suyu heard the cat's cry and thought it was the sauce. He looked up and saw 2 large cats huddled together on the roof beam. That's, whoosh, a silver light flashed and the 2 large cats quickly jumped off the roof beam and disappeared without a trace. A silver chopstick was accurately nailed to the spot where the 2 cats had been standing. The emperor took the new chopsticks that Wang Gonggong handed over and expressionlessly said, "They're just trying to make a living, don't pay attention to them." Suyu blinked. There were actually so many cats in the imperial palace. Wait, what was with that chopstick? After lunch, Suyu was forced by the emperor to stay in the North Pole Palace to take a nap. As a cook who was usually very busy at lunchtime, Suyu didn't have the habit of taking a nap. He was half lying on the bed in high spirits and quietly picked up one of the emperor's hands to carefully examine it. He was sure that the chopstick was thrown by the emperor with his bare hands. To be able to penetrate so deeply like it was written in the novel, it must have the legendary internal strength. Thinking back to the time when this person jumped over the wall of the Su residence, it must be Qin Gong, so you didn't expect that he had transmigrated to a martial arts world. It was as if he had discovered a new continent and was extremely excited. What are you doing? A clear voice sounded in his ears. Suyu came back to his senses and found that the emperor was staring at him with his eyes wide open. One of the emperor's imperial hands was still being held by him and hadn't let go. Suyu froze in place. He didn't know if he should let go or hold it. He suddenly felt like he was caught red-handed. I know you admire Zhen, but that also depends on the situation. And Hong Chul didn't seem to be surprised at all as he pulled his hand out of Suyu's palm. Suyu almost choked on his own saliva. What did he just hear? Who admires who? Before he could refute, that slender and flexible hand reached over and wrapped around his waist. Humph, I can allow you to indulge in private, the emperor said in an old-fashioned manner, only Zhen would pamper you like this. Suyu still hadn't recovered from the emperor's strange logic until he sent the emperor off to deal with government affairs and walked to the Anhua Tower to pay his respects to the national tutor. Which eye of the emperor saw that he admired him? They had only known each other for 2 days. Moreover, this guy had a bad temper and a bad personality. Although he was very good-looking, Consort Xian, the national tutor, invites you in. A palace maid wearing a plain dress respectfully bowed. Suyu shook his head to shake that dazzling handsome face out of his mind. He lifted his feet and walked into the Anhua Tower. The main hall was still hung with a faintly discernible gauze. The national tutor with snow-white hair reclined on the high seat and looked at him coldly. What are you doing here? This official is here to pay his respects to the national tutor. Suyu stepped forward and bowed. If it's for the morning and evening, then there's no need to come again. The national tutor slightly closed her beautiful eyes and gently waved her hand. Consort Xian, please go back. The palace maid who had invited Suyu in just now still maintained the same smile as before and invited him out. Suyu looked at the Anhua Tower as the doors closed again and scratched his head. He really dares to go pay his respects to the national tutor? When Imperial Consort Lu heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. What kind of person was the national tutor? Even the emperor couldn't see him whenever he wanted. The Empress Dowager was just giving him a way out, but he took it seriously. Isn't that so? You don't know the expression on Consort Xian's face when she was driven out, tsk tisk. In order to make Imperial Consort Lu happy, the eunuch beside her exaggerated Suyu's embarrassed state. Humph, angering the national tutor and letting the emperor know how stupid he is, let's see how long he can be proud of himself. Imperial Consort Lu fiddled with several wooden plaques on the plate, go and send this to the North Pole Palace. Say that it's the Empress Dowager's will and let Steward Wang decide what to do. In order to ensure that the harem was evenly distributed, the emperor would flip the plaques to decide which palace to visit the concubines except for the 1st and 15th day of each month. The Dan imperial house had a clear rule that the emperor had to flip the plaques every day after he reached the age of 20. In the North Pole Palace, Wang Gonggong frowned as he looked over the plaques on the plate. Of the 10 plaques, 3 were Imperial Consort Lu, the others included 2 concubines and several Zhaoyi, but there was no Consort Xian. Since the Empress Dowager had agreed with Imperial Consort Lu's decision, it meant that she had tacitly approved of her actions, but, Emperor, it's time to flip the plaques. Wang Gonggong held an ebony carved tray and handed it to the emperor who was preparing to go to Yishao Palace. He wanted to say something but stopped. And Hongchul didn't even look at it as he flipped the plaques. The attendants of the imperial household immediately recorded it, year, month, and day. The emperor flipped the plaques of so and so concubines. Let's go. The emperor swung his sleeve confidently and walked towards Yishao Palace. In Yishao Palace, Suyu was inspecting the ingredients sent by the imperial kitchen. The appearance of this yuanbei is really good. Suyu picked up a fresh yuanbei and looked at it. It was the size of a palm, round and plump, and the meat was juicy. Even the shell was very neat. It's naturally the best for Nyang, the person in the imperial kitchen said with a smile. Suyu nodded his head in satisfaction. Chefs all liked high-quality ingredients. After all, the better the ingredients, the more delicious the food would be. He then looked at the live fish in the other bowl. There was no problem, so he indicated that he would accept it. 5 taels of silver, take it. Yang Gonggong took out the silver and handed it to the Taijian who delivered the fish. Wait, Suyu, who was fishing, suddenly straightened and stopped the people who were preparing to leave. Why do these things cost 5 taels of silver? Seeing the emperor's appetite yesterday, he decided to prepare more food today, so he bought 2 ingredients. They were just ordinary yuanbei and a carp. Even if yuanbei was more expensive, it shouldn't cost as much as 5 taels of silver, right? It had to be known that 5 taels of silver was enough for a normal family to spend for a month. This was robbing money. Nyang buys it every day. I specially calculated it to be cheaper for you. The little Taijian clearly misunderstood Suyu's words and thought that he was surprised at the low price, so he quickly said a few good words. So expensive even if it was cheaper. Looking at everyone's expressions, Suyu took a deep breath and waved her hand for the people in the imperial kitchen to leave. She turned to ask Yang Gonggong, is the price in the palace always like this? Nyang, it is indeed so. Yang Gonggong's face was also full of pain. He had already spent a lot of silver to have the imperial kitchen send fresh ingredients for every meal. Every month, the concubines had a quota for their food and clothing. Anything other than the quota had to be bought with silver. Everything was provided by the imperial household department. It was like the only small shop in the boarding school. Naturally, the prices were ridiculously high. What's more, the things in the imperial palace were all of high quality, and their prices were not low. The imperial concubines would not be like Suyu and buy things outside of their daily quota every day. No matter how high his salary was, it couldn't be compared to the skyrocketing prices. Suyu counted with his fingers, and his face suddenly turned bitter. If this continued, he would soon become a pauper again. Of the 30 yuanbei, 2 were left for the sauce to make snacks tomorrow. The rest were steamed with minced garlic and vermicelli. Suyu watched as His Majesty the Emperor happily ate the yuanbei one bite at a time. He only felt that the handsome emperor had turned into a golden and dazzling pixiu, swallowing a large piece of his silver in one bite. Why aren't you eating? And Hongchul glanced at Suyu, who was eating vegetables in a daze. He frowned slightly and put the yuanbei, meat and vermicelli that he had just picked up, into Suyu's bowl. Suyu was flattered as he looked at the shellfish meat in his bowl. He didn't expect the emperor to pick up food for someone else. Zhen rewarded you. Why aren't you eating it clean? And Hongchul saw that Suyu wasn't eating and couldn't help but be a little angry. It was already very rare for him to be willing to share such delicious food with others. This stupid slave actually didn't appreciate it, seeing that the emperor was showing signs of getting angry, Suyu quickly ate the shellfish meat in his bowl. Thank you, emperor. And Hongchul glared at him. He became more and more dissatisfied in his heart. This stupid slave, ever since he entered the palace, he didn't know how to talk to him properly. Suyu didn't understand. He looked at the emperor, who was still unhappy. Could it be that the emperor was waiting for him to return the favor? He tentatively picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish with his chopsticks and put it into the emperor's bowl. Wang Gonggong, who was standing on the side, couldn't stop it in time. He watched as the piece of fish dripping with sauce fell into the emperor's jade bowl. He was immediately scared out of his wits. The emperor never ate the food that others picked up for him. If anyone dared to touch his food, he would definitely fly into a rage. Just as he was about to step forward to persuade him, he saw the emperor's chopsticks pick up the white and tender piece of fish and slowly put it into his mouth. Too sweet. The emperor licked away the bit of sauce on his thin lips. His tone was still bad, but his expression eased a lot. Then put less sugar next time. Suyu slightly smiled. He suddenly found that this guy was not as difficult to get along with as he imagined. And Hongchul snorted and didn't say anything else. He picked up a yuanbei and continued to eat. Wang Gonggong silently took back his eyes that were about to fall out. He turned around to deal with the plate flipping. There was no need for him to serve here. After dinner, Suyu brought out a normal crab stick to make snacks for the emperor. Why did you go to Anhua Tower today? The emperor leaned on the soft couch and used 2 slender fingers to pick up a crab stick to play with. Suyu was sitting on the soft couch looking at the dowry list that Yang Gonggong had just sorted out. Hearing this, he raised his head and said, "The Empress Dowager ordered this official to pay respects to the national tutor every day." Nonsense. And Hongchul sneered and put the crab stick in his mouth. The long crab stick was held by the emperor's lips. It looked like he was holding a cigarette in his mouth. It was very handsome. But thinking that this was a crab stick, Suyu couldn't help but purse his lips and smile. His eyebrows and eyes were originally gentle. When he smiled like this, it was quite pleasing to the eye. His Majesty the Emperor frowned. This stupid slave, smiling so seductively. Did he want to get closer to me? But it wasn't time for bed yet. In front of so many eunuchs and palace maids in the hall, how improper. The national tutor doesn't seem to like this official going to pay respects. The atmosphere between the two was much more relaxed than before. Thinking that the two were already married, they should discuss things. Suyu put down the account book in his hand and planned to ask the emperor's opinion. Not to mention that he was full of curiosity about the existence of the national tutor, but the task given by the Empress Dowager required him to pay respects every day. If he didn't go, it would be inappropriate. But if he went and was kicked out, it would be very awkward. Imperial uncle is the most intolerant of complicated formalities. You said you would go pay respects, but he definitely won't like you. And Hongchul thought for a bit and put a slender leg on Suyu's leg. Oh, he knew to ask me when he was in trouble, so I should reward him. Since he wants to get closer to me, I'll satisfy him. Suyu was startled by the leg that suddenly stretched over. Seeing the emperor's natural expression, he helplessly sighed and good-naturedly massaged his leg. Damn it, I knew it. As soon as he had the chance, he would touch me all over. His Majesty the Emperor turned his head and covered his ears that were quietly turning red. He chewed the crab in his mouth until there was nothing left. The next day, Yang Gonggong told Suyu that he didn't have to go pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Going once every 3 days was enough as long as he went to pay respects to the national tutor. Suyu was naturally happy to be idle. But without Suyu present, Xianxia Palace was still not peaceful. Did the emperor turn the tablet? The Empress Dowager slightly frowned. He did, Lin Gugu said with a smile. The emperor has always been respectful and filial. If the Empress Dowager wants him to turn the tablet, he will turn it. Good, it's good that he did. The Empress Dowager nodded with satisfaction. But the emperor still went to Yishao Palace last night. Imperial consort Lu said with a face full of grievances. The other concubines were also indignant. Maybe he happened to turn the tablet to Xianfei. The Empress Dowager said without much care. Imperial consort Lu was about to say how was that possible. She opened her mouth and forcefully swallowed her words. She, as a concubine, had no right to know the emperor's daily life. Even if she knew whose tablet the emperor turned, she couldn't say it. But others didn't know, but she knew that the tablet didn't have Xianfei's name. How could it turn the tablet to Xianfei? Imperial consort Lu tore the handkerchief in her hand and inwardly gritted her teeth. This time it could be said to be a coincidence, but she didn't believe that the Empress Dowager wouldn't care tomorrow. Because he didn't need to pay respects, he escaped the bloody storm of the harem. Suyu, who had nothing to do, wanted to find some sauce to play with. In the end, he couldn't find it. He was in the North Pole Palace just now. I don't know where he went now. Wang Gonggong didn't even blink as he spouted nonsense. When he comes back, this old servant will send it to Nyannyang. Without a cat, Suyu could only return to Yishao Palace to study the recipes. The contents of the first chapter of Su's cookbook were very easy to understand. With Suyu's experience, he could roughly guess the ingredients. But when it came to the second chapter, it was a bit difficult to understand. Mackerel, internal energy to remove the blood, boiling water to remove the hair. Remove the hair? Suyu was confused. How could killing a fish require removing the hair? What was this mackerel? Looking at the picture on the left, Su family's ancestor first drew a strangely shaped fish. There were messy things that looked like scales and thorns growing on it. In the first chapter, he learned about his ancestor's terrible drawing skills. Suyu didn't expect to see anything from the picture, but the Su family's ancestor emphasized the delicious taste of this mackerel. He said that it was as fragrant and tender as roasted suckling pig, making people unable to stop eating. He especially reminded that internal energy must be used to remove the blood, otherwise it would be impossible to make such a delicious dish. Internal energy? Suyu remembered the silver chopsticks that the emperor threw out. Could it be that internal energy was needed to kill this kind of fish? That was too ridiculous. Suyu, who couldn't stand it anymore, threw the cookbook to the side. He got up and went to the kitchen to make snacks. At the same time, he thought about how to complete the mission of paying respects in the afternoon. The emperor said that the national tutor couldn't stand the red tape. Then, he couldn't say that he was going to pay respects. Could he just say that he was going to have afternoon tea? Suyu scratched his head. It wasn't good to go empty-handed, so he should bring some snacks. Unfortunately, he wasn't good at cooked wheaten food. At most, he could make some seafood snacks. Thinking about the immortal-like national tutor eating crab bones, Suyu couldn't help but tremble. The national tutor would definitely sentence him to death for disrespecting the gods. After racking his brains for a long time, Suyu cut off the head of the fresh shrimp and used the shrimp's tentacles to tie the shrimp together. Then, he fried it in a pot and made a plate of beautiful golden butterfly shrimp. He also had Yang Gonggong find a white jade tray shaped like a snow lotus to hold it. Although it was still a fried snack that couldn't be displayed on the table, at least, he wouldn't be beaten to death. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Suyu turned around to change his clothes. He had just taken 2 steps when he heard the sound of chewing coming from behind him. He hurriedly turned around and saw the golden kitten sitting beside the white jade plate, chewing the butterfly prawns with relish. When the emperor came back from court, he heard that Wang Gonggong said that this stupid slave missed him. As a diligent emperor, it wasn't good for him to run to the imperial concubine's chambers. So, he turned into a cat and came to see what he was doing. Seeing that he was obediently preparing food for him, the emperor was very pleased. Sauce. Suyu quickly picked up the kitten and pulled the shrimp in its paws. Little rascal, you're not allowed to eat. I made this for the national tutor. His Majesty, who was enjoying his meal, froze for a moment. The prawn in his paw fell to the ground with a plop. Then, he struggled to jump back onto the table and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Stupid slave, try saying that again if you have the guts. Aya, why did you throw it away? Suyu picked up the prawn on the ground and blew on it. Seeing that there was some dust on it, he broke off the dust and handed the rest to the kitten. Eat, this one is enough for you. Slap. His Majesty slapped the piping hot prawn in Suyu's hand and sent it flying. His eyes were full of anger. Damned stupid slave, how dare you give me something I picked up from the ground? Hiss, the sharp claws hooked onto the back of Suyu's hand and left a light red mark. Suyu reflexively pulled back his hand and blew on the wound. At this moment, the golden kitten bit the lotus-shaped butterfly prawns on the white jade plate one by one with lightning speed. The butterflies that were about to fly suddenly turned into tattered prawn balls. Sauce. Suyu was really angry this time and picked up the kitten. The golden kitten chewed on the prawn meat with its mouth full and swung its tail proudly. Humph, other than me, no one can eat it. Then, it found that Suyu was holding it by the back of its neck. It immediately became angry and waved its 4 paws. Stupid slave, quickly put me down. Sigh. Looking at this little furball that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, Suyu couldn't really get angry. He sighed helplessly and held the kitten in his arms. He lightly patted its furry little butt. Little rascal, I really don't know what to do with you. His Majesty the Emperor was patted on the butt and all the fur on his tail immediately stood up. Stupid, stupid slave, how dare you, how dare you? Damn it. In broad daylight, how dare you take advantage of me like this, and Hongchul's thin cat ears were completely red. She felt as if the fur on her ears was burning. She suddenly struggled out of Suyu's embrace and glared at Suyu with eyes full of anger. Damn stupid slave, just you wait. Hey, sauce. Suyu didn't manage to catch the kitten, and the kitten in her arms ran away. Thinking about the strength he had used just now, it was almost the same as touching it. It shouldn't have hurt it. It was probably just angry. Shrugging his shoulders, Suyu looked at the prawns on the plate. Every prawn had a bite on it. Some of them had not been bitten off, and there was still a piece of meat hanging on it. Thinking about the price of goods in the palace, Suyu followed the principle of not wasting money. She took out a small knife and carefully cut off the places where the cat had bitten her. She cut them into a crescent shape and put them back into the pot. The butterfly flapped its wings and was about to take flight. There was a crescent moon on its wings, and it looked very elegant. At noon, Wang Gonggong sent a message, saying that there was no need to send lunch today. Suyu, who was in the middle of killing fish, blinked. Did he get tired of eating so quickly? Thinking about it, the emperor told him to make 3 meals a day, but it was just a spur of the moment. Who would eat seafood for every meal? The imperial chefs were the ones who made proper meals. Happily putting down the fish knife in his hand, Suyu put the fish that was staring at him in horror from the chopping board into a water tank. Cooking one less meal could save him a lot of money. After eating the dishes sent by the imperial kitchen, Suyu, who rarely had free time, called Yang Gonggong to calculate his expenses. The imperial concubine's monthly allowance was quite generous. In terms of food, there were 15 plates of mutton, a total of 10 chickens and ducks, rice flour, white sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, sesame oil, and so on. There were also some things that were provided on a daily basis. Every day, there was 9 jin of pork, 10 jin of fresh vegetables, 1 fish, 4 eggs, 2 jin of tofu, 4 taels of gluten, and 1 jin of seasonal fruits. Other than these, he had to pay for his own food. Suyu rubbed his chin. Not to mention other things, the ingredients for the fish, tofu, gluten, and eggs could be directly brought over. There was no need for the imperial kitchen to make them. At the very least, the daily 1 fish could be solved. However, he still had to buy shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. If he cooked something, the emperor would eat it, but that guy would order his own food. Before he came, he would tell him what he wanted to eat today, and he would only eat the expensive ones. Every month, in addition to food and clothing, there were still 80 taels of pocket money. Just in the past 2 days, he had already spent nearly 10 taels of silver. If this continued, he would definitely be in a situation where he could not make ends meet. Suyu counted his belongings. The imperial family had only given him jewelry and brocade. There was no cash. The 1,000 taels of silver that the Prince of Changchun had given him was in Mr. Yuan's hands. The 3,000 taels of banknotes that he had blackmailed from Princess Mu were still there, but they were all large banknotes, so he could not spend them in the palace. Melancholy, Suyu put away the box containing the banknotes. He looked at the sky. It was time to pay his respects to the national tutor. Ongwa Tower was located in the front hall. From the back palace, he had to pass through the imperial garden. The back palace's carriage could not go to the front hall. At the imperial garden, he had to change carriages. Suyu found it troublesome, so he simply walked over. Zhao Nyang is really ruthless. You even embezzled the allowance of a little talented person like me. Not far away, there was the sound of an argument. It sounded somewhat familiar. Suyu looked back. It was an old acquaintance. Miss Cen, you think this consort cares about your meager allowance? Zhao Chen was so angry that her face turned ashen. Although she was a Zhaoi, the Chunhua palace she lived in did not have a concubine. Although she lived in a side hall, she was still considered the master of the palace. Her status was higher than other Zhaoi. Ever since this talented person entered the Chunhua palace, she had not stopped for a single day. If you want to deduct my monthly allowance, then so be it. Our Marquis of Chongqing doesn't lack money. It's just that it's summer, so you can't give me any less ice flakes. Mistson arrogantly said. The weather was hot, and she had almost fainted from the heat these past few days. Not to mention large ice cubes, she just wanted to drink ice flake soup. Aya, do you still think you're in the Marquis estate? How can a little talented person have ice in her allowance? Zhao Chen was so angry that she wanted to laugh. The ice in the ice house was very precious. Not to mention talented people, even her allowance did not have ice. Suyu shook his head. It seemed that this Tsun family's young miss was really stupid. If it happened once or twice, perhaps Qin Zhaoi would be a bit more courteous to her out of consideration for her family background. In the long run, he would definitely find a way to deal with her. He thought about the 1,000 taels of silver he had accepted from the Prince of Chongqing and promised to help him take care of his younger sister. Now, it seemed that this money was not easy to earn. It would be better to find an opportunity to return this money to Mistson and let her use it to sell ice flakes. Mistson, whose back was facing Suyu, was still yelling, but Qin Zhaoi ignored her. She only looked at Suyu's back as he left and coldly hooked her lips into a smile. What are you doing here again? The national tutor was wearing a light blue wide-sleeved muslin robe today. It looked more realistic than the snow-white robe from before, but it still had an immortal aura. This official made some snacks today and wanted to ask for a cup of tea to drink. Suyu deliberated over his words. In front of the high and mighty national tutor, he had to avoid unnecessary formalities. He had to try his best to be elegant and down-to-earth, so the words he said were inevitably a bit strange. Hearing this, the national tutor opened her beautiful eyes. After a moment, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "You're really considerate to come to Ongwa Tower to drink tea." Her melodious voice, like a guqin, was slow and melodious. It was hard to tell whether it was praise or ridicule. Suyu secretly wiped away his sweat. He opened the food box and handed it over. I hope the national tutor doesn't mind these snacks that aren't presentable. The golden butterfly prawns were placed on a white jade tray. The color became brighter, and one could tell that it was delicious at a glance. The national tutor's cold and beautiful eyes moved slightly. She slowly stood up. Follow me. Suyu held the food box and followed the national tutor up the black spiral stone steps. He blinked. Did this mean success? People who were not members of the royal family were not allowed to set foot on Ongwa Tower's second floor and above. Now that the national tutor allowed him to go upstairs, it was extremely rare. If he missed this opportunity, he would not get another one. Therefore, when the plain-clothed palace maid at the bottom of the stone steps indicated that he could follow, Suyu followed without hesitation. The second floor was the same size as the first floor, but the roof was not as high. It was no different from the height of an ordinary room, making it look less spacious. There were large windows on all 8 sides of the wall, making it very bright. There were no incense burners, altars, or yellow paper scriptures. It looked like an ordinary palace room. There were several luxurious tables, chairs, and soft couches. There were several huge pillars supporting the 8 sides of the room. There were strange patterns engraved on them, which seemed to be some kind of totem. There was a short square table in the middle of the room. It was made of high-quality red sandalwood. There were several soft and wide praying mats around it. Because of the summer heat, the praying mats were covered with a white jade mat. The national tutor sat down on one of the praying mats. His posture was not as upright as when he was in the main hall. However, a beauty was still a beauty. Even if he was casually sitting on the ground, he was still so cold and noble that people did not dare to look at him directly. Suyu placed the butterfly prawns on the red sandalwood table. He was glad that he had found such a white jade plate. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed to put it on the table. Sit. The national tutor glanced at the praying mat opposite him and motioned for Suyu to sit. Then, he took out a tea set. The tea set was carved out of high-quality mutton fat jade. It was crystal clear and very exquisite. However, compared to the hands holding the cups, it was somewhat inferior. The national tutor's skin was very white. Probably because he had not seen the sun for many years, his white fingertips looked almost transparent. They were even more beautiful than jade. Such an elegant national tutor must be proficient in the art of tea. Suyu looked at the national tutor expectantly. He expected that the national tutor would take out the best tribute tea and Tianshan ice spring water to brew a high-end and elegant tea. You know how to make ginger tea, right? The national tutor pushed a small jar in front of Suyu. Ah? Suyu subconsciously caught the jar and opened the lid. A faint smell of ginger sugar wafted out. The national tutor didn't pay any more attention to him. He picked up a butterfly prawn and elegantly took a bite. Seeing that Suyu was still in a daze, he raised his chin slightly, indicating that there was a charcoal stove next to him to boil tea. Suyu looked around and realized that there was no one else on the second floor except for the two of them. Resigned to her fate, she pulled over the charcoal stove to boil the ginger tea. Sure enough, having a beauty make tea was a pure fantasy. It was impossible for the noble national tutor to serve him tea. It was just that, drinking ginger tea from such a fine jade cup felt like drinking Coke from a crystal goblet. The freshness of the river and sea is of the cold attribute, so naturally, we have to drink ginger tea. The national tutor supported his forehead with one hand and seemed to know what Suyu was thinking. He looked at him indifferently and slowly chewed on the butterfly prawn. You're right. Suyu was shocked. Could it be that the national tutor could read minds? He didn't dare to think about it anymore and obediently boiled a pot of ginger tea. Add some honey to reduce the spiciness. The national tutor ate the second butterfly prawn and handed a small jar of honey to Suyu. The national tutor also studies gourmet food? Suyu took the honey and scooped a spoonful, stirred it into the tea, poured it into the jade cup, and respectfully handed it over. The national tutor, who had already eaten 3 prawns, took the jade cup with one hand and took a sip. The temperature and sweetness were just right. He raised his hand and drank it in one gulp. Then, he handed the cup back and closed his beautiful eyes. You can call me Imperial Uncle like the Emperor. Suyu tactfully filled the cup to the brim. Yes, Imperial Uncle. What I understand is not the gourmet food. The national tutor's voice seemed to be colder than before and his expression was more serious. He paused for a moment and then chuckled, as if he was mocking and sighing at the same time. But it has some similarities with what you've learned. Huh? Suyu blinked. He was just casually saying it to get closer. He didn't expect the national tutor to say something like this. The national tutor must study mysterious things related to the fate of the country. How could it have anything in common with his cooking? Although this shrimp is good, it's just that it's a bit overcooked. The national tutor finished the last butterfly prawn and concluded. You're right. Suyu smiled awkwardly. He thought that he fried the shrimp again, so of course it was a bit overcooked. I'll remember to fry it less tomorrow. What he meant was that he would come back tomorrow. The national tutor looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. The Den Imperial family doesn't visit the Anhua Tower for no reason. If you want to come every day, then you must have something to do. Suyu was a bit embarrassed when he was seen through in an instant. Facing the enigmatic national tutor, he decided to be a bit more honest. Imperial Uncle, this one came to disturb you. First, it's because of the rules, and second, it's because of a bit of selfishness, you're honest. The national tutor slightly curved his lips. His cold and beautiful eyes quietly looked at Suyu, but he didn't ask him about his selfishness. Suyu felt guilty when he was looked at. He picked up the cup and took a sip of the tea. It was warm and sweet, without the spiciness of the ginger. It was just that drinking ginger tea in the summer wasn't very good for a young man like him. After a while, he began to sweat, which made him even more nervous. Just when Suyu was about to admit his mistake and leave, the national tutor pushed the white jade tray in his hand over. You can change it to a porcelain tray tomorrow. It's quite heavy. Did he agree? Suyu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He happily agreed and got up to leave. As he walked, he was thinking about what snacks to bring tomorrow. As soon as Suyu left, a big black and yellow cat jumped in from the window. It looked at Suyu's back sympathetically and shook its furry head. TSK, TSK, tisk, the national tutor glanced at the big cat and ignored it. He went straight to the soft couch and lay down, yawning elegantly. Sleeping again, sleeping again. The big cat jumped onto the couch and hooked the national tutor's sleeve with its claws. Brother Shursan asked me to ask you. What did you mean by the oracle last time? The national tutor stretched out his slender finger and flicked the noisy cat's head. Heaven's secrets are not to be revealed. Ow, 21, I'll say it again. I'm your brother. Try flicking my head again. Prince Ling's fur suddenly exploded. He jumped onto the national tutor's chest and bared his fangs and claws. The national tutor's cold and beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The noisy cat immediately shut up and took a step back. A white light flashed. The snow-white cat's claws were as fast as lightning. It slapped His Royal Highness King Ling to the ground. Suddenly, there was a shrill cat cry in the hall. Ow, Brother Shursan, help! Prince Su, who had just walked to the bottom of the Anhua Tower, stopped. He looked up at the second floor and hesitated for a moment. He turned around and left, deciding to come back tomorrow. He went with a box of food? In the North Pole Palace, the Emperor looked at Wang Gonggong with a gloomy face. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager asked Her Majesty to pay respects to the national tutor. You know the national tutor's temper. Her Majesty was also in a difficult position. Wang Gonggong tried to persuade him with a bitter face. Humph. And Han Chul snorted. He didn't object to going to the Anhua Tower, but the stupid slave's attitude today made him very angry. He even dared to slap him. Humph, today he had to set the rules for that stupid thing. Your Majesty, are we still going to eat at the Midnight Palace tonight? Wang Gonggong asked tentatively. No, His Majesty the Emperor narrowed his eyes dangerously. It's because Jin spoils him too much that he becomes arrogant. The eyes of the palace maid holding the ebony tray lit up. Xianfei had angered the Emperor. She had to quickly tell this good news to Gui Fei Nyang. Wang Gonggong sighed. He took the ebony tray and handed it to Han Chul. Your Majesty, flip the tablet. His Majesty the Emperor still didn't look and flipped the tablet. He then took out a memorial and started to read. Your Majesty, you're not going? Wang Gonggong looked at the shiny wooden tablet in his hand. I already said I'm not going. His Majesty frowned as he looked at the talkative Wang Gonggong. Jin can't spoil him like this. Let him come and serve me in bed. Also, send the dinner over. Wang Gonggong rubbed his aching chest and silently put the wooden tablet back. He turned to the little Taijian and said, Go to Yishao Palace and pass the message. The news in the palace spread quickly. Xianfei had angered the Emperor. The Emperor had decreed that she wouldn't go to Yishao Palace. The Emperor had summoned Xianfei to the North Pole Palace to serve him. The concubines who were listening to the news almost tore the handkerchiefs in their hands. Suyu, who had come to the North Pole Palace to serve him, was still immersed in the excitement of the national tutor agreeing to his daily greetings. The national tutor let this subject call him Imperial Uncle. His Majesty the Emperor coldly snorted. The national tutor seems to know everything. He also said that the way of research is similar to my cooking. Your Majesty, you say, oh. Suyu was still chattering and didn't notice the Emperor's increasingly gloomy face. Just as he was talking excitedly, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and pulled over. Stupid servant, shut up. The anger in His Majesty the Emperor's eyes was about to turn solid. At this moment, the two were on the dragon bed. The Emperor's action of grabbing Suyu's collar was too rough. He suddenly pulled down Suyu and even pulled open a few of the trays, revealing a white chest. Suyu was startled and didn't know what to do as he looked at the suddenly angry emperor. Today, I have to set a good rule for you, and Hongchul turned sideways and pressed Suyu between his legs. I can't let you continue to be so lawless. Lawless? Suyu's eyes widened. What did he do? Think carefully. What did you do to my cat? Seeing Suyu's panicked expression, His Majesty the Emperor was very proud. This stupid servant finally knew fear, although it sounded a bit stupid to call himself his cat. Sauce? Suyu was stunned. What did this have to do with sauce? Don't use this stupid name. His Majesty the Emperor's originally happy face suddenly darkened. He raised his hand and slapped Suyu's butt. What is that called? Suyu stupidly asked, but his mind was not on the question at all. What just happened? The Emperor spanked his butt. This was teasing, right? The soft and flexible palm slapped that bouncy place. It was soft and bouncy. This kind of feeling was very novel to the Emperor. He couldn't help but put his hand on it and stroke it back and forth. Your Majesty. Suyu's face suddenly turned bright red and he instinctively shrank back. And Hongchul raised his head and met Suyu's embarrassed eyes. That gentle and handsome face was dyed with a layer of light red. Because of his touch, that thin layer of red gradually spread downwards, dyeing her white neck red and climbing up to the beautiful lines of her collarbone. Her body was slightly curled up due to nervousness. Her entire person looked like a cooked prawn, very delicious. The Emperor felt his mouth dry up. This damn stupid slave was constantly seducing him. This was a strict rule, so he couldn't let him get away with it. After calming himself down, the Emperor proudly raised his chin and said, Now you know how powerful I am. In the future, if you do something wrong again, Xin will punish you like this. If he wanted to tease him, then so be it. He found such a lame excuse, but he didn't know how to respond. Suyu rolled his eyes. He felt that it was a bit embarrassing for him to blush just because the Emperor touched him. If he wanted to get back at him, he should pinch the Emperor's perfect chin, smile wickedly, and then forcefully kiss him. Stop. Suyu shook his head. What was he thinking? The Emperor was a man just like him. They were pure bosses and chefs who ate, chatted, and slept with each other. Although the Emperor was very handsome, he raised his head and looked at the two light-colored thin lips. At this moment, because the Emperor was in a good mood, they were slightly curled up and had a healthy luster. Suyu swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to look again. As for getting back at him, he wouldn't dare even if someone lent him the guts to do so. He could only lower his head and submit. His Majesty was very satisfied when he saw the stupid slave's expression of knowing that he was wrong. He loosened his grip on Suyu and turned around to lean against the headboard. Seeing that he was still in a daze, he frowned slightly. Could it be that he was frightened? Oh, this stupid slave is really delicate. And Hongchul reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Of course, if you do well, Xin will naturally reward you well. Suyu was caught off guard and pulled down again. She was forced to bury her head in the crook of the Emperor's arm. The warm body with the smell of sunshine made people unable to help but feel a little greedy. Without struggling, Suyu silently changed his posture and twisted his face. However, his heart was in turmoil. It's over, it's over. Don't tell me I'm really gay. Thinking about her previous life, because she was busy learning how to make money, she didn't have time to fall in love. In this life, she was even more exhausted from running around for food and clothing. She hadn't even considered marriage yet. Today, she was suddenly attracted to a man. She secretly glanced at the side of the Emperor's face. It was really impeccably handsome. It must be because this guy was too good-looking that she was momentarily bewitched. It must be like this, N. After mentally preparing himself, Suyu lightly coughed and prepared to break this strange atmosphere. Your Majesty doesn't allow the subject to be called sauce. Then what is the original name of the sacred cat? And Hongchul lowered his head and looked at him. After a moment of silence, his clear voice carried a bit of seriousness that he himself didn't notice. He slowly said, Xianxia. You can be called Xianxia. After saying that, he slowly turned his head to the side and stared at the candlestick not far away. His pair of ears had an unnatural blush. And Hong Chul, courtesy name Xianxia. Sparkling and clear, clear as water. We allow you to call us by our courtesy name. Sauce? Ha 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 ha. Suyu burst out laughing. Your Majesty, your name isn't any better than mine. Ha 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 ha, Sauce can't even compare to Sauce, ha ha ha. His Majesty slowly turned his head again and looked at Suyu, who was dancing with laughter. His face completely darkened. I've entrusted my worries to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. In the ditch, there lies a stinky fish that doesn't know life from death and is trembling with laughter. Thus, His Majesty slept with his back to concubine Xian and didn't say another word to her. The next day, His Majesty still didn't eat the lunch that Suyu made. Suyu, who didn't realize that His Majesty was in a one-sided cold war with him, happily used the leftover ingredients to make a plate of garlic-scented celestial shell cake. He then went to Anhua Tower to have afternoon tea with the National Prince Charming. This time, the National Tutor didn't meet him in the main hall. He directly let Suyu go to the second floor. Yesterday, I said that one doesn't come to Anhua Tower for no reason. Since you come every day, you have to have something to do. The National Tutor supported his chin with one hand and looked at the bright cakes on the blue and white porcelain plate with cold eyes. What is this? Pastries made from scallops. Suyu smiled as he pushed the plate in front of the National Tutor. I sprinkled some garlic powder on it. Imperial uncle, try it. Is it good this time? His white, almost transparent fingers picked up a small piece of cake and slowly put it into his mouth. The palm-sized round cake was fried until it was golden brown and crispy. There was a layer of garlic powder floating on the outside. The garlic powder had a strange fragrance that complemented the freshness of the scallops. It was irresistible. The National Tutor slowly ate the cake and took a sip of ginger tea. He casually threw a book to Suyu. Take this book and read it. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Suyu looked at the National Tutor in surprise. Was he going to teach him something? His heart couldn't help but beat faster. Was this the beginning of the adventure of time travel? Thinking of the plots in previous games and TV series, the main character of time travel would coincidentally meet an unfathomable person. This person would inexplicably think that the main character's foundation was extraordinary. After a series of tests, this person very hastily decided to teach the main character a peerless skill and entrusted him with the heavy responsibility of the world. With an inexplicable excitement, Suyu opened the delicate cover with trembling hands. Lying inside was a beautifully bound book with the words Fish Killing Mental Cultivation Method written clearly on the pages. Fish Killing Mental Cultivation Method. Suyu felt that there was something wrong with his comprehension ability. Otherwise, why would he not understand these words when they were put together? I know you are good at killing fish, but without the slightest bit of internal strength, it will be difficult for an ordinary person to achieve great things. The National Tutor took a bite of the garlic cake and said lightly. Internal strength. When Suyu heard this word, an idea flashed through his mind. He remembered the second chapter of the Su's cookbook that he couldn't understand. Perhaps the records about using internal strength to get rid of the stench of blood were not made up by the ancestors of the Su family. When using internal strength to kill fish, it is to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, pour it into the 8 extraordinary meridians, solidify it in the hands and eyes, get rid of the stench of blood, and get rid of the impure blood. The long introduction made Suyu confused. When he flipped to the back, there was actually a table of contents. The whole book was divided into Mental Cultivation Method chapter, Knife Technique chapter, and Technique chapter. Was this book really about killing fish? Suyu's mouth twitched. He was so curious that he couldn't wait to flip to the back. Reporting to the National Tutor, His Highness Prince Su requests an audience. The palace maid downstairs suddenly reported. Put the book away properly. Don't let others see it. The National Tutor raised his hand and closed the book in Suyu's hand, indicating that he shouldn't read it. Suyu obediently put the book away and put it in the food box. However, his heart felt like it was growing grass, and he couldn't help but look at the food box. The sound of steady and powerful footsteps came from downstairs. Not long after, the majestic Su Wang appeared on the second floor. Greetings to Prince Su. Suyu quickly stood up and saluted. Imperial concubine Xian is also here. Prince Su waved his hand to indicate that he could dispense with the formalities. He himself saluted the national tutor. Greetings to the national tutor. There are no outsiders, so there's no need to be so polite. The national tutor picked up a piece of immortal shell cake and motioned for Prince Su to sit down. Today, the Prime Minister said that he found a person, and it's very likely that he's an alien from the Oracle. Prince Su said with a serious face. He picked up a piece of immortal shell cake and took a bite. The national tutor's long eyelashes trembled. He sneered coldly. What does he know? As he spoke, he moved the porcelain plate closer to his hand. That person has already been sent to the Supreme Court by the Prime Minister. Prince Su frowned and finished the biscuit in his hand in 2 bites. He reached out to take another one. Nonsense. The national tutor put down his hand that was supporting his chin, seemingly casually placing it between Prince Su's outstretched hand and the plate. With a cold and solemn expression, he said, "The alien planet is of great importance. Don't interfere." Then you have to explain the oracle clearly. Prince Su's expression darkened slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to look at Suyu. Suyu immediately understood. As a concubine in the harem, he naturally wasn't qualified to listen to the national affairs. He tactfully got up and took his leave. You can go. The national tutor indicated that he could leave. After that, he silently faced Prince Su. Obviously, he planned to continue after Suyu left. Suyu walked down the black and gold spiral staircase. He deliberately slowed down his pace, wanting to listen to a few more words. He always felt that the so-called alien planet might be him. After all, things like extraterrestrial visitors shouldn't be common, right? The catastrophe is coming, the alien planet is coming. Isn't this very clear? When the national tutor's melodious voice recited the oracle, it sounded a bit ethereal, with a bit of an unfathomable sense of sacredness. Suyu's heart trembled. He couldn't help but pause his footsteps as he went downstairs. He held his breath and waited for 3 breaths of time. When there was no more sound coming from upstairs, he had to leave. On the way back, Suyu's mood was a bit heavy. Previously, he was indulging in the wildest fantasies of discussing the issue of time travel with the national tutor. In a country that worshipped gods, heretics would definitely be excluded. Not to mention that he was now involved with some catastrophe. If someone found out that he was different, he might be burned to death as a sacrifice to the heavens. He walked through the imperial garden with heavy steps. Originally, he was in a good mood because of the new secret manual, but now, his mood was greatly reduced. His life was in danger. How could he be happy? Therefore, in this kind of mood, even the good-tempered Suyu found it difficult to smile when she saw the woman rudely blocking her way. The person blocking the way was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Changchun, the current Lady Xian. She wore an emerald green silk dress and was accompanied by a palace maid and eunuch. She stood in the middle of the narrow corridor, making it impossible for people to go around. What does Lady Xin mean by this? Xiao Shun took a step forward and asked first, in case these people offended his master. Miss Xin had not been doing well in the palace recently. She had thought that with her background, she would at least be given the title of concubine in the palace. Who would have thought that she would only be given the title of a talented person? With her appearance, as long as she obtained the emperor's favor, she would naturally be able to get whatever she wanted. But who would have thought that the emperor had not even looked at her properly? Now, in this large palace, anyone could step on her. Even a small Jowie could deduct her allowance. How could she, the dignified legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Changchun, be willing to end up in this kind of situation? Suyu, what did you promise my older brother? Miss Xin put one hand on her waist and arrogantly looked at Suyu. The more she looked, the more upset she felt. In order to match the style of the national tutor, Suyu specially wore a light-colored, wide-sleeved robe. The robe was made of satin and the cover was made of ice silk. His entire person looked dignified and incomparably handsome. As a young lady born and raised in a large family, Miss Xin was very clear on the value of this outfit. She couldn't help but tighten her sleeves. After obtaining the emperor's favor, even a fish seller could become a noble young master. What did I promise your older brother? Didn't your older brother tell you? Suyu furrowed his brows. He had promised to help the Prince of Changchun take care of this younger sister. If there was any important news, he would immediately inform him. This was to prevent her from getting into trouble and implicating the Marquis of Changchun. Humph, it's good that you remember. Mistsen's face revealed a pleased expression. Since you've received my family's money, you have to do things for me. Suyu's mouth twitched. He once again confirmed that this Mistsen was really stupid. What do you want to do? In the next few days, you have to think of a way to make the Emperor favor me. Sun said innocently, the Emperor is with you every day. Wouldn't it be easy for you to mention it? Suyu silently looked at this younger sister for a while. He was extremely sympathetic towards the Prince of Changchun. Having such a biological younger sister in the palace was simply like having a knife hanging over his head. At any time, his family could be ruined. Alright, just wait. Returning to Yishao Palace, Suyu found the box containing banknotes. He took out 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to Yang Gonggong. Return this to Sun Xian. This 1,000 taels of silver was hard to earn. Originally, he thought that it was worth it to help pass on a message, but now it seemed like it was a big problem. It was better to cut ties as soon as possible. Oh, Princess Mu was still generous. She probably wouldn't take back the 3,000 taels of silver that she gave him. Nyang Yang, the palace bought fresh crabs today. Do you want to? Yang Gonggong didn't ask any more questions and only put away the banknotes. Crabs? Suyu stood up and went out to take a look. Right now, the only person in the palace who knew how to sell fresh ingredients was Consort Xian. For this only big customer, the imperial kitchen was very attentive. Now, they had learned to bring 1 or 2 ingredients to promote in addition to the ingredients that Suyu asked for. It was currently summer, not the time when crabs were at their fattest. However, as long as the cooking was good, it didn't matter if it was the best season or not. Suyu picked up 2 crabs and looked at them. They were a type of freshwater crab that was similar to a hairy crab. They were big and fat and were tied together by straw rope. They were still persistently waving their large pincers. Speaking of which, last time, not only did the sauce like the crab sticks, the Emperor also liked to eat them. Those 2 short-tempered fellows were surprisingly similar in this aspect. As long as they were given a crab stick, they would be obedient for a while. These are first-rate freshwater crabs that were just shipped into the palace today. They only cost 1 tael of silver each. The young eunuch who delivered the goods said with a face full of smiles. Suyu silently threw the crabs back and bought some bamboo shrimps that were relatively cheap. Because the Emperor didn't let him deliver takeout at noon, his daily portion of fish was still there. Suyu sliced the fish, marinated it, and made it into pan-fried fish fillets. He also added a portion of sautéed shrimp with soy sauce. He also brought the red date congee that the Imperial Kitchen made and brought it to the North Pole Palace. When he arrived at the North Pole Palace, he was told that the Emperor had already eaten dinner. Suyu looked at the food in his hands with heartache. Because the Emperor, the national tutor, and Consort Xian, these 3 big seafood families, had to provide for him, his monthly allowance was almost gone. He couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. It was fine if the Emperor didn't pay for his meal, but he didn't even send someone to notify him. The young eunuch guarding outside the bedroom looked at Suyu with an awkward expression. In fact, the Emperor hadn't eaten dinner yet. However, when he heard that Consort Xian had made sautéed shrimp with soy sauce, his expression changed for some reason. He only told him to send Consort Xian back. Nyang Yang, you're finally here. Wang Gonggong, who had been summoned by the Empress Dowager for questioning, hurried back and ran into Suyu, who was about to turn and leave. Gonggong, the Emperor has already eaten. Why didn't he tell me? Suyu sighed. He thought that he had to think of a way to leave the palace and take this month's bonus from the Xian Mantang to save this emergency. You dog, what nonsense are you spouting? When Wang Gonggong heard this, he immediately slapped the young eunuch. He turned to smile at Suyu and said, the Emperor hasn't eaten yet. Nyang Yang, quickly go in. Suyu looked at Wang Gonggong. This young eunuch was guarding the gate, so he should know very well whether the Emperor had eaten or not. If he dared to say this, it must be the Emperor's intention. Someone in court today has angered the Emperor. Nyang Yang, please go and persuade them. In any case, let the Emperor eat a few bites. Wang Gonggong made a grief-stricken expression and pushed Suyu into the main hall without any explanation. He quickly closed the door. What a joke. That ancestor didn't eat much at noon. If he still didn't eat, the Empress Dowager probably wouldn't just simply have him go and scold him. In the bright main hall, there were thick cushions everywhere. The Emperor was lazily lying on the cushion in the middle with several memorials scattered around him. His eyes were closed and his limbs were loose. It seemed like he was sleeping. Suyu walked over and sat down on the cushion. She lowered her head to look at the Emperor and quietly said, "Your Majesty, get up and eat dinner." The Emperor's ears twitched. He didn't open his eyes or speak. "Humph, stupid slave, don't think that Jin will forgive you so easily." After pretending to eat dinner and pretending to be asleep, Suyu finally understood what was going on. Was the Emperor throwing a tantrum? Such expensive food wouldn't taste good if it was left to cool for a while. Scratching her head, Suyu thought for a moment. She used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of pan-fried fish and waved it in front of the Emperor's nose. The fish fillet was fried with pepper and sesame seeds. It emitted a tempting fragrance near the sensitive nose. "Pa." The Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Suyu's wrist. He coldly asked, "What are you doing?" "Ah, that." Suyu laughed dryly. Oh no, he had a moment of playfulness and played with the Emperor like a cat. And Hongchul coldly snorted and sat up. He slightly narrowed his eyes. His gaze slowly moved from the slightly panicked face to the hand holding the chopsticks, and then to the crispy fish fillet at the tip of the chopsticks. He paused for a moment and then turned to face Suyu's nose. "You've become more and more daring recently." The two of them were too close, and his warm breath blew on his face. Suyu looked at the enlarged handsome face in front of him, and the strong sense of oppression made him shrink back involuntarily. His hand that was holding the chopsticks turned a corner, and the fragrant fish was placed between the two of them. "Emperor, the fish fillet is going to get cold." Suyu had a fawning smile. "Humph." The Emperor coldly snorted and opened his mouth to suck the fish fillet into his mouth. However, he still didn't let go of Suyu's hand and just stared straight at him. Suyu felt goosebumps from being stared at. He felt that the Emperor wasn't chewing on the fish, but him. He couldn't help but swallow. Just now, when he saw this fellow sleeping so softly, he suddenly felt that it was very cute. His hand had been itchy. How could he forget? This person was the Emperor and wasn't someone he could casually tease. The Emperor fiercely ate the fish fillet in his mouth. Then, he used the tip of his nose to touch Suyu's nose and said, "In the future, you're not allowed to wave things in front of Zhen." "Oh." Suyu was about to respond when the Emperor suddenly bit the tip of his nose. He couldn't help but cry out. And Hongchul snorted and let go of his hand. He tilted his head to look at the dinner on the small table. He looked at the plate of sautéed shrimp with soy sauce and frowned. "What the hell is this?" "Shrimp sauce." Suyu rubbed his nose that was bitten and handed over a pair of chopsticks. "This subject spent a lot of effort to make it." "Emperor, have a taste." The so-called Meiji sauce was a soy sauce synthesized by modern people using industrial raw materials. This dish was extremely simple for making seafood dishes. You just had to buy some of this brand of soy sauce. It was simple and delicious. However, in ancient times, Suyu had to mix the sauce himself. A sauce made with natural seasonings was several times more delicious than an industrially synthesized one. The Emperor snorted coldly and did not take the chopsticks that Suyu handed over. He lay back down on the cushion and said, "It looks disgusting. This soy sauce was prepared by the stupid slave a long time ago. Even the stupid brother had a few bottles. Did he not know? Today, the Imperial Kitchen specially said that there were fresh crabs." He threw away the ones made by the Imperial Kitchen and waited for Suyu to make delicious crabs to apologize to him. This stupid slave didn't make any for him and used this to fool him. Suyu blinked. For the past few days, no matter what he made, the Emperor would eat it without raising his head. What happened today? He picked up a piece of shrimp meat and brought it to the Emperor's mouth. "This appearance is not very good, but it is absolutely delicious." The Emperor raised his eyes and looked at the flattering Suyu. His Majesty's complexion became better. This stupid thing finally has some awareness of being a slave. "Oh, the taste of this sauce is still so delicious." Seeing that the emperor was willing to eat, Suyu continued to pick up another piece and fed it to him. Sauce-o likes this dish the most. I can eat a big plate every time. Cough, cough. The emperor suddenly choked. The emperor dispiritedly finished his dinner on the cushion. Then, he lazily leaned on the big pillow and looked at the memorials in his hand. He casually picked one up and began to read it. After a few glances, he began to become impatient. He used his foot to nudge Suyu, who was sitting on the cushion. What are you reading? Because Suyu was bored, he took out fish-killing cultivation method from the bottom of the food box to study. When the emperor asked, he obediently handed the book over. And Hongchul threw the book aside without reading it. He stuffed a stack of memorials into Suyu's hands. Read it. Suyu curled his lips. He really knows how to enjoy life. He was too lazy to read the memorials, so he turned them into audiobooks. Most of the memorials that His Majesty left to read at night were not important, or he didn't want to read them but had to read them before the court. Therefore, he was absent-minded. He just quietly looked at Suyu's serious side profile and listened to him read word by word in a good mood. It was a bit difficult to read the traditional characters. Suyu could only read it by himself first to roughly understand what it was talking about. Then, he slowly read it out. He read a few of them, but they were all trivial matters. When he reached the third book, he suddenly saw the two words alien star. He hurriedly read it carefully. Suddenly, he felt like he fell into an ice cave. The alien star has been placed in the Supreme Court and will be subjected to severe punishment. Will be subjected to severe punishment, severe punishment. Suyu stared at the two words. The hand holding the memorial began to tremble slightly. It would be fine if he was killed. Why did they have to torture him to extort a confession? He forced himself to calm down. He cleared his throat and slowly read it out. He couldn't give himself away and let the emperor see that something was wrong with him. And Hongchul looked at the pale face of Suyu and slightly frowned. He immediately understood something. He reached out and pulled the other into his arms. You know about this alien star? Suyu's heart thumped. He didn't dare to look back at the emperor's face. Today, I heard the national tutor and His Highness Prince Su mention it. But I don't know what this alien star is. Half a year ago, the national tutor calculated that an alien star would appear on the star map. He said that it was related to the upcoming catastrophe in Den, and Hongchul pulled the other into his arms as if he didn't feel the tension in his arms. He said in a relaxed tone, the imperial family has been looking for this alien star. It's just that we don't know what it is. Maybe it's a person, or maybe it's an object. Then why did they throw it to the Supreme Court? Suyu's eyes widened. They didn't know what it was, but they randomly caught it and even tortured it to extort a confession, and Hongchul looked at him and slowly said, the old man just wants to use this opportunity to eliminate his dissidents. Do you think Xin is stupid? Imperial concubines couldn't participate in court. He shouldn't have said this to Suyu. But, who told him to be a master who doted on his servants, so it was an internal conflict in court. When Suyu heard this, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that he was completely wrapped in the emperor's arms. His back was tightly pressed against a warm chest. He couldn't help but stiffen again. And Hongchul looked at the face of the person in his arms that was gradually regaining color. He thought that this stupid servant was really delicate. She couldn't help being scared at all. He moved closer to the white neck and rubbed against it. Tomorrow, make crabs for Zhen to eat. Crabs cost 1 tael each. Chen doesn't have any money. Suyu had a bitter face. He really wanted to tell the emperor that, as an emperor, even if he couldn't bear the responsibility of supporting his family, he should at least pay for the meals of the conscientious cook. He swallowed back the roaring question that was about to come out of his mouth. He still didn't have the courage to say it. The emperor was willing to eat the food made by an imperial concubine. How could he ask the emperor for money to eat? Your Majesty, can this Jin take a trip out of the palace? Suyu asked tentatively. He had already asked Yang Gonggong. As a male concubine, he could occasionally leave the palace. After all, many male concubines were the pillars of their families. There were also many things that needed to be taken care of outside, but he needed the emperor's permission. Leave the palace? And Hongchul frowned. Leave the palace for what? This Chen has a restaurant on East Main Street. I haven't gone to take care of it for so many days, so I'm afraid that something might go wrong. Suyu said weakly. He was planning to go get the dividends and discuss with Mr. Yuan on the way to use the money in his hands to open 2 more restaurants. Right now, money was spent like water in the palace. He had to make more money. As an imperial concubine, you only need to serve Jin well. Why do you have to worry about other things? And Hongchul thought about the 2 little cooks in Xian Mantang, the old man at the counter, and his younger brother who would occasionally go to freeload. He felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. This Chen is a man. How can I do nothing in the palace all day? Besides, this Chen still has a D-mother and Shu sister to support. Suyu tried to argue. Shut up. His Majesty the Emperor couldn't take it anymore and pressed the chattering Suyu down on the cushion. You only need Jin to think about, don't even think about other people. Since the Emperor didn't agree, there was no chance of leaving the palace. Early the next morning, Suyu listlessly went to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager. Ijia heard that the Emperor eats the food you make for 3 meals a day. There were no other imperial concubines today. Even Imperial Consort Lu didn't come to join in the fun. The Empress Dowager still looked indifferent. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not abandoning me. So you couldn't figure out what the Empress Dowager meant. Was she blaming him for seducing the Emperor, or was she simply telling the truth? You go to Anhua Tower every day. Do you see anything? The Empress Dowager took a sip of tea and asked unhurriedly. See anything? Suyu frowned slightly. He drank afternoon tea with the national tutor every day. What could he see? This young one is slow-witted. I don't know what the Empress Dowager is referring to. The kind of ginger tea that the national tutor drinks. You can persuade the Emperor to drink some. It's not good to always eat those cold fresh things. The Empress Dowager sighed and raised her chin to Aunt Lin who was next to her. Aunt Lin understood and took out a jar of ginger sugar powder and handed it to Suyu. This ginger sugar powder is made by Xian Palace. I'm afraid it's not as good as the national tutor's. Did the Empress Dowager send him to pay his respects just to ask him to ask for ginger sugar? The problem was, even if he came, the Emperor hated sweet things. It would be strange if he could drink it. Suyu looked up at the Empress Dowager. Since she was so concerned about her son's food, it should be okay for him to ask for some food for her son, right? This official has something to report to the Empress Dowager. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu thought about his empty purse and the Emperor who was about to run out of food. He gritted his teeth and said shamelessly, the price of seafood in the river and the palace is high. This official's monthly allowance has been used up. I'm afraid that I can't afford to buy the Emperor's food today. What? The Empress Dowager looked at him in surprise and turned to look at Aunt Lin. Your Highness, are you saying that the ingredients these days were all bought with your own money? Aunt Lin immediately understood and asked for the Empress Dowager. Yes. The crab costs 1 tael. This official really can't afford it. Yesterday, the Emperor wanted to eat it, but he couldn't. Suyu said with some embarrassment. He felt a little apologetic when he saw that the Emperor couldn't eat delicious food. The crab was so fat. It would be delicious if it was made into salt-baked crab or steamed. The Empress Dowager looked at Suyu with a deep gaze. After a long time, she suddenly laughed and said, You are really an honest child. Suyu blinked and didn't know what was going on. Leave this matter to Ijia. I will definitely not let the Emperor go hungry. The Empress Dowager looked at Suyu's dazed look and couldn't help but laugh out loud. After leaving Xian Palace, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. In order to let the Emperor eat his fill, he began to beg for food, but that guy still didn't let him out of the palace. It was really, just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw a person staring at him impatiently on the palace road not far away. Stupid slave, what time is it now? Why are you still walking so slowly? Your Majesty? When Suyu saw who it was, he hurriedly walked over. And Hongchul was wearing a pear-blossom white narrow-sleeved robe with a silver belt inlaid with jade around his waist. He held a jade folding fan in his hand. Standing under the sunlight, he looked handsome and beautiful. However, at this time, shouldn't the Emperor have just finished the morning court? Where was the court robe? Suyu was dazed for a moment, then he reacted, "Your Majesty, why are you dressed like this? What, it doesn't look good?" The emperor raised his eyebrows. A storm began to brew in his eyes. If this stupid slave dared to say half a word of no, "It looks good," Suyu quickly nodded, "This official almost couldn't come back to my senses." Humph. The emperor's ears quietly turned red, in broad daylight, saying these words, "Aren't you ashamed?" Suyu stole a glance at the emperor's ears and blinked, "Your Majesty, why are you here?" "Humph, Zhen is going to observe the people today," and Hongchul coldly snorted and looked at Suyu with disdain, "Why aren't you changing your clothes? How can you leave the palace dressed like this?" Suyu unconsciously lowered his head to look at what he was wearing. He was wearing a royal blue wide-sleeved robe without any exaggerated ornaments. Other than the outer layer of mermaid silk, it was somewhat luxurious. "Wait, leaving the palace?" Suyu suddenly reacted. The emperor wanted to take him out of the palace. The corners of his mouth gradually widened, "Your Majesty, don't think too highly of yourself," and Hongchul glanced at Suyu who was smiling foolishly. "Zhen has important matters to attend to outside the palace, not to accompany you to see that nuisance of a restaurant." East Main Street was still bustling as before. Mermaid silk was too precious. Ordinary people couldn't buy it even if they had the money, so he couldn't wear it out of the palace. Suyu simply took off the outer layer of mermaid silk. The result was that the emperor was very dissatisfied and said that he was wearing too little, so he had Wang Gonggong find another outer layer for him. Although this one couldn't compare to mermaid silk, it was still very expensive. The royal blue wide-sleeved robe and white jade glass crown set off Suyu's gentle and handsome face, causing many girls to turn their heads to look. On the other hand, the incomparably handsome emperor didn't attract many angry and silly smiles. Some people were born with a body of light that attracted everyone's gaze. But when it was so dazzling that it could compete with the sun and the moon, people didn't dare to look directly at it. And Hongchul didn't have the accent of a young master when he walked. His steps were confident and firm, and his body was suffused with an aura that said, "No one is allowed to come within 3 feet of him." It was so strange that he was distinguished from the noisy crowd. He wasn't angry, but he was powerful and domineering. Suyu followed behind the emperor and silently looked at the person's back. No matter how irritable and awkward this person was in private, in front of others, he was definitely a qualified monarch. They stopped in front of a small jewelry stall. The emperor's expression was serious as he picked up a string of silver bells. He slowly reached out his finger and gently fiddled with it, then fiddled with it again and again. "Young master, these bells are so beautiful. Buy one for your sweetheart." The auntie selling jewelry smiled sincerely. And Hongchul raised his head and looked at the auntie. He then looked at the bell in his hand and threw it to the person behind him. "For you." The auntie looked over with a smile. "Miss, you're so lucky." Her words were stuck in her mouth as the bell fell into another person's hand. That person was dressed in a royal blue robe. His eyes were gentle, and he was handsome and charming. However, he was truly a man. Suyu's mouth twitched. "Master, this is a woman's accessory." "I'll buy it," His Majesty said stiffly and left without looking back. "Aya, this is a token of goodwill." "Young master, please don't let me down." The auntie came back to her senses and realized that the white-clothed man might have bought it because of the word sweetheart. She hurriedly persuaded Suyu to accept it. Because the imperial family could take male concubines, although the commoners could not take male wives, they were very tolerant of men falling in love. "Let her down." Suyu's entire face twitched. That guy must have bought it because he thought it was fun. He didn't want to give it to him at all. Besides, even if he wanted to give it to him, how could he let the recipient pay for it? He silently took out the money to buy the gaudy silver bells and threw them into the basket he was holding. Suyu thought of Wang Gonggong's sympathetic gaze when he gave him the money bag when he left the palace. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He had only left the palace for a short while, but His Majesty the Emperor had already bought 2 embroidered balls, 3 tassel pendants, a set of copper rings, a string of silver bells, and a bag of dried fish. No matter how he looked at it, he was buying them for the sauce. Moreover, because he felt it was embarrassing to hold on to them, he threw them all to him, who just said that he was naturally domineering. Who said that he was a qualified emperor? Who said that? Suyu stared at His Majesty's handsome back and took a deep breath. He raised his head to look at the sky. It was almost noon, but His Majesty the Emperor was still strolling around. The so-called important matter couldn't be buying cat toys, right? Xianxia was not far away. Suyu was thinking about how to kidnap His Majesty there so that he could take care of the matter on the way. My lord, it's almost noon. Where are we going to eat? And Hongchul looked at Suyu, who had a follow me expression on his face. Let's go to that restaurant of yours. Okay, my lord, please come with me. Suyu was delighted. He reached out to pull on His Majesty the Emperor's sleeve. As soon as he pulled, he realized that something was wrong. His Majesty was wearing narrow sleeves. If he pulled on the sleeve, he would be touching His Majesty's hand. He quickly let go. Humph. His Majesty the Emperor coldly snorted. He secretly thought that this stupid slave was becoming more and more arrogant. He clearly wanted to go, but he insisted that he, His Majesty, say it. He held the hand that was holding onto His Majesty's sleeve in his palm. Really, he actually pulled on His Majesty's sleeve and acted coquettishly. If he wanted him to hold his hand, he should have just said so. Oh, as a tolerant master, he would still satisfy this small request. The palm that wrapped around his 4 fingers was warm and dry. Suyu's fingertips couldn't help but tremble. He was dazed as His Majesty pulled him a few steps. There were passers-by on the side of the road who saw them whispering timidly. Only then did he react. He quickly pulled his hand back, but this caused His Majesty the Emperor to glare at him with dissatisfaction. It's time to go upstairs. Suyu realized that his action of pulling his hand back was a bit abrupt. He awkwardly pointed at the wooden spiral staircase, meaning that it was inconvenient to hold hands upstairs. It's fine. His Majesty the Emperor raised his hand and motioned for Suyu to reach out his hand. The sudden pull made him a bit reluctant. He wanted to hold his hand for a while longer. Suyu looked at that pair of stubborn, beautiful eyes. He had no choice but to reach out his hand again. He pulled His Majesty and quickly walked upstairs. Business in Xianxia was still booming. The main hall was packed with people. After standing for a while, His Majesty the Emperor began to get impatient. Suyu quickly pulled him to the small kitchen courtyard. A bucket of fresh swimming crabs had just been bought in the kitchen. The basket of chili that he had obtained last time, other than the ones he had taken out from the farmstead, the other half had been stored in the kitchen and hadn't been touched. Suyu remembered what he had promised His Majesty last night. He picked out a few crabs and chili. He personally made a portion of spicy crab for His Majesty. Stir-fried sweet potatoes and peanuts served as a background. The bright red crab was paired with the fragrant chili. The fragrant spicy crab broth was paired with the seasonal fresh vegetables. The taste was indescribable. His Majesty the Emperor used his chopsticks to poke at the crab on the plate. He curled his lips in disdain. Swimming crabs were low-level crabs. They had a lot of shells but little meat. It was difficult to eat them. This kind of crab was basically not seen in the palace. Moreover, crabs were usually eaten whole. So you chopped them into pieces. It was extremely ugly. Although it's not a good ingredient, it's definitely delicious. Suyu smiled and picked up a crab leg for His Majesty. And Hongchul pursed his thin lips and slowly put the crab leg into his mouth. He had an expression that said, "Since you're so pitiful, I'll force myself to eat it." In his previous life, Suyu was the first to learn how to make spicy crab. His control of the ingredients and the heat was already at the point of perfection. Even if it was an ordinary swimming crab, he could still make it extremely delicious. After His Majesty ate a crab leg, he didn't say anything else. He began to eat one chopstick after another. After settling His Majesty the Emperor, Suyu seized the time to look at his 2 apprentices' recent cooking skills. He also checked the accounts with Mr. Yuan. Because Suyu wasn't in the shop this month, his 2 apprentices could only cook a limited variety of dishes. Although business wasn't bad, there weren't any surprises. After calculating, he could give Suyu 180 taels of silver. He took out a portion of it and had someone send it to the Su family to give to Dee Mother. He packed up the rest and prepared to bring it back to the palace. These are a few farmsteads outside the city. I've seen them all. More or less, they're not satisfactory. I can't make up my mind right now. Mr. Yuan took out a book that recorded the general situation of a few farmsteads. It was very detailed. The number of farmsteads, the terrain, and the asking price were all very detailed. He asked Mr. Yuan to buy farmsteads for two reasons. First, he wanted to make a living for D's mother and his concubine sister. Second, he wanted to try growing chili peppers. So you didn't know much about farming, so he didn't know how to choose the farmsteads. Sir, just do as you see fit. You just have to buy them before the end of this month so that you can plant the chili peppers. The weather was hot now, so it was easy to grow chili peppers. It would be difficult to grow them later when the weather turned cold. Mr. Yuan nodded. You need someone to take care of the farmsteads after buying them. Do you have a reliable servant at home, Your Majesty? Sir, please don't call me Your Majesty, Suyu said with a bitter face. These days in the palace, he was called Your Majesty every day. It wasn't easy for him to leave the palace for a day. He wanted to be a proper man for a day. Mr. Yuan stole a glance at the man in white who was sitting not far away and eating crabs. He immediately understood. I misspoke. He knew Suyu's identity very well. When he saw the two of them walking upstairs, the identity of that person was self-evident. Mr. Yuan was, after all, a guest of Prince Zhao's manor. He had seen the world and naturally knew that the emperor couldn't be seen leaving the palace incognito. He pretended that the emperor was just following his master to freeload and didn't even greet him. Although Mr. Yuan's idea was very different from Suyu's original intention, as long as he didn't call her Your Majesty, Suyu would be satisfied. There are still a few things I need to entrust to you, sir. Suyu was a bit embarrassed when he said this. He didn't have anyone he could use right now, so he had to trouble Mr. Yuan with everything. However, the time he could leave the palace was limited, and there were too many things he needed to do. Even now, there were still a lot of things he couldn't do. Are you done or not? As he spoke, His Majesty finally couldn't take it anymore. He stood up, lifted Suyu up, and threw him to the stone table. Eat. At an angle Suyu couldn't see, he coldly glared at Mr. Yuan. Suyu was in a hurry to finish arranging things, so he wasn't in the mood to eat. When he turned to look at Mr. Yuan, he found that he had already disappeared. You left the palace just to get this? And Hongchul pointed at the small pile of silver on the table. Yes. Mr. Yuan ran away, so Suyu could only obediently pick up his bowl of rice. The spicy food whetted his appetite, and he immediately felt hungry after eating 2 mouthfuls. Is it worth a trip for such a small amount of money? And Hongchul frowned. For this official, this small amount of money is of great use. Suyu couldn't help but glance at His Majesty. The money he worked so hard to earn had been eaten by this guy, and he was still making sarcastic remarks. His Majesty was silent for a moment. He looked at Suyu, and then looked at the scattered silver. His pale thin lips gradually became a straight line. If you were short of money, why didn't you tell me? This official is a man. Naturally, I should rely on myself to support my family. Suyu bit open a crab pincer and sucked out the crab meat. In fact, if the seafood in the palace wasn't too expensive, he would be very happy to buy food for the emperor. This way, he could secretly think that he was supporting the emperor. His Majesty was immediately unhappy. You are mine. It is natural for me to support you. Cough, cough, cough. The crab pincers were a little mushy when they were stir-frying, so when the spicy oil was poured in, the meat and juice came out in a mouthful. Suyu immediately choked. And Hongchul looked at him with disdain and threw over a bright yellow handkerchief. Suyu awkwardly wiped his mouth. Just now, the emperor's domineering Yuerjins had scared him. Speaking of which, shouldn't the emperor say Yuerjins Fapin or Yuerjins subject or something like that? Speaking halfway was so awkward, it was like a confession. Frightened by his own thoughts, he secretly glanced at An Hongchul who was calmly eating a crab leg. Suyu shook his head and threw the unreliable thought out of his head. It must be that the emperor was too handsome today, causing him to have a paranoia. At this time, the servants in charge of purchasing came in with the newly bought fish and shrimp. The two didn't talk anymore and lowered their heads to eat. The fragrant and spicy crab soup was the most delicious when poured over the white rice. After the emperor finished eating the crab, he ate 2 bowls of rice with the side dishes and soup. Do you want some more swimming crab? Suyu saw that the emperor still hadn't had enough and probed. It wasn't easy to leave the palace and eat such cheap crab. He had to eat his fill. This way, the emperor might not want to eat crab for many days. No need, and Hongchul put down his chopsticks and looked at Suyu. Do you still want to eat? No, I was just thinking that the crab was cheap. Suyu thought and suddenly said the truth. Boss, don't say that. These crabs aren't cheap at all. The shop assistant in charge of purchasing was moving things into the room. Hearing Suyu's words, he interrupted, 200 copper coins per catty. Why is it so expensive? Suyu frowned. Usually, swimming crab was 70 to 80 won per catty. Now wasn't the season for crab fat, so it shouldn't be so expensive. Recently, the price of seafood has increased. Xianxia, who had finished cooking, walked over while wiping his hands. He wanted to take the opportunity to say a few words to his shifu. Maybe it's because the harvest wasn't good. Recently, the fishermen have been catching empty nets. No. The shop assistant who was in charge of purchasing had a pair of small eyes that shone brightly. Hearing this, he moved closer mysteriously and said, I heard that it's not because they missed the net, but because they caught a monster. Nonsense. Suyu knocked on the shop assistant's head. Where did this monster come from? It's true. The shop assistant tried his best to widen his beady eyes. I went to stock up this morning, and I heard from them that the boss of the fish shop that we often buy from had a disaster last night. His entire net of fish was eaten by that monster. Suyu didn't think much of it. He guessed that the appearance of the ferocious carnivorous fish had affected the fishermen near the capital. Has anyone seen that monster? And Hongchul, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. His cold and dignified voice scared the waiter. I've seen it. The shop assistant seemed to have thought of something disgusting and curled his lips. I heard that it's also a fish, but it has pig hair all over its body and can cry like a piglet. As he said this, he rubbed his arms and shuddered. There's such a thing? Zhongqing curled his lips. He didn't believe it at all. Did you steal the money to buy the fish and make it up? If I stole a single copper coin, I'll be struck by lightning 5 times. The shop assistant suddenly jumped up. He swore that he had definitely bought the fish at the lowest price. Suyu sighed. He wasn't around every day and no one was in charge of the Xianmantang. Everything was a mess. Zhongqing, if you don't believe me, you can go with the shop assistant tomorrow and take a look. Sure Fu, I'll go take a look tomorrow morning. Zhongqing touched his head guiltily. He was so focused on cooking that he didn't even know that such a big thing had happened during the purchasing process. And Hongchul slightly narrowed his eyes. His slender fingers lightly tapped on the stone table. This shop assistant might have stolen a few coins, but most of what he said should be true. Mackerel. Its shape was like a mackerel and its hair was fluffy. Its sound was like a dolphin. Seeing it would cause a great drought. This thing, it really did appear. After leaving behind a few new dishes for his 2 disciples to make, Suyu planned to go to Prince Zhao's Fu to see Prince Zhao and discuss opening a new store with him. He looked at the emperor beside him. He shouldn't mind the fact that a concubine and his younger brother were partners in business, right? Thinking about it, if he was the emperor, and he heard that his younger brother and his favored concubine had a monetary relationship, that the concubine's family property was bought by the prince, that the store was under the prince's name, that the renovation was done by the prince's Fu, and that even the shopkeeper and the helpers in the kitchen were all prepared by the prince. Suyu swallowed his saliva. If he didn't mind, then the emperor wouldn't be the emperor. Suyu suddenly realized that His Royal Highness King Zhao was abnormally good to him. He was willing to help him with anything. If it was because of the soy sauce, then it didn't make sense. The soy sauce had a high status in the palace, but it wasn't Prince Zhao's cat. It was the emperor's cat. Prince Zhao didn't need to be so grateful to him. Why are you in a daze? And Hongchul knocked Suyu's head with his jade bone fan. Suyu covered the place where he was knocked and raised his head to look at the emperor. For the first time, he gathered the courage to carefully observe those beautiful eyes. In the depths of those eyes that were as bright as obsidian, there was a strange amber color. He always thought that those eyes were always filled with impatience, but when he calmed down and looked, it wasn't like that. Those beautiful eyes clearly reflected his figure, calm and steady. Looking at those eyes, Suyu couldn't help but blurt out, "Chen wants to go to Prince Zhao's Fu to discuss the opening of the store with the prince." Suddenly, he wanted to know if there would be suspicion or even killing intent in those unimaginably beautiful eyes. This possibility made Suyu nervously clench his fists. He must be crazy. Honggu isn't in the Fu today, and Hongchul frowned. "You can discuss the matter of opening the store with Yuan Su." Huh? Suyu blinked. When the emperor heard that the prince was colluding with the favored concubine, shouldn't he say, "You have guts or you slut"? Why was the emperor so calm? And who was Yuan Su? After thinking for a long time, he remembered that Yuan Su was Mr. Yuan. Suyu had been dragged out of the Xianmantang by the emperor. You can't do everything by yourself even if you tire yourself to death. The emperor didn't have any suspicions and even seemed to know everything. Something flashed through his mind, but he couldn't catch it. Suyu suppressed the inexplicable joy and chaotic thoughts in his heart and scratched his head. "Then let me explain to Mr. Yuan. Why are you so long-winded?" The emperor grabbed Suyu, who was trying to turn back. "Yuan Su will be at your disposal in the future. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Now, come with me to a place." As he spoke, two people in black jumped down from the top of the wall. After they saluted in Hongchul, one of them came forward and whispered something to him. The emperor frowned slightly and waved his hand to let them leave. "What's that?" Suyu's eyes widened as he saw the two black figures appear with a whoosh and disappear with a whoosh. "Shadow Guard." And Hongchul said lightly and glanced at the surprised Suyu. He wouldn't tell this stupid slave that these two shadow guards had been following Suyu since 2 months ago. He was stupid and didn't realize it. Not long after, the shadow guard came with a well-decorated carriage. Suyu was stuffed into the carriage and was still curiously looking around. There really was a profession called shadow guard. Suyu suddenly remembered that the emperor had been misunderstood as a shadow guard, so he couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, why did you appear at the Su family's house and sleep on my bed?" There was a moment of silence in the carriage. The emperor looked out of the window with deep eyes and said after a long time, "You'll know later." The carriage wobbled through the city and went straight to the hunting ground in the eastern suburbs. The hunting ground in the eastern suburbs was the imperial family's hunting ground. It covered an area of thousands of mu and was very vast. It wasn't hunting season right now, so the sons of nobles could ride horses and shoot arrows here on weekdays. "Does your Majesty want to ride a horse?" Suyu got off the carriage and saw the open grassland and rolling hills. He suddenly felt relaxed and happy. And Hongchul shook his head. "I'll take you to a place." As he said this, he extended a hand to him. The slender and white hand had distinct joints and a pretty pink fingertip. Suyu looked around. The two shadow guards had disappeared in an instant and there was no one around. He swallowed his saliva and reached out to hold that pretty hand. This kind of mystery actually made him feel a bit of anticipation. Were they on a date? They jumped over a small stream, circled around a small forest, and made many turns that were very remote. Then, they climbed up a small hill that was only 6 meters tall. The emperor suddenly stopped and slightly curled the corners of his lips. "This is a place that Hong Quan and I often came to when we were young. Only the two of us know this place." In front of them was the sunny slope of the small hill. Starting from the top of the hill and continuing to the forest in the distance, there were large patches of lush green foxtail grass. The green foxtail grass that reached the sky swayed in the wind like a hairy wave, rising and falling one after another. It was very beautiful. His hands suddenly clenched. Before Suyu could react, the emperor pulled him down the hill and suddenly lay down where the grass was the most lush. "Ah!" Suyu cried out in surprise. He was pulled by the emperor until he fell onto the grass and slid down. He hurriedly stomped his feet to stop himself and then hurriedly tried to pull the emperor up. "Ha ha ha." The emperor avoided Suyu's pull and rolled on the grass. He easily steadied himself. Then, he felt that it wasn't enough and rolled again. He lay on his back on the grass and looked at Suyu and laughed. Suyu stared blankly for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect the emperor to have such a mischievous side. Just as he was about to say something, a light breeze blew by, and the green foxtails began to sway. And Xianxia slapped his palm over, knocking down a large patch, but another patch began to sway. He reached out to grab that patch, covering this one, but not that one. In the end, he lost all patience, and with both hands, he threw a bunch of green foxtails to the side and rolled on top of them. Suyu was dumbfounded. It was just like when he saw the amber color in the emperor's eyes. A strange feeling welled up in his heart again. He got up and walked toward the emperor, quietly looking at him. The emperor, who was happily rolling, heard the footsteps behind him and suddenly came back to his senses. He stiffened, sat up, and raised his head to look at Suyu. His incomparably handsome face shone brightly under the bright and beautiful sunlight. His exquisite hair was not scattered, but his sideburns were a little messy. 2 broken stalks of grass hung alone on the top of his head, making the emperor, who had a grave and stern expression, look hairy. Suyu looked at those bright eyes that were a little confused and innocent. He suddenly felt like he had been pierced by a red arrow. The fear and nervousness he had before disappeared in an instant. He couldn't help but crouch down and slowly reach out to pick the 2 hairy stalks of grass. This was probably the feeling of having one's heart palpitate. And Xianxia sat quietly, allowing Suyu to approach. He watched as Suyu reached out and boldly touched his head. He did not scold him, nor did he dodge. He allowed Suyu to take away the grass on his head. When Suyu approached, he also moved. Suyu was only focused on the grass and didn't notice the emperor's approach. When he came back to his senses, the emperor was almost touching his face and sniffing his lips. The smell of swimming crabs. Her voice was as clear as a cold spring, softer than before. Suyu felt his heart beating a little faster, and he couldn't help but shrink back a little. Who would have thought that a pair of light-colored thin lips would also come over and quickly press against his slightly opened lips? It was slightly cool to the touch, with a whiff of the fragrance of grass. Suyu foolishly pinched 2 green foxtails and froze on the spot. What just happened? A kiss. For a moment, he couldn't react, and his mind was still a little adrift. To think that he, a good chef from the 21st century, had inexplicably transmigrated to this damned place, muddle-headedly married the emperor, and today, he had painfully fallen into the emperor's beauty. Before he could even salvage the situation, he had received a sincere and sweet kiss. What was worse was that he actually felt that the taste was not bad at all. Your Majesty, do you know what you were doing just now? Suyu stuttered a little. He wasn't ready to confess to the emperor yet, but he kissed him. Should he express his feelings? Stupid thing. And Xianxia chuckled and pulled the stunned Suyu into his arms. He searched for those soft lips and kissed them again. This time, it was no longer a light kiss. He tossed and turned, sucked and nibbled, and found the sweetest place with great familiarity, as if he had done it many times before. Oh! The kiss with the fragrance of grass went from shallow to deep. Suyu felt like a fish out of water, and his lips were bitten by a cat. He had no strength to resist and could only let the emperor taste him. His body couldn't help but heat up. Just when Suyu felt that he was about to stop breathing, the emperor finally let go of him. He rubbed his lips and said, "Of course, Xian knows what you are doing. Seeing that you like Xian so much, Xian will benevolently satisfy you." Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the proud emperor, who said, "I like you." And Xianxia's smile instantly froze. He grabbed Suyu's chin. Just now, he clearly saw the admiration in Suyu's eyes, so he couldn't help but kiss him during the day. How can you not like Xian? Xian likes you so much. Suddenly realizing what he had said, the emperor immediately shut his mouth and pushed Suyu away. His ears gradually turned red. Damn it! How could I say such shameful words? PFFF. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. You're not allowed to laugh. And Xianxia raised his head and glared at him. He angrily pushed Suyu into the grass. Meow, Suyu felt something soft pressed against him. He jumped in fright and quickly turned his body. A fat kitten struggled out from between his sleeve and the grass. Its yellow and white fur was a mess. It pitifully hugged its painful tail and curled into a ball. The emperor's face darkened even more. Eh? A kitten? Suyu looked at the fat little ball. His eyes immediately lit up and he reached out to touch it. And Xianxia grabbed the kitten in his hand and raised it high, don't touch it. What's wrong? Suyu looked at the emperor in confusion. The emperor was speechless. He looked at the fat, furry ball innocently looking at him in the palm of his hand. Only then did he remember that he originally came here to find his younger brother. When he came out of the Xianmantang, the shadow guard told him that his stupid younger brother had an accident at the hunting ground and suddenly disappeared. He guessed that his younger brother couldn't change back and was waiting for his older brother to save him. It's obvious that he just ate a rat. It's so dirty. The emperor threw his younger brother to the side and didn't let Suyu touch him. His Royal Highness King Zhao immediately exploded into a ball and scratched his older brother with his claws. Look, he's so dishonest. And Hong Chul poked his younger brother's furry head. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. This person was clearly very friendly to small animals, but he deliberately put on a fierce look. It was really cute. Because he understood his own feelings, he found the awkward His Majesty pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. Just as he was about to say something, and Hong Chul's eyes suddenly sharpened. He suddenly threw himself at Suyu and hugged him as they rolled on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 short arrows were shot in succession at the previous location, deeply embedded in the soft grass. The surrounding green bristlegrass was instantly scorched black. It was obvious that they were highly toxic. In such an open area, they could only hide in the forest in front of them if they wanted to hide. And Hong Chul scooped up his younger brother and put him in his arms. With Suyu in his arms, he jumped up like a bird and suddenly jumped to the top of the slope. Whoosh, 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 several poisoned arrows flew in succession, almost forming a row. And Hong Chul lightly flipped in the air and rolled down the slope. Several green figures darted out from all directions and directly pounced at Hong Chul. He originally thought that the assassins were hiding in the forest a few zhang away, but he didn't expect that there were also assassins in the grass. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard in time. The shadow guard appeared and accurately blocked the assassins' swords. Are you hurt? And Hong Chul stood up with Suyu in his arms and looked him up and down. Suyu shook his head. Just now, he was firmly protected in Hong Chul's arms. He didn't even have a scratch on his skin. Is your Majesty hurt? The moment they landed, and Hong Chul flipped him over and landed on his back. He didn't know if he was hurt. These little thieves can't hurt Shin. And Hong Chul sneered and turned to look at the fight. The number of shadow guards wasn't the 2 that Suyu saw before, but 6. They firmly protected the emperor in a circle. Although the assassins pounced bravely, they couldn't get close to Hong Chul's body. In order to hide, these assassins were covered in green bristlegrass. Now that they were fighting, the bristlegrass flew everywhere. His Majesty casually grabbed a bristlegrass and shook it in his hand. The fat fur ball in his arms immediately poked its head out and stretched out its short claws, trying to scratch the bristlegrass. Whoosh, an arrow pierced through the air, heading straight for the top of Suyu's head. The arrow was emitting an abnormal black aura. It was very frightening. The bristlegrass in his hand flew out, and with a crack, it split open the black arrow. And Hong Chul quickly looked in the direction of the arrow. Behind him, there was a twisted shadow hiding in the forest. At the same time, the shadow guard beheaded all of the assassins. And Hong Chul threw Suyu and his younger brother to the shadow guard, turned around, and jumped into the forest. Your Majesty! Suyu was pushed and staggered. The shadow guard immediately supported him. He looked at the little fat cat that was squatting in the palm of another shadow guard, causing him to look at him with a wronged expression. And Hong Chul jumped into the forest. A short knife instantly slid from his sleeve to his palm. He lightly jumped onto the treetops and rushed straight into the dense canopy. A sharp scream that didn't sound like a human's came from the forest. Suyu shivered and urged the shadow guard beside him, "Why aren't you going to protect the emperor?" Before he finished speaking, and Hong Chul had already returned. He swung the short knife in his hand, and his eyes were full of hostility. Your Majesty, none of the assassins survived. The people in the forest over there have been dealt with. The shadow guard truthfully reported the results of the battle. The emperor slightly nodded. Go get a carriage. He took out a bright yellow handkerchief and wiped his weapon. He didn't blame the shadow guard for not leaving anyone alive. In a time of crisis, it was necessary to kill the assassins. If he left someone alive and gave the assassins a chance to injure Suyu, then the losses would outweigh the gains. The exceptionally beautiful date was interrupted because of the sudden appearance of Furball and the assassins. It wasn't good to stay here for long. The shadow guard rushed over with a carriage, and the 2 people and 1 cat hurriedly left the hunting ground. Back in the palace, the emperor went to deal with the assassins and let Suyu return to Yixiao Palace by himself. Seeing the furry head poking out from the emperor's lapel, Suyu opened his mouth, but he was too embarrassed to ask for it. He could only watch as the emperor carried the little fat cat to the imperial study to deal with official business. When Suyu returned to Yixiao Palace, he saw the people from the imperial kitchen moving things into his small kitchen. He suddenly remembered that because he was in a hurry to return to the palace, he had forgotten to go back to Xianmantang to get money. "Nyang, please take a look." This time, not only was there a young Taijian who often came to deliver food, there were also a few new faces. When they saw Suyu, they were all very respectful and quickly stepped aside to let him see the seafood. There was a basin of fresh crabs, a basin of lively shrimp, a plump perch, a mandarin fish, 5 small yellow croakers, 20 scallops, 20 oysters. Suyu looked at the dazzling array of seafood and swallowed. The quality of these ingredients was very good. He also wanted to buy them to make delicious food for the emperor. The problem was, he didn't know if the imperial kitchen would allow him to buy on credit. "Please take a look. If there's no problem, we'll leave." The young Taijian had a fawning smile. "Wait," Suyu quickly stopped him. "What a joke. If he bought these things, he wouldn't have to eat for a month. You still haven't said what the price is." "Nyang is joking. How would I dare to ask for money?" The young Taijian quickly said, "These are the emperor's rations today." Suyu's eyes widened. "The emperor's rations? The empress dowager has decreed today that in the future, the emperor's rations will be the same as yours. If you lack any ingredients, just have the imperial kitchen send them over." The young Taijian looked at Suyu's expression. Seeing him go from shock to joy, then to annoyance, and finally to livid, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Suyu walked around the pile of seafood and angrily picked up a hairy crab. The hairy crab struggled and waved its pincers at him, trying to pinch his nose. No wonder the price of seafood in the palace was so high. It turned out that most of the seafood was the emperor's rations. Because the emperor was given priority, there wasn't much seafood left. Naturally, the price was high. Compared to the imperial concubine's rations of 1 fish a day, the emperor's rations were so rich it made one's hair stand on end. Why didn't he think that the emperor would eat 3 meals a day at his place? He could have asked for the emperor's share. It was all for the emperor. What was even more hateful was that a few days ago, the emperor threw away the food made by the imperial kitchen in order to eat the food he made. These precious ingredients were wasted just like that, so you felt his heart ache when he thought about it. He had spent so much money for nothing. In the royal study, His Royal Highness King Zhao, who had returned to his human form, stood obediently in the middle of the study. He looked at his elder brother, who had an unpleasant expression on his face, and told him everything that had happened today. "I was originally riding horses with Prince Liu at the hunting ground. His Qingfu horse is really good. Later, I'll ask 13th uncle to get me one too," and Hongchul narrowed his eyes. The imperial brush in his hand broke into 2 with a gotcha sound. His Royal Highness King Zhao shrunk his neck and suddenly spoke faster. A few assassins suddenly appeared and started killing randomly. The 2 of us ran separately. Gao Peng, that guy, didn't care about the code of brotherhood. He relied on his Qingfu horse to run fast and disappeared in a short while. My horse tripped and fell, turning me into my animal form. I could only run to our usual place. I really didn't mean to disturb your romance. Ow. Even though his words were concise and comprehensive, Prince Zhao was still hit in the head by the broken brush. Did you see that thing? The emperor took a deep breath and warned himself not to lower himself to the same level as his stupid brother. I saw it. Prince Zhao's chubby face scrunched up. He looked pitifully at his elder brother, trying to get some sympathy. Fortunately, I hid well and hid in the green foxtail grass. That's how I escaped. You still have the nerve to say that. And Hongchul couldn't bear it anymore. He got up and walked over, grabbing his brother by the back of his collar. From today onwards, you will go to the 5th floor to practice martial arts for 2 hours every day. I won't go. Prince Zhao immediately struggled. Half an hour later, in Anhua Tower. The national tutor leaned on the soft couch with one hand supporting his chin. He looked up at the tearful little chubby ball in the emperor's hand. What's going on? Hong Xiao got fat again. It must be because he hasn't been practicing martial arts properly recently. I'm thinking of having him come for 2 hours every day in the future. The emperor heartlessly threw his brother onto the national tutor's soft couch. Oh? The national tutor raised an eyebrow, stretched out his slender fingers, and calmly pressed down on the little furball's tail as it tried to escape. Then what about your majesty? And Hongchul coldly snorted. Naturally, I'll come too. The national tutor slightly nodded, slowly stroking the little kitten in his hand. His movements were gentle and full of affection. Your Majesty, did you see that thing in the hunting grounds today? I killed one, but 2 escaped. And Hongchul's tone was cold. There's also bad news. Mackerel have appeared in the river. The national tutor's hand paused as he stroked his nephew. A cold light flashed in his clear eyes. We have to catch them as soon as possible. Of course we know. And Hongchul got up, too lazy to look at his stupid brother who was licking the national tutor's fingers. He only looked at the national tutor, whose eyes were lightly closed. Is there anything else? The national tutor picked up the fur ball in his hand and threw it to the emperor. He clearly didn't plan on letting Prince Zhao spend the night in Anhua Tower. Because the emperor had encountered an assassination attempt in the hunting grounds, the valiant cavalry battalion had to urgently assemble. The esteemed prince personally led the troops to search the hunting grounds. At the same time, the inner palace was under martial law. Chiron, please wait. On the palace road, an imperial guard blocked Miss Marquis of Changchun's path. Martial law is enforced today. Without orders, no one is allowed to enter the palace road. Our master wants to go to Yishao Palace to deliver something to consort Xianxia. Please make an exception. Miss Tsun's palace maid hurriedly stepped forward to say something. The imperial guard looked at the arrogant Chiron and sneered, that's even more reason not to go to Yishao Palace. There are plenty of people who want to deliver things to Yishao Palace. Chiron should stop worrying. Another imperial guard couldn't help but interject. The 2 imperial guards looked at each other and curled their lips at the same time. These imperial concubines clearly knew that the emperor would go to Yishao Palace at night, yet they found all sorts of reasons to go there. They even used consort Xian's name. Did they think that they, imperial guards, were stupid? You. Miss Tsun's beautiful face paled in anger. The little palace maid hurriedly pulled her master and smiled apologetically at the imperial guard, we'll leave now. Not long after, a purple sandalwood box was delivered to Suyu's hands. Nyang, this is Chiron Siren's return gift. Yang Gonggong opened the box and a refreshing fragrance wafted out. What is this? Suyu looked curiously. If I'm not wrong, it should be high-quality agarwood. Yang Gonggong said with a smile. When Suyu gave the 1,000 taels of silver back to Chiron was very happy. The result was that the Prince of Changchun quickly found out. The Shitsu was very angry and insisted that his Mimi return the money to Suyu. If she couldn't, then she had to give a proper return gift. Even though Miss Tsun was unwilling, she still listened to her older brother. Suyu knitted his brows. He didn't use incense, and Yishao Palace rarely used it. Even if they used it, it was a very light pine incense. If someone gave it to him, it wouldn't be good to return it. I'll sell it for money in the future. He heard that agarwood incense was quite expensive. For better or worse, he wanted to comfort his heart after losing the 1,000 taels of silver. When it was dinner time, the emperor still hadn't come to Yishao Palace. Instead, he came with a reward. The emperor has decreed that consort Xian will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver for accompanying Zhen today. Eunuch Wang's expression was calm as he recited a short imperial edict. Then, he had people bring out a chest of gold and silver. 100 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver. Shouldn't the emperor reward his concubines with silk, satin, pearls, and agate? Who would directly reward a pile of gold and silver? Moreover, what kind of reason was accompanying Zhen on a trip? If you were short on money, why didn't you tell Zhen? You're Zhen's. Zhen supporting you is right and proper, how can you not like Zhen? Zhen likes you so much. That cold, arrogant, and twisted words that hid pity and concern appeared in his mind one by one. So you stared blankly at the shiny gold and silver in the box. He slowly reached out, picked up a gold ingot, and took a bite. There were teeth marks, so it was real gold. Ha ha ha, thank you, Emperor, for your reward. So you held the gold ingot and couldn't help grinning. Wang Gonggong's mouth twitched. When the Emperor said that he wanted to reward Consort Xian with gold and silver, he had stopped him. He felt that it was too rough and normal concubines wouldn't be able to accept it. Now it seemed that these two people were really a match made in heaven. The Emperor is busy today and won't be coming to eat. Nyang Nyang, please help take care of the sacred cat. Wang Gonggong put a basket on the table. In the small basket made of thin vines, there was a thick yellow cushion. The golden kitten was sitting in the basket with its chin up. Next to it was a yellow and white little fat cat. Sauce. Suyu was a little disappointed when he heard that the Emperor wasn't coming. Since he liked that person, he naturally wanted to see him from time to time. But when he saw the kitten, he forgot everything. He threw the gold ingot back into the basket and picked up the golden kitten from the basket. He kissed the kitten on its slightly raised chin. I haven't seen you for a few days. And Hongchul pursed its ears and raised its paw to push Suyu's mouth. I know you like me very much, but with so many people here, it's really impolite. He turned his head and glared at Wang Gonggong, who was still standing there. The latter understood and quickly left. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll be in charge of the Emperor's share in the future. Haha, we can eat anything we want. Today, we have hairy crabs and shrimp. Which one do you want to eat? So you put the kitten in his arms and prepared to take it to cook. Meow. Hearing that there was something delicious, the little furball in the basket couldn't help but cry out. Little fatty. Suyu's eyes lit up. He was so focused on talking to the sauce that he didn't notice that there was a cat in the basket. The Emperor was really kind. He had picked up a little wild cat today and planned to raise it. Then you two can play first. I'll go make something delicious for you. Suyu thought about it and put the kitten back in his arms. His sauce was very intelligent and never caused trouble in the kitchen. If other cats went there, they would definitely cause trouble. The moment the golden kitten was placed into the basket, it bit down on the little fat cat's ear, and the little fat cat immediately started meowing. Don't fight, take good care of your little brother. Suyu patted the golden kitten's head, then looked at the struggling little fat cat and muttered, it's your little brother, right? If it's a younger sister, then all the more reason not to bully her. Meow. Of course it was the younger brother. His Royal Highness King Zhao protested as he tried to save his ears. Unfortunately, Suyu couldn't understand him. She turned around and happily went to the kitchen. I was wrong. I just said that I wanted to eat it too. Who knew that he would put you down? His Highness Zhao Prince kicked his short hind legs, trying to kick his brother down. The golden kitten hugged its little brother's round head and fiercely bit down on it twice, then kicked it away. It spat out 2 mouthfuls of fur, then leaned against the basket and sulked. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted and brought his little brother to eat. His Royal Highness King Zhao stretched out his claws, trying to tidy up the uneven fur on his head. However, his head was too big and he couldn't reach the top of his head, so he could only give up. With a coxcomb head, he moved in front of his brother. Brother, why don't you turn into a human? Today at the hunting ground, he had already said so much, so he had to strike while the iron was hot. Too much nonsense. And Hongchul gave his little brother a claw and moved his ears. Humph, he accidentally said something embarrassing today. He didn't want this stupid slave to see him as a joke. Wait until he forgot what happened today, then, his Royal Highness King Zhao stared at his brother's ears with a pair of big round eyes, as if he had seen something strange. He suddenly said loudly, Brother, are you shy? His Majesty the Emperor slowly turned his head, narrowed his amber eyes, and looked at his brother. He slowly raised one of his hairy claws, and with a schwa sound, 5 shiny blades appeared. When Suyu came back from cooking, He saw the golden kitten leisurely squatting by the table and licking its claws, and the little fat cat listlessly lying next to the overturned basket. "You didn't fight, right?" Suyu smiled and put down the hairy crab. "Come and eat the crab." Hairy crab meat was delicious, and it was best to eat it steamed. The spicy swimming crabs at noon had aroused Suyu's appetite, so he couldn't help but make steamed hairy crab to eat. The steamed crab showed an attractive orange-red color. He cracked open the crab pincers, revealing a fingernail-sized piece of white crab meat. The emperor wasn't here, so there was no need to pay attention to anything. Suyu directly pinched the crab meat with his hands, dipped it in crab vinegar, and stuffed it into his mouth. The soft and tender texture, the delicious meat flavor, and his own special crab vinegar, the fresh flavor filled his mouth, and the aftertaste lingered. The 4 cat eyes on the table watched Suyu's movements without blinking. The 2 hairy heads shook left and right with his white fingers, watching him use the tip of one crab leg to push out the meat of the other crab leg. Meow, the golden kitten stepped forward, squatted in front of Suyu, and scratched Suyu's arm with its paws that didn't have claws. Suyu looked down and saw the hairy kitten looking up. It was clearly asking for food, but its face was full of arrogance, as if it was saying, "Stupid slave, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me your offerings." The little fat cat wasn't so particular, and directly grabbed a hairy crab to eat. He held back his laughter and handed over the crab leg meat that he had made for the kitten, but the golden kitten turned its head away in disgust, and used its tail to point at the plate of crab vinegar. Suyu had no choice, so he could only give it a bit less. Sauce always liked to eat things with a strong flavor, so he was really worried that this fellow would eat something bad. Meow. The little fat cat saw it, so it threw down the crab it couldn't chew, and went over to eat. "Nyang nyang, let this servant do it." The head palace maid behind her came forward and picked up the tools on the table to knock the crab. Suyu was annoyed by the 2 kittens, so he nodded and gave the task of knocking the crab to the palace maid. He concentrated on dipping the crab meat in vinegar, and evenly divided it between 2 small plates. The palace maid was very good at handling crabs. She pried open the crab shell, took out the inedible parts, dug out the crab meat with a small spoon, cracked open the crab pincers, and pushed open the crab legs. Soon, all the edible meat was removed, and neatly placed on the plate. Suyu couldn't help but look at the palace maid. The head palace maid, Yi Yuan, was usually in charge of the decorations of Yixiao Palace. He didn't expect her to be so good at handling ingredients. It seemed that he could ask her to help in the kitchen in the future. After dinner, Suyu put the 2 kittens on the bed and threw himself on them. As a result, the little fat cat struggled to jump off the bed, and quickly went back into his basket, refusing to get on the bed. What a joke! If he spent the night on his brother's concubine's bed, he would definitely become a sister tomorrow. Suyu looked regretfully at the fat furball that had curled up into a ball. He thought that the meat would definitely feel good, but it was a pity that the kitten was shy with strangers and didn't let him touch it. A forced melon was not sweet. Suyu didn't care about the little fat cat anymore, and happily buried his face in the golden fur. "Soy sauce, I have something important to tell you." Using his nose to nudge the warm little paw, Suyu revealed a silly smile. "Today, the emperor confessed to me." "Confessed?" His Majesty the Emperor opened his eyes and looked at him. This stupid slave, what was he talking about? What did he mean by confession? He said, "I like you so much, he he he." Suyu couldn't help but grin. In the past, when he was in school, there were also girls who confessed to him. At that time, he only felt a little proud, but it didn't make his heart itch like it did today. Thinking about the emperor who looked cold and irritable, but was actually awkward and shy, he couldn't help but want to roll on the bed. "Shut up." The fur on the golden kitten's tail immediately stood up, and it raised a paw to press down on Suyu's chattering mouth. Suyu immediately kissed the little paw pad, and as expected, he received a slap and fell to the ground. "He he he, how can there be such a good thing? I like him, and he just happens to like me, he he he." The emperor, who had started to bare his teeth, paused, and used his back paw to pick at his ear. "Stupid slave, what did you just say?" Suyu chattered endlessly to the golden kitten for a long time, and His Majesty the Emperor seemed to be very patient tonight. He lazily laid on Suyu's chest, and his long tail swayed leisurely. When he heard something happy, the tip of the white furry tail would sway slightly. Soy sauce, how come I've never seen you with His Majesty before? You can come with him tomorrow. Suyu reached out to grab the tip of the tail, pulled it to his nose, and rubbed it against his nose. Thinking about His Majesty the Emperor holding soy sauce with a cold expression, and the man and cat revealing the same arrogant expression, he suddenly felt his wolf blood boil. The long tail stiffened for a moment, then abruptly pulled out from Suyu's hand, and Suyu went to catch it again. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was sleeping in the basket, covered his eyes with his paws. It was over, it was over. Not only did he listen today, but he also saw so many things that he shouldn't have seen. He probably couldn't even be a sister tomorrow, and his life was in danger. He silently climbed out of the basket, jumped onto the windowsill, and used his short legs to flip over the windowsill. It was better to sleep in the side chamber. The night was dark, and in a daze, Suyu felt a pair of slightly cold, thin lips press against his, with a faint fragrance of grass. The dream was gradually dyed with a charming and gentle color, warm and charming, causing people to gradually sink into it, not knowing what time it was. The next day, Suyu opened his eyes and stared blankly at the bed curtains for a long time. He slowly raised his hand and hugged his gradually smoking head. He actually had such a dream, and the person in the dream, the last thing he saw clearly, the exquisite and impeccable handsome face. If it wasn't His Majesty the Emperor, who could it be? Soy sauce, I'm really hopeless. Suyu looked at the cat on his chest with a sad face, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For some reason, his inner shirt was torn open, and the fluffy golden kitten was sleeping soundly in his inner shirt. One of its warm paws was covering a pink area, and it was unconsciously pressing on it in its dream. Suyu poked the golden cat's head and reached out to pull the sleeping cat to his neck to rub against it. The golden cat yawned and didn't open its eyes. It hugged Suyu's neck and fell asleep again. I told you to be energetic at night. Are you sleepy now? Sauce always woke up in the middle of the night. When it woke up, it would play in bed for a while before going back to sleep. Suyu was used to it and wouldn't wake up no matter how much noise it made. Nyang nyang, Wang Gong Gong just sent a message saying that you don't need to make breakfast. Xiao Shun said softly outside the door. Got it. Suyu responded. His intention to get out of bed was killed in the cradle. He relaxed his limbs dispiritedly. Sauce, we can sleep in now. His Majesty the Emperor disliked him for being noisy and raised a paw to press against his soft lips. He suddenly felt that something was wrong and opened his eyes a little to take a look. He saw that it was a little red and swollen. He couldn't help but cover his ears and move forward, using his cool cat mouth to touch the corner of Suyu's lips. Suyu passionately returned a firm kiss to the cat. He buried his nose in the cat's fur and sniffed hard. The warm smell of sunlight was something that one would never get tired of. He remembered that His Majesty the Emperor was also like this. There was no smell of spices, only the clean and warm smell of sunlight. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel his head start to smoke. Last night's dream was full of the smell. Sauce, did you sit on my nose last night? After making delicious shrimp porridge for the picky cat, Suyu leisurely finished the breakfast sent by the imperial kitchen. It was still a sumptuous 6 dishes and 4 snacks, but he was a little tired of the red date porridge, so he also scooped a bowl of shrimp porridge to eat with the cat. Nyang Yang, the imperial concubine Nyang Yang summons you to go to Yulwan Palace to discuss the Empress Dowager's birthday. Before he finished the porridge, Xiao Shun came in with a bitter face to report. The Empress Dowager's birthday? Suyu raised his head. There's such a thing? Next month is the Empress Dowager's birthday. The imperial concubines all have to present birthday gifts to the Empress Dowager. The head palace maid, Yi Yuan, interjected, Nyang Yang, you should make a trip there. You should know what the other concubines are sending so that you can consider it. Suyu felt that it made sense. Although he didn't want to join a group of women, he really didn't know anything about giving gifts. He just wanted to listen to what other people gave him so that he wouldn't embarrass himself. Since there was nothing else to do, Suyu ate and drank to her heart's content and went to see the imperial consort with the cat. After Suyu left, everyone in Yishao Palace began to clean the palace as usual. Where are you taking this? Yi Yuan stopped the little palace maid who was packing up and pointed at the wooden box in her hand. Replying to elder sister, her ladyship has ordered us to put it away. The small box made of red sandalwood was shockingly the agarwood that Xianxia had sent over. It's such a good agarwood. The smell will dissipate after a long time. Yi Yuan looked at the small box with pity. After thinking for a moment, she waved her hand to let the little palace maid leave and left the agarwood. Yulwan Palace appeared to be slightly larger than Yishao Palace. It was Suyu's first time here. A fist-sized jade Buddha's hand was placed on the table in the center of the main hall like a treasure for people to admire. Aya, I'm jealous every time I see this Buddha's hand. It's really hard to find such a large piece of jade. Consort Shu was the most knowledgeable and tactful. The moment she entered, she praised it. Imperial Consort Lu's eyes were slightly smug, but her expression was indifferent. What's so valuable about it? You have to nag me every time you come. If it wasn't a gift from His Majesty, I would have given it to you. Suyu originally thought that Gui Fei's bedroom would be more luxurious than his. Seeing everyone praise the Buddha's hand, he felt that he should follow the crowd and say something, but, when he thought about the half-tall jade cabbage in Yishao Palace that was thrown into the treasure pavilion as an ordinary decoration, he felt that it was better for him to be a bit more low-key. His Majesty and her ladyship are cousins, so naturally they are closer than us. Concubine joined in on the fun. As she spoke, she glanced at Suyu who had been silent the entire time. Hearing this, Suyu slightly frowned. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He had to advise His Majesty. It wasn't good for close relatives to marry. The little cat nestled in Suyu's arms poked its head out and looked at its so-called cousin. It spat and spat out the fur it had just licked. What cousin? He clearly remembered that it was his older cousin. I heard that His Majesty didn't attend court again today. Imperial Consort Lu flicked her delicately manicured fingernails and glanced at Suyu meaningfully. The Empress Dowager hates those foxy methods that delay His Majesty's business the most. Everyone looked at Suyu. Everyone knew that His Majesty had slept in Yishao Palace last night. Suyu was baffled. What did it have to do with him that His Majesty didn't attend court? His Majesty didn't even come last night, alright. The little cat's head hanging outside the lapel shrunk back. It stared at the thin white undergarment for a while and then leaned over to rub against the slightly protruding place through the garment. Oh, this stupid slave's foxy methods were quite strong. After a round of mocking and ridiculing as usual, Imperial Consort Lu finally began to talk about business. It was true that the Empress Dowager's birthday was next month. Because it wasn't her birthday this year, the Empress Dowager didn't want it to be extravagant. She only said that she had received a batch of bird feathers and wanted to weave a blanket. The bird feathers were made of fine wool from snow carvings and were extremely precious. The Empress Dowager hadn't been able to decide what pattern to use. Imperial Consort Lu had summoned the Imperial concubines to present the totem. Let this consort say the ugly words first. This is for the Empress Dowager. If this painting can't enter the Empress Dowager's eyes, then you will have to work with the people in the knitting department to weave the blanket. Imperial Consort Lu took a sip of tea and looked pointedly at Suyu's expression. She didn't believe that someone who spent all his time holding a fish knife could draw anything good. The other Imperial concubines didn't have much of a problem. Whether it was painting or needlework, it wasn't difficult for these noble young misses. The palace maid spread a large piece of paper on the long table and had the Imperial concubines each pick up a brush to draw a picture. Mandarin ducks playing in water, lawn phoenixes bearing auspicious signs, jade peach birthday celebration. One after another, beautiful embroidery patterns quickly filled the paper. Consort Xian, why aren't you drawing? Consort Shu smiled as she pushed the ink dish in front of Suyu. She looked like she was waiting to watch a good show. Suyu picked up the brush and scratched his head with the shaft. He really didn't know how to draw. He could carve a radish flower, but it was really difficult for him to draw with a brush for sauce. After thinking about it, he reached into his lapel and pulled out the golden ball of fur that was still in a daze. Meow. His Majesty the Emperor, who had just woken up, found that the stupid servant was actually holding his paw and pressing it into the ink dish. He immediately began to struggle. Sauce, do me a favor. Suyu pinched the soft paw pad, quickly dipped it in ink, and pressed it onto the paper. A clear cat's paw print appeared on the paper. It stood out among the pile of complicated and gorgeous totems. You. Consort Shu's face immediately turned ashen. That cat's paw print was right next to her 100 butterflies piercing flowers, which immediately made her picture look out of place. His Majesty the Emperor shook his black paw with all his strength. Suyu hurriedly picked him up, afraid that the ink would ruin someone else's picture. As a result, Sir Cat took revenge by pressing several paw prints on his body. That damned stupid servant, how dare he dirty His Majesty's fur? Tonight, he must be punished by bathing His Majesty for 2 hours. Oh, he's not allowed to wear clothes, humph. Nyang Nyang, this Xianfei doesn't put you in her eyes. Consort Shu felt her teeth hurt when she saw the cat paw print. How could she dare to show this to the Empress Dowager? Imperial Consort Lu sneered, he's not afraid, Ben Gong has nothing to be afraid of. Since Xianfei has the heart to show filial piety to the Empress Dowager, Ben Gong will take care of it. After finishing the painting, other than Suyu who had to rush back to prepare lunch for the Emperor, the other concubines all went to Xian Palace. The long painting scroll slowly unfurled in front of the Empress Dowager. The complicated and gorgeous patterns dazzled the eyes. Aijia's eyes are getting worse. You can make the decision. The Empress Dowager didn't have the patience to look at it and smiled as she spoke to Imperial Consort Lu. The sister's craftsmanship is too good. Pinky can't make a decision. Imperial Consort Lu pretended to look at the scroll and pointed at a few places. For example, this Luan Feng brings prosperity is very exquisite. The pattern is something Pinky has never seen before. It will definitely look good when embroidered. And this 100 butterflies piercing flowers is very lifelike. If it was embroidered with golden thread, it would be even better. The Empress Dowager's interest waned as she looked at Imperial Consort Lu's hand that was full of ornaments. Suddenly, she saw the plum blossom next to the 100 butterflies piercing flowers. Curious, she had a palace maid bring the scroll over for a closer look. Imperial Consort Lu coldly hooked her lips. She deliberately pointed at that place, afraid that the Empress Dowager couldn't see the cat paw print. Even if the Emperor favored Xianfei, he wouldn't let her off easily for fooling the Empress Dowager like this. Isn't this the paw print of the sacred cat? The Empress Dowager looked at it for a moment and was instantly amused. I haven't seen it for a few days. This little paw has grown a bit. Saying this, she lovingly rubbed the paw print for a moment. Why didn't he think of using these paw prints to make a blanket? Thinking about how the snow-white blanket was covered with black paw prints, just like how the little golden fur ball had stepped on it from head to toe, it was very interesting. The Empress Dowager is wise. That is indeed the paw print of the holy cat. Imperial Consort Lu replied with a stiff face. She pinched her chest and waited for the Empress Dowager to get angry and ask who did this so that she could covertly reveal Suyu. But looking at the Empress Dowager's expression, it didn't seem like she was angry at all. Aijia thinks this is very good. The Empress Dowager's face was full of smiles. Whose idea is this? Aijia will reward him well. The concubines and concubines looked at each other. Imperial Consort Lu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The unsociable Suyu naturally did not know about the various punishments and rewards that he had missed. He had offended Mr. Cat, so he wanted to make some delicious food as an apology. She threw the absurd dream from the morning to the back of her mind and went to deliver the meal to the Emperor. At noon, Suyu arrived at the Imperial study. He looked left and right for a long time, but he didn't see any trace of the sauce. What are you looking for? The Emperor slightly frowned and glared at Suyu with dissatisfaction. How come I don't see the holy cat? Suyu wasn't afraid of the Emperor now and asked him with a grin. Humph. And Hongchul snorted. This stupid slave, Zhen is right here. What is he looking for? Is Zhen not as good looking as a silly cat? Suyu looked at the Emperor's expression and didn't understand why this person was being difficult. He blinked and picked up a piece of fish to put into the jade bowl. Try the squirrel mandarin fish. His Majesty's expression turned even uglier. Squirrel mandarin fish had a sweet and sour flavor, and he had never liked this kind of food. He looked at Suyu's expectant eyes and pursed his thin lips. In the end, he still picked up his chopsticks and put the golden fish meat dripping with sauce into his mouth. The mandarin fish was fat and boneless. When fried, it was golden brown and crispy. The fish was separated from each other like a blooming chrysanthemum. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was delicious in the mouth. But this time, the sauce didn't have the sweetness that Xianxia usually hated. Instead, it had the salty taste that he liked. I didn't put much sugar this time. Suyu saw a flash of surprise in those beautiful eyes and couldn't help but curve his lips. In the past, he felt that cooking for the emperor was a job. Although he was cautious and conscientious, it was still just a job. But after yesterday's date, his mentality was different. He wanted to change his style to make delicious food for the emperor. Seeing him eat happily, he also felt happy. It's barely passable, the emperor said with a straight face, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve slightly. This stupid slave, he actually remembered that he didn't like to eat sweet things and deliberately changed the ingredients for the dish. Reporting to the emperor, Prince Su and Prince Ling request an audience. Wang Gonggong came to report with a troubled expression. It was reasonable to not disturb the emperor when he was eating, but the two princes said that there was an urgent matter. In addition, the palace was under martial law last night. The two princes, one outside the palace and the other inside the palace, were busy all night. Their faces were full of hardships, so it was hard to bear looking at them. What's the urgent matter now? And Xianxia's lips that had just curved suddenly became a straight line. Suyu frowned. Stopping to talk about business in the middle of the meal was easy to have indigestion. He wanted to persuade the emperor to finish eating first, but the important matters of the country couldn't be delayed for even a second. If something important was delayed because of his words, it would be troublesome. The emperor has something important to do. This subject will leave first. Seeing Suyu put down his bowl and was about to get up, the emperor stopped him and said to Wang Gonggong, "Let them in." Greetings to the emperor. Long live the emperor. The two princes respectfully kneeled on the ground and saluted. Suyu quickly got up to avoid them. When the emperor told him to get up, he saluted the two princes. Consort Xian is also here. Prince Su expressionlessly greeted Suyu. I told you, I could smell the aroma from outside. Prince Ling stared at the table full of dishes. Before he could finish speaking, he was elbowed by his older brother beside him. Is there something the matter, imperial uncles? If there's nothing urgent, let Jin eat lunch first. The emperor seemed to not see the hungry eyes of his two imperial uncles. He picked up a piece of fried shrimp and threw it into his mouth. Because Suyu had received the emperor's share, the emperor's lunch became several times more sumptuous. Originally, there were only 2 hot dishes and 2 cold dishes. Now, there were 6 main dishes, 2 side dishes, 1 soup, and 1 dessert. The squirrel mandarin fish was golden and crispy, juicy, and fatty. The fried shrimp was cooked with Suyu's special seafood soy sauce. The color was bright and fragrant. The 20 oysters from last night were directly taken by Suyu and roasted with garlic. They were thin and tender. The dessert was a seafood tofu cake. Originally, they wanted to make a seafood tofu cake with kimchi, but they didn't have kimchi. They didn't have time to marinate it, so they used tofu to pick up the shrimp and crab meat. They brushed it with 2 layers of sauce and pasted a layer of glutinous rice on the front and back. They were fried on both sides. The emperor ate 1 bite at a time and was very happy. Emperor, this subject has been busy all night and didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Prince Ling rubbed his hands. He knew that his nephew was the most ruthless. If he didn't say it directly, he would be rejected without hesitation. Emperor, please give us lunch. 17th brother's words are reasonable. His Highness Su King agreed with a righteous expression. Suyu looked at the 2 princes in surprise. Using such a precious and serious tone to ask for a meal, it sounded like a secret code. Tell the imperial kitchen to add a few more dishes. The emperor picked up a piece of seafood tofu cake and took a bite. Although the emperor's share was given to Consort Xian, the emperor's share wasn't specified. The imperial kitchen would still prepare the emperor's 3 meals on time in case Consort Xian didn't cook for the emperor when she was unhappy. Thus, the dishes were served very quickly. This subject was given a meal with the emperor. They had to eat at separate tables, so the 2 imperial uncles set up another table next to them. Since it was a feast, the emperor had to symbolically reward 1 or 2 of the dishes in front of him to this subject to show his kindness. The exquisite dishes were brought to the table one by one. Prince Ling kept sneaking glances at the food on the emperor's table. And Hongchul glanced at the useless imperial uncles with disdain. He had seen you bring a plate and pick 2 shrimp, 2 fish, 2 oysters, 2 tofu cakes. In short, there were only 2 of each. They lay alone on the large plate and were brought over to the 2 imperial uncles. The 2 didn't think it was too little and ate. Suyu blinked and found that the words the 2 princes had said before really weren't a secret code. After lunch, the 2 princes really did have business to discuss with the emperor. Prince Su pulled the emperor back to the imperial study. Suyu tactfully asked to leave. Hey, Jing Tang, Prince Ling, who was walking at the back, suddenly called out to Suyu, that thing called chili, do you still need it? Suyu froze for a second before he reacted. Prince Ling was calling him, of course I do. My fu still has a lot of chili. I'll have someone send some to the palace for you another day. Prince Ling left behind these words with deep meaning. He turned around and quickly followed the footsteps of Prince Su and the emperor. Suyu slightly frowned. He felt that Prince Ling's words had a hidden meaning. In the afternoon, he went to visit the national tutor. The national tutor was elegant and leisurely as usual. He only told him to seriously study the fish-killing scripture. Tomorrow, he would be tested on his homework. Suyu couldn't help but make a bitter face. He really didn't understand this fish-killing scripture. What acupuncture points? What internal energy? As a cook, he didn't know anything. If you don't understand, you can ask the emperor. The national tutor picked up a piece of seafood tofu cake, add some dogwood juice to the oil. The glutinous rice will be delicious when fried. The juice of dogwood was spicy. Using spicy oil to fry tofu cake? Suyu thought for a bit. The dogwood juice is a bit bitter. It'll be better if you change it to chili. He had never used the ancient spicy condiment of dogwood before because he didn't like the bitter taste. In the end, it was different from chili. The national tutor nodded. Chili is a good thing. I'll have Prince Ling send some to you another day. Boom. Just as they were talking, there was a loud noise from upstairs. It sounded like something was breaking. Suyu looked up. There were no more stairs on the 2nd floor of Ongwa Tower. There was only an empty hole leading to the top floor. In the middle of the hole, there was an elegant silk cloth with small bells. When the wind blew, it would make the ethereal sound of the bells. The national tutor slightly frowned. You go back first. I'll go up and take a look. After saying that, he ate the last piece of tofu cake and stepped onto the black gold stairs. When he reached the 3rd floor, he wrapped the soft silk cloth around his wrist. Then, he tapped his toes and floated up to the 4th floor like a white swallow-tailed butterfly. So you couldn't see any further up. It turned out that the members of the imperial family were all experts. They could float up and down the stairs. Suyu looked up for a long time. Then, he looked at the fish-killing mental cultivation method in his hand. Thinking about the test that would come tomorrow, he decided to ask the emperor. But at night, the emperor said that he wouldn't come to Yishao Palace tonight. He also didn't summon Suyu to the North Pole Palace. He also didn't send the cat that hadn't forgiven him yet. Suyu was suddenly in a dilemma. The emperor can't come every day. Don't worry. Xiao Shun looked at concubine Xian, who was frowning and didn't know how to comfort her. No, I have to go find him. Suyu suddenly stood up and went to the North Pole Palace with the food box. Nyang Nyang, why are you here? Wang Gonggong was very surprised to see Suyu. He immediately looked at the little eunuch beside him and angrily said, What kind of message did you send? Suyu hurriedly stopped Wang Gonggong from reprimanding the little eunuch. I have something to see His Majesty about. This? Wang Gonggong had an awkward expression. He looked at the tightly shut door of the North Palace behind him. Tonight, I'm afraid it's a little inconvenient. The main hall was brightly lit. The palace maids and imperial bodyguards were standing guard outside the door. The emperor was clearly inside. However, at this time, the so-called inconvenient. Suyu's heart thumped. Inconvenient to see him, that meant there was someone else present. His originally excited mood to copy homework was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. These 2 days, he had been muddled by love. How could he forget that that person was the emperor? Other than him, there were so many concubines. Even though the emperor didn't seem to understand love before and was as innocent as a child, Nyang Nyang, are you alright? Wang Gonggong looked worriedly at Suyu. Seeing his originally radiant face suddenly turn deathly pale, he was also startled. Since it's inconvenient for His Majesty, then I. Suyu clenched the food box in his hand and turned to leave. It was already the beginning of autumn. The night wind blew, causing the 49 white marble steps to become ice cold. Suyu slowly walked 2 steps. Through his thin brocade shoes, he could feel the temperature of the stone floor under his feet. When he transmigrated to this spacetime, his heart had always been very confused and helpless. Occasionally, he would fantasize about transmigrating back because he felt that it was difficult to live here and that there was nothing to worry about. Now that he had someone he liked, it suddenly strengthened his conviction to live well here. It gave him unlimited expectations for his future life. Raising his head to look at the bright moon in the sky, this scene was so desolate that it really deserved a poem. Suyu was stunned for a moment. He suddenly turned around and walked back to the door of the bedchamber. He pushed open the palace door. *CK The sorrow of spring and sorrow of autumn. I turned gay because of this irritable and fussy fellow. What is there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll just go back and sell fish. Suyu angrily walked into the bedchamber. The bright candlelight pierced his eyes, just like the first time he stepped into this bedchamber. When he opened his eyes again, the hall was empty. There was no sign of the emperor. Your Highness. Eunuch Wang couldn't stop her in time and could only watch helplessly as Suyu rushed in. The imperial bodyguards hurriedly followed, wanting to drag Suyu out. Just as they took half a step in, they were immediately stopped by Eunuch Wang. Quickly retreat, don't you want your life? The guards immediately stopped in their tracks. Eunuch Wang no longer cared about Suyu and hurriedly closed the door. Suyu stood in the hall and waited for a moment. His head was full of doubts. Where was the emperor? She looked around, put the food box on the table, and took 2 steps inside. A stifled groan suddenly entered his ears. Suyu's heart went numb. He quickly walked in the direction of the sound. The North Pole Palace's bedchamber was covered with velvet blankets and soft cushions of all shapes and sizes. It was silent when one walked in. Turning around the muslin curtain, near the bathroom, a person wearing a bright yellow undergarment was sitting on a soft cushion. His handsome face seemed to be in pain. Suyu jumped in fright and quickly went to help him. Your Majesty, ugh, and Hongchul moved as fast as lightning. Without even looking, he grabbed the person's neck and threw him to the ground. He coldly turned his head. Suyu had never seen such a fierce look in his eyes. Suddenly, he saw that it was Suyu. That fierce look was like winter snow under the scorching sun, instantly disappearing. Stupid slave? Why are you here? Suyu lay on the soft cushion and blinked. You're injured? Cough. And Hongchul was a bit uncomfortable. He frowned and said, Didn't I say that you weren't allowed to serve me in bed? Suyu was too lazy to argue with him. He got up and held the emperor's armpit to help him up. And Hongche also obediently stood up with Suyu's help. It seemed that his leg was injured, and as soon as he stood up, he leaned on Suyu's back. Zhen wants to take a bath. Since the stupid slave had already seen his embarrassing appearance, he might as well make up for the punishment he owed today. Why didn't you call someone to serve you? Suyu was helpless. He dragged the koala bear behind him to the bathroom. He clearly couldn't walk, but he still drove everyone out. Even Wang Gonggong was not allowed to enter. And Hongchul buried his nose in Suyu's neck and sniffed lightly. He didn't speak. He put the koala bear on the soft cushion and began to undress the emperor. And Hongchul's body was still a bit tense at first, but he slowly relaxed. Suyu pretended not to see. He only took off the emperor's clothes, leaving only a pair of short underwear. The emperor's muscular body was covered in bruises. The injury on his leg was especially serious. There was even a wound on his arm that was bleeding. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. How did he get injured like this? Last night, the emperor didn't call him to serve him in bed. It was the same tonight. Could it be that he got injured at the hunting ground yesterday? Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly felt distressed. The emperor got injured to protect him. He actually suspected that he was favoring someone else. Don't think too highly of yourself. And Hongchul seemed to know what he was thinking. He raised his hand and slapped the back of Suyu's head. Zhen was practicing martial arts today and accidentally got injured. Suyu was skeptical. Who would injure themselves like this while practicing martial arts? It was obvious that they were beaten up by someone. The emperor was pierced by Suyu's gaze. He coldly snorted, Zhen was just itching for a fight, so I exchanged a few moves with Imperial Uncle. Imperial Uncle? Suyu's eyes widened. The emperor always called the other princes by their titles or ranks. Only the national tutor was called Imperial Uncle. In other words, the injuries on his body were all caused by the national tutor. That national tutor. Really fierce. Suyu paused. He didn't dare to say the second half of his sentence. And Hongchul pursed his thin lips, he was injured more seriously than Jin. This stupid slave, why was he always thinking about the national tutor? His Majesty, injured the national tutor? Suyu couldn't even speak coherently. Facing such a cold and noble beauty, the emperor was really willing to do it. Zhen has never lost a fight since childhood. And Hongchul proudly smiled. He stood up, took off his underwear, and slid into the water. Soaking in the warm water, the emperor comfortably snorted. He lay down on the jade bed in the middle of the pool and lazily beckoned Suyu over with his finger. Come here and help Shin bathe. Suyu stared at the emperor on the jade bed with wide eyes. The jade bed was built high, so a person lying on it could be half submerged in the warm water. His chest was also exposed to prevent him from suffocating. As a result, that slender and fit dragon body was completely revealed in front of him just like that. Above the beautifully defined muscles, there was a layer of beautiful honey-colored skin. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and slender legs. Stupid slave, where are you touching? And Hongchul slapped Suyu's hand. Suyu came back to her senses and realized that her hand had already reached out to the emperor's thigh. She dryly coughed, let me see this injury. The emperor raised his eyebrows and slowly turned to the side, moving closer to Suyu. Why do I feel that your eyes aren't looking at the injury? As he spoke, he used his eyes to look at a certain spot between the emperor's legs. Don't you also have one? Cough cough cough. Suyu choked on her own saliva and decided to stop this topic. She lowered her head and took a cloth to obediently wipe the emperor's body. And Hongchul looked at Suyu's face and then looked at his own body. Suddenly, he revealed an ambiguous smile. Actually, it's not impossible for you to touch it. You also have to let Jin touch it. Suyu stiffly raised her head to look at the serious emperor. Why did this person suddenly become so bold recently? Before she could react, a slender and fair hand had already reached for Suyu's underwear. Suyu jumped in fright and pushed him away reflexively. Ugh. And Hongchul suddenly groaned in pain and bent down while holding his lower abdomen. Your Majesty. Suyu hurriedly went forward to help him up. Who knew that just as his hand touched in Hongchul, that person would push him away and he would fall into the pool with a splash. The pool wasn't deep, but Suyu couldn't help but choke on a mouthful of saliva when he suddenly fell into the water. He quickly struggled to stand up. The emperor looked at Suyu, whose head was dripping wet and coughing non-stop. He pursed his thin lips and was silent for a moment. In the end, he only snorted and didn't say anything. Suyu wiped away the water droplets on his face. He didn't know what this person was throwing a tantrum for. After he finished bathing with great difficulty, the emperor clamored that he wanted to bathe for 2 hours and didn't move from the jade bed. Suyu ignored him and carried him out of the water like a sack and threw him onto the soft couch. How can you soak for so long with so many injuries? This person, even if he was obsessed with cleanliness, he still had to consider the situation. The injuries on his arms would turn white if he soaked any longer. After putting on his inner clothes, Suyu casually put on an outer robe and walked outside. However, he was caught by the emperor. Where are you going? And Hongchul frowned and tightly held onto his hand. I'm going to ask someone to bring some medicine for your injuries. Suyu turned around to look at him and saw a moment of panic in the emperor's eyes. He immediately felt that it was very strange and leaned over to look into his eyes. It's in the jade box over there. And Hongchul pointed at the stone cabinet not far away. Suyu didn't deny it and took the jade box over. Inside the box was a light golden ointment. He dipped his finger in the ointment and slowly rubbed it onto his injuries. This time, the emperor's body didn't tense up and allowed Suyu to knead his body. And Hongchul quietly watched Suyu's movements. His thin lips pursed into a straight line again. When Jin is injured, Jin won't allow others to get close to Jin. Then, Your Majesty should apply the ointment yourself. Suyu was speechless. He stuffed the medicine box in his hand into the emperor's hands. This person was especially difficult to please tonight. You're different. And Hongchul didn't take the medicine box. Instead, he closed his beautiful eyes and motioned for Suyu to continue. Suyu was stunned. Only then did he realize that the emperor was explaining why he pushed him in the pool just now. It wasn't intentional. Perhaps he was just not used to it. People who lived on the edge of life and death all year round would be much more aggressive when injured. He knew this. How am I different? Suyu couldn't help but curve the corners of his lips. His movements became even gentler. This awkward guy actually knew how to say such pleasant words. And Hongchul moaned comfortably. He opened his eyes and glanced at him. You're Jin's stupid slave. That's why Jin allows you to get close. Oh, a little higher. Suyu. Sweet words and honeyed phrases. As expected, he couldn't have much hope for this guy. After applying the medicine, the emperor lazily lay on the soft cushion in the middle of the hall. He used his toes to hook the corner of Suyu's clothes. Stupid slave, Jin is hungry. As expected, in order to not let others see his injured appearance, this guy didn't even want to eat. If he didn't come today, was he planning to starve? Suyu resigned himself to his fate and got up to get the food box. Suddenly, he remembered that he came to find the emperor because of the homework assigned by the national tutor. And Hongchul glanced at the food in the box and was a little dissatisfied. Why is there so little? This subject thought that Your Majesty had already eaten, so I made a bowl of fish porridge. Suyu brought out a white porcelain bowl filled with fish porridge and a plate of pastries. The emperor was still lying on his stomach without moving. He reached out to touch the plate of pastries, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. Suyu opened the lid and scooped out a bowl of soup and placed it on the small table. Suyu poked the emperor's shoulder and motioned for him to sit up. Emperor, is the martial arts you practice internal strength? The emperor turned over and leaned against the big pillow. Why are you asking this? Suyu took out fish-killing cultivation method from the bottom of the food box and scratched his head. The national tutor will be tested tomorrow, but this subject really doesn't understand it. Can Your Majesty give me a few pointers? And Hongchul sneered. He put one hand behind his head and pointed at his mouth. It was obvious that he wanted something. Your Majesty. This guy actually knew this kind of thing? Suyu looked at that pair of light-colored thin lips that were glistening with water. He swallowed his saliva and moved closer with a red face. What? And Hongchul pointed his slender index finger at Suyu's forehead, keeping him half a foot away. He frowned. I told you to feed Jin porridge. Why are you moving closer? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he pulled Suyu into his bosom and propped up his chin. Only then did His Majesty pick up the fish-killing mental cultivation method to read. And Hongchul knew what Suyu didn't understand after he flipped through the book. The so-called inner strength is the energy generated from inner strength. Anyone who knows inner strength can use it. The only difference is the amount of inner strength and the way to use it. Suyu felt a little itchy as she rested her beautiful chin on her shoulder. She moved uncomfortably. That's a kind of chi? How can I release my chi onto the fish-killing knife? As a modern person, of course he knew about the magical inner strength in wuxia novels. However, he couldn't understand how to use it to kill fish. And Hongchul didn't answer. He pulled Suyu's hand, grabbed a jade pendant, and stuffed it into his hand. He held his wrist. Try it. Suyu didn't understand what was going on. He immediately felt a warm current coming from the place where the two of them were connected. It flowed along his meridians to his palm, and then flowed to his 5 fingers. He tried to pinch the jade pendant in his hand. With a kacha sound, the sturdy green jade suddenly broke into 2 pieces. His Majesty the Emperor withdrew his hand, and the warm current disappeared. Suyu tried to pinch it again, but he couldn't pinch it at all. Suyu curiously pulled the Emperor's hand and flipped it up and down. This was too magical. It was as if he had suddenly charged with electricity. It was as if God was helping him. Can I learn inner strength? You? And Hongchul tilted his head and looked at him. Ordinary people need to start practicing inner strength between the age of 3 to 8. Then what was there to learn? Suyu choked for a moment. He immediately noticed that the emperor said ordinary people. Then what about people who aren't ordinary? Some people are born with inner strength. His Majesty the Emperor smiled proudly. For example, Zhen. Suyu secretly glanced at the dragon head hanging on his shoulder. The god's favored son really made people jealous. You just need to learn the part about killing fish well. His Majesty the Emperor slid down and yawned while lying on the soft cushion. Is there really a fish that needs to be killed with inner strength? Suyu skipped the mental cultivation method and directly looked at the knife technique. He found that the knife technique in it was also very strange. His Majesty vaguely responded. He leaned over and wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist. His slender legs slightly curled up, encircling Suyu's entire body. I saw a lot of fish that I've never seen before in Suji's cookbook. Was it from the previous dynasty? The warm body temperature around his waist made Suyu slowly relax. He read the book by himself and talked endlessly to the emperor. As he talked, he even forgot to address the emperor respectfully. Oh. The emperor gave Suyu face and responded again. Then, he felt that Suyu was too noisy and buried one of his ears in the gap between Suyu's thigh and the soft cushion. Mackerel. Its bones are as hard as stone. Remove its gills and separate its bones from its flesh. Suyu took out Suji's cookbook from his chest and flipped to the first chapter of the second chapter. Mackerel bones and soup. Simmer it slowly for 6 hours. Roast its meat. Why did these two books look so much like a set of teaching materials and exercise books? Saucer, do you think that this book was written by the ancestors of the Su family and the Yin family? Suyu froze for a moment. He suddenly remembered that he wasn't talking to Sauce, but talking nonsense to the emperor. He immediately shut his mouth. After a long while, the emperor didn't respond to him. He lowered his head and looked. And Hongchul had already fallen asleep at some point, perhaps because he was really tired. The emperor's long eyelashes were like small fans, casting a dark shadow. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised. Because of the candlelight, they looked a bit gentler. People say that people look more beautiful under the light. Moreover, he was originally a beauty. When he looked like this, people couldn't take their eyes off him. Suyu boldly reached out his hand and touched the emperor's beautiful eyebrows. The emperor, who usually had a cold face, looked very harmless at this moment. He was like a noble cat. Normally, he would bare his fangs and brandish his claws, but when he slept softly, he would be like an ordinary fur ball, at the mercy of others. Oh. The emperor, who was sleeping, was dissatisfied with Suyu's harassment. He raised his hand and waved it. Suyu gently held it. Pursing his lips, Suyu held the emperor's hand. Suddenly, he thought of something and pulled the emperor's hand closer. Just now, when he was studying internal strength, he saw something between the emperor's fingers. He didn't know if it was because he didn't wash it clean or because he was injured. The emperor's slender fingers had distinct joints, and his soft palm had a healthy pink color. However, under the neatly trimmed fingernails, there were extremely thin black lines. Almost all 5 of his fingers had them. It seemed that he had played with ink but couldn't wash it off. Suyu frowned. The emperor was such a big person. Why was he still smearing ink on his hands? Could it be that he was like a sauce, dipping his hands in ink and pressing his paw prints? Thinking about the emperor's childish appearance in the imperial study, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Sauce, paw prints, the emperor. The smile on Suyu's face suddenly froze. He looked at the emperor's hand and then looked at the peaceful sleeping face. He seemed to be deep in thought. The next day, the emperor went to court. Wang Gonggong took Suyu to the palace of late spring in the front hall. He said that someone had come from outside the palace to see him. Suyu was confused. If the concubine's family came to visit, they would definitely go through the inner palace. The person who wanted to see him in the front hall must be an outsider, and it must be a man. Thinking about the few people he knew, who would come to the palace to see him at this time. Boss, I trust you have been well since we last met. Mr. Yuan was wearing a dark blue cloth robe. He looked very scholarly and didn't look like a cafeteria manager at all. Instead, he looked like an official of the imperial court. Mr. Yuan, how did you get in? Suyu was very surprised. Although Mr. Yuan was a retainer of Prince Zhao's Fu, he didn't have any status. He couldn't just casually enter the palace. Boss, I forgot to take the dividends from last time. Mr. Yuan didn't talk about it. He only took out a wooden box. Inside, there were pieces of money from the dividends and a few pieces of paper full of characters and red stamps. The farmstead in the suburbs has also been bought. This is the deed. Suyu took the deed and looked at it. The farmstead was bought in the eastern suburbs. The area wasn't large, but it was all good farmland. What was surprising was that there was a pond inside. Thank you, sir. Xianxia is too polite, Mr. Yuan hurriedly responded. His attitude was very different from before. The farmstead needs to be planted with chili. If Xianxia can't find a servant, how about letting this old one do it? Suyu looked at Mr. Yuan with surprise. In the past, when she asked him for help, although he didn't refuse, he was neither cold nor warm. She didn't want to trouble him. Why was he taking the initiative now? You are a retainer of His Royal Highness King Zhao. You have a lot of work to do. How can I trouble you to run around for me? Hearing this, Mr. Yuan smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, His Highness has already ordered that in the future, Xianxia and all other matters outside the palace will be handled by this old one. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. This old one can enter the palace often. As he spoke, he showed Suyu his new waist token to enter the palace. Why is His Highness like this? Suyu frowned. Prince Zhao treated him so well that it was already beyond what he could accept. Xianxia, please don't misunderstand. His Highness isn't Prince Zhao. Mr. Yuan saw that Suyu's expression was about to change, so he had no choice but to reveal the truth. Then who is it? Suyu asked curiously. As a retainer of Prince Zhao's Fu, this person wasn't Prince Zhao's man. He won't harm you, Mr. Yuan said vaguely. I heard that Xianxia wants to open a new shop. Do you have any plans? Suyu looked suspiciously at Mr. Yuan for a while. Seeing that he didn't dare to say more, she didn't ask any more questions. He knew that Mr. Yuan was very capable. It wasn't easy for him to leave the palace. It would be much more convenient if there was someone like him in the middle. As for who the person behind the scenes was, there was no need to be so mysterious, okay? Who else but the emperor could casually get Mr. Yuan into the palace and have Wang Gonggong lead the way? Suyu was speechless. Why were these people being so mysterious? Did they think he was an idiot? Since His Majesty the Emperor had given him the person, it would be a waste not to use him. Suyu discussed his idea in detail with Mr. Yuan. He wanted to open Xian Mantang into a fast food restaurant like Meiji. Every restaurant would make the same dishes, and his apprentices could pass them on, as long as he had the ingredients in his hands. As for the high-end seafood restaurant, he couldn't open it for the time being since he couldn't leave the palace. He had an idea, but as for the specific plan, he couldn't think of it so thoroughly as a chef. Mr. Yuan patted his chest and promised that he would give him a complete plan within 7 days. At noon, Suyu took a nap in Yishao Palace. The curtains were gently closed, and green smoke rose from the incense burner. A slender hand held a silver spoon and put half a spoon of expensive agarwood into the incense burner. As soon as the top-quality incense was placed into the incense burner, an extremely strong fragrance immediately spread out and filled the entire bedchamber. The sleeping Suyu was still unaware that a conspiracy was approaching. Jade Luan Palace, Main Hall. Your Highness, wouldn't this be too risky? Imperial Consort Lu's head palace maid, Yulan, who was also her dowry maid, said with some worry. Imperial Consort Lu looked at her long fingernails that she had just painted and smiled coldly. Whether it succeeds or not, it has nothing to do with this consort. What are you afraid of? Xianxia spent a lot of effort to get Yuan into Night Palace. If she dies like this, it would be a pity. Yulan was still worried. It wasn't easy to plant a chess piece, not to mention that whatever Yuan was about to do would result in her death. She couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Why would this consort bury a chess piece if it's not used? Imperial consort Lu glared at the good-for-nothing maidservant. Go outside and listen. If there's any news, immediately report it. After sending away the naggy Yulan, Imperial consort Lu took a sip of tea and leisurely leaned against the chaise lounge, quietly waiting for good news. If she succeeded today, that fish seller would die without a burial place. If she failed, she would be able to get rid of that reckless maidservant. She might even be able to drag down the entire Marquis of Changchun. 2 days ago, the palace was under martial law. Sinsen had listened to her father and older brother's orders to send a gift back to Suyu. However, she had been stopped by the guards on the palace road and had turned to leave. When she returned to Chunhua Palace, the eunuch beside her said that he had a way to send this thing out. Sinsen, who didn't want to worry about this, didn't suspect anything and handed the wooden box to the eunuch. After that, it was unknown whether or not the red sandalwood box that was sent to Night Palace was the one that originally belonged to Xianxia and Night Palace. Yuyuan lit the agarwood incense and quietly retreated. She stood in the side hall's side room and waited for the fragrance to spread. The agarwood had been poisoned. It was not easy for the palace to obtain a strong poison, so the imperial consort Lu did not dare to use it. This spice was not fatal, but it would make people sleep more deeply. What she needed to do was to take off her clothes and lie beside Suyu while he was unconscious. The spices were sent by Tsun Kairan, the palace maids were personally selected by Yang Gonggong, and Yang Gonggong was appointed by Wang Gonggong. From start to finish, they had nothing to do with imperial consort Lu. Yi Yuan clenched her slightly trembling hands. Her family's lives were in the hands of the Lu family. She had to do as imperial consort Lu said. According to Imperial Consort Lu's plan, if she wanted to kill Suyu, she would have to sacrifice her life as well. No one wanted to die, and Yuyuan was no exception. However, this matter was a dead end. She only wanted to die a quick death. This plan was flawless to Imperial Consort Lu, but to Yuyuan, it was full of loopholes. If Suyu woke up and refused to admit anything and continued to investigate the agarwood incense, she would definitely be tortured and interrogated. Rather than that, she might as well, thus, she added another drug to the agarwood incense. As long as she could arouse Suyu, something would really happen between them. When the time came, she would act as if she could not bear the humiliation and hit her head against a pillar to kill herself. Then, Suyu would have no way to explain himself. Thinking of Suyu's handsome face with a gentle smile, Yi Yuan gritted her teeth. It was worth it to die like this. At this extremely dangerous moment, His Majesty the Emperor was enjoying the afternoon sun on the roof of the North Palace. Summer had passed. Now, the sun was no longer scorching. Instead, it was warm. The golden kitten lazily lay on the golden glazed roof tiles, almost blending into the roof. The warm sunlight baked the golden fur until it was soft and fluffy. The damp air in the palace was gone, leaving only the warm smell of the sun. The fur on his back was almost completely dried. His Majesty the Emperor turned over, revealing his belly that was covered in fine white fur. He swung his tail in satisfaction. The fur that was originally flattened slowly fluffed up under the sun. When the breeze blew, it swayed gently, just like a fine carpet. If Suyu was here, even if he had to risk having his face scratched, he would definitely bury his face in it. As the saying goes, if one dies on a hairy belly, they would still be romantic even as a ghost. His Majesty the Emperor was a little sleepy from the sun. He yawned and looked at the flowing clouds in the sky. The white clouds gathered into a ball, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It reminded him of the roasted lobster he ate at noon. The lobster was 1 foot long. It was roasted by Suyu until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He cut open the hard shell, sprinkled seasoning on it, and ordered the servants to leave. He tore it with his hands and ate it directly. He licked his claws. There was still the taste of seasoning on them. His Majesty the Emperor suddenly couldn't sleep. He turned over and jumped onto the roof, standing with the statue of the beast in the center. The statue of the beast in the center of the roof was used to ward off evil spirits. The roof of the North Palace was too high. No one could see the appearance of the statue of the beast on the roof. No one knew that this was actually the statue of the ancestor. He tilted his head and looked at the ancestor that was a size bigger than him. The golden statue was in a squatting position. Its face was deep as it looked into the distance. He squatted down and looked into the distance. This was what every emperor of the Den dynasty often did. He could feel the momentum of the ancestor beside the ancestor. The golden glazed tiles were endless. The amber cat's eyes accurately found the roof of the Yixiao palace. At noon, Suyu asked His Majesty the Emperor for some sauce, saying that he should take him out to bask in the sun since the weather was so good. He naturally couldn't create a second emperor for Suyu to play with. He could only say that he couldn't find one at the moment. Well, he didn't know what that stupid slave was doing now. His head was a little itchy. He rubbed his head on the body of the ancestor. His Majesty the Emperor, who couldn't sleep, decided to go to the Yixiao palace and let the stupid slave scratch his itch. He walked along the ridge to the edge, lightly jumped onto the big tree next to the bedroom, shuttled back and forth between the trees, and easily jumped onto the roof of the West Palace. No one knew that there was a secret passage between the North Pole Palace and the Night Cloud Palace. Between the ridges, there was a glass bridge that was as wide as a finger. As long as you were a cat, you could pass through it easily as if there was no one there. His Majesty the Emperor jumped onto the roof of the main hall of the Yixiao Palace. He grabbed the roof tiles and wanted to take a look at Suyu. However, the roof was so tight that his soft fur claws couldn't shake it at all. He had to give up, jump off the roof, and stick his head in through the window. The bedroom was quiet. The curtains on the bed were gently closed. He could vaguely see Suyu sleeping soundly. His Majesty the Emperor swung his tail and looked at the exposed white neck and the sleeping red lips. He licked the corner of his mouth. Jumping into the bedroom, a white light flashed. His Majesty the Emperor, who was wearing a white wide-sleeved gown, appeared out of thin air. With a faint smile on his lips, he walked towards the bed. The closer he got to the bed, the stronger the fragrance of the incense became. And Hongchul's smile suddenly disappeared and he gradually frowned. Achoo! The strong fragrance made the sensitive cat's nose very uncomfortable. Achoo, achoo. His Majesty the Emperor sneezed a few times, waking up the sleeping Suyu. Oh, Your Majesty? Suyu was startled. She looked left and right. This was an empty hall. The door was locked from the inside. How did the Emperor get in? Achoo, damn it. What the hell did you light? And Hongchul was very angry. He flipped the incense burner on the small table and picked up the tea on the table to extinguish the burning incense. Yi Yuan, who was hiding in the side room, heard the noise and came in. Her face immediately turned ashen. In the Chunhua Palace, Sun Kairan didn't know that a great disaster was about to befall her. On the palace road, who knew how many palace maids and eunuchs were waiting for the message? In the Yulwan Palace, Imperial Consort Lu was still looking forward to it. A complicated palace fight had ended because of a cat's nose. So you finally discovered that the smell in the room was very different from usual. As a cook, he could still distinguish the smell of spices. With one sniff, he knew that it was not the usual pine fragrance. His body was still a bit sleepy. Suyu yawned, narrowed his eyes, and wanted to sleep again. You're not allowed to sleep. And Hongchul saw that Suyu was acting strangely and quickly walked to the bed. He pulled the half-sitting Suyu into his arms and grabbed his wrist to examine it. Suyu buried his face in the Emperor's waist and yawned again. The rich smell of sunlight dispelled the strange smell in his nose and made him feel much more comfortable. He couldn't help but rub against the Emperor. The Emperor's clothes were very soft. It didn't feel like silk or soft cloth, but rather like it was woven from extremely fine fur. It was very comfortable to rub against. What are you doing? And Hongchul was tickled by the rubbing. He reached out to push Suyu's head. Woo! Suyu felt a bit hot. The Emperor's body still had the warmth of the sun, but when he rubbed against it, it strangely made him feel cool. He couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. He looked enviously at the Emperor's broad chest and swallowed his saliva. Damn it! The Emperor lowered his head and met Suyu's eyes. That pair of warm eyes were watery because of the yawn. The Emperor looked at him with an indescribable desire. He lifted Suyu's chin with one hand and looked at his face closer. He frowned and said, "Why are you looking at Jun like that?" A voice as clear as a cold spring reverberated in his ears. The cadence was very pleasant to the ears. Suyu's breathing suddenly became hurried. His body also reacted. He cursed inwardly and his face immediately turned red. "Why are you blushing?" And Hongchul raised his eyebrows and looked at him. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud. This stupid servant really admired him too much. "Woo, it's a bit hot." Suyu averted his eyes, not daring to look again. The emperor's appearance was really too tempting. It was better not to look at indecent things to avoid losing face. Hearing Suyu's words, the emperor also felt a little hot. Presumably, it was because he had run all the way here, so he rolled up his sleeves, revealing the golden lining underneath. Suyu tried to divert her attention by looking at the emperor's arm. "Your Majesty, your clothes." These clothes were really strange. They were yellow on the inside and white on the outside. She always felt that he was wearing them inside out. "What is it?" Just now, Suyu's random rubbing had disturbed the investigation. His Majesty grabbed Suyu's wrist again, but the soft sleeve could not be rolled up and slipped down by itself. Suyu reached out and touched it. It felt very good to the touch. "This material is really good. This is the only piece in the entire country," and Hongchul casually responded. Then he frowned and touched Suyu's arm up and down, then reached out to touch his neck. "Why are you so hot?" "Nen." Suyu gave a muffled grunt and shrunk back. His breathing became hurried again because of the emperor's sudden touch. "Nen?" The forbearance in that voice made the emperor's heart move. Looking at Suyu's awkward posture, he instantly understood. He knelt on one knee by the bed, his hands on the head of the bed, and wrapped Suyu in his arms. "Stupid slave, you aren't in heat with Shen, are you?" How is that possible?" Suyu almost choked on his own saliva. The emperor's choice of words was too rough. Humph, humph. The emperor snorted and raised a hand to lift Suyu's quilt. Suyu gave a cry of surprise. He grabbed the corner of the quilt and used all his strength to pull it back. And Hongchul nimbly turned his wrist and reached his hand into the quilt. Suyu quickly curled up his legs and used all his strength to pull the quilt back. The emperor naturally wouldn't let him succeed. He grabbed the lining of the quilt and suddenly flipped it. The wide quilt was instantly lifted off, leaving only the corner of the quilt in Suyu's hand. Suyu was stunned and dazedly grabbed the corner of the quilt. And Hongchul glanced between his legs and smiled proudly. "I knew you liked Shen very much. You still won't admit it." Suyu reacted and his entire body flushed red. Smoke came out of his head as he looked at the emperor who had suddenly become a rogue. Suddenly, he became bold and reached out to touch the emperor. "You're still talking about me. Isn't His Majesty the same?" The emperor stiffened and grabbed Suyu's groping hand. He fiercely pushed him down and pressed his hands above his head. He climbed up and sandwiched him between his legs. "Damn it, you're simply lawless now. Zhen really should properly punish you with the family law." Boom. Right at this moment, the door to the bedchamber was suddenly pushed open. Several imperial bodyguards suddenly rushed in and shouted without even looking, "How dare you? You actually dare to commit adultery in the imperial harem." The leading imperial bodyguard looked as if he had seen a ghost. His hand that was pointing forward involuntarily began to tremble. The curtains on the wide bed were messy and the quilt was carelessly thrown on the ground. The emperor was wearing a thin robe and was pressing Consort Xian under his body. Consort Xian's cheeks were red as she struggled endlessly. Yang Gonggong and the eunuch from Yishao Palace, who were half a step behind, ran in and also stiffened. The scene was a bit awkward. "Shameful thing, what are you looking at?" And Hongchul quickly grabbed a quilt and covered Suyu from head to toe. Suyu was extremely embarrassed at this moment. He simply followed the emperor's intentions and buried himself in the quilt like an ostrich. "Your Majesty, please forgive us." Several people reacted and knelt on the ground with a plop. They put their heads on the ground and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. They wished they could bury their heads in the cracks between the bricks. "His Majesty," the emperor sneered. How could he not see what was going on? He glanced at the tightly wrapped Suyu and leisurely walked in front of everyone. This is the first time Zhen has heard that favoring an imperial concubine is considered adultery in the imperial harem. His cold voice did not have a trace of warmth. It was full of murderous intent. "Reporting to your Majesty, These people said that an assassin entered the hall and said that they wanted to break in no matter what. Yang Gonggong was scared out of his wits and quickly pulled himself out. At this moment, he did not have time to think about why the emperor would suddenly appear in Yishao Palace. He was clearly standing guard outside the door, but he did not see half a person's shadow. Isn't the door locked? Suyu poked half his head out and looked at the wide-open door. Before going to sleep, he specifically told Ji Yuan to close the door tightly. This way, he could sleep soundly. And Hongchul narrowed his eyes and put his hands behind his back, summoned the imperial guards to seal off Yishao Palace. Not a single bird is allowed to leave. Soon, the armored imperial guards surrounded Yishao Palace. The atmosphere in the palace suddenly became tense. The imperial physician was urgently summoned to take concubine Xian's pulse. All the palace maids and eunuchs of Yishao Palace were gathered in the front hall. Only the imperial physician and the emperor were in the bedchamber. No one else was allowed to enter. Imperial concubine, something big has happened. Yulan stumbled in. The imperial guards have surrounded Yishao Palace. Oh? Imperial consort Lu suddenly sat up, her eyes full of surprise. The imperial guards were actually alarmed. Originally, she thought that it would be enough to alarm the emperor if the imperial guards were to make a ruckus. She did not expect that even the imperial guards would be mobilized. It seems that the emperor was furious. Of course the emperor is furious. Yulan was so scared that her face turned pale. Those imperial guards have already been beaten to death on the spot. What did you say? Imperial consort Lu suddenly stood up. Why did the imperial guards have to be beaten to death? They were meritorious people. How could this situation be different from what she expected? The imperial guards had sealed off Yishao Palace, so naturally, they had also sealed off the news. Imperial consort Lu's people could not find out anything. After 2 hours, the ins and outs of the matter had been investigated. His Majesty the Emperor swiftly and decisively dealt with those imperial guards who dared to look at consort Xian. Then, he had people carry Yi Yuan and Xianxia and throw them into Xian Palace. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, this Xianxia can cause people to fall asleep, but it can also arouse men. The imperial physician trembled as he reported the truth. Humph, what a vicious scheme. The Empress Dowager looked at the red sandalwood box, her face cold. Doing this kind of thing under Aijia's eyes, they really have guts. Yishao Palace is not peaceful now. Zhen is preparing to let consort Xian live in the North Pole Palace. His Majesty the Emperor watched the Empress Dowager vent her anger before slowly saying this. How can a concubine live in the Emperor's bedroom? The Empress Dowager frowned and helplessly looked at the Emperor. Aijia will investigate the matter today. I will not put consort Xian in danger. Imperial Mother can decide the matters of the harem. Zhen only wants consort Xian. And Hongchul stood up and pulled the confused Suyu out of Xian Palace. The eunuchs and palace maids in Xian Palace all lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Because of an evil consort, there was discord between the Imperial Mother and son. The Empress Dowager rubbed her forehead and sighed heavily. One after another, they are all troublesome. Empress Dowager, calm down. You still don't know His Majesty's temper. Lin Gugu hurriedly mediated. The most important thing is to investigate the matter of Xianxia. The Empress Dowager nodded and issued several imperial decrees in a row. Someone intended to frame consort Xian, and colluded with the imperial guards, rebelled, and committed treason. Except for the victim, Suyu, the rest of the imperial concubines were summoned to Xian Palace. Imperial consort Lu's heart was in a mess, and several of the imperial concubines were also in a state of panic. The cause of everything was that box of Xianxia. When Sun Qiren saw the red sandalwood box, she was stunned. Empress Dowager, the Xianxia sent by this concubine's family is definitely not poisonous. So, this matter is related to the Marquis of Changchun? Concubine to added insult to injury. Nonsense. Sun Qiren screamed. The ins and outs of the matter were very simple. The clues were cut off when Sun Qiren gave the Xianxia to the eunuch. That eunuch had already jumped into the well to commit suicide. The dead tell no tales. Only the Marquis of Changchun has Xianxia. There are many people in the palace who have Xianxia. At this critical moment, Miss Sun's brain, which was not very bright, suddenly worked. The imperial concubines immediately became nervous again. Xianxia was not rare, and it was not easy to find out where it came from. Imperial consort Lu comforted herself in her heart. How could ordinary people tell the difference between Xianxia and Xianxia? Reporting to the Empress Dowager, Prince Zhao requests an audience. At this moment, His Royal Highness King Zhao, who had been summoned, arrived. The imperial concubines all retreated behind the screen. The Empress Dowager was all smiles as she called His Royal Highness King Zhao to her side. Your Highness is an expert in identifying fragrances. Today, Zhao will definitely find out the truth about the Xianxia. When did he become an expert in identifying fragrances? His Royal Highness King Zhao, who did not know what was going on, finally understood why his Empress Dowager had called him here when he saw the box of fragrances that the palace maids had laid out. His chubby face immediately scrunched up. His Majesty pulled Suyu out of Xian Palace. Looking at the time, it was time for Suyu to go to Anhua Tower to pay his respects. And Hongchul also had to practice martial arts, so he wanted to go together. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager just summoned Prince Zhao to the palace. His Highness sent a message, saying that he can't practice martial arts today. Wang Gonggong came up and reported. His Majesty frowned, then we won't go either. His younger brother was not here, so he had nothing to play with. The national tutor is going to be tested today. We can't not go, right? Suyu blinked. In fact, he was curious whether the national tutor was really beaten by the emperor yesterday, or if the emperor was just bragging. And Hongchul glanced at him. The agarwood made people sleepy. Suyu was still a little sleepy and yawned from time to time. The imperial physician said you should rest. Then at least go and ask for leave. Suyu couldn't. He was still a little sleepy, but it didn't matter. He understood a lot of fish-killing mantra under the emperor's guidance yesterday. Today, he went to verify it. If it was correct, he could start learning seriously. As a chef, he also had the ambition to become the best chef in the world. The two didn't take a carriage along the way. They held hands and went to Anhua Tower. After coming out of Xian Palace, the two's hands didn't separate. The emperor didn't let go, and Suyu was also reluctant to let go. The emperor's hand was slender and strong, but the palm and fingertips were very soft. It was warm and comfortable to hold. The feeling of skin touching skin made people's heart beat faster. They didn't look at the scenery along the way. Their attention was on their hands. Suyu finally understood why those lovers could hold hands and walk on the road all night. It was because holding the hand of the person you like was a kind of enjoyment in itself. Time suddenly passed very quickly. The distance was very far, but they arrived in a moment. When they arrived in front of Anhua Tower, he didn't even react. We're here? His Majesty glanced at him. We've been walking for almost an hour, and you still think it's too close? Is that so? Suyu was a little embarrassed. They had already walked for an hour? Stupid slave. And Hongchul sneered and pulled the stupid slave inside. He didn't report and directly went upstairs. The national tutor was not on the second floor, so the emperor pulled Suyu upstairs. Your Majesty, this subject can't go up, right? Suyu looked up. Although he was curious about what was on the second floor, he clearly remembered that it was written in the law that no one other than the royal family was allowed to enter the second floor of Anhua Tower. You've been to the second floor. Of course, you can go to the third floor as well, His Majesty said carelessly. You just need to report and don't disturb me. How do we report this? Suyu looked left and right. The servants in Anhua Tower didn't even go to the second floor. Only the royal family was on the third floor and above. Who would report this? His Majesty the Emperor didn't answer. He just raised his head and shouted towards the second floor, Imperial Uncle, Zhen and Suyu are going up. Then, he pulled Suyu upstairs. Suyu's eyes widened. This kind of reporting was really not in line with the style of Anhua Tower. The third floor was a library pavilion. The 8 walls were filled with bookshelves, and the floor was covered with a thick, plain cushion. If it was a sunny afternoon, it would be very comfortable to sit here with a book in hand. The national tutor was leaning against the window, casually flipping through a book. He didn't raise his head when he heard the two people coming up. Where's Hong Quan? He was called by Muhu. His Majesty the Emperor pulled Suyu to sit down on the cushion. Something happened in the palace today. Zhen came to ask for leave from Consort Xian. The national tutor slowly raised his beautiful eyes and looked at Suyu. He inhaled the nerve-soothing incense? Suyu looked at the emperor in surprise. How did the national tutor know? The emperor didn't seem surprised at all. His body is too weak. He won't study today. Let's go back first. If your majesty wants to slack off, don't drag others along. The national tutor put down the book in his hand. His cold eyes looked between the two people and finally fixed on the hands that were clasped together. Suyu finally realized that the two people were still holding hands. He was a bit embarrassed and pulled his hand back into his sleeve. Humph, how can Zhen be lazy? And Hong Chul said with dissatisfaction. Zhen is worried that Imperial Uncle is old and can't handle it. The national tutor quietly stared at the emperor. The emperor also quietly looked back. Suyu turned his head to look at the two people. They were clearly quietly looking at each other, but it made people feel like they were about to fight in the next moment. He quickly said something else. Yesterday, I asked your majesty for advice. I roughly know how to use internal strength. However, this subject has already missed the age to learn internal strength. I don't know if I can still learn it. It's fine, the national tutor waved his hand. This national tutor has a way to make you use internal strength. After that, he didn't ask anything. He only told Suyu to memorize the book for tomorrow's exam. Then he drove him out, saying that he had something important to discuss with the emperor. Memorize it. Suyu swallowed his saliva. Although the book wasn't thick, it was still an entire book. Leaving Anhua Tower, he looked back 3 times with each step. At this time, he really believed that the emperor had fought with the national tutor yesterday. He didn't know if the emperor would be injured today. Nyang, let's go back first. Wang Gonggong didn't seem to be worried about the emperor's safety at all. He smiled as he led Suyu back to the North Pole Palace. Gonggong, it's not appropriate for me to live in the North Pole Palace, right? Suyu was a bit troubled. He didn't feel at ease to live in Yishao Palace right now. Who knew which palace maid or eunuch would drug him again? However, it was even more inappropriate for him to live in the emperor's bedchamber. The imperial censor would probably hit his head on a pillar tomorrow. It's not night yet. Yishao Palace is still in chaos. Nyang should rest in the North Pole Palace for a while. We'll talk about it at night, Wang Gonggong hurriedly advised. The palace maids and eunuchs in Yishao Palace were all locked up, waiting for the Empress Dowager to deal with them. There wasn't a single person to serve. So you couldn't live there even if he went. As a male consort, he couldn't go to the other concubines' houses and stay there. It was reasonable for him to live with the emperor temporarily. Didn't you see that the Empress Dowager didn't object? His Royal Highness King Zhao had been called by his muhu to identify incense. He had a bitter face as he sneezed incessantly. The concubines behind the screen couldn't see the situation in front of them. When they heard Prince Zhao sneeze after sneeze, they only felt alarmed. Achoo, this one is similar to this one. It's, achoo. Prince Zhao pointed at the 2 boxes and looked pitifully at his muhu. The Empress Dowager hurriedly had someone bring water to Prince Zhao to clean his face. She personally took a handkerchief and wiped his little chubby face. My son is tired. Quickly go rest. Muhu already told your imperial brother that you won't be practicing martial arts today. Go play. When Prince Zhao heard that he didn't need to practice martial arts, his wrinkled face immediately relaxed. Thank you Muhu, achoo. The room was filled with the smell of incense. It was uncomfortable to stay a moment longer. His Royal Highness King Zhao bowed to his muhu and ran away like the wind. Ling Gugu looked at Prince Zhao's back and couldn't help but laugh. She whispered in the Empress Dowager's ear, His Highness is practicing martial arts with the Emperor. His body is much lighter. He's not slow to begin with. The Empress Dowager also laughed lightly. She immediately stopped smiling and coldly said, Come out. The concubines all walked out with lowered heads, not daring to speak. Jia already knows who is involved in today's matter. The Empress Dowager's face was frosty as she swept a glance over everyone. If you admit it yourselves, perhaps the net will be lenient. If you refuse to admit it, then don't blame Jia for being ruthless. Empress Dowager, please calm your anger. The concubines all knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. His Royal Highness King Zhao left the frightening incense and quickly ran towards the North Pole Palace. Today, he had committed such a great crime. It was all his older brother's fault. No matter what, he had to get some benefits. So when Suyu pushed open the door to the North Pole Palace, he saw a yellow and white little furball happily eating a small fish cake on the small table. At the Emperor's request, Suyu had made a lot of seafood pastries and placed them in the North Pole Palace. There were fish cakes, crab sticks, and the like on the small table. It could be eaten anywhere. Little fatty. Suyu happily walked over and rubbed the little furball's head. His Royal Highness King Zhao didn't have time to run away with the fish cake and was touched by Suyu. The fur on his body instantly exploded. He stumbled off the small table with the fish cake in his mouth and fell, breaking the small fish cake. Suyu didn't understand. He had always thought that he was very close to cats. For some reason, this little fat ball ran away when it saw him. Don't be afraid. Come here and I'll give you something to eat. Suyu took a crab stick to tease him. The little fat cat shrank back and stared vigilantly at Suyu. When the Emperor returned to the North Pole Palace, he saw Suyu sitting on a cushion. He was memorizing fish-killing mantra with one hand and feeding the cat a crab stick with the other. His stupid younger brother was gnawing on the crab stick while staring at Suyu's hand. He was afraid that he would suddenly reach out and take advantage of him. This little guy still won't let me touch him, Suyu said with some grievance. The Emperor's furrowed brows finally relaxed. He walked over and sat next to Suyu. He picked up the little fat ball and rubbed it hard. That's right. Suyu jealously watched as the Emperor rubbed the chubby little cat. The chubby little cat didn't resist at all. It had an honest look on its face. Why is it so obedient in your hands? Zhen is the Emperor. And Hongchul proudly said. Was there a connection between the two? Suyu rolled his eyes and reached out to secretly touch the chubby little cat. But the Emperor immediately moved his hand away. You don't believe me? And Hongchul naturally saw Suyu rolling his eyes. He raised his eyebrows, put the little cat on his lap, and stretched out a finger. Raise your paw. The younger brother helplessly raised his head and looked at his older brother. He slowly stretched out his paw and placed it on the Emperor's outstretched finger. Wow. Suyu looked at the Emperor with admiration. Such a small cat is actually obedient. The Emperor was very pleased with Suyu's admiration. He continued, change to your left paw. The little cat stiffened and looked at his older brother with a bitter face. Older brother, can cats understand left and right paw? Cough. And Hongchul dryly coughed and glared at his younger brother, hinting him to be less talkative. His Royal Highness King Zhao had no choice but to change to his left paw and touch the Emperor's fingertip. Good boy. Suyu exclaimed. This cat can even differentiate left and right. It's almost like sauce. Roll. The Emperor pointed at the cat's head with his fingertip. His Royal Highness King Zhao glanced at his older brother who was addicted to playing with the cat. He met his older brother's threatening eyes. The meaning was very clear. If you don't listen, I'll pluck your fur. He slowly lowered his head and rolled on the ground. He angrily looked at his older brother who abused his power just to make the beauty smile. Fatuous Emperor. Huh? Then can it play dead? Suyu's eyes lit up. This little cat is really too fun. Play dead? The Emperor frowned. How can a cat play dead? It's... Suyu explained. He made a hand gesture like a gun and pointed it at the cat. He made the cat lie down and pretend to be shot. And Hongchul raised his eyebrows and looked at his younger brother. Then, he pointed his evil finger at his younger brother. Slap, His Royal Highness King Zhao was stunned for a moment, then he fell to the ground with a plop. He glared at Suyu with resentment. She didn't care about the suffering of her subjects, yet she came up with such a ridiculous idea. Good boy. Suyu was very excited. She took a small piece of fish cake and broke off a corner to feed it. Demon concubine, you want to bribe this king with food. This king? This king is a real man, I know when to yield and when not to yield. The kitten immediately opened his mouth and put the delicious fish cake into his mouth. Oh, it's really delicious. The two of them played in the main hall until dusk when the Empress Dowager sent someone to deliver a message. The agarwood was an ordinary spice, but there were 2 herbs added to it. The Empress Dowager had asked Prince Zhao to identify the origin of these 2 herbs. Qin Zhaoyi was in possession of the drug that caused people to fall asleep, while the drug that caused men to be aroused had unexpectedly appeared in Imperial Consort Lu's palace. Qin Zhaoyi tearfully complained that because she often woke up in the middle of the night, she had the imperial physician prescribe the calming incense. However, Sun Qiren lived in Qin Zhaoyi's Chunhua palace. At the time, the red sandalwood box was taken away by a young eunuch in Chunhua palace. No one would believe that this matter had nothing to do with Qin Zhaoyi. Empress Dowager, this concubine is only a Zhaoyi. Even if Consort Xian was harmed, the emperor would not favor this concubine. Qin Zhaoyi choked with sobs. That's hard to say, concubine coldly said. A month ago, someone saw you arguing with Sun Qiren in the imperial garden. This concubine does not like Sun Qiren, but she is still someone in this concubine's palace. If something happened to her, this concubine would not be able to escape responsibility. How could a normal person do something that harms others without benefiting themselves? Qin Zhaoyi gritted her teeth and secretly glanced at Imperial Consort Lu. When she had argued with Sun Qiren in the Imperial Garden, it had actually been ordered by Imperial Consort Lu. Because of Sun Qiren's flamboyant personality, many people knew that her family had connections with Suyu. Imperial Consort Lu had ordered Qin Zhaoyi to teach her a lesson wherever Suyu passed by in order to gain Suyu's sympathy. This would cause the 2 of them to be more involved and then find a chance to catch the 2 of them in private, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Who would have thought that when Suyu returned the 1,000 taels of silver to cut ties with her, Sun Qiren would also happily agree. This plan was then killed before it was even born. When concubine brought it up at this time, it became unfavorable evidence for Qin Zhaoyi. Qin Zhaoyi's teeth were about to shatter from gritting them. Imperial Consort Lu could not even take care of herself right now. She glared at Yi Yuan, who was tied up like a dumpling, and was so angry that her face turned white. That medicine was originally something she had prepared to use to liven things up when the emperor flipped her sign. When Yi Yuan had entered Yishao Palace, she had given her some so that she could find a chance to seduce Suyu. However, Suyu had never even looked at these palace maids properly, so she had given up on this idea. Who would have thought that this little hussy would add extra feet to this flawless plan and add such a drug to it? Now, Imperial Consort Lu and Qin Zhaoyi had gone for wool but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. With all kinds of complicated plans added together, they had instead attracted a lot of trouble. Empress Dowager, Pinky feels guilty that such a big thing has happened in the Hogong. Pinky hopes that Empress Dowager can remove Pinky's position of Gui Fei. Imperial Consort Lu did not explain anything and knelt on the ground with a plop, crying as she pleaded. The Empress Dowager leisurely looked at the cup in her hand and slowly said, "How many times has Ijia said, His Majesty's body is weak and cannot bear this? I told you to manage the Hogong, but you used it yourself first." She was neither fast nor slow, as if she was a normal aunt chatting with her niece, but there was no warmth in her voice. Imperial Consort Lu was truly afraid now. After all these years, she understood the Empress Dowager the best. She would let her do as she pleased, but if the emperor was harmed, she definitely would not let the matter rest. The Empress Dowager has removed the position of Gui Fei and ordered Lu Shi to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. She is not allowed to take a step out of Yuan Palace. Qin Zhaoyi has already been locked up and Yuan has been beaten to death. The little Tai Jian who passed on the message narrated everything that had happened in Xi'an Palace in detail. The Empress Dowager said to leave it at that for today and see what His Majesty thinks. And Hongchul frowned as he listened. The complicated methods of the Hogong were really hard to understand. Go back to Muhu and Seijun understands. The Empress Dowager's meaning was that she had already given him the handle. She was waiting to see what he would do in the court before the Empress Dowager would consider how to deal with these imperial concubines. After sending away the little Tai Jian, Suyu remembered that he had to cook. The emperor, who had nothing to do, carried his younger brother and followed him to the kitchen. The emperor couldn't help at all in the kitchen. Fortunately, he didn't cause any trouble. He just circled around Suyu and curiously watched him cook. "What's wrong?" Suyu was stir-frying when a warm body suddenly pressed against him from behind. The emperor hugged his waist and naturally rested his chin on his shoulder. "I'm a bit tired," the emperor yawned. The tiredness from fighting with the national tutor in the afternoon finally showed. "Go back to sleep first. I'll call you when I'm done." Suyu was being hugged by the emperor. His heartbeat sped up and he was worried that he would spoil the food. "Not going." The emperor stubbornly rubbed his nose against Suyu's neck. The emperor insisted on not letting go. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was squeezed between his elder brother's chest and sister-in-law's back, was bitterly struggling to climb up. His heart was itching from the emperor's small actions. Suyu threw the seasoning into the pot, slightly tilted his head, and quickly kissed the emperor's smooth forehead. The emperor, who was excitedly rubbing himself up, suddenly froze. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who had just climbed onto his older brother's shoulder, also froze. He quickly used his paws to cover his eyes, but he forgot that he was a cat right now. The consequence of his paws missing was that his fat body fell backwards. And Hongchul picked up his stupid younger brother who had rolled off his shoulder. His ears were red as he let go of Suyu. Damn it, doing this in front of his younger brother, really offending public decency. After kissing the beauty, the dish was cooked. Suyu happily scooped up a shrimp from the pot and held it with 2 fingers to the emperor's mouth. "Try it." The shrimp that had just come out of the pot was bright in color and steaming hot. It looked very delicious, but eating in the kitchen was clearly not in accordance with the etiquette of the imperial family. And Hongchul knitted his brows and hesitated. Suyu thought that he thought it was too hot, so he blew on it. Oh, since the stupid slave is so attentive, Jin won't refuse his face. "Let's eat one." The emperor did not reach out his hand and just bit Suyu's hand. Then he pressed himself against Suyu's back and chewed on the shrimp with red ears. Seeing that the emperor did not have any objections to the taste of the dish, Suyu picked up the pot and began to cook the next dish. The emperor's hands continued to wrap around Suyu's waist. His Royal Highness King Zhao was held in his older brother's hand, so he was forced to appear in front of Suyu. Looking at the steaming pot of oil and the delicious food in the pot, his stomach rumbled with hunger and his heart trembled with fear. After dinner, the emperor laid on the cushion with nothing to do. He used his younger brother to wipe the sweat from his head from eating. He hooked his finger at Suyu. "Stupid slave, come and apply medicine for Jin." "Injured again?" Suyu put down the fish-killing mental cultivation method in his hand and sat beside the emperor. "Let me see." His Majesty the Emperor was neatly dressed. He let Suyu apply the medicine, but he had no intention of taking off his own clothes. Suyu put his hand on the exquisite waist belt and looked at the emperor who was looking at him with clear eyes. He swallowed his saliva. Suyu peeled off the emperor's clothes layer by layer, revealing a bright yellow inner garment. She felt as if she was opening up an exquisitely packaged toy. She was so excited that her fingertips were trembling. She undid the belt and slowly pulled it off, revealing the beautiful lines of his collarbone, his broad and strong chest, and his narrow and powerful waist. Suyu felt hot again. She took a deep breath and wondered if the effects of the medicine from noon had not worn off yet. She shook her head and forced herself to focus on the emperor's injuries. She found that the emperor's old injuries were almost healed. Yesterday, the bruises were scary, but today, they were only a little red. She carefully applied the medicine on the new injuries. Seeing the emperor squint his eyes comfortably, like a cat that was being tickled, obediently and softly, Suyu smiled and simply began to massage him. After exercising, muscles needed to be relaxed, but the emperor's muscles were tight. Tomorrow, he would definitely be sore all over. "Oh." And Hongchul lightly groaned when a warm and strong hand pressed on his body, driving out the faint soreness. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at the serious Suyu. He closed his eyes again and said with a smile, "Continue." His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was scratching his tassels on the side, saw Suyu massaging his imperial brother's body and immediately became interested. He stumbled over and jumped onto the emperor's chest. Following Suyu's kneading hand, he used his 2 front paws to step on the emperor's chest. "Little fatty is really close to you." Suyu jealously looked at the little furball who was happily stepping on the emperor's butt. And Hongchul carelessly responded. He did not pay attention to his younger brother who dared to climb on his body. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and groaned in pain. Your Majesty. Suyu jumped in fright and hurriedly looked down. She was pressing on the emperor's chest. The skin there was smooth and clean, without any redness or bruises. Does it hurt here? And Hongchul held Suyu's hand that was on his chest. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief and relaxed his brows. It's no big deal. I just suffered some internal injuries. Internal injuries? Suyu's eyes widened. He thought that the national tutor was being merciful today and did not beat him until there were bruises. But it turned out that the national tutor's strength had improved and he even suffered internal injuries. You are the emperor, not an imperial bodyguard. Why do you practice so hard every day? That's right. The little furball, who was sitting on the emperor's chest, nodded. He was an underage prince, so he should be well cared for. How could he practice in a terrifying place like Anhua Tower every day? And Hongchul stretched out his hand and flicked the little furball's head. The catastrophe is coming. Zhen can't slack off. The catastrophe is coming. Suyu's heart thumped. The matter of the alien planet that he had forgotten for a long time resurfaced. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but Wang Gonggong's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Your Majesty, it's time to flip the tablet. Wang Gonggong was in a difficult position. He knew that Consort Xian was in the North Pole Palace, but the rule of flipping the tablet couldn't be abolished. Flip the tablet? Suyu was stunned. Only then did he remember that the emperor mostly decided which concubine to favor every day by flipping the tablet. He looked at the ebony tray in the palace maid's hand and turned to look at the emperor. Seeing the emperor's natural expression, Suyu quietly clenched his fists. The emperor raised his hand and casually flipped the tablet. Then, he put the little brother on his chest on the ebony tray. Withdraw. Take this with you. Wang Gonggong and His Royal Highness King Zhao on the tray stared at each other. Then, he silently led everyone out. Huh? Suyu stared blankly at the slowly closing door. Isn't it flipping the tablet? Then what? Is it over after flipping the tablet? When he came back to his senses, the emperor, who didn't have his little brother by his side, had curled up his body and moved his head to Suyu's lap. Your Majesty, that tablet. Suyu saw it for the first time. Is it really okay for the emperor to flip the tablet like this? What is it? The emperor pulled his hand to his head and indicated for him to rub it. Nothing. Suyu's lips twitched. He decided not to ask. In order to prevent the emperor from spending the night on the soft mattress again, Suyu wisely coaxed the emperor to the dragon bed before he fell asleep. Then, he took out fish-killing scripture and prepared to burn the midnight oil. You're not allowed to go out. Come and serve me in bed. The emperor was very dissatisfied with Suyu holding that book all day. The national tutor wants this official to memorize this book. Suyu had a bitter expression on his face. He only had one day. In the afternoon, he only cared about playing with the cat and forgot to do his homework. If he didn't work hard now, how was he going to report to the national tutor tomorrow? The emperor's thin lips pressed into a line. He coldly glared at Suyu for a while. Go and bring the memorial. Zhen will allow you to memorize it in bed for a while. Today, such a big incident happened in the inner palace. It was a good opportunity to deal with the Lu family. No matter how much the emperor didn't want to get out of bed, he couldn't be absent from the morning court tomorrow. Therefore, he still had to look at these insignificant memorials. The two leaned against the head of the bed and read together. The atmosphere was unusually peaceful. The first chapter of fish-killing scripture recorded the internal strength cultivation method. In the emperor's words, this was an extremely simple cultivation method. So you could also learn it. As long as he had internal strength, he could drive his internal strength to follow the cultivation method and flow through his veins. From there, he could reach the realm of releasing his internal strength to kill fish. The national tutor said that there was a way for him to learn internal strength. Then, there was no need to worry. He also had to memorize heart cultivation method properly. Qi sinks into the dantian, internal strength flows through the hand's Xiaoyang meridian, passing through the 5 fingers. Suyu softly repeated the words in the book. He didn't understand it and could only memorize it, passing through the 5 fingers, passing through the 5 fingers, turning internal strength into internal strength. It coincides with the yin and yang of heaven and earth and converges into formlessness. The emperor had already heard this sentence over and over again for almost 5 times. He had already memorized it. Did I disturb you? Suyu was a little embarrassed. Stupid, the emperor snatched the book from Suyu's hand and threw it on the ground along with the memorial in his hand. Go to sleep. But Suyu looked at the abandoned book and memorial. The emperor seemed to have only read half of the memorial. Would it be okay to go to court like this? If an official raised a question and the emperor couldn't answer, he couldn't say, Zhen and concubine Xian went to bed early last night and forgot to read it. Moreover, he clearly saw that there was a letter with the word urgent on it. Right now, the emperor only favored him and he didn't go to court. If he missed out on important memorials and delayed some important matters, he would be guilty of a big crime. Getting up, Suyu picked up the urgent letter. Emperor, at least finish reading this. And Hongchul impatiently turned over. Read it. Suyu was helpless. In order not to become an evil concubine that would bring disaster to the country, he could only give up his homework and help the emperor do his homework. He opened the memorial and slowly read. Recently, there have been a lot of sea monsters in the East China Sea, causing the price of fresh fish to be high. This official has led the army to catch them and will send them to the capital in a few days. Fearing that a catastrophe is coming, we hope that the emperor will make early preparations. Signed, Prince Jing. Another catastrophe. Suyu frowned. He didn't know how accurate the national tutor's prophecy was. If it really happened, would it be something like the end of the world? But the catastrophe was related to the alien planet. What did the end of the world have to do with him, a cook? This was such an important matter, yet the emperor didn't even read it. Suyu, who thought he had made a meritorious service, looked at the emperor seriously. He wondered if he should learn from a loyal official and give a straightforward remonstrance. At the same time, he could inquire about the alien planet. Prince Jing's secret memorial has already arrived. This is just a formality. The emperor glanced at the restless Suyu. The impassioned speech was suddenly doused with cold water. Suyu's shoulders slumped and he put away the memorial in his hand. Emperor, who is this Prince Jing? How come this official hasn't seen him before? There are many that you haven't seen, and Hongchul yawned. His Royal Highness King Zhao was naturally not the only prince of this generation. Most of the imperial family wasn't in the capital. The princes were stationed at the border. This Prince Jing was ranked 3rd and was a military general who was good at war. Prince Jing is the son of 7th imperial uncle. He has the right of succession and can be considered Jin's 3rd imperial brother. Huh? Suyu was confused, but he immediately reacted. According to the laws of Den, whenever a prince's son was born, he had to be appraised by the national tutor. If the national tutor judged that the child had the right to inherit the throne, he would directly keep the child in the palace and count him as a prince, ranking him with the emperor's sons. This Prince Jing was probably in this situation. Oh, then. Suyu wasn't interested in the complicated relationships of the imperial family. What he cared about was the catastrophe. He stole a glance at the emperor's expression and asked tentatively, is this catastrophe really related to the alien planet? Why are you so long-winded? His Majesty impatiently pulled Suyu into the quilt and raised his hand to pull on the silk sash. Not long after, a palace maid came in to wash away the candles and the hall fell into darkness. Suyu was well behaved. He nestled in the quilt and didn't speak. After a moment of silence, the emperor slowly moved closer and buried his face in the hollow of Suyu's neck. He gently sniffed. The national tutor's oracle has already spread. There are many different interpretations. The clear voice became clearer in the darkness and was very pleasing to the ear. Suyu shrank down and moved closer to the emperor, afraid to miss a word or half a sentence. Some people say that if you obtain the alien planet, you can obtain the ability to control the world, and Hongchul paused and moved back to the pillow, the tip of his nose facing Suyu. Some people say that if you use the alien planet as a sacrifice to heaven, you can stop the catastrophe. Sacrifice to heaven. Suyu's pupils suddenly shrank. Countless bloody and cruel scenes of sacrifice to heaven appeared in his mind. There is another saying. the emperor slightly hooked his lips. He could clearly see the expression on Suyu's face with his night vision, so he deliberately lowered his voice. What? Suyu swallowed his saliva. I heard that using the alien planet can awaken the ancient mythological beast and sweep the world. Suyu's prepared expression of panic suddenly froze. Awakening the ancient mythological beast. This was too ridiculous. Finally realizing that the emperor was playing with him, Suyu curled his lips in boredom and turned over to lie down. His heart needed to calm down. Do you think Xin is playing with you? And Hongchul sneered and raised his hand to pull Suyu into his arms. Nowadays, there are all kinds of letters. If the alien planet is found, who knows what they will do with it? Therefore, the imperial family must find the alien planet first. Suyu's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly became anxious again. In other words, not only was the imperial family looking for him, those superstitious ministers and common people were also looking for him. The problem was, he really didn't know how to summon the ancient mythological beast. He looked at the emperor with fear. If the imperial family finds the alien planet, what will your majesty do? The emperor yawned in boredom. Aren't you that alien planet? Crack, crack, crack. Suyu was instantly petrified. Your majesty, can you not use the tone of aren't you that barbecue skewer seller on East Street to say such frightening words? Your majesty must be joking, haha, haha. Suyu laughed dryly, completely scared out of his wits. And Hongchul glanced at him. Xianxia, is the 10th of October a festival? The 10th of October. Suyu stuttered, quickly thinking of the 15th of August and the 9th of September. It's Yandi's birthday. At the critical moment of life and death, his mind suddenly became clear. He even remembered such a rare festival. Who is Yandi? His Majesty the Emperor frowned. He is. Suyu's mouth twitched. How could he forget? This was a completely different time and space from where he originally lived. Whether it was the geographical environment, the historical changes, or even the gods and demons worshipped, everything was different. There was no such thing as Yandi, Diyu, etc. His Majesty the Emperor sneered. The 10th of October is my Dan dynasty's Manchu feast. You actually don't know about such a grand festival, and you still dare to say that you're not an alien? The Dan dynasty's Manchu feast was mainly used to worship the ancestors of the Dan imperial family. The 10th of October was the harvest time. Not only did the imperial family climb the Anhua Tower to worship, but the common people also held sumptuous banquets at home to pray for the ancestors' blessings to continue to have good weather in the coming year. Because the Dan dynasty had miraculous good weather every year, the common people believed in the Manchu feast very much. The grandeur of the Manchu feast was no less than the New Year. He had only been in this time and space for half a year, and it hadn't even been the 10th of October yet. How could he know about such a festival? Suyu subconsciously shrank back. His mind was full of thoughts. It's over, I'm going to be sacrificed to the heavens. His Majesty the Emperor caught Suyu, who was about to fall off the bed, and held him in his arms. His Majesty the Emperor said in a deep voice, don't be afraid. As long as you're obedient, Xin won't tell anyone. Suyu stared blankly at His Majesty. He couldn't see His Majesty's expression in the dark, but he could vaguely see a trace of a smile in His Majesty's bright eyes. Be obedient. He was already obedient to His Majesty, how could he be obedient? And Hongchul chuckled and suddenly turned over, pressing Suyu under his body and kissing his lips. The cool thin lips carried the fragrance of green grass as they moved around and gradually went deeper. Suyu was dazed as he allowed the emperor to do what he wanted. It was only when a warm and slender hand reached into his inner robe that he came back to his senses. Your Majesty. Don't move, let me touch you. The emperor domineeringly pressed Suyu's hands on top of his head and released his lips. He slowly moved his hands to his temples and sniffed lightly. Then, he moved his hands to his ears and neck. It was as if a wild beast was confirming whether its food was fresh before eating. This kind of action caused Suyu to tremble. His soul, which had been scared to the 9th heaven, gradually returned. Only then did he remember that the emperor had long seen through his differences, but had never done anything to him. Moreover, they were lovers now. After confirming the freshness of the food, His Majesty happily began to taste the delicious food. Delicious fish naturally had to be licked from head to tail, caressing it inch by inch until the white fish turned pink, and then it became braised fish. The next day, the emperor happily went to court. Suyu's head was smoking as he hid under the quilt like an ostrich. Last night, the emperor touched him here and there. He couldn't help but touch the emperor. This made the emperor discover a new world and pestered him for most of the night. With one hand covering his face, Suyu thought of the various unequal treaties he had foolishly agreed to. He couldn't help but feel angry. The emperor was clearly teasing him last night. The so-called obedient was to let the emperor kiss and touch him. He also had to be on call every day. When the emperor was bored, he had to be a chef, a masseuse, a pillow, etc. As a chef, it was enough for him to work part-time as a concubine. Now, he had to take on more part-time jobs without any extra salary. Even his luxurious dormitory was confiscated. His future was really dark. Yesterday, something big happened in the imperial harem. I think everyone already knows. The emperor's tone was cold, but there was a slight smile on his lips. The courtiers looked at each other. They couldn't tell if the emperor was angry or happy. But no matter what the emperor's mood was, what happened yesterday wasn't a good thing. The emperor mentioned it now, it definitely wasn't to reward them. They said in unison, "Chen is afraid." Zhen didn't know that the guards in the palace could be ordered by the imperial concubines, and Hong Chul's face was cold. Today, they dared to add calming incense to Xianfei's spice. Tomorrow, they can add crane top red in Zhen's food? Emperor, please calm down. The courtiers knelt down. Prime Minister Liu was sweating. Last night, the news came from the palace that his daughter caused trouble and was grounded. Even though the Empress Dowager protected her and didn't punish her, the emperor clearly wasn't going to let it go. Emperor, ever since Princess Mu intervened in the palace guards, there have been problems in the palace. Chen thinks that Princess Mu should be removed from her position as the deputy guard. Prime Minister Liu spoke. The emperor first mentioned the guards, then the imperial concubines. Then the focus was on the guards. He naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to mention his daughter first. After being an official for so many years, of course he knew what the emperor wanted. Princess Mu, who was named, glared coldly at the prime minister. She hurriedly spoke, "Emperor, ever since Prince Su and Prince Ling came to Jing in the 7th month, the inner palace and the valiant cavalry camp have been under the control of the two imperial uncles." Chen really didn't know what happened yesterday. These words were really vicious. The inner palace and the valiant cavalry camp were under the control of the two imperial uncles. To put it bluntly, the emperor's entire fortune was in the hands of the two imperial uncles. "Brat, what do you mean?" Prince Su grabbed Princess Mu's collar. "Nephew didn't mean to criticize imperial uncles. I'm just speaking the truth." Princess Mu's long and narrow eyes were full of coldness. "Emperor, Princess Mu has already stayed in Jing for too long. Now that the emperor is 20 years old, he should give the royal prince a suitable fief." Marquis of Changchun suddenly spoke. Prime Minister Liu looked at Marquis of Changchun in surprise. This person had always been very slippery. He had always maintained a neutral position in the court. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Marquis of Changchun secretly complained in his heart. He also didn't want to be the first one to stand out. It was really his daughter who made him worry. Ever since the Empress Dowager chose Mistsen to enter the palace, Marquis of Changchun's residence didn't have a day of peace. He was on tenterhooks every day. After all, the Qinxiang incident was caused by his family. Once the emperor investigated, Marquis of Changchun's residence would be in danger. He had no choice but to tightly hug the emperor's thigh. His Majesty the Emperor looked deeply at Marquis of Changchun. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Marquis of Changchun's words are reasonable. Let's set the fief at Yong City. You can leave Jing City in 10 days. Ah?" Princess Mu and Prince Su exclaimed in unison. Yong City was a small city in the northwest. As a fief for a royal prince, it was acceptable. However, Yong City was under the jurisdiction of Prince Su. A royal prince couldn't leave his fief without being summoned. If the fief was still under the jurisdiction of a prince, his freedom would be even less. Prince Su didn't like this nephew. If he threw him under his nose, wouldn't he be disgusted every day? He couldn't help but look at Prince Ling. Prince Ling bared his teeth at his elder brother gloatingly. His northern region was connected to the western region. It was very convenient for him to collude with foreign enemies. Naturally, the emperor wouldn't confer the royal prince to the northern region. The storm in the imperial court didn't affect Suyu at all. He was reciting books while making breakfast for the emperor. In the morning, because the emperor hugged him and rubbed against him after waking up, he delayed cooking and went to court with an empty stomach. Suyu was a little distressed. Although Wang Gonggong said that the emperor used to eat after court, when he thought about the feeling of going to morning self-study with an empty stomach in high school, he decided to make more snacks. In the future, the emperor would eat before going to court and then have a good meal when he came back. Therefore, when the emperor came back from a killing spree, he saw a sumptuous breakfast on the table. Don't think that if you make good food to please me, I'll let you go. The emperor took a bite of prawns and lotus root. Come with me to the imperial study later. After breakfast, the emperor had to review memorials in the imperial study and occasionally meet with some ministers who were discussing official business. Because the emperor had tasted the sweetness of last night, he would hug Suyu and kiss him whenever he had the chance. For example, now. The emperor sat on the wide dragon throne, holding Suyu in his arms. He supported his chin with one hand on his waist and the other holding a red brush to review memorials. Emperor, this isn't good. Suyu moved uncomfortably. Sitting like this, he could clearly see the contents of the memorials. Was it really okay for the imperial concubines to see the memorials? What? And Hong Chul raised an eyebrow at him. The meaning was clear. As a foreign star, if he wanted to live, he had to be obedient. Don't try to resist me. My patience is very bad. Nothing. Suyu admitted defeat. He silently took out fish-killing technique from his sleeve and obediently recited it. Reporting to the emperor, Prince Ling requests an audience. The guard outside the door reported. Let him in. The emperor responded without raising his head. Emperor, quickly let go of this subject. Suyu hurriedly stood up, but the hand on his waist firmly held him and did not let him move. Outside the door, Prince Ling's footsteps could be heard. He was so anxious that he immediately broke out in sweat. This subject greets the emperor, my emperor. Prince Ling came in and saluted in a deadpan manner. That's enough, don't be long-winded. The emperor waved his hand and interrupted Prince Ling's salute. On one hand, he couldn't bear to listen to the red tape, and on the other hand, he wanted to prevent imperial uncle from saluting Suyu. Prince Ling hadn't knelt down yet. Hearing this, he raised his head, eh? Concubine Xian is also here. He immediately understood the emperor's meaning and did not insist. He smiled and went over to take a small fish cake from the imperial table. The emperor frowned. What's the matter? Oh, Prince Jing's gift has arrived in the capital. Prince Ling quickly ate the cake in his hand, then took another one and said. Send it directly to Anhua Tower. And Hong Chul glared at imperial uncle and moved the plate of pastries away. Prince Ling curled his lips and looked at Suyu. He smiled and said, Concubine Xian, I had someone send the chili over. It will be sent to the palace at noon. Suyu blinked. He didn't understand why Prince Ling always wanted to send him chili. Thank you, imperial uncle. No need to be so polite, Prince Ling waved his hand, since you're married to the emperor, you're naturally my nephew. If you need anything, just tell imperial uncle. Oh. Suyu nodded, indicating that he understood. It turned out that the elders of the imperial family were so friendly. He originally thought that if he couldn't grow chili, he would have to use benefits to exchange with Prince Ling. Who knew that Prince Ling was actually a living lei feng? Prince Ling choked. This child was too honest. Cough, that, if you really feel bad, when you make the spicy boiled fish, you can also send a portion to Prince Ling's residence. Suyu had accompanied the emperor to read the memorials the entire morning, so he was restless the entire time. Only the imperial uncles would think of Suyu in hot chili oil. When the other officials who came to discuss official business saw Suyu, their first reaction was, an evil concubine who would harm the country. Tomorrow morning, the imperial censor would definitely reprimand him. The direct result of this was that Suyu was unable to memorize the fish-killing cultivation method. He nervously carried the food box to Anghua Tower. Suyu specially made a few more snacks today, hoping to divert the national tutor's attention so that he could fool them. Anghua Tower seemed different today. The security around it was much tighter, and there were many more white-clothed attendants in the main hall. Suyu went up to the second floor. The national tutor was sitting in front of the window, looking at something attentively. "Greetings to Imperial Uncle." Suyu stepped forward and bowed. The national tutor waved his hand, indicating for him not to make a sound. After putting the food box on the table, Suyu curiously went over. In front of the window, where the sunlight could reach, there was a 3-foot square porcelain jar. The water in the jar sparkled, reflecting the light on the wall. There were 2 black things swimming in the water. When he went closer to take a look, he couldn't help but jump in fright. They seemed to be 2 fish, each of which was 1 foot long. They were shaped like anchovies, but their bodies were covered in long black hair. The hair was hard, and as the fish swam, the hard hair moved in the water, making them look like spikes. The national tutor stared at the 2 fish without blinking. His cold eyes followed the movements of the fish. After a long time, he slowly reached out his hand. His hand was slender and white, almost transparent under the sunlight. The fish that was originally swimming aimlessly in the water suddenly paused when they saw the beautiful hand on the surface of the water. With a splash, they rushed out of the water and opened their big mouths to bite it. The fish's mouth originally looked normal, but when it opened, it was abnormally frightening. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth that almost reached its gills. In addition to the fine sharp teeth, there were 2 long fangs on both sides. When it opened its mouth, it would make a hoarse whistling sound. "Be careful!" Suyu cried out in alarm. He picked up the hedge beside the jar to protect the national tutor. Unexpectedly, the national tutor was faster than him. With a light twist of his wrist, he deftly bypassed the fish's mouth and grabbed the gills. At the same time, he used the tail of the fish in his hand to slap the other fish back into the water. Suyu silently retracted the half-stretched hedge. It seemed that the state preceptor did not need his protection at all. Only when the national tutor was holding the strange fish did he have the time to look at Suyu. Seeing that he was still holding the hedge, his beautiful eyes were tinged with a bit of a smile. Suyu had never seen the national tutor smile before. His eyes were always cold and lonely. Now, with just a little bit of warmth, it was like a snow lotus on a high mountain that was dyed with the faint light of the rising sun. It was indescribably beautiful. Suyu was a bit stunned. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the strange fish that was still desperately struggling in the national tutor's hand. He instantly came back to his senses. When he thought about how the emperor was beaten black and blue and had internal injuries, he sighed in his heart. A beauty was beautiful, but a bit savage. The national tutor was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Suyu to come back to his senses so quickly. He slightly lowered his eyes and handed over the fish in his hand. "Do you recognize it?" He had never seen this kind of fish before, but he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Suyu blinked. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the exaggerated drawing skills in Su's cookbook. The ugly black fish that was like a spiked ball, could it be mackerel? Correct, the national tutor nodded. He pulled out a long hair from the fish. "How do you kill this fish?" Suyu finally reacted. The national tutor was testing his homework. Fortunately, his memory for cooking had always been good. He remembered the fish recorded in the cookbook and the secret book very clearly. Scald the hair with boiling water. Use internal strength to remove the blood. The mackerel's bones are as hard as stone. Remove the gills and separate the bones from the meat. Scald the hair with boiling water? The state preceptor's long eyelashes trembled as he looked at the hair in his palm. He clenched his fingers and the long black hair suddenly caught fire, instantly burning into ashes. A strong burnt smell wafted out from the surroundings. He raised his hand and threw the fish back into the tank. He slowly said, "I see." Suyu's eyes widened. He was sure that the national tutor didn't have any ignition equipment in his hand. He just watched the hair burn naturally in his palm. This was too illogical. "Imperial uncle, that fire just now." The national tutor wiped the black ash and water stains on his hand with a white silk handkerchief. He stood up, palm fire. Was this driven by internal strength? Suyu was very curious. In wuxia novels, martial arts masters were said to be able to heat food with their bare hands. He had always been envious. He didn't expect that he could really do it. The national tutor glanced at him and didn't answer. He just picked up the cup on the table and drank some water. He picked up the food box on the table, pick up the 2 fish and follow me. He didn't wait for Suyu and slowly went up to the 3rd floor. Ah? Oh, yes. Suyu hurriedly picked up the fence to catch the fish. The strange fish could still swim calmly when the national tutor was around, but when they saw Suyu, they didn't show any mercy. As soon as he poked half of his head out of the water tank, the 2 fish scrambled to jump up and splashed water all over Suyu's face. He quickly caught the fish that jumped out of the water into the fence and threw it to the ground. The strange fish was dizzy from the fall. Suyu grabbed the fish by its gills and threw it into the basket. Then, he used the same method to catch the 2nd fish. He closed the lid and ran up to the 3rd floor. The national tutor was sitting on a cushion on the 3rd floor. He opened the food box and was about to eat some snacks. When he saw Suyu appear so quickly, he couldn't help but pause. "You're quite fast." Suyu scratched his head. "It's just catching fish." "How much time can it take?" The national tutor looked at him deeply, put down the snacks in his hand, and slowly walked in front of him. "In the history of my dynasty, except for the sons of the heavens, ordinary members of the imperial family are not allowed to climb above the 3rd floor of Anhua Tower." Suyu raised his head and looked at the 3rd floor that didn't have stairs. There was a big round hole in the roof, and a silk ribbon with small bells dangled in the middle, gently swaying with the wind. Thinking of the national tutor's method of going upstairs, he swallowed his saliva. He couldn't go up even if he wanted to. Maidan imperial family has a lot of secrets. The national tutor held the long silk ribbon with one hand, and his slender white fingertips brushed across it. His cold voice suddenly became faintly discernible. "If you want to climb the tower, you have to establish a blood contract." Blood contract? Suyu's mouth twitched. He had to establish a blood contract to learn how to kill fish? Once you establish a blood contract, you can't betray it. If you leak the secret, I will immediately know. Even if you are thousands of li away, you will instantly die. That faintly discernible voice suddenly became clear, and it was as cold as a knife as it echoed in Suyu's ears. It scared him so much that he trembled. Then Suyu couldn't speak clearly. He wondered if he could stop learning. But facing the cold eyes of the national tutor, he couldn't refuse. "I have to discuss it with His Majesty." "That's fine." The national tutor lowered his eyes and didn't say anything else. "Today, I will take you to the 4th floor. If you don't want to establish a blood contract, you don't have to come back tomorrow." As he said this, he raised his hand and threw out the silk ribbon. It instantly wrapped around Suyu's waist. His toes lightly touched the ground, and he lightly floated up. The soft silk ribbon around his waist suddenly tightened. Suyu cried out in alarm and grabbed the fish basket in his hand as he was pulled up. As soon as he entered the 4th floor, Suyu was startled. Unlike the bright 2nd and 3rd floors, the entire 4th floor was pitch black without any light. The floor, pillars, and furniture were all made of black stone with golden sand. The slightly cold sunlight poured down from the hole in the middle of the ceiling, connecting with the light from the 3rd floor and forming a pillar of light in the middle of the tower. Within the pillar of light, there were silk ribbons with tiny silver bells. The places where the pillar of light couldn't reach were pitch black. The national tutor flicked his fingertips, and with a whoosh, the candles on the stone pillars instantly lit up. The candlesticks were shaped like coiling dragons, winding up the stone pillars. Hundreds of candles were lined up in order, and from the bottom, they spontaneously ignited. Suyu clenched the fish basket in his hands, and the mackerel in the basket flopped twice. No matter how he looked at it, this scene looked like a horror movie. The candles on the 8 stone pillars lit up at the same time, and the originally dark 4th floor suddenly became as bright as day, even overshadowing the pillar of light in the middle. Suyu discovered that the reason why the 4th floor was so dark was because there were no windows. The 8 walls were divided into 8 stone rooms by stone slabs, and the stone doors were tightly shut, completely shutting out the light from outside the tower. "Imperial uncle, what is in these stone rooms?" Suyu boldly asked. Offerings. The two words came out of the thin pink lips of the national tutor. He glanced at the stone rooms, and a hint of mockery appeared in his cold eyes. Offerings, offerings, all kinds of terrifying scenes kept flashing through Suyu's mind. Perhaps there were countless young boys and girls raised there, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Perhaps there were peerless beauties with tears in their eyes, and it was unknown where they would go tomorrow. Perhaps there were 99 evil people's heads stored there, waiting to be burned as offerings to the heavens on the day of sacrifice. The imperial family really did have many unspeakable secrets. Suyu regretted following the national tutor to the 4th floor. Today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He decided to speak less. The more he knew, the faster he would die. Once they knew what the sacrifices were, they would probably sign the blood contract. The national tutor looked at Suyu with interest. His expression changed several times, and he slowly said, "The matter of offering is related to the fate of the nation. Since the first time I saw you during the consort selection, I could tell that you were very suitable to be an offering." Clang! The fish basket in Suyu's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "You're perfect for a sacrifice, perfect for a sacrifice, a sacrifice." The calamity was coming, and the alien star was about to descend, "Are you sure?" This matter concerned the fate of the nation. The mackerel jumped out of the basket. Even though it had been out of the water for a long time, it was still alive and kicking. It tried its best to move its ugly body on the floor and opened its mouth to bite Suyu's leg. Suyu took a few steps back. His hands and feet were cold. At this moment, the only thing he could think of was the emperor's handsome face. "As long as you're obedient, I won't tell anyone." That person had said that he would protect him. Where was he now? Did he have any hope of getting out of Anhua Tower alive? If he couldn't see him again in the future, how sad would he be? The national tutor slowly walked in front of a stone door and placed a white, almost transparent hand on the door. His beautiful voice sounded as if it was chanting from ancient times, "Let me show you, the ancestor sacrifice." The heavy stone door opened with a bang, and a dazzling light surged out from the door. Suyu closed his eyes and summoned the courage to open them. He suddenly froze. Behind the stone door was a spacious stone room. Inside, there were many black and gold shelves. On the shelves, there were countless, dried fish. Ka ka ka. A strange sound came from under his feet. Suyu looked down and saw that the mackerel was still trying its best to bite his leg. He raised his hand to pick up the fish and put it in the basket. Then, he walked over with it. "Imperial uncle, this is the sacrifice?" Suyu's mouth twitched. "This is only one of them." The national tutor casually picked up a dried fish, elegantly tore off a small piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. "You can only see the rest after you sign the blood contract." Suyu held his forehead. The national tutor's words, "You are very suitable to be the sacrifice," actually meant, "You are very suitable to help make dried fish." As for what was in the other stone rooms, he didn't have any hope. In the center of the stone room, there was a black and gold stone table. On the table, there was an exquisite chopping board and a fish knife. "Today, I'll show you how to use internal energy to kill fish." The national tutor threw the dried fish aside and took out a jade bucket carved with complicated cloud patterns. He picked up an inch-long jade knife. The jade knife was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the handle was carved with a lifelike jade dragon. When held in the slender white hand of the national tutor, it complemented each other and was very pleasing to the eye. Taking a mackerel from Suyu, the national tutor turned the thin knife in his hand and quickly cut a hole in the spine of the fish. He pinched the belly of the fish with one hand and channeled his internal energy into the palm of his hand. Even though Suyu was a layman, he could still feel the fluctuation of internal energy. Walala, he saw some black liquid spurt out from the knife and sprinkle into the white jade bucket. Suyu leaned over to take a look. The black liquid exuded an unconcealable stench. No wonder Suyu's cookbook emphasized that internal energy should be used to get rid of the smell of blood. If this thing wasn't removed, it couldn't be eaten. The national tutor threw the fish in his hand into the air and flipped the jade knife between his fingers. His hands formed a complicated and gorgeous seal like a magician. Before Suyu could see what was going on, the fish's head had been chopped off and its gills had been removed. Its bones and flesh had been separated. Suyu was stunned. After a while, he said, "Imperial uncle, I forgot to remove the hair." The national tutor stopped wiping his hands with a silk handkerchief and slowly looked at the fish with black hair. His long eyelashes trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, "Kill another one." This time, other than getting rid of the smell of blood, the rest of the steps were done by Suyu. It wasn't difficult for Suyu to remove the hair with boiling water, remove the gills, and separate the bones and flesh automatically. Although the mackerel didn't look very attractive, the meat of the fish looked very good. The recipe said that after roasting it, it would taste like roasted suckling pig. He couldn't help but be eager to try. Because he was afraid that the fire would smoke the offerings, the national tutor took him out of the stone room and found a charcoal basin outside. Then, he took out some seasoning from nowhere and sat on a black and gold stone chair. He supported his chin with one hand and watched Suyu roast the fish. The mackerel meat was fine, white, and tender. It was slightly pink. When it was roasted over the charcoal fire, it quickly turned brown. Suyu carefully sprinkled seasoning on it. He made a dish of barbecue sauce and brushed it on repeatedly. According to the recipe, it could be roasted to the taste of suckling pig, so he brushed a layer of honey on top. After brushing the honey, the fish began to sizzle with oil. An indescribable fragrance spread out. The national tutor slowly opened his slightly closed eyes. The silk ribbon in the middle of the hall suddenly made a crisp silver bell sound. Suyu was shocked. There were only 2 people in the tower, him and the national tutor. There was no wind on the 4th floor. How did the bell sound? In this gloomy Anhua pagoda, anything could happen. Suyu suddenly turned his head and saw that the silk thread was swaying left and right. 2 furry kittens were hanging on it, wobbling as they climbed down. The golden kitten reached out quickly and hooked its claws on the silk ribbon to move down quickly. The yellow and white kitten was not so good. It was hanging on the ribbon and didn't know what to do. Sauce. Suyu ran over in surprise and raised his hand to catch the kitten that was jumping down. He didn't expect that the kitten that he hadn't seen for a few days was on the 5th floor of Anhua Tower. Meow. The little fat kitten wanted to cry but had no tears. It asked the national tutor for help. The national tutor glanced at it and stood up. He picked up a pair of jade chopsticks and elegantly tasted the fish that Suyu had just roasted. He had no intention of helping his poor nephew. Meow. The golden kitten in his arms suddenly struggled to jump onto the table. The little fat kitten stopped meowing and jumped down directly. It rolled on the ground and stumbled over. It grabbed the national tutor's snow-white clothes and climbed up. How is it? Does it taste like suckling pork? Suyu took the sauce and sat down. He also tasted it and was stunned. It was different from any fish that he had ever tasted before. This flavor was very rich, like roasted suckling pig. But it was also different from real pork. The fish was tender but not greasy. It melted in the mouth. After swallowing it, the taste of seafood was still left in his mouth. It was delicious. His Majesty broke away from Suyu's hand and jumped onto the stone table. He slapped his younger brother who was trying to bite the fish directly. He wrapped his tail around Suyu's wrist and pulled him onto the roasted fish. Stupid slave, why are you still not serving me? End of chapter 57. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.